This week in our series of reports on UFOs, we learned a number of things. That not everybody who sees a UFO is crazy, that our government has lied about UFO information, that it's withheld UFO files, and even spied on UFO witnesses. We've also heard from scientists who say life elsewhere in the universe is virtually a certainty. And we heard that a majority of Americans believe that UFOs are real and come from space. Tonight, in part 5 of his report, George Knapp introduces us to a local man with an amazing and disturbing story. George.
Gary and Mary Ruth, we've been working on this story for a long time, and we'll tell you right up front that it's going to be hard to swallow at first. This week, we've heard the contention of UFO researchers that there's a secret government within our government. While that may be hard to believe coming from the UFO perspective, we've certainly learned in Watergate and the Iran-Contra scandal that factions within our government can and do pursue their own hidden agendas outside of the law, outside the control of Congress, or the knowledge of the American people. This is exactly the type of operation we'll hear about tonight. It's a chilling scenario with worldwide implications that may have its roots right here.
Area 51, that mysterious corner of the Nevada test site, is no longer much of a secret. The fact that secretive things go on here is a given, even to the Soviets, who make daily spy flights over the facility to take a peek at what's going on. These photos, never before shown in public, are about as close as anyone will ever come to seeing what the place looks like again. The dry bed of Groom Lake, corrugated metal buildings, a 3-mile-long runway, and some highly sophisticated radar and detection equipment. It's been known by many names over the years: Dreamland, the Ranch, the Skunk Works. If ever there was a place to test a secret new technology, this is it. And that's exactly what's been done here for decades. Area 51 is where Francis Gary Powers and the other U-2 pilots were trained in the 50s, and where the U-2 itself was developed. The SR-71 spy planes that spotted Soviet missiles in Cuba in the early 60s were also developed at 51. 51 is where stealth technology was nurtured, where Star Wars devices are still tested, and where all manner of CIA monkey business has been plotted and refined. It's the perfect place for secret things, but of course, that's no secret. 51 is ringed by the forbidden vastness of the Nevada test site, by the looming Groom Mountains, and by sparsely populated desert expanses. The few people who do live out here have no love lost for the military, but they're conservative, patriotic, and they mind their own business. You ever see stuff you can't explain?
Sure. Lots of stuff.
Care to elaborate?
No.
Happy anniversary to you.
On any given night at the Rachel Bar and Grill, you might find 3 or 4 people who work at Area 51, there amid the flowing Budweisers and cowboy hats. You might find them, but they aren't going to talk to you, not about the things they've seen over the mountains. A steady trickle of curiosity seekers flows through here, strangers drawn by strange stories of lights in the night sky. Their questions also go unanswered. No one who's worked at Dreamland has ever publicly acknowledged what so many people have suspected for years, that alien technology is being tested in the Nevada desert. The speculation first surfaced in documents obtained by UFO researchers, documents about something called Project Aquarius. The documents, allegedly prepared for an organization called MJ-12, state that a program to fly recovered alien spacecraft was established in 1972 and is continuing in Nevada. The National Security Agency has confirmed it does have a Project Aquarius, but denies it has anything to do with flying saucers. NSA will not say what Project Aquarius is. Speculation was heightened in 1984 when the Air Force seized nearly 90,000 acres around Groom Lake. The action was, by most accounts, illegal. During congressional hearings about the land grab, Congressman John Seiberling grilled the military about the legal authority used in the action and was told the authority was at a much, much higher level than the Air Force. Seiberling asked what authority is higher than the laws of the United States. The Air Force official said he could respond, but only in a closed briefing. In 1987, when the Air Force sought to renew its stranglehold on the Groom Range, news articles once again mentioned the talk about alien spacecraft, and subsequent articles in national magazines quoted unnamed sources about things of alien origin flying in Nevada, things that would make filmmaker George Lucas drool. Despite the speculation, no one who knew Area 51 from the inside ever talked publicly about the saucer stories.
Well, there's several, actually 9 flying saucers, flying discs, that are out there of extraterrestrial origin.
The live interview with the shadowy Dennis drew international attention. Portions were broadcast by radio in 6 European countries and in a nationally televised TV special in Japan.
Actually 9 flying saucers, flying discs.
Despite numerous inquiries and feelers, Dennis has remained anonymous until now. His real name is Robert Lazar, a young scientist with eclectic interests. The choice of Dennis was an inside joke. He says that's the name of his superior at Groom Lake. It wasn't a joke to Dennis.
He called right after and he said, "Do you have any idea what we're going to do to you now?" And I said, "Well, no." And he hung up the phone.
Lazar's story is by any standards fantastic. He says he's telling it in order to protect himself. He says he was hired to work at an area called S4, which is a few miles south of Groom Lake. At S4, he says, are flying saucers, antimatter reactors, and other working examples of technology that is seemingly beyond human capabilities.
Right, this came from somewhere else. I mean, as bizarre as that is to believe, but I mean, it's there. I saw it. I know what the current state of the art is in physics, and it can't be done.
Checking out Lazar's credentials proved to be a difficult task. He says he earned degrees in physics and electronics, but the schools we contacted say they've never heard of him. He also said he worked as a physicist at Los Alamos National Lab, where he experimented with one of the world's largest particle beam accelerators, a half-mile-long behemoth capable of generating 700 million volts. Los Alamos officials told us they had no records of a Robert Lazar ever working there. They were either mistaken or were lying. A 1982 phone book from the lab lists Lazar right there among the other scientists and technicians. A 1982 clipping from the Los Alamos newspaper profiled Lazar and his interest in jet cars. It too mentioned his employment at the lab as a physicist. We called Los Alamos again. An exasperated official told us he still had no records on Lazar. EG&G, which is where Lazar says he was interviewed for the job at S4, also has no records. It's as if someone has made him disappear.
Well, they're trying to make me a non-person.
Explain. You called where?
Well, the schools that I went to, the hospital that I was born at, past job, and essentially nothing comes up with my name in it.
He smiles, but out of futility, knowing the whole thing must sound ridiculous. According to Lazar, his employer was the United States Navy. He says he and other government employees would gather near EG&G, fly to Groom Lake, then a very few people would get into a bus with blacked out or no windows and drive to S4. When you get off the bus, what do you see?
It's a very interesting building. It's got a slope of probably about 30 degrees, which are hangar doors. And it has textured paint on it, but it looks like sand. It's made to look like the side of the mountain that it's in, whether it's to disguise it from satellite photographs or what.
He says he was never told exactly what he'd be working on, but figured it had something to do with advanced propulsion. On his first day, he was told to read a series of briefings and immediately realized how advanced the propulsion was.
The power source is an antimatter reactor. They run gravity amplifiers. There's actually 2 parts to the drive mechanism. It's a bizarre technology. There's no physical hookup between any of the systems in there. They use gravity as a wave, using waveguides, almost like microwaves.
It took a while, Lazar says, before he actually saw one of the flying discs. However, there were hints everywhere.
Right, they had a poster, and it looked like a commercial poster almost, like it was lithographed and you could buy it at a Kmart or something. But they were all over the place, and it had the disc that I coined the term the sport model. Was lifted off the ground about 3 feet at area S4 on the dry lake there, and the caption on the bottom said "they're here," and those are just all over the place.
Later, he got to see the real thing.
When I was let in, it was the first time I saw the sport model in the hangar, sitting down, and I was told they could have walked me in the front door, but they purposely wanted to walk me by it. I was told not to say anything and just keep my eyes forward and walk past the disc into the office area. And I did, and as we went by it, I just kind of stuck my hands on it just to run it alongside the thing, and that was about the smallest time. After that, I got to see it actually lift off the ground and operate.
But you also, in between that, you saw more than one.
Yeah. The hangars are all connected together, and there are large bay doors between each one. And there were 9 total that I saw, each one being different. Like they had the assortment pack.
Security at S4 was oppressive, Lazar says, and his superiors used fear and intimidation almost as a brainwashing tool.
It did everything but physically hurt me.
Put a gun to your head?
Yeah.
And said what? Actually put a gun to your head?
Well, they did that even in the original security briefings. They had guards there with M16s, and guys slamming their finger into my chest, screaming in my ear, some people pointing weapons at me. Like I said, it's not a good place to work.
That fear factor would surface later. Lazar agreed to undergo a polygraph exam as part of this report. Polygrapher Ron Slay asked about the technology Lazar had seen.
Did you knowingly lie when you said you had actually seen anti-gravity propulsion in operation?
No.
The results of this exam were inconclusive. Lazar appeared to be truthful on one test, deceitful on a second. Slay recommended that a second examiner be brought in. Polygrapher Terry Tavernetti runs a corporate security operation and is a former Los Angeles police officer. He put Lazar through 4 tests and concluded there was no attempt to deceive.
And I left there thinking that I feel we do have some credibility to what the subject had to say. And that's when I went to some of my colleagues.
Tavernetti sent the test results to a third polygrapher who agreed the results appeared truthful. The charts were then sent to a 4th examiner who did not agree, suggesting Lazar might be relating information he'd learned from someone else. The polygraphers conferred and decided they would not issue a final statement on truthfulness until more specific testing can be conducted, and that's where it stands. Tavernetti believes that difficulty in determining Lazar's truthfulness stems from the fear that was drilled into him.
I think we're talking about a subject here that is so far-reaching, and it is so emotional. And when you're dealing with emotions, this is polygraph, because we're dealing, in polygraph, you're looking at fear. The fear of getting caught telling a lie because something bad will happen to you if you do.
Well, I am telling the truth. I've tried to prove that. What's going on up there could be the most important event in history. You're talking about contact, physical contact and proof from another system, another planet, another intelligence. That's got to be the biggest event in history, period.
And it's real.
And it's real and it's there. And I had an extremely small part in it, but I'm convinced that what I saw is absolute proof of that. There is no way we could have created those systems. There's no way we could have made the discs, the power supplies, anything to go with them.
Lazar says he has no intention of going on any UFO lecture circuit. He's not looking to do any additional interviews. In fact, he wasn't too crazy about doing this one. He did it after certain unfavorable things started happening in his life, and he did it because he feels that whoever is running the show up at S4 is perpetrating a fraud on the American people and on the scientific community. We intend to have much more about this story, about the operation up there, on Monday and beyond. This is by no means the end of this series of reports. In fact, on Monday, including in our story there, support testimony from other people who say they have knowledge of the flying discs at the test site, and information from people who know Lazar very well and insist his story is true.
If indeed they have these flying saucers, George, it seems like it would be really hard to keep it so secret.
Well, yeah, it would seem that way, except for as Lazar asked his superiors up there, they say it's the easiest secret in the world to keep. It's leaked out many times before and nobody believes it.
What's the Navy saying about all of this?
Well, of course, the Navy is supposed to have been his employer, and we have put some fairly pointed questions to them. Of course, number one, it may not be the Navy at all. Information is so compartmentalized up there, no one is exactly sure who is in charge. We have put the questions to several Navy departments. The answers thus far have been unsatisfactory. We've applied for more information through the Freedom of Information Act, and that information will be revealed on Monday as well.
You believe his story, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I've got to know him pretty well over the last couple of months, and I believe he's telling the truth.
Fascinating stuff. Thanks, you, George.
George.
Hello and welcome to On the Record. 1 month ago, we began a series of reports about UFOs. With the exception of a few cranky newspaper people, the response has been overwhelmingly positive. We've had requests for more information from all over the country and from all over the world. Tonight we're going to delve a little deeper into the subject with the man who was the impetus for our reports in the first place, Bob Lazar. Bob, good to have you here. A thumbnail sketch of yourself for those who might not be familiar with your background.
Worked at Los Alamos National Labs.
As a physicist?
As a physicist, and essentially hired as a senior staff physicist at Area S4, essentially for what I was told anyway was United States Navy.
Where is S4?
It's about 10, 15 miles south of Groom Lake, about 125 miles north of Las Vegas.
How'd you get the job?
I really don't want to mention the guy who I got it through, but I was referred to a person at EG&G to drop off my resume to. That's where I was interviewed, though the job is completely unrelated to EG&G.
What did they tell you were going to be doing, or did they tell you?
No, they really didn't tell me till the very end. It was, they said a job of, a high technology job, something that I'd be very interested in.
Okay, so you get hired, and what happens? You fly up there?
Fly up there. First day was reading briefings and that sort of thing, and it became evident to me pretty quickly the level of technology they were dealing with, gravitational propulsion and things that science really has only barely touched on.
We'll get into the things that you saw in a couple of minutes, but it's been about a little more than, say, 3 weeks since your identity was made public. We had you on another program a couple of months ago, but using an assumed name and had you in silhouette. But since your identity has been made public and since this information has been made public, what's it been like? What's been the response from people who see you on the street?
Oh, the response has been almost all favorable. In fact, everyone that I've run into has been very supportive, very interested. I guess there are just 2 or 3 letters.
From people who don't believe you?
Yeah, essentially.
Responses from other media outlets as well?
Yeah, that too.
And they want interviews? What do they want?
Essentially everything, yeah. Radio interviews, TV interviews. A lot of people want to, dig back into my background and retrace everything. The list is endless.
Many of the people who have been calling us as well, are under the impression that either you've gone underground or you've been silenced or that we've been silenced by dark, sinister forces. Anything like that happened to you so far?
That's ridiculous. People are always going over the deep end on that, and no one's told me, other than originally, not to say anything, and I'm sure no one's come forward to you.
But in the beginning, they told you to keep quiet about this.
Oh yeah, it's the most secret program in the United States.
In what way did they try to make sure that you kept your mouth shut?
Everything up to death threats. I mean, constant reminders of it, signing away my constitutional rights for fair trial and that sort of thing.
And since this thing has, your phone's been tapped, you believe?
Yeah, I believe.
Do you know?
I have a tap detector, and just occasionally after I pick up the phone, a little red light goes on.
And the reason you came forward with the information to begin with, is it related to the fact that they were bothering you?
Yeah, it was essentially to stop that. And what had happened was I sent in a request for my birth certificate, and as it turned out, it wasn't there anymore. They said I wasn't born at the hospital, and that kind of got me wondering what was going on. So I put in a request for some other information, previous jobs, and that was also gone. And I thought something had to be done before I disappeared.
But the same thing, Los Alamos, they've never heard of you?
Yeah.
Anything happened since the reports have aired?
They let me know that they're around by doing stupid, childish little things, but nothing serious, no.
You were worried about your life, though, for a while there, weren't you?
Yeah, that was one of the reasons to come on and, let everything out on the air. It's a level of insurance.
You worried anymore? I mean, you had the feeling that you're over the hump and...
To some degree, yeah.
Do you find that most people really believe you, or they just want more information?
I think a lot of people believe what I said, but the majority, I think, do just want more information, too. It's a, in-depth subject, and you really have to look at everything.
Well, let's look at some of the technology you saw. Now, when did you first get the idea? What's the first thing you saw that made you convinced that it's not from here?
The first thing with hands-on experience was the antimatter reactor.
And explain what that is and how it works, what it does.
It's a plate, about 18 inches in diameter with a sphere on top,
I think we have some tape of it, a tape of a model that a friend of yours made. If we want to roll that, you can maybe narrate along. There it is.
Okay, inside that tower is a chip of element 115 they just put in there. That's a super heavy element. The lid goes on top, and as far as any other of the workings of it, I really don't know. You know, what's inside the bottom of it. The 115 sets up a gravitational field around the top. That little waveguide you saw being put on the top, that essentially siphons off the gravity wave, and that's later amplified in the lower portion of the crafts. But just in general, the whole technology is virtually unknown.
Now, we saw the model, we saw the pictures of it there. It looks really, really simple, almost too simple to actually do anything.
Right.
Working parts?
None detectable. Essentially what the job was to back engineer everything, where you have a finished product and just to step backwards and find out how it was made or how it can be made with earthly materials. There hasn't been very much progress.
How long do you think they've had this technology up there?
It seemed like quite a while, but I really don't know.
Now, what could you do with an antimatter generator? What does it do?
Well, it converts antimatter. It doesn't convert antimatter. There's an annihilation reaction. It's an extremely powerful reaction, 100% conversion of matter to energy, unlike a fission or fusion reaction, which is somewhere around 0.8% conversion of matter to energy.
I mean, how does it work? What starts the reaction going in that thing?
Really, once the 115 is put in, the reaction is initiated.
Just automatic?
Right.
I don't understand. I mean, there's no button to push or anything?
No, there's no button to push or anything. It apparently, the 115 under bombardment with protons lets out an antimatter particle. This antimatter particle will react with any matter whatsoever, which I imagine there is some target system inside the reactor. This in turn releases heat, and somewhere within that system there is a 100% efficient thermionic generator, essentially a heat to electrical generator in there.
Now, how is this antimatter reactor, how is this connected to a gravity generation that you talked about earlier?
Well, that reactor serves two purposes. It provides a tremendous amount of electrical power, and which is almost a byproduct. The gravitational wave is formed at the sphere, and that's through some action of the 115, which the exact action I don't think anyone really knows. The waveguide siphons off that gravity wave, and that's channeled above the top of the disk to the lower part where there are 3 gravity amplifiers which amplify and direct that gravity wave.
In essence, creating their own gravitational field.
Their own gravitational field.
You're fairly convinced that science on Earth doesn't have this technology right now. Well, we have it now, I guess, at
Right.
S4, but we didn't create it.
Right.
Why not? Why couldn't we?
The technology's not even, we don't even know what gravity is. I mean, there's just...
Well, what is it? What did you learn about what gravity is?
Well, gravity is a wave. There are many different theories about wave included. It's been theorized that gravity is also particles, gravitons, which is also incorrect. But gravity is a wave. The basic wave, they can actually tap off of an element. Why that is, I'm not exactly sure.
And so you can produce your own gravity. What does that mean? What does that allow you to do?
Well, that allows you to do virtually anything. Gravity distorts time and space. By doing that, now you're into a different mode of travel, where instead of traveling in a linear method going from point A to B, now you can distort time and space to where you essentially bring the mountain to Mohammed. You almost bring your destination to you without moving. And since you're distorting time, all this takes place in between moments of time. It's such a far-fetched concept.
We're going to get into it a little bit more. We're going to take a short break. Stay with us for more of On the Record. Welcome back to On the Record. We're talking with Bob Lazar about flying discs, alien technology, and other matters. Now, of course, what the UFO skeptics say is, yeah, there's life out there elsewhere in the universe. It could never come here. It's just too darn far. With the kind of technology you're talking about, it makes such considerations irrelevant about distance and time and things like that.
Exactly, because when you are distorting time, there's no longer a normal reference of time. And that's what producing your own gravity does.
You can go forward or backward in time? Is that what you're saying?
No, not essentially. It'd be easier with a model. On the bottom side of the disk are the 3 gravity generators. When they want to travel to a distant point, the disk turns on its side. The 3 gravity generators produce a gravitational beam. What they do is they converge the 3 gravity generators onto a point and use that as a focal point. Then they essentially bring them up to power and pull that point towards the disk. The disk itself will attach onto that point and snap back as they release space back to that point. Now all this happens in the distortion of time, so time is not incrementing, so the speed is essentially infinite.
We'll get into the disks in a moment, but the first time you saw the antimatter reactor in operation or demonstration, you had a couple of demonstrations. Tell me about that.
The first time I saw it in operation, they just put, a friend I worked with, Barry, put the fuel in the reactor, put the lid on, as was shown there. Immediately a gravitational field developed, and he said, feel it. And it felt like you bring 2 like poles of a magnet together, except you can do that with your hand. And it was fascinating because that's impossible, except, you know, on something with great mass. And obviously this is just and it was a repulsion field. In fact, we kind of fooled around with it for a little while, and we threw golf balls off it, and it was just a really unique thing.
And they had some other sort of demonstrations to show you that this is pretty wild stuff, right?
Yeah, they did. They were able to channel the field off in a demonstration booth. They created an intense gravitational area, and you began to see a small little black disk form, and that was the bending of the light.
Just like a black hole floating around.
You know, a black hole's a bad analogy, but yeah, essentially.
And time, they gave you some kind of demonstration about time involving a candle. Explain how that worked.
Yeah, they took a candle and lit it and put it in the distorted gravitational field, which distorts time, and the candle just stood there. It didn't melt or burn. It was, I mean, it was really unbelievable. You
had to be floored by seeing all this stuff.
I was. I mean, that's why I'm kind of laughing about it now, because it must sound ridiculous to everyone, but it's just phenomenal. I mean, this is really alien technology.
About the 115, we talked a little bit about it in the series of reports. Explain what it is again and why you believe it could not be manufactured here.
Okay, it's a super heavy element, meaning that on the periodic chart, which lists all the elements found on Earth and that can be synthesized, it's, I think the highest element we've synthesized has been about element 106. Now from 103, or actually anything higher than plutonium up, the half-life begins to drop. In other words, the element disintegrates. When you get up to element 106, it's only around for a very small amount of time. Even science today theorizes that up around element 113 to 116, somewhere in there, they should again become stable. This is in fact true. That's what element 115 is. It's a stable element. To synthesize it would be impossible. The way we synthesize heavy elements is we take a stable element like bismuth or something like that, or plutonium, whatever, put it in an accelerator and bombard it with protons. Essentially what you're trying to do is plug in protons into the atoms and increase the atomic number. To do that to the level of element 115 would just take an infinite amount of power and an infinite amount of time.
What kinds of things, what capabilities would a heavy element like this have? I mean, other than producing power. Obviously it can produce a lot of power, right? Well,
It in itself is not antimatter. It just has a unique property of producing it. Any of the other basic properties it has, I really don't know of. But using just the antimatter producing property, the potential for a weapon is staggering, is absolutely staggering.
Like what? I mean, a pound of it, what could it do?
Well, 2.2 pounds is the energy equivalent of 47 10-megaton hydrogen bombs. I mean, it's a good bang, and a pound of a super heavy element is, you know, maybe the size of a plum or something like that.
I guess what I've heard most from the people who just don't buy the whole story is that, sure, maybe you worked at an area called S4, and maybe that it is a secret area, but what you were shown is stuff that we've made. That we made this 115, if it is 115, that we made the flying discs, that we made these antimatter reactors, because these are advances that you just don't know about.
Hardly.
Why not?
Well, the 115, it's impossible. I mean, and the fact that the main job of everyone there is to find out how everything's made, I mean, that just contradicts everything right off the bat. The materials are completely alien to us, and just the overall idea of the project is, hey, can we duplicate this with materials that we have here? So obviously it was something that was found, or given for that matter, and we're just trying to duplicate it.
Well, 115, where do you suppose it came from then? I mean, what kind of an environment would that kind of
The only place that 115 could be made would have to be in a natural situation, somewhere maybe on the fringes of a supernova or somewhere around maybe a binary star system where there was more mass in the primordial mix of that system, where heavier elements would have had a chance to form when the stars were collapsing and there were huge amounts of energy being released, something along those lines. It has to be a naturally occurring element.
All right, you saw antimatter reactors, you saw gravity propulsion systems in flying discs, flying saucers, you saw this element 115. You also read a series of reports that had other stunning information. Can you give an overview of the kinds of things that were in these reports?
The reason I didn't do that before was, first of all, they were just reports. Everything else I had hands-on experience with. Now, there was lots of strange information in the reports, but there again, it's just printed material, and it could be disinformation. I don't know. But certainly, the information I did read in the reports about the 115, the disagram, I mean, that all had, material that related to that. The reports went into aliens and even went along the lines of religious background.
Well, we should let our audience know. I mean, we discussed this when we were putting the series of reports together, whether to get into the alien thing or not, and we decided not to for the time being. It's not like you're hiding something from the audience or whatever. It was just a decision we made. But you did see reports, whether they're true or not, government reports about aliens. What were in the reports?
They had, well, there were photographs of aliens, there were autopsy reports. There was really a wealth of information, but there was, as far as what?
What do they look like?
The typical gray. I hate to say that, like anyone knows what a typical gray is. It's a creature probably 3.5 to 4 feet tall, a large hairless head, black slanted eyes, long arms, very thin looking. I don't know how else I would describe them.
Well, what does an autopsy report look like? What's included in an autopsy report that you said you read?
The reason I call it an autopsy report is I saw the carcass, well, it was obviously a dead alien, the carcass cut up, and it was all dark inside, like it had an iron base. The reason I say iron is because it was very dark blood or whatever. So I'm not a doctor, but it seemed to be one large organ in the body, as opposed to, an identifiable heart and lungs and that sort of thing, but just one gooey mess in there.
What did the report say? I mean, it had pictures. It had to have some words. Here's Exhibit A, an alien?
Essentially so. They had weights and densities of the organs. That there were no conclusions drawn, but just it was just a basic description of what the person who was cutting open the body saw.
Say where they came from?
Yeah, in one of the reports it said they came from Reticulum 4, was what it said.
Where is that? Any idea?
Well, I'm told it's a star system in Zeta Reticuli. Reticulum is the constellation, and by Reticulum 4 they meant the 4th planet out from that sun. In the same reports, we were identified, instead of saying Earth, we were identified as Sol 3. Meaning the 3rd planet out from our sun, our Sol.
Now, you've read a lot of UFO material. Do you find yourself mixing what you've read and what you learned from up there?
No, that's why I stay away from the UFO researchers and things like that. I really don't want to be associated with that. I don't research the stuff. It's interesting to read, but No, I'm not mixing anything that I've read in this stuff.
We're going to get into that a little bit more. We're going to take a short break. Stay with us for more of On the Record. Welcome back. We have a few minutes left with Bob Lazar. We were just talking about the UFO field in general, and you feel a little reluctance to get mixed up in it, although you are right now.
Unfortunately, yeah.
I mean, why the reluctance?
I don't know. There are many stories circulating around. Everyone has their own view. Each UFO researcher says they have the right story, and essentially, I don't want to side with anyone because I don't know where that information's come from. Though they do all have the basic story, is there are alien crafts here. How they got here is probably aliens brought them here, unless we have a really neat setup with UPS. There's just so many different factions of them, and they all kind of war between each other. I really don't want to get associated with them.
Before you got into the program at S4, though, you had an interest in UFOs. I mean, it must be hard for people to swallow that here's a guy who has an interest in it and he gets hired into the program.
Well, it was a very brief time there. I had sent out resumes to several places because I wanted to get back into the scientific field again. Almost simultaneously, I met John Lear and read some of his material, and initially I thought he was just absolutely crazy. But apparently he did have a good source of information because, as it turns out, some of the information that he had, I actually had hands-on experience with.
But your regard for UFOs in general, I mean, as a scientist, did you think there was something to it, or was
absolutely
it just
not.
Absolutely nothing?
No, I would have stood on that till the day I died, that was bunk.
Many of the people who've been calling are UFO groups or UFO researchers who have demanded that you talk to them. We've got to talk to this guy. We want to give him a lot more publicity so he stays alive. We want him to give us information so that we can further check out his background, etc. We want to protect him. We want to help him. You've resisted. I mean, you've done this program, you've done a couple of reports with us, and you've done a radio show or two, but in general, you've resisted going into the UFO circuit. Why is that?
Well, just like I mentioned before, I just don't want to be associated with those guys. And how many people are you going to open up your background to and let them, run rampant through it? I mean, private detectives, every UFO group in the world wants to do that. The idea was for me to release the information, essentially to protect myself and take some of the heat off, and I've done that, and, that's all that needs to be done, really.
Certain UFO researchers claim they've been getting information from you all along. You've been leaking stuff to them, and that they've read these reports that verify the information. You've been working with UFO groups while you were in the program at S4?
Not UFO groups. I did mention a couple things to some people. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. In essence, were you breaking your vows that that you made to the government?
Yeah.
And why did you feel that was necessary? I mean, you took an oath, didn't you?
Yeah. But look at the magnitude of what was going on. I believe that some of the technology, maybe all of the technology should be kept secret until we have a handle on everything. But certainly the overview of what happened just cannot be a secret from anyone, not just the American people, but the rest of the world. Let out the basic fact that we have these crafts at one time. Aliens did at least visit and drop off something, however they got here, that there was some contact made, and then cut it short. You don't need to release information on the gravity generators, the weapon potential, which is enormous, and so on.
What could you do with that? We got about a minute left. What could you do with that technology if, say, you took the flying disc, the antimatter reactors, the gravity generators, gave it to Los Alamos or Livermore, let them examine quantities of this stuff? I mean, how would it affect life on Earth if this stuff was widely available?
Then mass producible?
Yeah.
That's tough to say. I mean, you have a completely different mode of travel. What happens when you can play with time? That gets into a really deep philosophical, question there.
But I mean, it would change a lot of stuff, change everything.
Oh, yeah, it would change absolutely everything.
You think it'll ever come out?
Personally, no.
What do you hope happens, both to yourself and with this information?
That there's been enough thorns put in their toes to where they do try and release something.
We'll have to have you come back, Bob. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next week with more of On the Record.
The question I had was, what was the year of your graduation from MIT, and did you get a PhD?
No, it's a master's degree. What was the year of graduation? Probably 82, because I think I left there.
You went to Los Alamos?
I went to Los Alamos.
Could you reveal some of your professors at MIT and Caltech?
Yeah, if you want. I don't have a list of them here. Dr. Duxler, I think, was one of them, and Hochsfield was another.
Hochsfield?
Hochsfield. Hochsfield, or something along those lines.
They remember you?
Oh yeah, Hochsfield I know well. Oh sure, I've got people that that I went to school with, and George Knapp has spoken to some of them.
I certainly have trouble with Bob's claimed credentials at schools. He had claimed to have degrees from MIT and Caltech. Now, I've talked to people who saw him at Caltech, but there's no records there. I think it is entirely possible that he would exaggerate his educational background in order to get a great job. He wouldn't be the first person to do that. He wouldn't be the first person to lie about his background and education in order to get a good job. And you have to wonder, well, wouldn't the people who hired him know that? And yeah, they would have to. They do a background check. They'd have to know that.
Robert Scott Lazar, supposedly a nuclear physicist with a master's in physics from MIT, a master in electronics from Caltech, who supposedly worked at Area 51, back engineering flying saucers, figured out how they work using element 115. It's a long, detailed story. You can buy the video someplace else, not from me. I did a lot of checking on Bob. I tried to meet with him twice. I was supposed to on one occasion, and he didn't go along. I checked at MIT. I checked at Caltech. Neither one ever heard of him. Well, but the government wiped his records clean is the response. I talked to the legal counsel at MIT. No way to do that. I talked with the guy who has the degrees, the commencement lists and all that sort of thing. No mention of Lazar. None of the yearbooks show Lazar. You need it for a master's thesis. For a master's degree, you need a thesis. I talked to the guy who holds those. No Lazar item there. He was asked publicly, when did you get your master's from MIT? Well, let me see now. I think it was, probably 1982. I have friends who went to MIT. I was accepted there myself, couldn't afford to go out of high school. And nobody who gets a master's degree in physics from MIT doesn't know what year he got it in. He was asked to name some of his professors. Well, let's see now. He named somebody, somebody, I won't use his name on the air. I checked on him. It was not a common name, fortunately. He was a physicist. The only trouble is, Bob said he would remember him from Caltech. This individual, Bill, never taught at Caltech. He only taught at Pierce Junior College. Now, Bob himself had mentioned Pierce to me on the phone. He did go there. Now, that's in Southern California, and he was going there at the same time that he was supposedly attending MIT 2,500 miles east of there. One heck of a commute. If you can go to MIT, you don't go to Pierce Junior College. But beyond that, I checked with his high school. He finished in the bottom third of his high school class. You can't get into MIT if you're outside usually the top 10, 15, 20% of your class. Bottom third, never. His Element 115 scheme won't work. Sounds good, science fiction. So, I checked with Los Alamos. He is in the phone book there. Doesn't that prove that he was a scientist working there? No, it certainly doesn't prove he was a scientist, but if you look at the phone book page, up at the very top it says, this phone book for employees of the Los Alamos National Laboratory, the Department of Energy, Kirk Meyer Corporation, several other companies. Right after Bob's name, and he was only in one phone book issue, they issue them every several months, it says K/M, that's Kirk Meyer, a subcontractor. He worked out at the Maison facility. Don't need a clearance for that. People come in from all over the world, physicists, to do experiments, and he was a technician working out there. And the story goes on and on beyond that. And I get people telling me, well, I don't see why you don't believe him. He seems so sincere. Sincerity is not a check on truth.
According to Bob Lazar, now this is his claim, he has a master's degree in physics from MIT and also a master's degree in electronics technology from Caltech. He has never produced his original master's degree from either MIT or Caltech. He's never produced it. It's a no-show. There's nothing there. He's never been able to produce the original master's degree. And every effort to locate those degrees has completely failed, including the research by Stanton Friedman. Also, I've got a copy of the MIT yearbook during the early 1980s. Stanton Friedman did a very investigative search of the early 80s yearbooks. There's nothing there. There's no name, there's no picture. He doesn't appear in any of the yearbooks. So that's a red flag that we need to look at. I've got a letter here to John Andrews from Robert Kiesler, dated March 19th, 1990, talking about his efforts to find Bob's magnetohydrodynamic master's thesis from MIT. And it says, "Dear Mr. Andrews, I am sorry we are unable to locate a copy of Mr. Robert Scott Lazar's thesis on MHD in our facility." Let's review this. According to Lazar, then, the government not only wiped out his degrees, his both degrees, they wiped out all of the yearbooks. So in essence, they had to crawl up into the dusty ceiling attics of all the graduates from MIT and steal the yearbooks out. And then they also scrubbed his magnetohydrodynamic master's thesis. It's completely gone from every repository. That just doesn't sound logical or reasonable to me, if he's telling the truth.
It was 1990. I was working at CNN, and I was a producer, and I got a call in Atlanta at CNN at my office from Bob Lazar. And he said, we're going to be doing something on Memorial Day here. If you can get here, we'd like to have you come and be part of the festivities, and we can talk about, by then it had been very controversial, about whether or not Bob Lazar with John Lear, had Bob Lazar been telling the truth about going to Area 51, working for EG&G, all of that. So I went to Las Vegas, met with all of those guys, and was able to spend a lot of time on that Memorial Day weekend, and I believe it was 1990. And here is the moment of talking with Bob Lazar that is indelible in my mind. He was showing me in his kitchen how he ran this film for the real estate offices that he worked for, filming houses. And he was in the process of demonstrating how he was doing that, just to show me that this is what he did. And he had told me that when Stanton Friedman had questioned him about the fact that he had no degree from MIT. He said, I never ever said I had a degree from MIT or anything like that. What happened, Linda, is I'm an adopted child, and my parents lived in Florida, and they didn't make much money. And I had gone to school with some buddies. We liked electrical things, we liked engineering, we liked taking cars apart. And some of my buddies got accepted to MIT. He said, I drove up to see them as my friends, and I went to one of their classes for a few days. He would just go and sit. And he said, and I learned some things. I became even more interested in having some kind of a career in which I would be dealing with electronic and engineering things. And he said, that's what I learned at MIT. I never told anybody I had a degree. That's Bob's firsthand version to me.
This is the most bothersome part of the story, and I've talked to Bob many times. I think we're friends. I have offered him the opportunity to tell me, Bob, did you exaggerate about your educational background? Because a lot of people do that. You know that in every walk of life, in every occupation, they would exaggerate something on a resume, and he's always stuck to it. As for professors, he gave me the name of one at MIT. I checked on that. The professor is not there now. Whether he was there then, when Bob says he went there, MIT will not give me that information. I do have one person who says he went to school with Bob, or at least was aware that Bob was going to classes at Caltech. His name is Jim Tagliani. He was a technician in the stealth fighter program here in Tonopah, Nevada. He worked with Bob in the early 1980s at a place called Fairchild Zincom Systems in Simi Valley. I have some documentation to back that part of it up, and he said he remembers Bob as working a lot of weird shifts to accommodate his classes there. The only record we can have for Bob Lazar ever in college is a single class in electronics at a junior college in California.
Right.
And you don't get hired at Los Alamos with that kind of an educational background.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to another new episode of Truth Seekers. Tonight, we're going to be talking about what once was my favorite UFO story, and that is the Bob Lazar story. But before we begin with tonight's presentation, I'm going to turn my attention to the live chat and ask you, when did you first hear the Bob Lazar story? Did you think it was real? Did you hope, like me, it was real? Did you want it to be real? I always wanted this story to be, if I could pick one UFO story to be real, this would be the one that I would pick. I grew up with this story. It ignited my imagination into some of these strange topics. It made me more and more curious about the subject of UFOs, flying saucers, alien crash landings. I truly, growing up, loved this story and was once a staunch believer and supporter of Bob Lazar. Years later, I suppose my opinion would change very drastically as I found more and more evidence to indicate that the story was a carefully planned fabrication and money-making scheme. So friends, in the live chat, when did you first hear this story? Did you think it was real? Do you think it's real now? We are going, I'm turning my attention solely to the live chat. I should mention, I left all of my microphones at the cabin. So if the audio is not so clear or good tonight, it's because we're using the microphone right off the Logitech webcam, which strangely, I had a bunch of other mics around here, is the best to my ears. I don't know, best sounding mics. Of all of these other junky kind of mics that I still had here that I tried to set up earlier. So I apologize. I'm going to try to project my voice. Let me know if you can't hear me. I will, I didn't want to cancel the show and wait until the weekend. So here we are. Okay, so some shout outs. We have Kel Truth 77 in the live chat. Reamsey is here. Jonaside is here. Unidentified object is here. And Lee Veltman is here. Robin Eaglesong, I see as well. Welcome, everybody, welcome. And I see a new person in the live chat. I do not believe that I have seen you here before. Unidentified object, who says, I wanted it to be real also. I heard about it 1.5 plus years ago. Problem is, it looks like he was maybe MK Ultra. See Valet's revelations. It could have been an op. Passed lie detectors, unidentified object. I'm glad you mentioned that he passed lie detectors, because we're going to be covering the fake story that he didn't pass lie detector tests, at least not a real one, administered by an independent polygraph expert that did not have a pre-existing relationship with George Knapp. The person who administered those lie detectors was a close friend of George Knapp. And the lie detector tests were administered right after Stanton Friedman blew Bob Lazar's educational credentials to total shit. It's my belief that they needed something to bolster the story, so along came these claims of Bob Lazar passing lie detector tests, and we're going to get into that. And again, looking for comments in the live chat. Looks like everybody is greeting each other. Kel Truth says, I'm looking forward to hearing the evidence you have that makes it a fabrication. Good, and I hope that you will keep an open mind. Reamsey says, I heard about the Bob Lazar years ago from TV interviews. I have always believed the story, even though it is a lie. I will always believe whatever Bob makes up. Reamsey, we've been through this before, right? I know how you feel. And I once felt exactly the same way that you do. I didn't care. Nobody could tell me otherwise. Bob Lazar's telling the truth about those alien spacecraft, bro. So, yeah, I wanted to give it just a little bit of time, but we do have a lot, just so that more people funnel into the live chat. We'll give it a few more minutes, and then I have a treasure trove of things to show you tonight. Again, I've been looking into this case for years and years and years. Identified objects says, wow, nice, thanks, Stephen. I did not know that. Yeah, and there's even more problems with the lie detector test claims, and we are going to unpack some of that and provide the evidence that the lie detector claims are complete and total fake. You'll see, friends. Okay, Dan Hogan says, George Knapp always acts like he's such a journalist. He seems like a nice guy, but he's been milking this story for years. Dan Hogan, I'm going to read some correspondences, a letter, between George Knapp and I. And here's what I'm going to say. I have zero respect for intellectual weakling, idiot, Jeremy Corbell. I have no respect for that guy because his go-to move is to just block everybody from social media that asks him any real questions or has real evidence. He cannot withstand debate. His so-called evidence, Bob Lazar is a true story, is so weak that he cannot withstand debate. So what does he do? He blocks everyone. Go talk to Jeremy Corbell on social media. Show him evidence that Bob Lazar is lying in one of his threads. He can't have his followers seeing that. So he deletes your comment and erases you from his existence. You can't post anything anymore. And that's weak. But to his credit, I give George Knapp a little more credit because George Knapp and I have been back and forth in messages, and he knows that I disagree with him, and he's okay with that. I mean, he got a little testy a few times with me. And the attitude that I sense from him is like, look, I'm a journalist, kid. I've been doing this for 40 years, and you're just starting out. So trust me, I know what I'm doing. You don't. That I had a little bit of a problem with. But like I said, George Knapp will engage. He will debate. He will allow people to show him evidence, ask him questions, and he's got to be a busy guy, right? He's got no reason really to talk to me, but he did, and he does, I guess. If I continue, maybe, I don't know. We haven't talked. I haven't sent him a message in quite some time. I'm getting way off track here. My point is, at least George Knapp will answer questions to other investigators, other people looking into the story. He's not blocking people on social media. Oh, and that's another point. Copyright strikes. That's another Jeremy Corbell play. You can't take a little 2-minute clip from his film and then make your own video saying this is complete and total bullshit and here's why. Jeremy Corbell will copyright strike you and get that taken down. Again, because he's an intellectual weakling whose so-called evidence that this case is real is so flimsy, so weak, so easy to shatter that he cannot withstand any debate. So he's going to pull your videos down. You cannot use anything from any of his films, or they get taken down because he can't withstand any debate. And he can't afford to let his followers see some of this evidence like we're going to show tonight. Thankfully, like I keep saying this, George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, Richard Dolan, they all help each other out selling this crap. It's a big club, and I ain't in it. So I can say whatever I want. I have no reason, financial or otherwise, to say anything about this case except what I believe to be true. And that's what we're going to do tonight. There's no ads on the show here. This video is not monetized. I make nothing from telling people the truth. Now, the flip side of the coin is that many people make tons of money selling people lies. And we all have to choose, or we all have to decide for ourselves who's the more credible person. The person that's not making a dime, or the person that has a financial motive to continue selling bullshit and fairy tales. And that's where we're at, friends. Let me see another comment. Yeah, Lee Veltman makes a good comment. I love that the Bob Lazar, Corey Goode, and Nick Redfern's narratives all contradict each other. Yeah. Unidentified object, UFO video taken down by Rogan's people the other day. I believe it's back up. Yes, and that's another thing. Somebody made a video. There was somebody who made a video showing that Bob Lazar said on Joe Rogan, we have no idea how this craft works. And then they flipped to his original video that he used to sell for $29.95 in the back of science magazines, where he's explaining exactly how it works. These are the sort of contradictions that we get. So friends, we're going to jump right into the presentation here because I think it's important that I first show you an incredible source of information proving that the Bob Lazar story is all fabricated nonsense. And I found this quite some time ago, and it is from Jeremy Rise, alienscientist.com, who has been looking into this story for even much longer than I have. So if you want to really get an education in the Bob Lazar case, just go to alienscientist.com. You know, I didn't talk to him that I'm going to show this, but I think it's a public website. I don't think he would mind. Shout out to Jeremy Rise, Alien Scientist. And here's what I have to say about Jeremy Rise as a trustable source. Again, Jeremy Rise isn't doing this for money. And Jeremy Rise has a real physics degree. He has an actual degree. If you ask him to show it to you, he will. If you call the school that's, you know, where his degree is from and verify that he got that physics degree, he did. I trust him as a source. He's been looking into this story forever, sometimes with a specific interest in Bob's so-called science, which is science fiction. If any, this is another proof, friends, that Bob Lazar can't be trusted, because anytime a real science guy or scientist, person with a real physics degree, looks into Bob's so-called science, they all say the same thing. This is bullshit. There's no way this could work, just based on many different things. We're going to get into that. But anyway, you go to alienscientist.com, you go to the debunk bin. He's debunked a lot of these frauds and fakes. Here we have Dan Burrish, Billy Meyer, Stan Romanek, Free Energy, Dr. Judy Wood, and of course, first on his list, because I think this is the one that interests him the most, he's covered it a lot, is Bob Lazar. And what we get is a point-by-point destruction of the mythology surrounding Bob Lazar. Everything from where he claims he was hired from. For example, Kirk Meyer Corporation is who he actually worked for. He was a subcontractor at Los Alamos. The problem, one of the problems with Bob Lazar's story is that Kirk Meyer Corporation did not hire physicists, especially not senior staff level physicists. They hired electronics technicians. And here Jeremy Rise, through excellent research, has found the ad for electronic technicians that was placed in the area around that time. There are several credible sources that claim, and I have one of my own that works at Los Alamos today, that claim that Bob Lazar did work at Los Alamos, but he was never a physicist. He was an electronics tech, tasks with fixing, repairing, maintaining radiation health monitoring equipment. When you have a high-tech lab that's using all kinds of weird stuff and radiation, there's radiation monitors around the facility to make sure that everything is safe. I have several credible sources that basically say Bob Lazar worked at Los Alamos, yes, but he was a low-level technician. In the phone book that George Knapp found, the letters KM were next to his name. That's because he was a KM employee. I got a hold of that. And in that book, there are multiple people with KM next to their names. Again, that was just a formatting of the phone book. So KM, he worked for Kirk Meyer. And again, Kirk Meyer didn't hire physicists at all. There you go. Yeah, he even gets into, Jeremy Rise gets into 1977, where Bob Lazar made a rocket bike, right? And listen, I was a science nerd growing up. I guess that's one of the reasons why I really love the Bob Lazar story, because I was kind of that kid. I didn't build a rocket car, but I built a bunch of model rockets and robots and computers and electronic stuff and weird stuff. And I blew stuff up with chemistry. You know, he's my kind of guy. And I'm sure if I had met him another way, he and I would maybe become friends. He was also a big fan of Amiga computers, and so was I. Amiga computers were amazing back then. And Bob Lazar was able to do weird 3D animations of some of his claims in the flying saucers. He did those on an Amiga. Gotta love the Amiga computer. So Jeremy Rise destroys his education claims, and I'm not going to read all this because we have other material to go through. I just wanted to show you that this is huge. Look, Bob Lazar's thesis. Here are letters where people are requesting getting a copy of his master's degree thesis. And that's another part of this bullshit claim that Bob Lazar, got his, it's another part of this thing that drives me crazy, because people claim that the government erased everything. You can't erase somebody's master's thesis. And by the way, most people that wrote a master's thesis spend a year or more on it. They're going to have a copy of it. I've asked 10 times. I've asked George Knapp a few times. I've asked Bob Lazar a few times. I've asked Jeremy Corbell a few times. Can I see the master's thesis? Nobody can produce it, friends. So here we have the letters, right, of people asking to see the thesis. Here's another part of this story. The W-2 and the badge. First of all, friends, right here, United States Department of Naval Intelligence, Washington, D.C. There's no such thing as the United States Department of Naval Intelligence, at least not in 1989. That was disbanded after World War II. It was once called the United States Department of Naval Intelligence, but after World War II, it was changed to the Office of Naval Intelligence. It's a small thing, but it matters, because somebody faking a W-2 might make a rookie mistake like that, but somebody who really worked for naval intelligence would not make the same mistake. Here's another problem with the W-2. Okay, first of all, here's an employee identification number, and that employee identification number does not exist. There is no employer using that employee identification number, and people have done exhaustive searches looking for that employee identification number. Now, this is the W-2 that he provided, saying, here's how I was paid, right? Here's how I was paid. And it's all wrong, friends. It's all wrong. Everything in the W-2 can be picked apart as fake, right? And here we have John Andrews' correspondence. This is provided courtesy of Michael Schratt. Michael Schratt, to his credit, got a hold of a lot of documents and things from John Andrews after he passed away. And he's made most of that public. Here we see all these FOIA requests people are making, looking for that employer identification number, looking for proof of Bob Lazar's employment. Nobody can find anything. So here we see original response letter from the Department of the Treasury to John Andrews dated July 31st, 1991. Okay, I'm sorry, I was just making sure that's sharing. This is the Lazar's W-2 wage earnings statement for 1989. According to Bob Lazar's W-2 form for 1989, for the whole year, he earned a grand total of $958 working for the United States Department of Naval Intelligence. Sure seems like a token payment for working on the most significant project in human history. As the letter explains, an exhaustive search was conducted for an employer identification number, this 46-100-7639, provided by Bob Lazar, from the United States Department of Naval in the United States Department of Naval Intelligence, indicated that there was no taxpayer agency or employer with this EIN. Okay, so the EIN number on this is fake. Here we're going to go back to alienscientist.com. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. And again, there's more problems with this whole thing. Here it's blacked out, but several people got copies of this W-2 with an actual Social Security number, and the Social Security number wasn't his. It was his wife's. That makes no sense. I will go out on a limb here and say that this W-2 is fake, and anybody can fake a W-2. You just get the form, and back then, I guess you would get the form in a typewriter or a printer, and you could fake a W-2. Just because you provided this doesn't mean it's real. And I, at one point in time, gave it to a few document examiners, and they couldn't tell me much, because anybody can write anything in here. This W-2 is touted as proof. Well, why did he have a W-2 he could show? Nobody could verify that that W-2 is real from any government agency. It's bullshit, friends. He made it up. Now, here we go. Employer's name. And here we have, kind of a letter from John Andrews about designations and trying to determine the authenticity of that document. And Jeremy Rise makes some great points about Lazar security clearance in his timeline, because Lazar claimed that he got a Q clearance, and 8 days later, he was at Area 51. Bullshit. Never going to happen. No, not in 1988, 89. This was the height of the Cold War. You do not get a Q clearance and be at a top secret military base in 8 days. Takes about a year, I'm told at that time, from a source that works in the intelligence community told me it would, and who has real clearance, told me it would take probably a year at that time to get a security clearance. And here we have, this is another part of this that Jeremy Rise really turned me on to, him and Dan Banker. Here we have Billy Meyer's beam ships, and they just so happen to look exactly like the flying saucer that Bob Lazar worked on. Now, everybody knows that Billy Meyer's beam ships were hubcaps glued together and things like that, trash can lids hung from strings, and he took pictures and pretended they were real. It's been thoroughly debunked that Billy Meyer just faked all his photos, all the fake evidence in the Billy Meyer case. Why is this relevant? Well, for two reasons. What are the chances that Bob Lazar's real flying saucer that he worked on looks exactly like Billy Meyer's flying saucer that's fake and was built from trash can lids and hubcaps and shit? It's ridiculous. Also, this is a little known fact, but I found mention of it in several places in John Lear's video. John Lear tells the story of Gene Huff and Bob Lazar coming to his home to do a real estate appraisal. Gene Huff was doing that for him in exchange for the Billy Meyer material. At the time, John Lear had all the books, all the videos, the documentaries, everything, and he made copies of them, gave them to Gene Huff. This is opinion and speculation, believe that Gene Huff and Bob Lazar sat around watching that stuff, and suddenly we get his flying saucer that looks exactly like Billy Meyer's flying saucer. What are the odds, friends? What are the odds? The element 115. Oh, Bob Lazar must be real. He predicted element 115 in 1989, years before it was actually discovered. Folks, it's been predicted in science books since the 1960s. Here, alien scientist Jeremy Rise finds a book from 1970, which predicts accurately element 115. People knew that element 115 would eventually be discovered. I don't know what we're up to. I think 118 or 119. So I'm going to make a prediction right now that element 120 will be discovered in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Does that make me a genius? Not really. It's an easy prediction to make. They keep every few years as the technology advances, they discover another heavy element. They synthesize it in a laboratory. S4, fact or fiction. Oh, friends, this is just great. So not to really use too much from Jeremy Rise, but I do have one more thing from Jeremy Rise, and that is about S4. S4, friends, that was the top secret base right off of Papoose Lake that Bob Lazar swore that all those flying saucers were in these hangars. It's bullshit, friends. And we've got the goods on that. Well, actually, I would say that Jeremy Rise and Dan Banker got the goods on that. And, you know, it's crazy that these guys are allowed to continue to sell these lies. You know, it's just crazy. Let me see here, friends. Give me a moment. I'm trying to find the, oh wait, I know how I can find it. 1 second. Here it is. But I got to do it in another tab, so please bear with me. Okay. All right. And I'm going to remember to share the audio this time. Okay, so Dan Baker recently has found some amazing evidence that S4 doesn't exist, but we're going to go, we're going to play this clip from Alien Scientist Channel. And I have to say, I didn't clear this with him, but I guess it's okay. I'm going to say fair use just in case. I don't think he would mind. Shout out to Jeremy Rise and Alien, you know, he's Alien Scientist. And, you know, I really got to say that he continues to go to amazing lengths to prove if this story is true or not. He, like me, grew up with the story, wanted to believe it. So he's been covering this for quite some time. This was an interesting piece that we found. And honestly, I'm also playing this because I was trying to find this clip of George Knapp admitting that there's nothing there. And I couldn't find the clip of George Knapp, but then I realized it's in this clip as well. So again, fair use, fair use. This is transformative work. We're educating the public, and we're going to be discussing this video. Here we go. 1 second now. Let me see. Make sure it's up. And this is all about Papoose Lake.
Papoose Lake is southwest of Area 51, and as many of you already know, Bob Lazar and many others who have recycled this material over the years claim that there is an above top secret, even more secret base than Area 51 at Papoose Lake, with 9 hangars carved into the side of the mountain which contain extraterrestrial craft. Now, I've already proved that Bob Lazar lied about his educational background and his credentials as a physicist.
Could you reveal some of the professors at MIT and Caltech?
Yeah, if you want. I don't have a list of them here. Dr. Duxler, I think, was one of them. And,
we know that he lied about element 115, the single central scientific disclosure point of his entire story. He claimed there was a stable isotope of which there is absolutely zero geological evidence for. And now I'm going to prove that he also lied about S4, a supposed super secret installation at Papoose Lake. But don't take my word for it. Here it is from George Knapp himself, the guy who made Bob Lazar famous.
I'll give you one other thing about S4 and Papoose. There was a guy named Jerry Freeman. He's an archaeologist. And you wouldn't think an archaeologist has anything to do with...
I just want to stop this for a moment and mention that it was Jeremy Rise and Dan Bankert who forced George Knapp to address this. Because until they started, publicizing this information, George Knapp just ignored it. And at least to his credit, he's acknowledging it here. But I don't understand how I can still believe the story is true and still keep promoting and selling it when right here he's going to admit that there's nothing there.
Flying saucers. Jerry Freeman was studying the path of the 49ers. There was a gold rush of 1849 when thousands of people fled west to try to strike it rich, and a lot of them in covered wagons and settlers, and they had certain paths that they followed, and Jerry Freeman was trying to reconstruct the path that the 49ers had taken, and he thought that they had gone right straight across the Nevada test site, and in fact had been at Papoose Lake. So what he did was, very bold of him, he infiltrated the test site from going west to east and walked all the way across it, dodged security patrols. He would walk in the nighttime and then hide during the day. And he made it all the way across. Let's show the Freeman stuff. He made it all the way across the test site to Papoose Lake. These are pictures that he had set up with an automatic camera. That's Papoose behind him.
And there's nothing there. There's not a guard shack. There's not a road. There's nothing there. Please remember, friends, that Bob Lazar claimed that he got on a bus with blacked out windows. And I had a picture of that, but he got on a bus with blacked out windows and drove from Area 51, 10 or 15 miles to Papoose Lake. Friends, you can't drive a bus through the desert like that. They're not four-wheel drive vehicles. They're heavy. They'll get bogged down in sand, in dirt, in rocks. This is crazy. You cannot, there would at least have to be a road to the facility. There is nothing there, friends, nothing.
The place where Bob Lazar said he worked. So Freeman, again, walking at night and hiding in the day, gets all the way to Papoose. He finds the evidence he's looking for. The 49ers had carved something into the rocks there. He walked all the way across the test site, not realizing that land is still contaminated with all kinds of nuclear fallout.
Actually, here's another good point. The government could not have put a secret base there because the radiation levels are off the charts there due to nuclear testing in that area. That would be incredibly irresponsible of them. The radiation levels are so high that this gentleman may have gotten cancer just for being there for a few days. So Bob Lazar claiming that all these people are at this top secret facility working on flying saucers, they would have been irradiated and died with, it's ridiculous. And anybody can go to the Atomic Energy Commission and get the readings that prove that this area is too irradiated. You cannot hang out there. That would be extremely bad for your health.
And he died of cancer 2 years after his journey. But anyway, he gave a little piece that sort of goes along with what Jim Goodall just said about people coming out of nowhere. Remember, Papoose Lake, where Lazar said there's this facility built in the side of the mountain, there is nothing there officially.
So there you go. Jerry Freeman would have been shot dead before he ever got close to such a super secret installation. There is no base.
Here's another good shot. That right up here is where the hangars are supposed to be, I believe, right? He's right there where Bob Lazar and George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell claimed this base was, the super secret base. There's nothing there. There's not a guard shack. There's not a road. There would need, if there's a base there, there would need to be all kinds of support facilities, cafeterias, living quarters, all this kind of stuff. Nothing is there, friends. Nothing.
At Papoose Lake. S4 was a lie. A stable isotope of element 115 was a lie. Doesn't exist in the geological record. Bob's degrees from Caltech and MIT were both lies. The aliens from Zeta Reticuli lie. You get the point. None of this is real. I know it makes for great entertainment, but seriously, kids, stay in school, go to college, take philosophy, take 4 semesters of calculus and physics, learn how to use and apply the tools of the trade, and then come back here and argue in the comments with me about why you still believe Bob Lazar. And don't worry, I got much better stuff than element 115 coming. Stay tuned.
Remember, Papoose Lake, where Lazar said there's this facility built in the side of the mountain, there is nothing there.
There is nothing there. Yeah, too bad, too bad. There is nothing there. And there is some more supportive evidence to prove that there is nothing there, because recently someone got permission to do a flyover that area, and we have even better close-up aerial photos of that area, which just kind of show that there's nothing there, friends. There's nothing there. And so hold on one second, I'm going to show you some of these. Okay, now let me get back to that. So somebody was allowed finally, after all this time, to fly right over the base, and what we get is a view of, again, nothing. There's not a road, there's not a guard shack, there's nothing there. It is a barren nuclear wasteland. Now here off in the distance is Area 51, proper parts of it, right? But there's nothing at S4, friends. Nothing is there. So if you're going to believe Bob Lazar, I'm sorry, but it just, you got to believe in fairy tales, because there's no evidence that anything is there. There is no evidence that anything is there. 1 second, we have a couple of more shots of the area. This one's got a whole lot more detail. We'll share that one as well. And here we go. I don't see any hangars built into a mountain. And again, this is Papoose Lake, the dry lake bed, where Bob Lazar said they would come out. They would right around here from some of his illustrations, I guess, is where the alien spacecraft were kept in hangars on the side of the mountain, and they would bring them out here for low performance tests, just floating them around, flying them around. I don't know. And he said that they would test them here. Friends, I don't know. I don't see anything there that indicates there's any kind of a base. It's a fantasy. It's just a fantasy, friends. There's nothing at Papoose Lake. And again, it's a nuclear wasteland. You can't put a base someplace that is so dangerous to stay at that you would contract cancer from hanging out there. The government wouldn't do that simply for liability issues, friends. Now, boy, we have so much more to cover. I kind of skipped ahead, and I wanted to sort of debut some material that I created some time ago. I created, listen, when this Jeremy Corbell documentary came out, quite honestly, I was pissed, because it seemed like He only included anything that would, bolster the story. It wasn't a documentary about the truth. It was a pro Bob Lazar propaganda fluff piece. That's what that documentary was. So I decided that what I was going to do is do my own documentary and include all of the information he left out that would indicate that Bob Lazar is lying. Now, the low-hanging fruit really is his education. But I found some incredibly interesting things about his education that I hadn't heard elsewhere, and also an explanation from Michael Schratt about his education, his master's thesis, all being erased, and him somehow being erased from every yearbook. Michael Schratt makes an excellent point here in this next clip that I'm going to play. This is some of my own work from this documentary that never finished because things happen. But Michael Schratt makes an excellent point. If you're stupid enough to believe that Bob Lazar's entire background, his history, his education was erased from history, then you have to believe that the men in black crawled into everyone's attic, everyone's garage, stole their yearbook, and replaced it with a new yearbook erasing Bob Lazar from the yearbooks. And people, including myself, Michael Schratt, and a few others, actually have the Caltech yearbooks for the years he was supposed to be going there, actually have the MIT yearbooks for the time he was supposed to be going there. There is no mention of Bob Lazar in any of those yearbooks. But let's get to the education. This is going to be, oh, wait a minute. You know what? Let me do this first and make sure that I have it. 1 second, friends. Okay. Just give me 1 second, friends. I want to make sure that I do this right, that we get the audio. So share audio. Yes, Chrome tab. I've titled this video, Lazar's Claims Destroyed. This is just actually on the YouTube channel, but I haven't made it public. Maybe I will after tonight so everybody can see. And again, this is a piece of an as yet unfinished documentary. And I don't know, maybe someday I'll get the passion and the drive to finish it, because I think it would be good to have a documentary that shows all of the stuff that proves he's lying, instead of just a documentary that rah, 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 Bob Lazar's telling the truth about those aliens, because that's what we got after 30 years, a pro-Lazar fluff piece. Mine is not a fluff piece, okay? So here we go. Bob Lazar's education claims destroyed. Sorry, friends, there's some missing. I forgot, there's some missing. There we go. I guess this is kind of a world premiere of my piece.
What was the year of your graduation from MIT and did you get a PhD?
No, it's a master's degree. What was the year?
Gee, what was the year I got my master's degree? He doesn't know.
Probably 82, because I think I left there.
Friends, people who got a master's degree remember what year they got it.
Could you reveal some of the professors at MIT and Caltech?
Yeah, if you want. I don't have a list of them
Oh,
here.
I don't know them.
One of them, and Hochsfield was another.
Hochsfield?
Hochsfield. HOHSFIELD or something along those lines.
And that person was an electronics teacher at a community college, not a physics professor.
That I went to school with, and George Knapp has spoken to some of them.
I certainly have trouble with Bob's claim credentials at schools. He had claimed to have degrees from MIT and Caltech. I've talked to people who saw him at Caltech, but there's no records there. I think it is entirely possible that he would exaggerate his educational background in order to get a great job. He wouldn't be the first person to do that. He wouldn't be the first person to lie about his background and education in order to get a good job. And you have to wonder, well, wouldn't the people who hired him know that? And yeah, they would have to. They do a background check. They'd have to know that.
Robert Scott Lazar, supposedly a nuclear physicist with a master's in physics from MIT a master in electronics from Caltech, who supposedly worked at Area 51, back engineering flying saucers, figured out how they work using element 115. It's a long, detailed story. You can buy the video someplace else, not from me. I did a lot of checking on Bob. I tried to meet with him twice. I was supposed to on one occasion, and he didn't go along. I checked at MIT. I checked at Caltech. Neither one ever heard of them. Well, but the government wiped his records clean is the response. I talked to the legal counsel at MIT. No way to do that. I talked with the guy who has the degrees, the commencement lists and all that sort of thing. No mention of Lazar. None of the yearbooks show Lazar. You need it for a master's thesis, or for a master's degree, you need a thesis. I talked to the guy who holds those. No Lazar. I didn't there. He was asked publicly, when did you get your master's from MIT? Well, let me see now. I think it was, probably 1982. I have friends who went to MIT, except for myself, couldn't afford to go out of high school. And nobody who gets a master's degree in physics from MIT doesn't know what year he got it in. He was asked to name some of his professors. Well, let's see now. He named somebody, Bill, somebody, I won't use his name on here. I checked on him. It was not a common name, fortunately. He was a physicist. The only trouble is, Bob said he would remember him from Caltech. This individual, Bill, never taught at Caltech. He only taught at Pierce Junior College. Now, Bob himself had mentioned Pierce to me on the phone. He did go there. Now, that's in Southern California, and he was going there at the same time that he was supposedly attending MIT, 2,500 miles east of there. One heck of a commute. If you can go to MIT, you don't go to Pierce Junior College. But beyond that, I checked with his high school. He finished in the bottom third of his high school class. You can't get into MIT if you're outside, usually the top 10, 15, 20% of your class. Bottom third, never. His element 115 scheme won't work. Sounds good, science fiction. So, I checked with Los Alamos. He is in the phone book there. Doesn't that prove that he was a scientist working there? No, it certainly doesn't prove he was a scientist. But if you look at the phone book page, up at the very top, it says, this phone book for employees of the Los Alamos National Laboratory, the Department of Energy, Kirk Meyer Corporation, several other companies. Right after Bob's name, he was only in one phone book issue. I should remember it several months ago. It says K/N. That's Kirk Meyer, subcontractor. He worked out at the Maison facility. Don't need a clearance for that. People come in from all over the world, physicists, to do experiments, and he was a technician. And the story goes on and on beyond that. And I get people telling me, well, I don't see why you don't believe him. He seems so sincere. Sincerity is not a check on truth.
According to Bob Lazar, now this is his claim, he has a master's degree in physics from MIT and also a master's degree in electronics technology from Caltech. He has never produced his original master's degree from either MIT or Caltech. He's never produced it. It's a no-show. There's nothing there. He's never been able to produce the original master's degree. And every effort to locate those degrees has completely failed, including the research by Stanton Friedman. Also, I've got a copy of the MIT yearbook. During the early 1980s, Stanton Friedman did a very investigative search of the early 80s yearbooks. There's nothing there. There's no name, there's no picture. He doesn't appear in any of the yearbooks. So that's a red flag that we need to look at. I've got a letter here to John Andrews from Robert Kiesler, dated March 19th, 1990, talking about his efforts to find Bob's magnetohydrodynamic master's thesis from MIT. And it says, "Dear Mr. Andrews, I am sorry we are unable to locate a copy of Mr. Robert Scott Lazar's thesis on MHD in our facility." Let's review this. According to Lazar, then, the government not only wiped out his degrees, his both degrees, they wiped out all of the yearbooks. So in essence, they had to crawl up into the dusty ceiling attics of all the graduates from MIT and steal the yearbooks out. And then they also scrubbed his magnetohydrodynamic master's thesis. It's completely gone from every repository. That just doesn't sound logical or reasonable to me, if he's telling the truth.
It was 1990. I was working at CNN, and I was a producer, and I got a call in Atlanta at CNN at my office from Bob Lazar. And he said, we're going to be doing something on Memorial Day here. If you can get here, we'd like to have you come and be part of the festivities, and we can talk about, by then it had been very controversial, about whether or not Bob Lazar with John Lear, had Bob Lazar been telling the truth about going to Area 51, working for EG&G, all of that. So I went to Las Vegas, met with all of those guys, and was able to spend a lot of time on that Memorial Day weekend. And I believe it was 1990. And here is the moment of talking with Bob Lazar that is indelible in my mind. He was showing me in his kitchen how he ran this film for the real estate offices that he worked for, filming houses. And he was in the process of demonstrating how he was doing that, just to show me that this is what he did. And he had told me that when Stanton Friedman had questioned him about the fact that he had no degree from MIT, he said, I never ever said I had a degree from MIT or anything like that. What happened, Linda, is I'm an adopted child, and my parents lived in Florida, and they didn't make much money. And I had gone to school with some buddies. We liked electrical things. We liked engineering. We liked taking cars apart. Some of my buddies got accepted to MIT. He said, I drove up to see them as my friends. And I went to one of their classes for a few days. He would just go and sit. And he said, and I learned some things. I became even more interested in having some kind of a career in which I would be dealing with electronic and engineering things. And he said, that's what I learned at MIT. I never told anybody I had a degree. That's Bob's firsthand version to me.
This is the most bothersome part of the story, and I've talked to Bob many times. I think we're friends. I have offered him the opportunity to tell me, Bob, did you exaggerate about your educational background? Because a lot of people do that. You know that in every walk of life, in every occupation, they would exaggerate something on a resume, and he's always stuck to it. As for professors, he gave me the name of one at MIT. I checked on that. The professor is not there now. Whether he was there then, when Bob says he went there, MIT will not give me that information. I do have one person who says he went to school with Bob, or at least was aware that Bob was going to classes at Caltech. His name is Jim Tagliani. He was a technician in the stealth fighter program here in Tonopah, Nevada. He worked with Bob in the early 1980s at a place called Fairchild Zincom Systems in Simi Valley. I have some documentation to back that part of it up, and he said he remembers Bob as working a lot of weird shifts to accommodate his classes there. The only record we can have for Bob Lazar ever in college is a single class in electronics at a junior college in California. Right. And you don't get hired at Los Alamos with that kind of an educational background.
No, but you could get hired at Los Alamos as a radiation health monitor electronics technician. And friends, for all the years that I've looked into this story, that's what I believe, that Mr. Lazar worked on radiation health monitoring equipment. There was even some mention by John Lear of going out to areas around Area 51 and replacing or servicing these radiation health monitoring stations. So, but the education is the low-hanging fruit. That is the easy one to destroy. There's all these conflicting stories. And according to Linda Moulton Howe, I don't know how much I trust her as a source, but I wanted to include it because I hadn't heard that anywhere before. Linda Moulton Howe claims that Bob Lazar told her, "I never said I went to MIT." So it led me to speculate a little bit. Maybe originally he told some of these people that when he was coming out with his story that, I just went to Pierce Junior College, and maybe some of them thought the story would be more believable if he went to MIT and Caltech. That's opinion and speculation. I don't know. But why would he tell Linda Moulton Howe that he never said he went to MIT? I found one other source where Bob Lazar apparently told them, "I never went to MIT, I just hung out there." And of course, we have George Knapp, who's been making money supporting this story for 30 years, claiming that he has a source that dropped off Bob Lazar at Caltech. So he must have went there. That's ridiculous. I have a friend who dropped me off at Drexel University. Okay. It doesn't prove that I was a student at Drexel University. In fact, I never was. I worked there for a time in their robotics research lab, building Linux servers. So I had a friend dropping me off at Drexel University for a long time. Doesn't prove that I was a student there or got a degree from there. This is what we get from these people promoting the story. They just make excuses. They cannot account for this discrepancy, for this lie. And if the whole story starts with a bunch of lies about his education, why should we trust anything that he says? The claims just get more fantastical. Education is easy to prove or disprove. It goes to his credibility. If he starts his story with lies about his education, you have to question everything he says. Now, we're gonna check one more piece of this never finished documentary that I made, which concerns George Knapp, especially Jeremy Corbell, and Bob Lazar's claims that he passed a lie detector test. And I gotta say, Jeremy Corbell was posting this story around the time his documentary hit that somebody wrote claiming that Bob Lazar passed 4 lie detector tests. What people don't know is that the person who administered the test was close friends with George Knapp. And the lie detector tests were done right after Stanton Friedman busted him on his fake education. I believe they did this because they needed to bolster the story somehow to keep it going. And it's no coincidence that out of all the lie detector people that George Knapp could have tapped to do a lie detector test on this person, Bob Lazar, he chose a close friend of his, a former police officer who worked in corporate security that was also a polygraph examiner. Now, I talked to the National Polygraph Examiners Association about sort of ethics and morality. Is this right that this journalist gets a good friend of his to do this lie detector test, which really it's 4 lie detector tests. And here's another important part. They make these claims like Bob Lazar passed 4 lie detector tests. It's almost implying that there were 4 separate tests, 4 separate polygraph examiners. That's not the case. The only person that administered a polygraph exam to Mr. Lazar is this close friend of George Knapp's, Terry Tavernetti, who, by the way, has made many conflicting statements that I have found. One documentary, he says, if he's lying, he should be in Hollywood because he gave absolutely no indication of deception. In another documentary, he basically spills the beans that Bob Lazar failed the first test. And so they gave him 3 more. Friends, again, I contacted the National Polygraph Examiners Association to confirm what I already knew. You don't give somebody 4 chances to pass a lie detector test. You get 1 go at it. If you indicate deception on the first test, then you failed. And according to Terry Tavernetti himself in this documentary, we're going to play a clip from this, he was indicating deception in the first test. He was not doing well. So what, Terry Tavernetti, to help your friend George Knapp out, you gave him 3 more tests? You kept giving him tests until he passed one? That's not the way polygraphs work or are supposed to work. And I've talked to a few people in law enforcement that administer polygraph exams. They all agree with me. You don't get 4 chances to pass a lie detector test. And according to the National Polygraph Examiners Association, this Terry Tabernetti morally and ethically should have refused George Knapp's request because they were friends. They had an existing relationship. Doesn't look good, right? Terry Tabernetti, according to the National Polygraph Examiners Association, should have told George Knapp, we have a friendship, we have a pre-existing relationship, so I cannot be the examiner. Here's a list of qualified examiners that don't know you, you don't have a relationship with, that you can go and have the test administered so that they're fair and accurate. That's not what happened here. In my opinion, this is a friend helping a friend bolster a failing story. Remember, the story was failing at the time that these so-called lie detector tests were administered. And I have another clip here from this Never Finished documentary. And this clip really drives home the point that you can't trust the claims about lie detectors, because in one interview, he's saying there was no deception. And in the other one, he spills the beans. There's a huge discrepancy here. Which one is it? Terry Tabernetti, George Knapp, Bob Lazar? Did he pass 4 lie detector tests, or did he fail the first one and he just kept giving them more until he passed? Let's take a listen to this Terry Tabernetti being interviewed about these polygraphs. And I think you're going to agree with me that something's not right about these so-called lie detector tests. Oh, you know what? I almost did it again. Let me do that. Let me try this again. Share audio. I got to always remember that, friends. And this is titled, Why George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, and Bob Lazar's Passing a Lie Detector Claims Are Total Bullshit. And here we go, friends.
Now, before you toss Lazar on the pile with all the other UFO wackos, understand that he willingly agreed to take a lie detector test, requested and independently arranged by a Las Vegas reporter. Terry Tabernetti is the ex-cop who administered the test.
If he's lying, he ought to be in Hollywood, because he gave absolutely no physiological indications of attempting deception.
We started the first test, and it went exactly the way I thought it went. He was not doing one. He was reacting to the relevant questions more than he was to the control type of questions, which is indicative of a person who is deceptive, because it's showing an emotion that he does not feel comfortable with his answers. These questions bother him.
He gave absolutely no physiological indications of attempting deception.
He was not doing one. He was reacting to the relevant questions more than he was to the control type of question.
No physiological indications of attempting deception.
Deceptive, because it's showing an emotion that he does not feel comfortable with his answers. Deceptive, deceptive, deceptive,
deception,
deceptive, indicative of a person who is deceptive. Who is deceptive. He was not doing it. Deceptive. He was not doing it. Deceptive, deceptive, deceptive.
And there we have it, friends. And, you know, I got to say that anytime there's anything out there in the media that these people can use to bolster their claims, like somebody writes a story that says Bob Lazar passed 4 lie detectors, Jeremy Corbell is right there to say, see, the story's real. But again, folks, if you peel the onion, take a few layers off those layers of deception that these people are using to fool people and bolster their fake claims, these lie detector claims are ridiculous. A good friend of George Knapp's gives him 4 different tests. And again, there's no record of any other polygraph examiner. There's no record of anyone else being involved in this, or it's just this friend of George Knapp's that can't get his story straight about what happened when the tests were done. I find those claims to be ridiculous and dubious at best, that people would use this as evidence that he's telling the truth. No, friends, I don't think so. So, you know, what we get is his excuses and lies for his education. We get excuses and lies about him passing lie detector tests administered by a close friend of George Knapp's, done in a completely, totally, morally, and ethically wrong way, a way that no other polygraph examiner does things, and we're supposed to just believe. I'm sorry, no. Now, we did mention Bob Lazar's, or we did mention Jeremy Rye's alien scientist before. And one of the things that I find most interesting about the Bob Lazar case is that any real scientist that chimes in on Bob Lazar's fake science immediately says it's fake. And these are all people that have real science degrees. Every single person that I know with a real science degree who I've asked, and I've asked quite a few, including Stanton Friedman, he and I talked about this. Jeremy Rye has a real physics degree. There's a famous video of two physicists watching Bob Lazar explain how those flying saucers work, and both of them were like, this is science fiction. This is not reality. This isn't real. This can't be real. This can't work. But I found an excellent sort of explanation into just the science, right? The science behind Bob Lazar's and why it doesn't work, why it is completely wrong if you're a real scientist. Bob Lazar basically claimed that you put this little tiny piece of element 115 in this reactor and it creates enough energy to basically open wormholes, which is ridiculous, friends, because to open a wormhole, you would need an awful lot of energy, a lot more energy than a little piece of anything could provide. His science doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. And we've got a really excellent sort of breakdown of some of the Bob Lazar science and why it's hokey and stupid. We're gonna play a clip. Okay, and again, I'm going to cite fair use, and just because I forgot, I'd like to cite fair use on all those clips about the education and those two clips about the lie detector tests. Again, this is fair use, a transformative work. We're educating the public. We're discussing and critiquing these things, and that is the definition of fair use. So we've got another sort of video that I think is excellent because it explains why Bob Lazar's fake science is fake and cannot work. And again, I'm going to cite fair use, and we are going to stop this every once in a while and comment on it just so that we're good with fair use. And this video is titled Bob Lazar, Area 51, Element 115, Alien Gravity Propulsion. Could it work?
He said, in this video, I'm going to look specifically at the science of the spacecraft and the propulsion systems as described by Mr. Lazar and tell you whether this technology is plausible based on proven scientific concepts that we humans know to be true. In the Netflix documentary, Mr. Lazar outlines how the space folding engines on these spacecraft are set up.
Underneath, the floor below, are the gravity emitters. The center antenna is really an extension of the reactor in the center, and that's a waveguide, which allows the emission of the gravity wave, which forms kind of a heart shape over the whole craft. That's how it creates its distortion. These gravity emitters can be swung all the way up to 180 degrees.
Yeah, and there's a whole lot more that I could say about some of his fake science, but maybe we'll get to that as we go along.
And this allows the craft to essentially stand on two of them and hover, while this one swings up and creates a distortion in front of it, allowing the craft to slide forward. So that's how their low power mode, Omicron configuration operate. The Delta.
And Bob Lazar at various times has mentioned this Omicron configuration, Delta configuration. I haven't found any supportive evidence that those are real terms. I think he just made them up. but that's just me.
The configuration uses all three. And unlike science fiction movies where you see flying saucers just flying along like that, they actually fly belly first. The craft flies along, leaves the atmosphere of the planet. It turns its belly to the destination. The three amplifiers focus in on the destination, and that's how it proceeds.
And here's another point I'd like to make. In every one of his illustrations, the seats are molded into the craft. If this thing flies face forward like that, then the people would be in an awfully awkward position. You know, if the craft is right side up, they'd be sitting like I'm sitting. If the craft is upside down, they'd be sitting, I guess, like they're in a rocket ship. I don't understand how people are supposed to travel through interstellar space in that position, but okay.
Incredible claims like folding space require incredible evidence. There's no physical evidence to speak of, but there is his report. In the documentary, he describes the physical setup of the engines, but what the documentary did not show is his description of how the alien engine works. I found an archived document on the internet that showed his description of the engine that he had on his website in 1996, and a review of it by a particle physicist, Dr. David Morgan.
By the way, Bob Lazar used to have a great deal of information on the website, and he put up information about how these spacecraft worked and all kinds of things, drawings. He took it all down. And I think there's a reason for that, because putting that information out there didn't help his case, because it allowed people that are actual scientists to look into it and pick it apart. And I don't believe he liked that.
There's a link in the description if you want to see it. Here's how Mr. Lazar described the alien propulsion system. It generates a tense gravitational field, and using that field to distort space-time, bringing the destination to the source, and allowing you to cross many light years of space in little time without traveling in a linear mode near the speed of light. Well, distorting space-time is not a big deal. All matter distorts space-time. That's what gravity is. Your body is distorting space-time right now. What Mr. Lazar, I think, is alluding to is the idea of creating a wormhole in space to go instantly from one location to another. This idea of folding space or creating a wormhole through space instead of traversing through space idea has been talked about for decades in scientific circles. It's been used in movies like Interstellar. It is theoretical and not anything new. The problem is that in order to create a wormhole this size, that might allow this kind of travel, you would need one big enough for the spacecraft to go through, and one that would last more than billionths of a second. This, according to everything we know, requires an enormous amount of energy. I don't mean like the energy of a hydrogen bomb, which converts about 2 pounds of matter into energy. I mean the energy created if the entire mass of the Earth was turned completely into energy using Einstein's equation E equals mc squared, and possibly even more mass than that. But
Sorry about that. So here's the deal, friends. If you believe that Bob Lazar is telling the truth, then you have to believe that Einstein is wrong. Because according to Einstein's theory of relativity, it would take, like this gentleman is mentioning, an Earth-size mass converted 100% into energy, and even that might not be enough. You'd have to believe that Bob Lazar is somehow smarter than Einstein. I'm not buying it.
according to Mr. Lazar, the fuel for this spaceship comes from a few hundred pounds of element 115. Now, I'll get into the element 115 in a minute.
No, this gentleman in this video, I have to say, he did a great job on this video, but he's a little inaccurate here. Bob Lazar has said that they had about 500 pounds worth of element 115. But the fuel to actually make the spacecraft go was just this little, you could hold it between your two fingers, this little triangle-sized piece of element 115. I don't know how far you could go on that, but the spacecraft would fly with just that little tiny piece of element 115. It wasn't hundreds of pounds of fuel. But even if it was hundreds of pounds of fuel, that's still not enough to make this work.
But a few hundred pounds of any matter would not come anywhere close to creating the amount of energy needed for this. The other inconvenience with creating a wormhole is that everything would be sucked into the wormhole, not just the spaceship, but also all the air, the buildings nearby, the trees, the grass, the city, probably half of Nevada. Dr. Morgan says that all...
And Bob Lazar once described standing under the craft while it was floating and operating. If that were the case, he would be sucked into the wormhole as well. I assume, I don't know.
All of Earth would be sucked into it. But I think the wormhole would likely collapse before that happened. Why would everything be sucked into it? Because if you distort space-time, it creates gravity. And all matter is going to be attracted to this gravity. Gravity does not discriminate between the spaceship and everything else around it. Now, a lot of people give credence to Mr. Lazar because he supposedly talked about element 115 back in 1989, well before it was discovered. Element 115 was actually synthesized by the Russians in 2003 and is now known on the periodic table as moscovium.
And again, the discovery of element 115 was predicted in science and chemistry books even as far back as the 1960s. There was also an article of Scientific American talking about element 115 and how it may soon be discovered, what properties it might have, which came out right before Bob Lazar came out with his fantastical claims.
So proponents say, how could he have known about element 115? Well, here's the thing about the elements. In order to predict elements that haven't been discovered yet, all you have to do is look at the periodic table. Naturally occurring elements stop at element 92, uranium. Everything heavier than uranium is synthesized in a lab. So over time, for example, neptunium, plutonium, etc., were synthesized as soon as we had the technology to do it. Currently, elements up to 118 have been synthesized. It doesn't take a genius to predict what elements will be synthesized next.
Yeah, and this is the point that I made. Like, okay, so we're up to 118. Anybody can predict that 119 will be discovered next. Friends, the science just doesn't work. And, you know, I don't think that it's a coincidence that every actual scientist that you ask will tell you that the science Bob Lazar presents is science fiction. It just can't work. So, you know, that's where we're at with the so-called science. Okay, so yeah, we've had Jeremy Rise, alien scientist who has a real physics degree. There's 2 physicists on YouTube going over this and saying it's bunko. We've had Stanton Friedman and multiple other physicists and science officers say that his plans just won't work. You know, there's a lot of fake claims that Bob Lazar has made that can be picked apart easily. One of my favorite claims is, and George Knapp says this all the time, he's got to be a scientist. He's got a particle accelerator in his bedroom. Friends, you can't fit a particle accelerator in somebody's bedroom. That's a completely and totally fake claim. And George Knapp and Bob Lazar and Jeremy Corbell have made that claim over and over again. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that they could just say this stuff. That's ridiculous. Ask any scientist, a physicist, can you fit a particle accelerator in your bedroom? No. You need square miles to create a real particle accelerator capable of doing any useful work. Might he have had something like a particle accelerator, like a technology demonstrator or a little kit in it? Maybe, but it couldn't do anything. It just doesn't work, friends. You can't have a particle accelerator in your house. And again, boy, there's so much more to cover. I thought it important to at least reference my previous show from the Midnight Hour on Bob Lazar because there was 2 important clips, and I tried to find them again, and I was unable to do so. And these clips involved Bob Lazar claiming on Larry King that the gravity waves from the craft should be detected. And there's a thing. There is an observatory specifically designed to detect gravity waves, and I called them. And I spoke to some nice, kind physicists that worked there, and I started telling them the Bob Lazar story. One of them emailed me in correspondences, back and forth, and the gist of it is that no, nobody has ever detected gravity waves in our atmosphere or even in our solar system, and they've been set up to do so for quite some time. If these craft were being test flown, they would have detected the gravity waves that these craft are generating, and they never have. And my thanks to the scientists there at LANL who were kind enough to look at Bob Lazar's science and how these craft work and tell me if they could detect the gravity waves. If this craft was creating gravity waves, could they detect it? There were some very kind people there that were very patient with me in trying to explain why that is absolutely crazy and couldn't happen, because they would have detected it. Their instruments are extremely, extremely sensitive. They can detect gravity waves galaxies away, I believe. So if there was gravity waves right in Earth's atmosphere, of course they would detect them, and they never have. So friends, we're gonna kick things old school now and go back to the midnight hour, because I have this explanation and this clip of Bob Lazar talking on Larry King, and there's one other very important clip in here, and we're going to let this go because these are two very important parts that prove Bob Lazar is lying. And you know, it just goes on and on. You can just keep going with this. It seems like catching him in lies is easy. It's easy to catch Bob Lazar in lies. It's easy to catch George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell lying about this case, or you know, using any little thing they can to try to bolster their claims. It's hard to show the evidence, and they can't, and they won't. But here we go. Let's go to a clip about this gravity waves and about the size of the hangars and the size of the spacecraft, which is another easy way to show that Bob Lazar is lying. And again, this is from the midnight hour. I would cite fair use, but this is my own work. So, but I'm going to cite fair use of the clips of Larry King's show, which we're playing in this little segment.
I don't have proof of this, but it's just something that I want you to think about. And let's also think about all the times Bob Lazar has been caught in outright lies. Generally, Bob Lazar will not give interviews, and he will certainly not give interviews unless he has the questions in advance so he can prepare his answers. That's something that I've heard. Don't know if it's true, but Bob Lazar was on an episode of Larry King where viewers were sending in questions. And I gotta say, I was so happy to hear that at least two of the questions Bob was asked, he completely and totally proved himself to be a fraud, a fake, and a liar. I caught this. I'm not sure that other people did, but let's let you listen to the first question that I think proves him a fraud, a fake, and a liar. And I'm going to tell you why. Let's listen to the first question. It's about gravity waves.
Bob, if a spacecraft distorted space-time in order to travel massive distances, assuming they don't make any arduously large number of tiny jumps, would you expect such distortion to cause detectable gravity waves?
Yes, I would, depending on the direction the craft is traveling. Yeah, I would imagine we would be able to detect some gravity waves from that.
Wow, so once Bob Lazar and I actually agree on something. He's right. If a craft worked in the way that Bob Lazar described the craft that he worked on worked, we would absolutely be able to detect those gravity waves. But there's a big problem with Bob Lazar's story of how this alien spacecraft he claims he worked on, he claims he viewed tests of, worked. We would be able to detect those gravity waves. I have to tell you, folks, about something called LIGO, the Laser Interferometer. I have to tell you, folks, about something called LIGO, L-I-G-O, the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory. This is something that we have. We have an observatory that is, its sole purpose is to detect and study gravity waves. And if a craft operated the way that Bob Lazar claims the flying saucers he worked on operated, we would be able to detect those gravity waves. Even Bob Lazar, when asked the question from a viewer of Larry King's show, agreed, yes, we would be able to detect those gravity waves. I wanted to be sure. So I called LIGO and talked to some very kind astrophysicists and physicists who work there. One of them was even kind enough to review Bob Lazar's so-called science. He called me back, and I have to say, this is a real scientist who works at LIGO. And he told me that in his professional opinion, Bob Lazar science is science fiction. It's not real, folks. And here's why. If Bob Lazar is telling the truth about how these craft, these so-called flying saucers, operated, then LIGO would be able to detect them traveling through space anywhere near our solar system. Their observatory has a massive reach, folks. They've never detected detectable gravity waves in our own solar system. And they've certainly never detected gravity waves in Earth's atmosphere. Bob Lazar claimed that these craft distorted space-time and generated gravity waves. That's how they operated. This is Bob Lazar's own claims, folks. And a real scientist that works at a real scientific organization and observatory that is designed specifically to study gravity waves says that Bob Lazar's science is fake. And Bob Lazar's claims that any so-called flying saucer or experimental craft that used gravity waves or time-space distortion to propel the craft is a complete and total science fiction fantasy.
Oh, sorry about that. So yeah, the major point, again, we keep hammering this. Anytime you ask a real scientist to look at Bob Lazar's so-called science, they inevitably always tell you the same thing. It doesn't work. Now we're going to get to the next question on Larry King. And see, here is, I've heard that Bob Lazar needs to question scripted in advance. And he's always got to have a handler with him and, you know, helping him remember the story, I guess. I don't know. But when Bob Lazar is put to task, you know, when he's called out on the carpet and he just has to answer real questions from real people, he fails miserably. And we're going to see my favorite example of him failing miserably to answer a question. Bob Lazar is very, very fond of saying all these people get caught up in the minutia. That's not important. Little things matter. Little things like the size of the spacecraft and the size of the hangar doors in the drawings that Bob Lazar made. Friends, when I heard this, I almost fell off my chair when I heard this question asked and answered. So let's see if we can get to it.
This is a real scientist, folks, who works at LIGO studying gravity waves. He says that if a craft such as Bob Lazar describes ever was test flown in our atmosphere, they would certainly have detected those gravity waves, and they never have. If a craft such as Bob Lazar describes ever traveled anywhere near, he said, our solar system, then LIGO, that observatory, would certainly have detected that time-space distortion, would have detected those gravity waves. And they never ever have, folks. That's the end of the story. A real scientist looked at his so-called propulsion system and said it's a science fiction fantasy, and he has actual scientific evidence to back him up. If a flying saucer or any craft really worked that way, they would have detected it, and they never have, folks. It's a fantasy, a fraud, a fake, a con. Let's move on to the next question that he was asked, and this one is even more shocking.
How big were the spacecrafts from Area 51 that the reverse engineering?
Again, fair use.
I think it was about 52 feet in diameter.
And ladies and gentlemen, I have to say, when I heard Bob Lazar answer this question, I almost fell off my chair. This is another one of those little things that Bob Lazar says people get lost in. The minutia, right? It's a little thing. How big was the craft? But it's a big thing. It's a really big thing that Bob Lazar says that the craft, the flying saucers that he worked on at Area 51 were 52 feet in diameter. Because this, my friends, this little thing, more than anything else lately, proves what a complete and total liar and a fraud and fake Bob Lazar is. He's saying that the craft that he worked on were 52 feet in diameter. Now, I'm not a senior staff level physicist. I'm not even that good at math, but I can do third grade math. And I got to tell you that anybody that can do third grade math can tell that Bob Lazar is a liar, just based on how he answered this question that he was asked on this Larry King show about how big the craft are. And here's why. I mentioned my intense interest in his story and how I have been collecting things for a very, very long time. And I'm sure that at some point I had drawings that Bob Lazar made when he first came out with a story about the hangar bay doors. But I had to be sure. So I went to the man who knows, Dan Benkert, who's one of the most knowledgeable people I know about the Bob Lazar case. Shout out to Dan Benkert. And I asked him, didn't Bob Lazar do some drawings and say how big the hangar bay doors were? And I got to tell you, the man who knows, Solar Marshall, came through and he sent me, once again, those original drawings that Bob Lazar made that had some scribbles about dimensions. And folks, here's where it gets completely convincing that Bob Lazar is full of shit. And here's why. In the drawing, the first drawing, near as I can tell, that Bob Lazar made of the so-called base where he worked on these alien flying saucers, he drew the facility and the hangar bay doors. And included in that drawing that was drawn by Bob Lazar, he says that the hangar bay doors were 40 feet wide. Now, like I said, folks, I'm not a physicist. I'm not even that good at math, but I can do third grade math. So I'm going to ask you a very important question. How does a 52-foot diameter spacecraft get in and out of a 40-foot hangar door? Now, I wanted to be absolutely certain, so I went on a hunt, and I probably had to waste a great deal of time listening to, I don't know, so many hours of Bob Lazar and interviews with him, where he basically proved himself a liar, because, my friends, if the craft was 52 feet in diameter, multiple times, he has described the hangar bay doors as being less than 52 feet. Most often, he said they were 40 feet wide. There's no way, folks, that a 52-foot aircraft, drone, airplane, flying saucer, there's nothing that's 52 feet in diameter that's going to fit out of a 40-foot hangar door. This is one of those minutiae, those things he doesn't want you to be concerned with. But what do you? Yeah, friends. So, I mean, that's Bob Lazar himself giving us a drawing saying the hangar bay doors are 40 feet wide. And when asked how big the craft were on Larry King, he said they were 52 feet in diameter. You're not getting a 52-foot flying saucer in and out of a 40-foot hangar bay door. And friends, it just goes on and on and on. I could do this all night. We could just keep going for 8 hours of showing all of these Bob Lazar lies. It's ridiculous that this man and his supporters, most of which have made money as well from this fake story, are allowed to continue to go on with this fake story. It's ridiculous. It's amazing to me that they can continue to do this stuff, but they do. I'm going to go back to my notes. Okay, so we've covered. Yeah, and I just wanted to mention that I mentioned earlier, I said LANL, which is a different laboratory. The laboratory that I spoke with about the gravity waves is actually called LIGO. So just a correction there. Now, yeah, we could get into the FBI raid at the end of the so-called Bob Lazar documentary. And that, again, is sort of a joke. It's really sort of a joke, friends, because I just can't even believe that they thought that they could get away with using the FBI raid as a great ending. Look, the FBI raided Bob Lazar's business. They must have been looking for that flying saucer fuel, right? The element 115.
And friends, this is a plot device. You know why I know it's a plot device? Because the same plot device was used in the screenplay, the Hollywood screenplay that Bob Lazar's buddy wrote, right? That never got turned into a movie. But the exact same plot device was used in the Hollywood screenplay. That Bob Lazar, he still had some element 115. He could prove the whole story true. But God damn it, the government came in and raided his house and stole back the element 115. That story was out there. The story that happened was out there long before this film. Okay? So then the film comes up, they need an ending, and suddenly Bob Lazar's business gets raided, right? And suddenly they're saying it's because he had the element 115 and he was under surveillance and all of this nonsense. It's nonsense, friends. The actual raid on his business had nothing to do with element 115 or Bob Lazar's stupid flying saucer stories. And I know that because I talked to the chief of police in that town, and that person verified for me that no, he was in all the briefings, he hung around with the FBI agents, and there was no talk of element 115. Nobody even knew, right? That nobody from the FBI, according to the local police chief, mentioned that Bob Lazar was that Area 51 alien guy. In fact, the briefings were a very serious sort of, sorry, friends, I'm trying to get this story up so I can share it. Now I can't find the article. Well, oh, that's because I'm copying too. That could be why. Yeah, let me get this article up. And so what happened is I filed a FOIA request. Actually, I'm going to show that. Okay, yeah, and there's a Vice article about this so-called raid on Bubba's business. And actually, it was written by Tim McMillan, who I sort of follow on Twitter. I think he's very grounded and a trustable person when it comes to any story. He does good research. So I'm gonna, one second. I have that up. Now I'm trying to get this FOIA request up. So when I heard, as soon as I saw this documentary, I call it a documentary loosely. Again, I think it's a pro-Lazar fluff piece designed to sell. And that's its only purpose. They're not after the truth. They just want to sell you something, a story that just might be true. So as soon as this came out and they had this raid on his business claiming it was about element 115, I filed a FOIA request and to get the actual documents. Oh, that's not good. Uh-oh. Okay, let me try this again. Let me close a few things just in case that's affecting things. I'm on a new computer here, which may be affecting why I'm having a little bit of trouble. I'm going to try this one more time. It seemed like it was going to freeze. So, yeah. Oh, I got to open it again. 1 second. So when I heard this story, I filed my own FOIA requests to get copies of the actual warrant and things like that to verify if it had anything to do with element 115 or to see if he was actually under surveillance or anything like that. No, it's not going to let me do that. All right, friends, I'm going to have to just read that. This is my FOIA request. It went to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Record Information Dissemination Section, 170 Marcel Drive, Winchester, Virginia, 22602. And I wrote, Dear FOIA Officer, pursuant to Freedom of Information Act 5 USC, yada, yada, I am requesting the following. All documents, records in which the relevant documents directly or indirectly related to an FBI raid or criminal investigation carried out on July 20th, 2017 at the business United Nuclear, which is located at the following address. I gave the address. If it helps with your search, the business proprietor's name is Robert Lazar. The date range of the request is July 1st, 2017 through July 31st, 2017. The raid occurred on July 20th, 2017. I'm requesting a waiver of all fees as a member of the news media and independent broadcaster, yada, yada. And this is signed me and my producer at the time for the Midnight Hour show. And we got back all of those same documents, which a Lieutenant McMillan, Tim McMillan, got the same thing, and he got it quicker than me. I guess he filed his requests sooner, but he wrote an article on Vice about the raid and Bob Lazar and George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell's claim that it was about something to do with element 115. And that article is titled, Bob Lazar Says the FBI Raided Him to Seize Area 51 Alien Fuel. The truth is weirder. So I don't want to read this entire article, but I'll put a link to it in the description box below so that you can read the entire article. And here we see Jeremy Corbell with his cash cow, Bob Lazar, right? Okay, so this gives a breakdown of, them preparing to raid his business. Now, I'm so glad that this is listed here because I always call it thorium. But what the FBI were actually looking for during that raid was sales records related to thallium that he sells on his website. Thallium was used, allegedly, in a murder, and this was a murder investigation. Now, there's some very important parts to this fake story about element 115. Bob Lazar, Jeremy Corbell, and George Knapp have claimed that there was 30 agents there and all these trucks and everything. No, friends. I talked to the local police chief. He was there the entire time. There was 10 or 11 people there, including law enforcement agents from the state the murder took place, FBI guys. There was a guy in a hazmat suit because Bob Lazar sells all kinds of crazy stuff at his business. So he went in there first and made sure it was safe for them to go in there and look for whatever they were looking for. But there's been repeated claims from Bob Lazar, Jeremy Corbell, and George Knapp that there was 30 people there and there was all these people there. They didn't need all these people. No, there was 10 or less people there, according to the police chief who was there. So that's an outright lie. Again, the entire raid was nothing to do with Bob Lazar. It was a murder investigation. They got a warrant to get his sales records and to get, I suppose, the thallium that he was selling that someone allegedly used to kill their wife with. And and Bob Lazar first said, we had a customer a few years ago that murdered his wife. And again, I have to say allegedly because I don't know if that guy got convicted. FBI, local law enforcement came with a warrant to get our records on him. We provided them the documents and all the information they had on him. And here's him doing a Reddit post on the day that the raid took place. Why he would do that, except to promote this film, which was dropping any minute, I don't know. Okay. The spokesman for the Michigan State Police declined to comment on the search. Houghton Police Chief John Donnelly confirmed his department and his primary agent responsible for the investigation of Jan Sterl's death. However, he declined to comment further. I got the same person, Mr. Donnelly, to comment, and he told me he was in on all that. First of all, there was no surveillance. The FBI arrived perhaps the day before the raid. They did a briefing with the local law enforcement agency, and he's the police chief, and with some of the other people that were involved, which were out-of-state law enforcement agents from the state that the raid actually took place. So, yeah, there was no surveillance of Bob. They didn't hear a conversation about Jeremy Corbell and him talking, and Bob Lazar talking about Element 115. That's a fantasy generated by Corbell to sell a film. And this article goes on to talk about, 2017 wasn't the first time Lazar and United Nuclear have been raided by law enforcement. No, he's been raided multiple times for once he was raided for selling fireworks, making material that he did not have a license to sell. And also in 2003, after he unwittingly sold federal agents banned chemicals. Yeah, that's the illegal fireworks. Oh, wow. Later, in 2006, he pleaded guilty to violating the Federal Hazardous Substances Act and was sentenced to $7,500 fine and 3 years federal probation. And this is not the first time that Bob Lazar has been in legal trouble. Remember, he got arrested for running an illegal whorehouse. That's a great source of information. The guy ran an illegal whorehouse. Okay? The guy's not credible. I'm sorry. If you run a whorehouse, I'm not going to trust you about your fake flying saucer alien stories. Tim McMillan goes on to write, to date, there's never been any tangible evidence proving Lazar ever set foot inside Area 51, much less worked on alien spaceships or obtained any mysterious element. Yeah, and the article goes on, and here is the Michigan Department of State Police document. I have this as well, but it's just easier to show them from here. And this is the people. This is, again, documents related to the actual raid. And, you know, again, the raid had absolutely nothing to do with Element 115. Completely unrelated matter, but Jeremy Corbell and Bob Lazar and George Knapp are going to claim that, oh, no, that was just a cover story, that murder investigation. Yeah, no, they were there to get that Element 115, bro. And I got to tell you, I corresponded with George Knapp about this. I wrote, let me see, I was going to show you it, but, you know, I'm just going to read this to you. And this is correspondence between George Knapp and myself. After I talked to the police chief, I went to George Knapp, and I was kind of like, you know, wanting to see what George Knapp was going to say after I talked to the police chief, who said this flying saucer story bullshit was bullshit. He was there the entire time. Okay, so I said that the raid on United Nuclear had nothing to do with Element 115. I had and still have a source at the local police department. I stand by my statement saying that it had anything to do with 115 was just a plot device used to sell the film. I'm sorry if we disagree on this, George, but the docs are out and obviously don't mention 115. I spoke with the local police chief who was in on the raid, who said it had absolutely nothing to do with Element 115. He heard no mention of Element 115 in the briefings. He saw no one looking for Element 115. No, they simply went there and got the documents that they needed and searched Lazar's business for those documents. It was simply a routine raid related to a criminal investigation, a murder investigation. People are already calling Corbell a liar. Let me guess, this was just a cover story. Yeah, imagine that I guessed that they would say it was a cover story and that the men in black used to get to the 115. I filed 40 requests for these documents, but someone got to them sooner than me. I go on to say that I grew up watching you and Bob. I always wanted the story to be true. Some part of me still hopes it is, but I have to know the truth. Does not look like Corbell and Lazar were telling any kind of truth about the raid on Bob Lazar's business. Best regards, Stephen. And to his credit, George Knapp will at least try to answer critics or other researchers. And what he says in reply to me is, you are welcome to believe whatever you want. We've been trying to get, again, this is George Knapp replying to me. He said, we've been trying to get a copy of the warrant for almost 2 years. The story Jeremy told in the film is exactly what happened. And I don't understand them trying to get a copy of the warrant for almost 2 years. I got it shortly after I filed a FOIA request. I mean, within 2 or 3 weeks, which is kind of quick, you know, but I did. I got the documents in 3 weeks. I don't know why they couldn't file a FOIA request and get the same documents that Tim McMillan got and I got and other researchers got. That does not seem plausible to me that they've been trying for 2 years. And I believe that if you're the subject of an FBI raid and they have a warrant, you're entitled to a copy. He could walk into his local FBI office and request a copy, Bob Lazar, and get it. 2 years, he never got it. George Knapp goes on to say the story Jeremy told in the film is exactly what happened. Bob was not given a copy of the warrant, nor was he allowed to read it, but he was told by the agents that the official reason for the raid was to find evidence related to a murder case. There was no lie told. I kind of, accused Corbell and Lazar and him of lying about this raid. There was no lie told then or now. The reason both he and I suspect the true intention was to find 115 has been explained several times. No one at the time has claimed the search warrant mentioned 115. My own suspicion, they didn't need to conduct lengthy surveillance operation. They didn't need 23 agents, cops, and techs to obtain a sales record. Again, that is inaccurate. There was not 23 agents. There wasn't 30 or 40 as Corbell and Lazar claimed. There was 10. There was around 10 people there, and that included the FBI. That included a person that's trained to deal with hazmat situations, to go in and clear the business. That included the out-of-state law enforcement agents where the murder took place. There was 10 or less people present at the raid. There wasn't 23 agents. There wasn't 30 or 40 like these people would have you believe. That's just an exaggeration and a falsehood. Okay, all they had to do was ask for it. So what were they looking for? Why such a large operation? Why is the FBI involved in a routine murder case? Hey, George Knapp, it was interstate, okay? The person that murdered his wife ordered thallium from Bob Lazar's business, which was in a whole nother state. It makes it a federal crime. That's why the FBI were involved in a routine murder case. And you're supposed to be a great journalist that's covered crime. You told me later in this letter that you've covered hundreds of murder investigations. Wouldn't you know that the FBI was involved in a routine murder case because it was across interstate lines? I don't know. I think you should. If Lazar was involved in a murder, where are the charges? He wasn't involved directly, but he did apparently or allegedly sell this gentleman who killed his wife the thallium, which is a rare element. If he was selling something illegal, where are the charges? I don't know. I don't know that it was illegal to sell thallium. I still am unclear on that. The limited facts about a murder investigation were reported from day one. That's what Lazar said he was told by the agents. This is what the employee told the local newspaper the following day. It is the story he told in Jeremy's film, and it is what he has told audiences as well. But he also shared the suspicions he had and that I share, that they were looking for something else, which is why that team searched every single inch of Lazar's building. And this, again, I have a problem with. Ask anybody you know in law enforcement. If they've got a warrant to search a business, they're going to look for other crimes. That's just how they're trained. They're going to look for other. This guy has already been arrested for selling things he didn't have the legal right to sell. Of course, they're going to look through everything and try to get additional charges against whoever, Bob or whatever. They're going to be thorough. So to say because they were thorough, they were looking for flying saucer fuel is a big leap, George Knapp, a big leap. Now he goes on to say, it is unlikely we will ever get to see the original warrant. But for almost 2 years, the UFO public has accused Jeremy of making it all up. Nobody accused Jeremy of making up the FBI raid. At first, people couldn't get to the documents. As soon as they did, they went, yeah, okay, but it has nothing to do with element 115. George Knapp goes on to say, I've been trying to get it since it happened. Now that it can be proven the raid is true, the argument has shifted to how it's all cover-up of a murder probe. Nobody that I know has said it was a cover-up of a murder probe. Most people are saying it was a manufactured bullshit plot device used to sell a documentary that wasn't true. The FBI raid had nothing to do with element 115, but the people making money from the story want you to believe that. Okay, it is not the murder case info was reported immediately. It is not a deep, dark secret. It was not covered up, but we did not have the police report until yesterday. So it's pretty hard to cover up. FYI, I hired a private investigator a few weeks ago to help us obtain any official records related to the raid. Yesterday, my PI informed me that he had spoken to local cops and they agreed to hand over a copy of their highly detailed incident report. Okay. Yeah, my PI also told me yesterday that another investigator from Georgia had obtained the same records. Yeah, so there was a race to get the records, and I lost. I believe that Tim McMillan got the documents, and it might be, I'm not sure if it's a different investigator from Georgia also got the documents before me, several days before me, maybe a week before me, actually. A few hours later, the ex-cop posted his article. Jeremy and I are both glad to see it since it makes it clear the raid was real and not imaginary. Nobody that I know claimed that the raid was imaginary. Everybody that I know claimed that the raid was a plot device and had nothing to do with Area 51 and flying saucers, and that you guys just used the raid to hype up your movie, to make your movie seem like it might be real, right? Yeah, they're after that element 115. Okay. He goes on to say, ask any lawman, homicide detective, or FBI agent you know to read the report and see if it sounds like a routine murder investigation. And I did, and they said, yeah, it doesn't seem anything out of the ordinary here from the documents that we have. Jeremy has reported it accurately. I'm sorry. No, he hasn't reported it accurately. He said they were looking for element 115. He can't prove that, but he said that. I have him dead to rights on another show saying they were looking for the element 115. He believes they were looking for the element 115. Bob Lazar, on the same show, yeah, I believe they were looking for the element 115. George Knapp goes on to say, I happen to share his suspicions. I don't know how many times you have worked on a murder investigation, but I've covered hundreds of them. If you consider this to be routine, then your experiences with homicide probes is far different from mine. Yeah, and that's where we're at, friends. You know, to his credit, at least he answered me, but I think he has a vested financial interest. Remember, I believe that he has a financial stake in Jeremy Corbell's movie. So of course he's going to support this bullshittery, because he's going to make more money if they twist the facts of that FBI raid and make it part of the story. And it's not part of the story. And yes, it's a routine thing for the FBI and state police or local police to raid a business together when the murder weapon was purchased through interstate commerce. So friends, yeah, we have covered so much here. The education is fake. The lie detector claims are fake. Lazar's fake science just doesn't work. Ask any scientist. S4 is not there. It doesn't exist. The FBI raid was twisted to sell a documentary and had nothing to do with Bob Lazar's bullshit stories. Bob Lazar himself said gravity waves would be detected, yet they never were by LIGO. And real scientists that I know, that I spoke with at LIGO, looked at his flying saucer designs and said this wouldn't work. We had other examples tonight of why it wouldn't work. Alien scientists said it wouldn't work. Stanton Friedman, people may or may not be aware, but Stanton Friedman and I talked very frequently about this case. And when I first started talking to Stanton Friedman, I was still a believer. In fact, I thought I found a new witness that put Bob Lazar on a Janet airline flying into Area 51. That's on my old channel. That person still might be right. Bob Lazar may have flown into Area 51 on Janet Airlines in order to work on radiation health monitoring equipment. John Lear and others have for a long time stated that Bob Lazar worked on these radiation health monitors around Area 51. Would it be that big of a stretch that he's flown in to work on the radiation health monitors in Area 51? No, it's not a big stretch. That would explain a lot about why he knows anything about Area 51, because he was perhaps a low-level electronics tech in and around Area 51. Now, friends, you know, and here's the next part of this where it gets ridiculous, because I always feel like this is dealing with these fake fraud fairy tale bullshit hucksters. It's like whack-a-mole. You know, every once in a while, Bob Lazar and his supporters will pop back up and say, see, this proves Bob Lazar was telling the truth. They did it in 2003 when element 115 was discovered. See, Bob Lazar, he had to be telling the truth. He predicted element 115 before it even existed. Yes, but the element 115 that was synthesized in a lab bore zero resemblance to the element 115 science fiction fantasy that Bob Lazar described. It has a decay rate in the microseconds. In other words, they synthesize it and then it's gone in the laboratory. They can synthesize it, observe it, and then it decays almost instantly. Bob Lazar's was stable. Now, Bob Lazar also claimed that they did every kind of scientific test they could to that element 115. Well, there's another reason to believe that Bob Lazar is a liar, because if he had actually done every scientific test to this element 115, they would have done some type of isotopic ratio test. They would have known how many isotopes. And Bob Lazar would just be able to tell us how many isotopes do you have to use for this 115 to make it the stable version that he worked with. He can't. And he never will, because he never worked on element 115. It's a fantasy and a fairy tale. If he had done every scientific test on that element 115, they would have known the isotopic ratio of that element. And he'd be able to compare that with the moscovium real element 115, because now he's claimed, well, there's many, hydrogen, for example, has many different forms, and a lot of things depend on the isotopic ratio of different hydrogen, elements. There could be a stable form of element 115, and in order to create it, you just need to know how many isotopes, the isotopic ratio. And you said that you worked on this element 115, did every scientific test imaginable to it. You should know the isotopic ratio. You should be able to make this. You should be able to tell real scientists how to make this element 115. You never have, and you never will. And at various times, Bob Lazar has claimed that he had element 115, but then the government stole it away. And then we get 20 years later into the documentary, he starts talking to Jeremy Corbell about the element 115, and suddenly his business gets raided. Folks, for all we know, they filmed that scene after the FBI raid. We don't know, and I don't trust Corbell and him to not do devious things like that to try to sell a story, because Bob Lazar has been profiting from this story for 30 years. That's another great claim. Bob Lazar claims, I don't make any money from this. Why would I do this? Why would I make this up? I'm not doing this for money. Folks, from the very beginning, Bob Lazar has tried to profit from this. He sold the VHS tape that he made with Gene Huff in the back of science magazines for $29.95 back in the early 90s. You know how I know? My father got every science magazine. He got tons of science magazines. He got Omni, Popular Mechanics, Popular Science, aviation magazines. And he was putting ads in a lot of those science magazines. And you too, for $29.95, could find out about those flying saucers he worked on at Area 51. He tried to profit in that way. For years, he was selling that videotape. So, and I can't stand this. He never made any money. George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, Bob Lazar. I've heard them all say Bob Lazar doesn't get any money from this. Next, he made a deal with Testers Model Corporation, got paid a huge amount of money for them to create these Testers S4 model, right? Most recently, he did an appearance at, what was it, the 25th or 30th anniversary of the Bob Lazar story. There was a big conference, right? It was held in Europe or maybe Copenhagen somewhere. Anyway, Bob Lazar got a $10,000 speaking fee to do that. And we're all just supposed to believe that he didn't get paid anything from the Jeremy Corbell documentary. I call bullshit on that. Now, I've heard rumors and speculations from some people that, Bob Lazar didn't get paid from that documentary, but his wife did. I'd like to see the accounting breakdown of that movie, Jeremy Corbell. Prove to us that either Bob Lazar or his wife or anybody didn't get paid any money. Prove it. You can't, and you won't. Most recently, Bob Lazar made I've heard it's a 6 or 7 figure deal with, guess who? Guess who? Who did he make the book deal with? And by the way, we weren't supposed to know that he was making the book deal with one Tom DeLonge from To the Stars Academy. Yeah, Tom DeLonge. He's running a scientific organization, right? But he's going to sell his UFO fairy tale because there's money in it. And recently, friends, we can tell that Bob Lazar got quite a huge payout for that book and the book rights and the publishing of the book, because shortly, some time ago, Bob Lazar moved his home and his business from where he was to a completely new place and $1 million property right after that book came out. Friends, I don't think it's a coincidence that he bought something like $1 million property, right? With multiple, with a home and multiple outbuildings and stuff. I guess he can run his business. And hey, good for him. You cashed out on this fairy tale that you've been selling for 30 years. But don't anybody tell me that Bob Lazar hasn't made any money from this. That's a bullshit statement. People always say that, and it burns me up every time. Well, Bob Lazar, he never made any money from this. Bullshit. He didn't make any money. He's been trying to cash in on this story for years. Oh, that was another thing. They tried to sell the Hollywood screenplay, right? And for years, there was rumors of like, who's going to play Bob Lazar in the movie, right? I heard Charlie Sheen at one point was going to play Bob Lazar in the Bob Lazar Hollywood movie. And friends, there is a Hollywood screenplay written by his buddy, Gene Huff. And a lot of the things that happened in that Hollywood screenplay were somehow also happened in the documentary. Do we think that Jeremy Corbell doesn't have a copy of that screenplay? Of course he does. Of course he does, friends. Now, I got to say that some of the stuff that's coming out, I got way off track, but I'm glad that we could spend a little bit of time on some of these things because it's hard to, sort of organize, right? Okay. It was Christopher Bales made this. You can search Christopher Bales YouTube. He made this great little piece about Bob Lazar that proves that Bob Lazar is lying, and that's another thing. Oh, his story never changed. His story changes constantly. He can't even remember his story. He can't remember his story. So it changes slightly depending on who's interviewing him, what the questions are like. And look, friends, most recently, again, it's like whack-a-mole. In 2003, when Element 115 was discovered, all Bob Lazar supporters, George Knapp and all these Bob Lazar, all these people are like, see, he must be telling the truth. And here again, we have a New York Times article mentioning off-world craft. And again, I'm not going to cover the New York Times article tonight, but here's what I'll say. First of all, it was castrated. Shortly after they wrote it, Senator Harry Reid said, I didn't say that, and they had to take that part out. They had to change things in the article, make all these retractions because they ran with unproven, untested quotes and sources. So Dr. Eric Davis, who, by the way, is in bed with Hal Puthoff, he works for Hal Puthoff, so there's some connection at TTSA. And why does every New York Times article about UFOs somehow involve either someone from TTSA or someone closely related to TTSA? Again, Dr. Eric Davis works for Hal Puthoff. So Dr. Eric Davis made some mention of briefing people in the government about crash retrievals of craft that were not made on this earth. First of all, other people like Stephen Greer have claimed that they were briefing government people. And then we find out in Stephen Greer's case that the person that he claims to brief is like, that never happened. We don't know if these briefings actually took place. We don't know who he briefed. And getting a briefing doesn't mean it's true. Somebody can brief you in intelligence world. Somebody could brief you about, let's say, a threat of, I don't know, for example, ricin being distributed in the United States. Doesn't mean that's true or it's really going to happen. It just means that they have some information they want to share. But it didn't stop Bob Lazar from making ridiculous. Bob Lazar, you got to up your game, bro, because this shit that you said is ridiculous. We're going to share this here. This is what Bob Lazar says. I can't share the screen. Damn. Okay. Boy, I'm going to have to read this. One second, friends. Yeah, for some reason my share screen is not working. So let me, you know what? Maybe it might be because I have multiple things open. I'm going to close them all down. We'll try this one more time, but I don't want to hang the show. So if it doesn't work, we'll just read what Bob Lazar posted on Instagram. Again, not working. 1 second. We're going to try this one more time. I think I may have eliminated the problem, but now I've lost what I was even looking for. All right, I'm going to find it here, and then I'm just going to read what he posted on Instagram because it's absolutely ridiculous. And again, you know, he just runs with anything that he thinks is going to help sell his fairy tale. And he did this when element 115 was discovered. He pops up again. Like I said, it's like whack-a-mole. It really is like whack-a-mole. You know, you knock him down, you prove with facts and evidence that the guy's a fraud, and he just keeps coming back, you know? Okay. All right, first of all, I'm going to read this tweet from Joe Rogan, too. Imagine sticking your neck out in 1989 and telling an insane story about working on back engineering alien spacecrafts, dealing with ridicule for it for 31 years, only to have the Pentagon come out in 2020 and vindicate. Joe Rogan, are you living in a fantasy land? What article did you read? Because the Pentagon did not vindicate Bob Lazar one bit. This is totally bullshit. And here's another thing. The source that everybody's going, see, Bob Lazar was right. Bob Lazar was right. Eric Davis called Bob Lazar. That source from the New York Times article talking about flying saucers and briefing people is Dr. Eric Davis. And he has called Bob Lazar a complete and total fraud for years and years. So I couldn't help it. I replied to Joe Rogan. Do you even know that Dr. Eric Davis has called Bob Lazar a complete and total fraud for years and years? You can't have it both ways, Joe. If you believe Eric Davis and the New York Times article, then you'd believe Lazar was a fraud too. No, you know, and look, that's not even very effective because the truth is that Joe Rogan famously says he doesn't reply to anything on Twitter. He just posts stuff. And I got to say, Mr. Rogan, you have 6.4 million followers. To post a completely inaccurate, factually inaccurate statement like that is ridiculous. And I just can't believe Joe Rogan because he was the most skeptical person there was. Remember, he had Joe Rogan questions everything. And he basically went at all these UFO people like, this is bullshit, this is bullshit, this is fake, there's no evidence, there's no proof. But somehow he's latched on to this Bob Lazar story and is helping Corbell sell it. Now, this is opinion and speculation, but all of Joe Rogan's comedy specials are on Netflix. Jeremy Corbell's documentary about Bob Lazar is on Netflix. Maybe, just maybe, Joe Rogan is being supportive of a fellow Netflix employee, right? Could be, folks. So Bob Lazar on Instagram, he posts this. Finally, after waiting 30 years, the government admits to possessing alien craft. Time will tell as to what happened next. Personally, I doubt they will disclose much more, and wouldn't be surprised if they issue a correction and say their statement was an error. In any case, I never thought I'd see this day. Thanks so much to all of you that supported me throughout the years. On another note, this is the only social media account I have, no Facebook, Twitter, etc. There are apparently lots of imposters out there. Again, finally, after waiting 30 years, the government admits to possessing alien craft. Bob Lazar, where in the New York Times article did the government admit to possessing alien spacecraft? Joe Rogan, where in the New York Times article did they say that Bob Lazar was telling the truth? These people use anything they can to try to bolster the story, to try to make it believable, to try to prove that this fake fairy tale ever happened, right? Anything that they possibly can. And they twist facts just like they twisted this FBI raid. Now they're twisting the New York Times article. No, friends, no. It had nothing to do with that. And again, you got to pick a side. If you believe Eric Davis is a real and credible source from this New York Times article, he's also the guy who for years has said that Bob Lazar was completely and totally fake. And here, again, irresponsible, stupid people that don't have the facts in hand, they say stupid things, and it drives me crazy. There's a Star article. I'm going to try to share this. I don't know, for some reason I can share browser tabs, but I'm having trouble sharing everything else. Yeah, look at this. I saw this and I couldn't believe it. Evidence suggests UFO whistleblower Bob Lazar was telling the truth all along. Oh, wow. I couldn't believe that they said this. I don't want to read the whole article. Yeah, but basically they're using the New York Times article to say Bob Lazar must have been telling the truth. This gentleman writes, "Oh, I know the skeptics want to discredit him based on flimsy allegations he falsified his education or previous employment, but did he?" Yeah, and this guy's just repeating George Knapp's propaganda about visiting Los Alamos. If he had worked there as a radiation health monitor, he would know his way around. That's not a stretch. Okay. Why do we doubt anything Lazar says about UFOs? In a video authenticated by the Navy this year, a spacecraft is rotating and flying belly up. It's never been proven that it's a spacecraft. That's a factually inaccurate statement in this article. What kind of journalist just says it's a spacecraft? It's not a spacecraft. It's not a proven spacecraft. It could be anything. It could be a drone. It could be anything. It could be an experimental aircraft. If you Google Lazar, you get sucked into a black hole that suggests he is a fraud, liar, conspiracy theorist, and UFO hoaxer. That's because he is. What he was saying in 1989, we have recovered crashed alien saucers that defy everything we know about the universe, was a stick of dynamite to rational thought. But what he was saying is now backed up by the official record. What official record? Where are they getting this stuff from? They're just connecting dots that don't exist. Oh, geez, friends. Oh, here we go. This is the lie repeated over and over again, and we've covered this. Lazar has never once tried to profit from whistleblowing that ruined his career. Listen, you dummy that wrote this article. Rewind. Watch all the ways that Bob Lazar has tried to cash in on this story. Every single chance he got, he tried to cash in on this story. This line is repeated by stupid people because George Knapp says it, because Corbell is always saying it, because Bob Lazar is always saying it. Lazar has never once tried to profit from the whistleblowing that ruined his career. Yes, he has. He tried to profit every chance he got. And it's ridiculous that you didn't do your homework and just wrote that, because now that's out there and people are going to believe that you're correct with this completely factually inaccurate statement. It can be proven that time and time again, Bob Lazar tried to cash in every chance he got on this story. He's not on any lucrative speaking circuits. Okay, you dummy. He just did a speaking engagement a few years ago for the anniversary and got $10,000 for one talk. I'd say that's lucrative, and that's a speaking circuit. Another factual inaccuracy in this article. He's not selling kitschy t-shirts of little green men. No, but he does sell a bunch of crap on his website related to this. He goes about his business in the shadow of infamy and ridicule. I don't know anybody that's ever ridiculed Bob Lazar. That's just, it's more propaganda. But if, as reported this week, more UFO revelations are forthcoming and they involve new insights on retrieved metamaterials not of this world, isn't it time to set the record straight that our most famous UFO whistleblower? Isn't it time we landed this flying saucer on consensus? Bob Lazar is either a diabolical liar or some kind of hero. I think he's a liar. He can't be both. But what he could be, now more than ever, is an invaluable tour guide into the unknown. And this was written by Vinay Menon, Star's pop culture columnist. And, you know, listen, I got to say that guy did a terrible job. He did no research. He just repeated the propaganda out of the Lazar camp. And I see this in articles time and time and time again. And again, friends, if you're going to believe anything in that New York Times article, the major source that everybody's, you know, getting all excited about because he said something about materials or he briefed somebody about craft not of this earth. First of all, that was his opinion. They provided zero proof in the New York Times article of anything Eric Davis said. But friends, the major point is that these people are saying Bob Lazar must have been telling the truth, right? Because the New York Times article mentioned recovery of crashed saucers. So Bob Lazar must have been telling the truth. But the guy who was talking about that stuff is Dr. Eric Davis. And Dr. Eric Davis, for years and years and years, has said that Bob Lazar's, oh, let me see. Here's the title of this article. Lazar made up his entire cockamamie story. And this is an article by Joe Murgia, UFO Joe. And this is him quoting Dr. Eric Davis. Lazar made up his entire cockamamie story. Yeah. So this, you're using a source that says Bob Lazar is a fraud for proving that he's not a fraud. You can't do that. That's an intellectual weakling thing to do. Do you think that people aren't going to connect those dots? George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, do you think that people aren't going to realize that you're saying Bob Lazar is vindicated? Hey, Joe Rogan, you're saying Bob Lazar is vindicated based on this New York Times article. The guy that you're citing for proof says that Bob Lazar is a complete and total fraud. It's ridiculous. Eric Davis says Lazar isn't worth a documentary film. When Bob Lazar thought he was, and this is George Knapp, when Bob Lazar thought he was going to be taken out, he had this particle accelerator in his house. Again, you can't have a particle accelerator in your house, George Knapp, you dummy. I know you're not a scientist, but go ask a scientist. You're supposed to be a journalist. Go call every physicist that you could find, right? And ask them if you could have a particle accelerator in your house. Why do you keep saying he had a particle accelerator in his house when it's a physical impossibility, George Knapp? You can't have a particle accelerator in your house, George Knapp. All this disinformation, all this misinformation, all this fake information these people put out. I'm sick of it. Okay, so he had a particle accelerator in his house, and he had this container with element 115 in it, right in front of it. And he was ready to flip the switch and say goodbye to Las Vegas. And Art Bell says, oh my God, this is a clip from him being interviewed. Okay, so Eric Davis agrees with me. And by the way, Stanton Friedman agreed with Eric Davis. Here are two actual scientists, physicists, I believe, both Stanton Friedman and Eric Davis. And by the way, alien scientist, has a physics degree and also agrees with this. Nobody can put a particle accelerator in their home unless their house or entire property is dozens of square miles in size. He goes on to talk about the real element 15. Eric Davis says, I gave you the facts. Claims of harassed and threatened people is unsubstantiated hearsay. George is not lying. He just does not know my Roadrunner contacts who live in Las Vegas near Indian Springs and worked at Area 51 and knew Lazar's supervisor. So Eric Davis knows somebody that was Lazar's supervisor, and Eric Davis stated, this is another source that stated Bob Lazar was never a physicist. He was never a scientist. He was an electronics technician that worked for Kirk Meyer, working on radiation health monitoring equipment. And Dr. Eric Davis knew his supervisor. Is Eric Davis a good source? I don't know. But you can't use one source that's saying Bob Lazar is fake to prove that Bob Lazar was telling the truth. That's so disingenuous. That's so fake. But that's what they're doing. And that's what all these believers are trying to do. See, Bob Lazar must have been telling the truth because Eric Davis said that he briefed some government people about crashed alien spacecraft or craft not of this earth. I don't have the article right in front of me. Eric Davis goes on to say, as if Lazar's verifiably false claims deserve a public stage, it is impossible for Lazar to do PhD level work at LANO, that's Los Alamos National Labs, because he only had a high school education with a C average grade. Thus, he would have no education or training to be a scientist. He did not even take high school physics. His job was radiation health monitor, which did not require security clearances. So he did not get access to Area 51 since his workstation was off-site logistics support facility, which is unclassified. He's also a convicted felon in the state of Nevada. In civil society, having been charged and convicted of a felony crime in a court of law by one's peers, that directly impugns one's credibility, truthfulness, and obedience to the law. These three items go to the heart of why people fail to earn security clearances. Lazar never had security clearances to begin with because his EG&G job at the unclassified, physically disconnected Area 51 logistics support facility did not require security clearances. Yeah. So that's where we're at, friends. These people like Joe Rogan, George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, and Bob Lazar are using a source that says he's fake to prove that he's real. And that's what we get here in this so-called community.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show
Send pledges in the form of Super Chats, Super Stickers, Super Thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat group during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to Truth Seekers. I'm so happy tonight because tonight I'm going to get to interview someone that I've gotten to know a little bit. And it's interesting, these rabbit holes that we go down. But some time ago, I began to hear rumblings of this person who does some things that I think are a little strange, like conduct interviews and keep them private. But he makes transcripts and different things. He's really out trying to find the truth behind some of these stories. And, so I began hearing about him, and we had him on as a panel guest not long ago. And I can't tell you how many messages I got of people saying, you got to get that guy to do a whole show, which I agree with 100%. One of the things that I like about this show is that it gives me a passport to talk to some very knowledgeable people, researchers, authors, lecturers about these strange and interesting subjects. I could have talked to him offline, but I decided it would probably be best if he and I just have this conversation and let others benefit from it as well. So without any more fluff, let's get into it, friends. And I'm going to bring our guest here, Victor Kierro. There you go. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Love the accent. By the way, all the way from Australia, and it is like a whole different day. So we're like time traveling here. Because I'm here on Tuesday, you're here on Wednesday. He sent me something about the time difference, and he's like, yeah, we'll do it. You're this time for you on Tuesday, and this time for me on Wednesday. It's kind of...
it's 11 in the morning on Wednesday.
Yeah, and we're 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here, which is just bizarre and odd. I don't even know where to begin. We have so much to get to, but I do have a big list of questions. I want to know about these things I've been hearing about these interviews that you do, but then you don't really make them public, many of them. What is the...
You can hear some of them.
Okay.
I did one with Mike Rogers. I can send a link to that if anyone's interested. It's pretty boring.
But why is it, what is the thinking behind doing some interviews and keeping them private and not releasing them? Is it just personal, your personal, questions and things?
No, they'll come out. I'm going to release them. Like, I don't have all that many interviews. I've done one with Mike Rogers. I've done one with Fred Dunham. He's the Area 51 security guard that was there during Bob's time. I've done one with Glenn Campbell.
Okay.
And I've done one with a guy Bob worked with at Fairchild.
Okay.
I have to edit the one with Fairchild because the guy was constantly bad-mouthing Bob's Bob's first wife, Carol, because she also worked with, I don't know if many people know this, but Bob's first wife, Carol, worked with Bob at Fairchild. They were both technicians there, and there's a 13-year age gap, and this guy worked there. He knew Bob, he knew Carol. He didn't say very pleasant things about Carol, not personality-wise, but he got into physical things, and I don't want to put out the interview because of that, because I just didn't agree with some of that stuff.
Yeah, I know. I've been there. Yeah, I've been there. And unfortunately, we're live, so I don't get an edit button. There's been a few interviews that I went, wow, that went off the rails, but it's out there, and Yeah, so you and I have a particular interest in several cases, one of them being the Bob Lazar case. And you've got a great deal of information that I'm going to try to pry from you that nobody's ever heard before, right? You just dropped one nugget that Bob and his wife were both technicians at Fairchild. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, well, basically, as you guys know, Bob went to Pierce College. And just to give you a lowdown of what this guy told me before I edit it and put it out, look, to be honest, I'm lazy. I should have edited it a long time ago and put it out.
I've been there too, brother. Yeah, sometimes you get busy, and this thing is not high on priorities, right?
Yeah, Look, Glenn Campbell, when I did the interview with Glenn Campbell, he told me, I want a copy of this. But again, same situation. There's bits in there that I have to edit out. And I haven't done it yet. And I've just been waiting for this email from Glenn saying, hey, what the hell? You probably should send it to me. So I've still got to get onto that as well. But yeah, in terms of Bob went to Pierce College, did electronics, as everyone probably knows from Stanton Friedman. He's the one who said that. He was working at Fairchild Zincom. Now, if you look at Bob's marriage certificate in 1980, when he married Carol, his first wife, they're both listed as electronics technicians and electronics engineer, I think.
Yes, interesting. And in the highest grade complete, it says 12, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's 1980. And then he was still working and I believe he was working at Fairchild back then. And he kept working at Fairchild until 81, like just a year before he started at Los Alamos National Laboratory. Just call it LANL. I can't say the whole name.
Yeah, me too. I say LANL. Yeah. And it's interesting, you have sources that kind of confirm that Bob was an electronics technician at LANL, and I have sources that work there now, still to this day, who told me, yeah, he worked on radiation health monitors.
He worked in, well, when Stanton Friedman died, he had a treasure trove of stuff that started to that only trickled out because apparently I rang up the I emailed the Canadian archive that's archiving all his stuff, and they told me that it's going to take 10 years to archive his stuff because he had just like 10 van loads of boxes, and each box was just a random grab of paperwork he just threw into a box. It could be like a paperwork from 1950 case mixed in there with something from 2001.
Yeah, and interestingly, that archive was actually at a college about an hour from me, and Grant Cameron went to it. And then the college, they decided after receiving this volume of this stuff that they were neither qualified nor financially able to house that archive. That was his wish that it went there. So somehow it ends up in another place in Canada now, which is going to make it a lot harder for US researchers, I guess, to get over there, let alone Australian ones. But yeah, Grant Cameron told me that there was so much stuff, all he could do was look through it, quickly scan the pages, try to find good stuff, and then he would scan the stuff that he found. He was there for 2 days and only came out with a bunch of interesting stuff, but he was kind of upset that he didn't have more time to go through it. There's just so much material. Stanton is an older guy, so he was a paper. Everything was on a piece of paper. Everything.
Yeah. It was actually Grant Cameron that I saw the stuff from. Like he posted a full-page copy of Stanton Friedman had of the LANL phone directory page, which Bob was on. If you might note that every time George Knapp shows it, or you'll see a snippet of it, it's always a zoomed-in image of, and usually blurry, of just Bob's name and the phone number, or if you're lucky, you might see the KM next to it. That's it. But if you get the full page, it actually has a lot more detail. It has the building he worked in, the room number he worked in, so on. It's got more.
Yeah, and this is interesting because obviously a senior staff level physicist and a low level electronics technician would not work in the same room, you know?
Yeah, and Joe, Bob worked in building 2, and so did Joe Veninetti, because I also got a copy of a 1980 version of, which is somewhere. I'll find it later.
No, it's quite all right. Yeah.
There's I did manage to get a 1980, like an earlier copy of the LANL directory. Bob wasn't in the 1981, but the 1981 did have Joe Veninetti, and he was in the same room as Bob, same building as Bob. And as we know, Joe Veninetti was a technician. So I looked up the building number. There's a particular sequence that they denote. Bob worked in Technical Area 53, which is the Meson Physics area, whatever it's called, and in Building 2. And I looked up Building 2, and bit difficult, but I eventually found a document that highlighted what was in Building 2, and what was in Building 2, probably not the only thing, but in Building 2 there was the equipment test laboratory where the contractors worked and technicians worked. So,
yeah, you know what gets me is that there are people that just want to believe Bob so much that they just go, no, he was a scientist there. And, you know, I guess maybe I just gotten too deep into this case, and so have you, because Bob says, don't worry about the minutia, worry about the meat of what I'm saying, that, you know, I worked on these alien flying saucers. People get lost in this minutia. But when you do get lost in the minutia, you keep finding ample and supportive evidence that he was never a real scientist. He was a low-level technician. You know, he was like one step above a guy that works at Radio Shack. I know because I worked at Radio Shack. You know, you got a lot of guys that are just techies that like science and technology that work at Radio Shack. He was that kind of a guy, not a senior staff level physicist. That's a whole nother level. You know.
Yeah, the guy I spoke to it. Who worked at Fairchild said Bob was still doing night courses at Pierce College when he was at Fairchild, and that was in 1981.
At the same time, he was supposed to be going to MIT. You know,
yeah. He's still got friends, because there was actually 3 contacts I had for Fairchild. One spoke to me, one I emailed, and he just said, "Yeah, I knew he was there, but I don't know much about him. Didn't really talk to him." And the other one was Bob's. Must have been a very good friend of Bob, because this guy said, "I'm not going to talk to you because I'm still friends with Bob."
That's interesting. Yeah, he didn't want to give you any dirt, I suppose. Then, as is, you know, I can imagine if you're still friendly with a guy, you don't want to trash talk him, or you know, say that his story is faked or partially faked. Yeah, so you've coming across all this evidence that he was just a technician, and it just boggles my mind that people don't care about this evidence. And I always say this, Victor, the hallmark of a good researcher is that you could give me those contacts and I could call and get the same results. Do you know what I mean? Like, you have good, real, on the record, these are sources that are knowledgeable about these things, but people still put their blinders on and they don't want to hear this. It's like you're ruining a fairy tale. It's like you're telling them that Santa Claus isn't real. You know what I mean? When you're a kid and some of the kids don't want to hear it. They're like, no.
It's believe without question. But look, I should say that a lot of the you know, the groundwork information that I started with came from, you know, past researchers. You know, Dan Burnkert, alien scientist, Jeremy, Tom Mayhood, Glenn Campbell. In fact, Tom Mayhood is the one who told me about the Fairchild guy. He was the one who pointed me to him.
Interesting. So there again, there's another person that found this information, and then he said, "Hey, here's my contact," and you got the same answers. You know, like I said, this is good research, because other people can go after you and verify that what you're saying is factually accurate.
But Tom Mayhood's an interesting one. You say holding back information. Tom Mayhood spoke to Bob's second wife, Tracy, on the phone, which I never knew until I chatted with him. He told me that back in the day he spoke to Tracy, who was Bob's second wife, who was with Bob at the time. You know,
the story broke.
All sorts of stuff was happening, and he told her that it was all bullshit. That she was afraid to come out and tell her story because of Bob's friends. And when he told me that, I thought, well, she means Gene Huff. I'm just assuming, but if anyone has looked into Bob and seen the posts by Gene Huff, you'll know what I mean.
Yeah, he's a bit of a bully.
The work, basically.
And it's interesting that, for those that don't know, Bob actually married his second wife while he was still married to his first wife, and then his first wife committed suicide, which is very tragic. So we can't talk to her. And I know there's another show host. There's another show host that I know who got to speak to this Tracy, but so far, but he hasn't really publicized the contents of their conversation. But it went something like the conversation you just described. She claimed that he made the entire thing up to make money with his friends.
Yeah. Well, all he told me was that he spoke to Tracy over the phone. This is back in the day. This is Tom Mayhood, and that she told him it wasn't true. She was afraid to come out and tell her story because of Bob's friends. I don't know who that is. I just assume might have been Jean. And that when he took her to see the lights, you know, when they did the test flight and he took them all out into the desert to see the flight, she told Tom Mayhood that all she saw was a light in the sky and it was completely unimpressed.
Yeah, and a lot of people have suggested, as much as I don't like him, Sean David Morton kind of proved that if you're near that area where they supposedly viewed these test sites, you're going to see lights in the sky because there's Janet Airlines flying into Area 51 every hour on the hour, just about. So people make this big deal about how did he know about these test flights if he didn't work there? Well, it's just a light in the sky. There's a video of it that's completely unimpressive, and people have suggested that they, you know, like they moved the camera to make it look like the light went over, and it's completely unimpressive. And I think, near as I remember, they were either 50 or 60 miles away from Area 51, which, you know, you're not going to see any detail of a craft flying over Area 51 from 50 miles away. And I've always assumed that, yeah, that could be anything. It could be a helicopter off in the distance. It could be airplane lights, FAA lights, Janet Airlines trucking people in and out of Area 51, right?
Yes, Glenn Campbell wrote a Area 51 viewer's guide back then, and it's 115 pages. So it should give you a clue. There was a lot going on. It's a test base for for aircraft. They used to fly their aircraft sometimes at night, a lot of times at night. They would drop flares from little parachutes and balloons.
Yeah, all kinds of tests that could be misconstrued.
Yeah, and then you had the Janet flights coming in on like clockwork, literally, because they're on a schedule. Some of them came in at night, and the landing light would shine directly at where Bob took people just before it. So you'd see the headlights shine right at you until it turned to land at Area 51, you know, come down below the range. So yeah, I mean, you know, people say, how did he know there was going to be lights there? Well, there was lights there every night.
Yeah, especially if it's just lights in the sky. Now, if they had a real, you know, if they had a real great quality video of something that looked like a flying saucer, great. But if it's just a light in the sky, you know, it literally could be anything. It could be test flights. It could be early drones. It could be the Janet flights. It could be anything. So it just don't, I don't put a lot of, you know, people use that all the time. Like, well, he had to work there because he showed the people the test flights. And then you get to the meat of what they actually saw, and you could see a video of it. It's literally a light in the sky, nothing impressive, nothing to suggest it's anything, you know, alien or exotic for sure.
Yeah. No, nothing was going on, but yeah, well, you know, nothing alien.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I mean, you know, I don't even know where to start with Bob. I mean, you know, you got a letter there's a letter from Bob that he sent to Lannel asking, oh, you know, where's my employment records? And Lannel sent a letter back saying, well, you know, you sent us a copy of the Lannel phone directory and it clearly says Kirk Meyer next to it. Why don't you ask Kirk Meyer?
Yeah. And that's another point that people miss.
And your security
number. Yeah, that's another point. That's another.
Why are you asking us?
Absolutely, and that's a point that people miss, is that he didn't actually work for the lab proper. He worked as a subcontractor through Kirk Meyer, who, by the way, never hired scientists, especially not senior staff level scientists. All they hired was low-level technicians and IT help desk kind of people that, you know, maintained electronic systems and computer systems for the higher ups. These scientists, they don't have time to mess around with a computer network or with health monitors or badge, lock systems, you know, where you swipe your card through. They have technicians to do that for them. And that is what Bob Lazar was. And that's why he may have had some familiarity with the base. There's another interview where somebody showed him like a satellite dish at Lannel, and he goes, oh yeah, I remember putting that in. Go ask any lab whether a senior staff level physicist would be installing a satellite dish. There's no way on Earth. They don't do that kind of thing. They have text to do that.
Right,
So,
they don't.
yeah.
He tells Jeremy Corbell that in a video that he went out in 1982 to install a satellite dish in Lanall. But see, that's the point. You know, people are so entrenched in the story, they're like, that doesn't even click with them. You know, it's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
yeah. This is the minutia that Bob Lazar doesn't want you to worry about. You know, and he never. You know, one of the things that bothers me about him is that he never will give an interview to somebody like you or me that has some of this information and will point blank ask him to explain it away because he can't. And I've heard various reports that he refuses to give interviews unless he's given the questions in advance and you don't deviate from the script. And really, the only people that he gives interviews to is George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. And I guess Rogan, once, you know, that's negotiated what we're going to talk about. Like, you know, in other words, he only will agree to softball interviews. He's never had one hard interview that I've ever seen in 35 years. Not one.
Yeah. He's probably gone back into hiding.
Well, I think I heard from several different people that he bought like $1 million property after he got the book deal with Tom DeLonge, which, by the way, nobody's supposed to know that Tom DeLonge gave him the book deal. Tom DeLonge's sister registered the .com, and that's how they got caught as the publisher. Like, she registered the .com for the publishing company that was publishing Bob Lazar's book. And also, even people very close to him, like John Lear, said this wasn't written by Bob Lazar. This was ghost written because all the details are wrong. So that's interesting.
I can't imagine Bob writing a book, so I'm pretty sure he did have a ghostwriter. I don't think his property that he bought in I almost gave away where he lived, but
yeah, please.
But he lives in a new place. But I've seen the real estate listing, the old real estate listing. It wasn't $1 million. It's a lot more modest than that.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Maybe I heard wrong. It's definitely $500,000, I would say, because I've seen like satellite images somebody sent me, and it's got like a big house and barn and outbuildings and some kind of other stuff. Right. So probably $500,000, maybe.
It's a country home, but you know, they've got horses, I think, as well, and they've got stable. But yeah, it's somewhere around the half, maybe a little less. I can't remember.
Well, the book deal must have paid pretty good then, because there's been other sources that told me that he was at one point about to lose his other house. I don't know if that's true or rumors and speculation. Yeah, but then this was right before the documentary came out, and now all of a sudden he's flush with cash, moving to a new home. You know, so who knows what he gets paid? It's not like you can call the publisher and ask them; they won't tell you what they paid him for the book.
You know what's funny about the whole Bob story is how they were able, him and Gene, to sort of try and wipe out John Lear out of the story, because as you know, they met John Lear before.
Yes. And a lot of people I've heard from John Lear's own mouth that he gave Gene Huff and Bob Lazar all the Billy Meyer material right before Bob came out with his story, and the sport model and Billy Meyer's beam ship look exactly alike. So, you know, that's another red flag for me.
Well, he gave him a lot more than that, I'm sure. But also, you got to remember, John Lear was an Area 51 researcher. So
at the time, he was the Area 51 researcher.
So how did Bob know that, you know, the timetable of the Janet jets or whatever? Well, he was friends with the #1 Area 51 researcher, and John Lear, and John Lear gave him all that information, as we know.
Yes, and John Lear is known for being generous and sharing with other people. He'll give you copies of pictures. He'll give you copies of tapes, you know, or he did at one time. Not so sure lately. Yeah.
Yeah, and John Lear is also what was I going to say? He had he had all the intel on Area 51, so he would have given Bob all that. So, and then Bob mysteriously, after meeting Lear and getting all this information, mysteriously gets a job at S4 starts telling the same story John Lear tells. I know people know this, but in 1987, John Lear was on George Knapp's show, and John Lear said that the government had acquired around 10 UFOs. One of them they tried to fly. Sound familiar?
Yeah, and then suddenly Bob Lazar gets a
story. This is 2 years before Bob's story, and here's John Lear on George Knapp's show saying that story, and people don't realize that Bob stole that bit of the story.
He stepped right into the story, right? Like, yeah, they have 10 flying saucers. I worked on one.
Yeah, and then there was a whole bit about Dan Benkert mentioned this to me, and it's true that Bob tells the story about the alien reactor and how the scientists before him tried to open it with a plasma cutter, I think it was, while it was running.
Yeah, that's a smart thing for scientists to do.
Yeah, and then there was a nuclear explosion basically that took out half the base and killed one scientist, I think it was. That was the one he had to replace. And then he drew a model of the alien reactor, and it looked exactly like the Demon Core.
Yeah, Demon Core is a famous story where people did,
Yeah. He just ripped that whole story. He ripped the Demon Core reactor and the whole bit about the scientists opening it and dying. And he just, he took the action. He didn't even change the design of the reactor, let alone the story. That's so frustrating.
Yeah,
and then this whole bit's like George Knapp shows a clip of supposedly where Bob took him through Lanel, and you don't see anyone in this clip except scenes of Lanel. And there's this one scene of this big machine. It looks like a big arch, and George Knapp voices over and says, "This is the particle accelerator that Bob worked on." But it's not a particle accelerator. It's this proton spectrometer. That's not even true. So, I mean, George is not a scientist, but if Bob was walking him through at that point.
Yeah, and if he said, that's the particle accelerator I worked on, then it stands to reason that George Knapp would do a voiceover and say, this is the particle accelerator. Yeah. One of my other favorite things with the particle accelerator is George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, and Bob Lazar at various times have stated that Bob Lazar had a particle accelerator in his bedroom, which is scientifically impossible. Ask any real physicist. You need a lot of space for a particle accelerator. You could have, some kind of technology demonstrator, or like a child or high school students, display of a particle accelerator that did something, but not a real particle accelerator that could do any work.
Yeah, I'm not really sure whether he could have a small one, or it wouldn't do much basically though.
No, he claimed to be making some kind of rare element that he was using in his battery bank for his hydrogen fuel cells. But in order to have a particle accelerator that can actually make, change matter, you need a big one. It's not something, that you could do in your bedroom. You need a huge, compound one, This is more minutia, right?
Well, look, you don't even need to investigate Bob. You just need to look at his story and ask yourself, does it make sense? Look at this. I'll reel off a few points. When the government and actually the funny thing is the group behind developing the bomb was Lanel, believe it or not. They were heavily into that project, the Manhattan Project, and the government built a whole city, employed 130,000 people, and spent a mountain of money to develop the bomb that was based on scientific theory at that point, that they didn't even really know if it was going to work or not. So they spent all that money, employed 130,000 people to do it. Now, Bob says he worked on reverse engineering the propulsion of the saucer, and that there was 22 people in all looking at every aspect of the saucer. And it was only him and Barry that, I mean, I'm laughing now. It was
and when nobody's allowed to talk to Barry, nobody's ever allowed to talk to Barry.
That did the propulsion system. And so you got two people trying to work out the most, that would have been the biggest invention of history, and they had two people on it. I mean, bullshit, And you know, I mean, I can just imagine the you know, when the scientist died, it was like, oh, sir, one of our scientists has died. Can we find someone to replace them? Oh, yes. What about that Bob guy? That Bob guy. He
that builds rocket cars. Yeah.
The jet car guy that owns the brothel. Very good establishment. I've been there myself. Let's get Bob. Yes, Bobster.
Yeah, that's another thing I always think is funny. Like, how many serious scientists do you know that woke up one day and say, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start a whorehouse. You know, I'm just going to run a whorehouse for extra money.
You see the arguments around that. As soon as you bring that up, or the fact that Bob was bankrupt and had just been, that bankruptcy just had been finalized the year before his S4 story. Yeah, so you got a bankrupt pimp who gets a job. John Lear gets his files, and then suddenly gets a job at S4, where him and only one other person named Bazza, nickname for Barry. So the Bobster and Bazza are reverse engineering a flying saucer. I mean, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. It is kind of ridiculous. But you know what is great is that the people that promote the story, they don't do well promoting the story because they lie. They do well promoting the story because they leave off all the stuff that you and I are talking about. Like, they leave all of the stuff that would indicate he was a fraud, a bankrupt pimp, and a liar out of the story. And they just tell you the stuff that would lead people to believe that he was telling the truth. You know, he aced 4 lie detector tests. No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
We did a whole piece on that. It was a joke. You know, he took they just kept giving him more tests until they got some results they liked. You know, he failed the first one. They get another polygraph examiner. He failed one test. He passed the other one. He failed a test. One test was inconclusive. You don't just keep giving somebody lie detector tests. You get one. That's what you get. You fail the first one, you're deceptive and a liar, and that's it. But, you know, that was done at the time. The lie detectors were done at the time that Stanton Friedman started blowing holes in Bob's education and story. So they needed something to bolster the story and keep it going, I guess.
Well, look, just, you know, in terms of a logic test, Bob says he's got some element 115. I mean, everyone obviously is going to say, well, why didn't he send some in? Yeah, obviously. Then you got George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell saying they know where Bob buries some. And then both George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell are yelling from the tree saying, oh, disclosure, we want disclosure. Oh, we know where some element 155 is, but we're not going to show you or give it to you. Disclosure.
Yeah, we're fighting for disclosure. And we have absolute incontrovertible proof of alien visitation, and we're not going to show it to you. You know, I've always said that. Like, George Knapp is famously in a lecture he gave, he said, I know where some of that element 115 is buried, and maybe someday I'll dig it up. You're like, come on, bro. For 35 years, you've been pushing the story, and you've got the incontrovertible proof of it, and you're not going to show us it? That's bullshit.
Have you ever seen the movie It's a Mad, Mad World? And the dying guy tells them where there's some money hidden, and it's under a big W. And the big W turns out to be these palm trees shaped like a big W. Every time I hear George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell say they know where it's buried, I keep imagining that scene out of that movie where they end up with the big W and it's all under these palm trees and they're all digging it up.
Yeah. And there's been some, and the whole story of at the end of this so-called documentary, which is really a pro Bob Lazar fluff piece. You know, they claim that this company raid of his had something to do with the element 115. And I mean, I talked to the local police chief, and he was so surprised. And then he looked up Bob Lazar and went, I had no idea. You know, I knew that he had something to do with UFOs, but I didn't know he was so well known, or, you know, whatever. But the police chief was there at the raids, and he said this had nothing to do with flying saucers, man. This was a multi-state investigation involving a murder. We went in, we got the records we wanted, and we were out in an hour, and they make it sound like they were there all day or 2 days, and they searched through every inch of Bob's office and his warehouse. No, that didn't happen either.
They probably watched a few of his pornos, but yeah, I mean, look, the other thing is, you know, they talk about, you know, Bob having this video of element 115 where he shines a laser over this what's it called, where they have that smoke, a vapor, whatever. And anyway, they say that, you know, he's shown this laser over the element 115, and it bends the laser because, you know, the gravitational effect of element 115. And that they tried to find the video, and Bob had taped over it with an episode of the Golden Girls. I mean, yeah, I just don't get a laugh. I mean, it's just the whole story is like this. It's just
he has absolute proof of this element 115, this alien saucer flying saucer fuel in a cloud chamber that proves it must be alien, and he tapes over it with Golden Girls by accident.
And then you think, oh no, but then you got to, if you're actually thinking about it, hang on, he's had some element 115 for all this time. Why doesn't he just repeat the experiment? It's only a 5-minute experiment. I mean, duh.
Yeah, and one of the other interesting science points too is that Bob has said that they did every imaginable scientific test to this element 115. If that were the case, he would know the isotopic ratios of this thing, and he would be able to reproduce it in a laboratory. He would be able to do that. He would be able to make the stable form that he talked about if he actually worked on this thing. Otherwise, it's just him guessing. Element 115 was predicted as far back, I think, as 1969 in chemistry books. So it's, you know, that's another prover that everybody, the Bob Lazar prover maneuver. Well, he talked about element 115 before we knew it really even existed. It was predicted to exist. All of the heavier elements were. And I think we're up to 116 or 117 now. So every few years we get another one of them become synthesized in a laboratory.
Yeah, I think we're higher than that. But yeah, the other nonsense story is George Knapp tells the story that he went to Bob's house and he was on edge, thought the government was after him, and he had a bit of element 115 in front of his homemade particle.
Yeah, he was going to blow up Las Vegas.
If the government came for him, he was going to flip the switch, and George Knapp says it would have resulted in an explosion that would have taken out the whole of Las Vegas. Now let's look at that. George Knapp's a reporter. He doesn't report it at the time. And it's a case of domestic terrorism, potentially. This guy could blow up the whole Vegas, killing 100,000 or how many people.
Yeah, millions of people.
And he doesn't tell the police. Yet at the same time, he says, I totally believe Bob. I mean, come on. It's a comedy show at this point.
You're right. I never thought about that. So George Knapp, although George Knapp ratted him out about the whorehouse, George Knapp didn't rat him out about thinking about blowing up all of Las Vegas, right?
The pandering documents are quite interesting. You know, the UFO. The Madame was in business with told the police that Bob had stiffed her $12,500. Excuse the pun, but yeah, she claimed that Bob owed her $12,500 and never paid her, and all sorts of things. And the pandering documents are quite detailed. They found his birth certificate, so all that story is nonsense.
Apparently he was a bankrupt pimp, and you can see from the bankruptcy documents, if you read them, that he really didn't like paying his bills or paying people that he owed money to. He stiffed the madam of the whorehouse, apparently, right? He stiffed his parents, and he stiffed most of his creditors.
Yeah, and the interesting bit about the pandering documents is that he had to list all his schooling, and it didn't list Pierce College at all. And even though we know he went there, and it lists for his, this is the really funny bit, okay? He says he finished high school in August 76, and it says he got 2 degrees in electronics and physics. In 1978, he graduated and got those 2 degrees. How, if he graduated high school in midway through 76, then how in 78 does he end up with 2 degrees? But here's the good
2
thing.
master's degrees. Two masters
no,
degrees.
no, not the masters. The masters come later from MIT.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because there's always this question of where did he get his degrees? Because you have to have a degree before you get your masters.
You have to have an undergraduate degree, it's called.
Yeah. So no one's ever been able to work out where he got his degrees from. But so in the pandering documents, it was quite interesting because it said he graduated as Friedman, Stanton Friedman worked out. He graduated in August 1976 from high school. And in the pandering documents, it says he got a degree in physics and electronics from a correspondence university called Pacifica University.
Pacifica University, yes. And you know what I did when I got a hold of that information? I called admissions people both at MIT and at Caltech and asked them if you could get into a master's program with that, and they both laughed. They were like, "No, you need a real degree. We don't let people into master's programs with a degree mill degree that somebody bought."
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, that's right. He bought the degrees from Pacifica Uni. Was a front that got shut down live on TV in 60 Minutes when Mike Wallace interviewed Ernest Sinclair.
Yeah, they still exist. They still exist now, selling degrees that you can hang on your wall and fool your stupid friends with. But it's a worthless degree. You know, you can't like. People check when they go for employment now, you know, they know the difference between a degree mill degree and a real college. It's, you know, important. But I guess the interesting part for our conversation is that both MIT and Caltech said no way could he have gotten into any kind of master's program with a degree from that place. And interestingly, too, Caltech did not offer an electronics technology master's degree at the time he claimed to have gotten one. They didn't even have that there as a master's program. So
yeah, look, when you look at Bob's story, I've looked at his story and I've thought, you know what, he's made the story deliberately to be a joke, so that if I'm almost convinced that he made the story to be a joke, so that one day he can say, yeah, it was a joke. How did you believe it? I mean, I said this and this, and you know, it's so unbelievable. Why did you believe it? He could easily do that now. He could easily say, look, it was all a joke, and
he could make one last cash out.
Why did you believe all that shit? You know, like, you know,
he could make one last big cash out and make a documentary about how he faked the whole thing and made it all up, and probably do just as good as if he still kept claiming that the story is real. Yeah, so so this is the history and Bob Lazar. I've always been fascinated by this case, mostly because I'm fascinated that people can still believe him. And some people are just true believers. And I could go through this whole list of things that you and I just have talked about with a true believer of Bob Lazar, and they just excuse everything. You know, government wiped his documents, you know, they try to cover it up. Bob's telling the truth. He's a real scientist because he built a rocket engine car. You know, and that means that he has to be a scientist. I've even heard somebody say he had a pocket protector, so that's why he had to be a scientist.
Yeah. Like, so the thing is, when he was at Lanell, the story had just broke in the newspaper about his jet car, and the jet car reporter had written him down as being a physicist. So everyone at Lanell knew Bob as the jet car guy who worked here as a physicist. So when Krengle says, "Oh, I heard rumor from people that he was, you know, he owned a jet car and maybe he was a physicist," that's where it comes from.
Yeah, and I have a source that works at Lanell who told me that people who worked there, when they saw the article, some of them were surprised because they knew that he wasn't a physicist, but they felt uncomfortable and they didn't want to go, "Why did you lie?" They just assumed maybe the guy, you know, heard him wrong or something like that. And interestingly, somebody got to that author who wrote that article to ask him if he verified that Bob was indeed a physicist, and he said, "No, he told me that, and I just wrote it in the article. I didn't think I had to check if he really was. I saw a rocket car and thought physicist makes sense. Wrote it in the article."
That was me. That was me that got in contact with the.
Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess.
So basically, Jeremy but what happened was Jeremy Corbell was going on and saying that he contacted the author, and Jeremy called him Terry English.
Mm-hmm.
His name was actually Terry England, but whatever. Easy to get wrong. And Jeremy was saying that he spoke to this guy, and Terry had told him that he checked if Bob had been a physicist at Lenell, and he had to do that because if he didn't do that, he would have been blackballed by the whole Lenell Los Alamos community and journalistic society, whatever.
It turns out that was bullshit.
Yeah, and what happened was I finally got in contact with Terry. It wasn't easy. It took me ages, like 6 months. But I finally managed to find someone who knew Terry to then get me Terry's contact. But when I emailed Terry, he told me I sent him a transcript of what Jeremy Corbell sent. And Terry said, that's complete bullshit. I never said any of this blackballing or any of this other stuff. I didn't check with Len. He said, all I did was take Bob's word for it. It would have been just something in conversation, and Bob would have told me that, and that's what I wrote down. And it was a story about his jet car, not his profession.
Yeah, interesting. So, I mean, there we have it. I've been fascinated with some of the stuff that you have found and some of the stuff that you have done. I'm calling different places too, and I think that's much needed to prove or disprove some of these things. Because this right-click researching, if it's not on the internet, we don't find it, is not the right way to go about it, especially a story this old. It's 35 years old. You really got to pick up the phone. You really have to talk to people that have some knowledge about the case. So besides this, I know that you've been looking into some of these later UFO stories, like the Tic Tac and the gimbal. So what is your take on what we are seeing in these videos that are being leaked? Okay. And I should put leaked in quotes, right?
Yeah, it's interesting because Alex Dietrich, who's one of the Tic Tac pilots, she gave an interview with Nick West. I only got halfway through it before this interview started. But so if anyone is interested, you're probably going to have a look at that. But I don't know. Let's start with the gimbal, because I've got something queued up on that. With the gimbal video, I don't know if people have seen an article on the Drive about Project Nemesis. Project Nemesis is about the US's cutting edge or latest iteration of their electronic warfare capability, where they use fleets of drones, all different types of drones, balloons, aircraft,
target balloons as well.
Yeah,
they use target balloons as well.
Yeah, and there's also a pattern with a balloon which is a sphere with a cube inside it, and there's a Navy pattern for that. Anyway, have a look on the Drive.
You can share your screen, and then I can allow it if you want to. You can share like a browser tab. It's down there in the middle, the share button, and then I can share it to the audience if you like. Otherwise, I could try to find what you're finding if you give me some keywords.
I'll post a link to the article in there. There
Project Nemesis.
Yeah, I just posted a link in the comments. But I hope I posted it. Yes, I did. Anyway, what it is it's. Maybe I should have started with a Tic Tac because it would have given you background. But anyway, the US's and every military's leading edge military capability is electronic warfare. It's not something that they talk about much, because half of it is about tricking the opponent. And if you're telling people what you're capable of doing, then you can't really trick them. So basically, you can see there it's got fleets of drones and things like that. On the right hand, that picture, I can't point to it, but there's a picture there of an F-18 with drones in front of it. One of the drones is a Northrop Grumman X-47B, and the other one's a Northrop Grumman BAT. These are electronic warfare drones, and they're weird things, and one of them is a cylinder with propellers on both ends.
Yeah, interesting.
And what they do is they fly these things out, and they do their electronic warfare stuff that basically they can spoof radar signals, they can jam radar signals, they can send out and imitate radar. They can pretend to be a missile coming at you. They can pretend to be a certain aircraft coming at you. They can pretend to be fleets of aircraft. And the object of using small drones is it's meant to be so that you can't pick up the drones on the radar because they're too small, but you can pick up what they're projecting. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And so what it's meant to do is fool and bamboozle a Navy fleet. That's literally the charter of what it's meant to do. It's meant to say, look over here, there's a fleet coming at you, expend all your ordnance over here, send all your missiles, send your fleet, send your aircraft over here, while we come around here and bomb the shit out of you.
Yeah.
So that's what it's about. So, and that's why they keep it secret, because it's obviously you don't want to tell people what it's about. But obviously the guys at the Drive managed to get a bit of info, and they wrote that article about it. Now, the key thing here for the gimbal is the companies that were involved with this Project Nemesis was DARPA. And DARPA had issued a number of contracts to 7 companies. Now, there are 7 companies that are that it issued the contract to. One of them was BAE. It's a big company that Dan Benkert knows all about.
Yeah, he does.
And the other company is Northrop Grumman. If you look at, so they issued these contracts to develop a lot of the systems for Nemesis to these 2 companies and 5 other companies. And the key Navy groups that were developing Nemesis are all on the East Coast. They're actually around, or was it North Carolina, Virginia, that's somewhere around there.
Sure.
Which, surprisingly enough, is where they keep seeing all the UFOs every day. So they've got all this stuff there, and they've given these contracts. And if you look up BAE's webpage, they will tell you that they're self-proclaimed world leaders in electronic warfare. They do a lot of things. They do an absolute ton of things. But one of the things they do is they're a world leader in electronic warfare, as is Northrop Grumman, and Northrop Grumman make a lot of drones. Now, if you saw in that picture, I mentioned 2 of those drones were made by Northrop Grumman from Nemesis. And these guys are all based on the East Coast. Now, the gimbal event happened on the East Coast, and that gimbal video was taken in January 2015 off the north end coast of Florida, I think. Basically, in that documentation, if you follow it through, it talks about how they did a war game testing out Nemesis that ended in February 2015. So you've got a correlation there. Then you look,
yeah, definitely.
You look at the gimbal video and what Ryan Graves talks about, and he says they saw fleets of these things. Well, this involves fleets of drones. You're saying, oh, one was a big thing and the other had little drones. Well, if you look at the picture, there's a big drone and there's little drones. So, you know, all these things are coming together. And then you look at where Project Nemesis is, and they're all around that area where they're starting to, you know, the key components of the naval bases of and DARPA and all this sort of stuff. They're all at that East Coast area around where Ryan starts saying that, you know, later he says that they start seeing things every day. But that's also where Virginia Beach is, and Virginia Beach has a big issue with people letting loose party balloons. I mean, I'm talking about the size.
All the weddings on the beach.
Back at the gimbal, but
all the weddings on the beach. There's these things called
they've
wedding
actually issued
balloons.
huge fines for letting loose balloons there. There's a big article about it. And anyway, going back to the gimbal event 2015, they did the war game.
And here's a video, just for anybody that most people that are watching this are going to be aware of what.
Has it got the audio? Because listen to the audio.
Oh, do you want the audio?
Oh, the audio is important.
All right, let me redo it. I thought we didn't want the audio. Let's try this again, and I'll do it with the audio because you're right. The audio is important, even though we don't know if that wasn't tacked on to it. There's no prominence here. We don't.
The audio is important, and if you can find the TTSA version that's got they captioned it as well. And
this one is supposedly unedited.
Okay. The one that TTSA put out.
Dude, this is a fucking drone, bro.
Yeah, he said it's an effing
There's a whole
drone.
fleet of them. Look on the ASA.
Yeah.
My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude. That's not our LNS though, is it? It's not. That is the LNS, dude. Well, if there's, look at that thing. It's rotating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple of things to take out of that video. The wizard or the pilot says it is a effing drone. Right? He's telling you right there it's a drone. Two, you don't see any TV mode footage. There would have been TV mode footage. Why don't you see it? Three, it's called the gimbal video. And if you watch Mick West's, I know people are going to freak out when you mention Mick West. You might watch Mick West's video. He talks about that being glare, and that's why it rotates, because the Atfler pod gimbals. That's what it literally does. It gimbals. Why does the Navy call
gimbal footage?
Why does the Navy call it the gimbal video? It was the Navy that called it the gimbal video, not anyone else. It was the Navy that called it the gimbal video. Why did they call it the gimbal video? They've told you why.
And the pilot said, it's a drone. It's an effing drone.
They're calling it a gimbal because the Atfler is gimbling. And the thing is, the pilot's calling it a drone. But here's the kicker. Whenever you watch Ryan Graves on TV or doing an interview, he's always got this cheeky grin. And I'm thinking, this guy's hiding something, you know? He's saying,
right, he does.
I'm not saying it's aliens. But
it's
really
aliens.
Yeah. It's not right. I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's really weird, and they're doing really weird things, aren't they? I just told you that BAE was one of the key contractors in the self-proclaimed world leader in electronic warfare. Have a guess what company Ryan Graves ended up working at when he retired from the Navy?
A black budget.
BAE.
BAE. Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Guess where he works?
Electronic warfare specialists and drone manufacturers.
But guess where he works in BAE?
Where?
I looked at the BAE webpage, and they've got a webpage about their electronic warfare capabilities, and it's got 6 videos. I click on the last video about development of electronic warfare or something. 22 seconds in, there's Ryan Graves. I mean, what the hell? Follow the dots, people. These people are not being.
It doesn't make any sense that he's out there in the media trying to suggest that these are extraterrestrial spacecraft, unless it's a purposeful campaign to obfuscate the real truth that this is drone technology. You know, one of the other things I wanted to ask you, because this drives me crazy, my audience knows this. We have people in the media that show these grainy ass videos that with no clarity, and the facts that they contribute to the video don't match what we're seeing in the video. That's the one thing that drives me crazy. But the other thing that drives me crazy is when people say things like, no one on Earth has this technology when it comes to transmedium craft or craft that can do 90-degree turns. And, you know, I don't know about you, but you can go down to Walmart and buy a drone for $50 that can do 90-degree turns. So it drives me crazy that people say, no one on Earth has this technology. It must be aliens. What do you think about these sort of statements? Aren't they irresponsible and misleading?
Yeah, I don't think people dig deep. You know, I think we live in a very low information world at the moment. We live in a sort of weird situation where you've got, at no time have you ever had more information at your disposal, but at the same time, news reporting is at the lowest level of info ever. It's almost tabloid now.
Yeah, yeah. We want the sound bites. We don't want a deep, full story. You know, like this is why things like TikTok are so popular, because people's attention span. Nobody has attention span to sit and listen to real, you know, investigative work and you know, deep dives into a story. We want the 5-minute quick version, right?
Yeah. So maybe I'll load up an image of Ryan Graves on BAE's webpage.
Let me see if I can find it here. BAE Systems is an aerospace company, right? Yeah.
Look, I'll send you the link and you can bring it up.
Okay, yeah, you can send it through the private chat, I believe. Just click on that private chat icon over there. In the meantime, I want to remind everybody to like, comment, and subscribe. It really does help us to expand the show. We're trying to get me a bigger bullhorn. That's what I want for Christmas. That's what I want for my birthday. I want a bigger bullhorn. Because unfortunately, we're in a bad situation here because, you know, we're trying to give people that second red pill after they think they got red pilled. You know, we're bringing people inconvenient truths. And it's not easy growing a channel like this because we have to have facts in hand before we put our mouth in gear. We can't just sell people woo and garbage fake stories like so many other more popular, larger channels covering these subjects do. But I think it's important that there's the other side of the story. So maybe people can find me if they want to hear the other side of the story that most people selling these stories and making huge amounts of money selling these stories leave out. I always find it convenient. They leave out all of this stuff that you and I are talking about. Nobody talks about this. And we should. It should be a part of the conversation, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so I sent you the link. If you go on that webpage, it's the last video, the 6th video, 23 seconds in.
We're going to see if we can't share that. Absolutely. Yeah, and I know you've got some opinions on the Tic Tac video as well.
Yeah, Tic Tac's harder, but I have some opinions. I have some opinions on some of it, and I have found a lot of information about that area that they perform training in, which absolutely.
Okay, so now I'm looking at the website. Which one of the videos? The last one? Distributed.
Yeah, it's called
Distributed Electronic Warfare.
Yeah, that's the one. It's about 23 seconds in.
Let me see if I can't get it to play here. It's always weird when it's on like a website and not on not on like YouTube, but I got it here. Let's see if we can share this. And you said it's 23 seconds in, but we'll cite fair use. It's a public website, so I think this is perfectly acceptable under fair use, but we're still going to cite fair use. We're educating the public about these subjects and using the material. We'll be discussing and critiquing the material we're sharing. This is called Electronic Warfare, Electronic Protection and Attack by BAE Systems. Interesting. Ooh, let me make sure that one second. We want the audio. Bear with me, friends. There we go. Now we'll see. This is a great find. So this guy is in this video, and he's on the media
Today's
saying it's
military
alien.
faces increasing threats. Adversaries with long-range multispectral electronics are challenging the warfighter's ability to access, communicate, and navigate in theaters of operation. To counteract these threats, BAE Systems is innovating technologies that, when integrated,
that's him.
New mission.
That is him. That is so funny. Let's watch it again. So I'll see if I can stop it there.
And navigate in theaters of operation. To counteract these threats, BAE Systems is innovating technologies that.
Great. So he's in the media going, I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens. At the same time, he's working at this company which develops electronic warfare countermeasures and drone technology.
Not a company that does electronic warfare.
The company.
Leader in electronic warfare that had one of the contracts with DARPA to provide some of the stuff for Nemesis.
Yeah. Do we want to watch the rest? Do we want to watch the rest of this? I guess.
Nah, it's pretty boy. It just talks about electronic warfare.
Electronic warfare, new mission capability. Distributed electronic warfare will provide warfighters with efficient control and coordination of EW platform resources, formations,
look at the drones,
and activities that are necessary in contested environments. The platforms in this scenario are on a distributed electronic warfare mission, using advanced electronics, cognitive sensor processing, autonomy, and cyber technologies as they explore a hostile
All right, well, we'll bounce out of that. Now we have to get to the Tic Tac. I want to know, what are your thoughts on the Tic Tac video? And then I guess.
Okay, so I think when you look at something like a story like that, you've got to look around the story. Where were they? What did they do there? What's around that area? When you start doing that, that's when it starts to fall into place, because that whole area the Tic Tac happened in, and also just a side note, all that triangle video and all the drones that you've been hearing about that happened in 2019, including that sphere that fell in the water and all that stuff, and the Tic Tac, all that happened in the SoCal Range Complex. The SoCal Range Complex is an area they do all their military training and testing of new weapons in. Okay, so what part of the charter is that they'll test the reactions, and they develop strategies based on that, and they'll test new weapons and see how they fare. There's a lot going on, and there's like 1,600 military exercises at least every year in that area. So you're talking about
it's a heavy test area for drone research.
Yeah, so there's a lot going on, and every time and any particular day, there's numerous military exercises happening in that day. So it's a complex theater. So it leaves the door wide open for a complex series of situations to happen, because they could be doing missile tests in one part of the range. They could be doing air-to-air exercises in another part. They can be doing anti-submarine exercises in another part. They can do, there's a whole bunch of stuff. They can be doing electronic warfare in that area, which I'll talk about in a minute.
Sure, yeah.
But if you look at the coast, and a lot of the facilities they have are on San Clemente Island. But if you look at the coast going down to San Diego is actually where SCORE is. SCORE is basically the facility they run the exercises from, and it's based in San Diego on the coast there, that island, the North Island, whatever it's called. And then if you look onshore, you'll see things like there's a lot of companies that have offices there. There's companies that make electronic warfare systems, a lot of companies that make threat radar simulators. There's the Skunk Works.
Lockheed Martin, sure.
There's where they have the black projects. What's that called? I forget now. Next to Skunk Works. All the other guys are there. Basically, everyone.
It's basically called aerospace. It's called Aerospace Alley. You know how we have Silicon Valley? There's also Aerospace Alley, where all these aerospace companies are there, and certainly they probably are doing test flights and things. Their prototypes and their systems they're developing. So it's like Occam's razor. Are these things extraterrestrial alien spacecraft? Or maybe, because they were all seen right near where all this stuff is tested, they could be earthly drone technology.
Yeah, so with the Tic Tac, I know that on San Clemente Island since 1991, believe it or not, they've had numerous electronic warfare facilities, big ones, big electronic warfare facilities that have, amongst jammers, they've also got things called threat radar simulators, which basically do what they sound like. They can simulate a radar, they can simulate a missile's guidance radar and send out signals like that, and a ship will pick that up as if a missile's coming at them. They can simulate a aircraft search radar, so a ship will pick that up and as if an aircraft, and they can mimic basically fleets of anything coming at. Part of the reason they put those facilities there because it's cheaper to mimic stuff like that rather than send out real missile drones and stuff like that. This is all on San Clemente Island. San Clemente Island also has an area, I think it's at the south end, where they fire off drone missiles. They're basically jet powered. They fire them off, got a little wing. They look like a missile. And they use those for target practice as well. So there's a lot going on from San Clemente Island. And they can also use mobile emitters throughout the SoCal Range Complex. So they can make, they can spoof anything. basically.
Yeah, they could spoof aircraft, fighter aircraft, or ships.
Now, I'm not saying that that's what happened that day on the Tic Tac day, but it would explain all those weird tracks that they picked up around San Clemente Island, funny enough. So, you know, you talk about those radar tracks doing weird things. I mean, there's a lot of discussion about that because Kevin Day didn't really see that himself. He asked someone else. Someone told him. It's like a fourth-hand discussion.
Yeah, my uncle's brother's cousin told me that they saw this.
There's no real first-hand knowledge of anything going from 80,000 feet to sea level in a second. Kevin Day's talking about that. It's like third hand. Anyway, he talks about seeing these objects on the radar coming down. First, this is his first-hand account. He talks about all these objects coming down in the fleet, just sort of through the SoCal Range Complex, and they disappear before they get to Guadalupe Island. Funny enough, Guadalupe Island is at the southern end boundary of the SoCal Range Complex. So
yeah, so they're staying within the test complex.
Yeah, so
and these sightings are literally within drone test.
Well, they're in the SoCal Range Complex where they conduct all the military training, and the military training is just to give you an idea of the different military training they do. They do missile tests. They'll do anti-submarine exercises. They'll do air-to-air exercises. They'll do electronic warfare exercises. They'll even do cryptologic simulation. There's just absolutely motzes of stuff going on, and part of the stuff they do there, and it's in the charter of what they do. I'm not making this up. They do test new weapons there. They do test new weapons in the area to see how they fare, and they also test the fleet to gauge their readiness and their reactions, so that they can build new tactics based on their reactions. This is in the charter of what they do there. So amazing. I think people got to remember what actually is happening in this area. This is where shit's going down. So there's a number of there's just an absolute plethora of explanations that could explain those radar tracks where they were flying in formation coming down at 100 knots. It could have been an electronic warfare exercise. I know I've got documentation that shows they did 500 to 600 electronic warfare exercises that year. So almost 2 a day, or 1.5 a day.
And what do you say to the people, though, who argue, and I've heard this argument, and I think it's ridiculous, that if anybody was testing something, they would let the Navy ships know? Yeah, I think that's garbage. If you're testing a black project, you're not telling anybody.
Yeah, both PJ Hughes and another Tic Tac interviewee called Carson Crammell, they were both witnesses in the Tic Tac. They were on the ships. Both of them basically said that's bullshit. That they know personally of exercises that were ran where they knew that no one else knew. So it's totally feasible that, you know, the brass would know and no one else would know. I mean, how do you test something if it relies on, if you're trying to test someone's reaction? How do you tell them? The whole test, it voids the test right there and then. You can't tell them.
Especially if you want to see, maybe, let's just say, for example, they just want to see how a Navy ship would react to this in their airspace, right? Could they approach it? Could they shoot it down? Like, what are they going to do? Maybe that's part of the tests to see how our defenses would handle a possible foreign aircraft incurring into U.S. airspace and the ship's airspace.
That's right. So yeah, so you got all that going on, and that you got all those possible explanations for the radar tracks. It could have been electronic warfare exercise. There was plenty to go around. They did. It was the second most or the most type of exercise they did that year was electronic warfare. So that should tell you something right there and then. But here's the kicker. They called it control and command warfare, C2W. And C2W is, in the documentation I looked at, is used synonymously with EW and references electronic warfare. But if you look up C2W, along with electronic warfare, it includes a couple of other things that are quite interesting. The other things, other than electronic warfare, it includes is military deception, psyops, and some are there.
Yeah, that's not a coincidence, Victor. That's just a coincidence. Must be just a coincidence.
That's just a coincidence. And but that doesn't answer what the Tic Tac thing itself was. And there's a whole bunch of things going on there. It's very confusing because Alex Dietrich says she had eyes on the Tic Tac for 8 seconds. Fravor says he had eyes on the Tic Tacs for 5 minutes. So there's a huge discrepancy there. So I don't know what's going on there. There's different reports taken at different times. There's a report that was leaked by the guy who said he worked on the Nimitz, who went under the username The Final Theory and leaked the Tic Tac video, and a report called the Event Summary, which was meant to be a report of what happened, taken from the pilots on that day. And that tells a different story. Then there's the ATIP report that says a different story. There's a TTSA report, and there's a different story altogether.
These things don't often match or jive with each other, which leads to more speculation. If you want to stop conspiracy theories, get your facts straight and don't tell 6 different stories. One of the other things that I think is interesting is that these, people are claiming, well, I'm releasing this unclassified video from a classified briefing. And I don't know, but I've talked to people who worked on Navy ships. We have Rilo 704 works on Navy ships, and he said you can't just take your cell phone out in a command center and start taking videos and give them to journalists. You'd get fired, you'd get court-martialed. And also, if they do take any sort of video or have data on an unknown aircraft, they don't declassify that because that's, a problem. We don't know what this aircraft was. Could have been Russian, Iranian, Chinese, one of our other adversaries spying on us. We're going to investigate this fully. We're not going to unclassify this video of some flying object in our naval airspace and infringing right near Navy airships, and we're not just going to declassify it and give it to journalists. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. So in regards to the Tic Tac, I mean, if you look at the reports, it leads to a few scenarios. One report says the USS Louisville submarine was there in that vicinity conducting live fire tests in the vicinity of where the Tic Tac was meant to be. So some people think that they accidentally got vectored into a live fire test, and they're trying to hush it up. The other thing is, and this is a real weird one, follow me through with this one, but Fravor and Alex weren't the first person to see the disturbance in the water. The first jet on the scene was Douglas Cheeks Kurth. He was flying a single-seater F-18C, and he was part of the Marines. And oddly enough, Fravor and Alex were meant to start a war game with Kurth and another pilot soon, just before that, but they sort of got redirected just as they were meant to start an aerial battle between each other, Marines versus Navy. And
and why do you not hear about this first pilot who witnessed it? You hear almost nothing about him. Fravor is the front man on this story. He's been on all the interviews. Joe Rogan, Lex Friedman, all these different media outlets interviewed him, but nobody's interviewed the first pilot who witnessed this thing.
Yeah, he didn't witness the Tic Tac. What he said was he was vectored there, and as he got close to about 15 nautical miles, he picked up Fravor and Alex's jets on the radar, and he could see them approaching as well. And he then got another radio call to say, skip it, because 2 other jets are going there. So go back to your cap point or whatever. But he decided on his own, close enough, I'm going to fly over anyway. So no one knew he was doing this. And he flew over this disturbance in the water and circled around it. At that exact time, Alex and Fravor rolled up. And they were looking down and saw something. Kurt saw Alex and Fravor. Fravor and Alex didn't see Kurt.
Interesting.
Kurt didn't see a Tic Tac. Alex and Fravor didn't see Kurt. You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, so it could be as simple as this was an airplane and it was observed from a distance far enough away that maybe the body shape of it or whatever was obscured from their view because of the distance involved.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bit in the event summary that talked about haze being present. Although there was no clouds, there was a lot of haze apparently. So, did they see Kurt? Did they see Douglas Kurt's jet? He did fly up. He was at that perfect time. He flew around the disturbance in the water. They saw something over the disturbance of the water. And then he flew off. So, yeah, it's a bit weird.
But here that's a pretty boring story. Misidentified aircraft or misidentified drone, right? Or for that matter, misidentified target balloon, right? It could be a lot of different things. But these alien hucksters, they sort of they skip over that. One thing I didn't know is that David Fravor has an incredible amount of television appearances before Tic Tac. He was like on a reality show before the Tic Tac, so it's just kind of weird, Yeah, Carriers.
Did you know that Carriers was filmed the couple of months after the Tic Tac event?
No, I did not know that, so that's interesting.
And here's another one. Remember I told you that BAE and Northrop Grumman were key contractors to the Nemesis project, the electronic warfare Nemesis project, and I mentioned how Ryan Graves ended up working for BAE in the electronic warfare area.
Mm-hmm.
Guess where Fravor ended up working?
Not for BAE.
Northrop Grumman.
Yeah. And it's interesting that there is ample and supportive evidence of defense contractors knowingly and willingly spreading alien stories to cover their tests, right? Yeah. They float stories. They've been caught sending people to UFO conferences with stories and other things. So what if this might be aliens is just they're trying to cover their tracks for the testing that they're doing. And like you mentioned, there could have been some kind of exercise that these Navy personnel stumbled onto, didn't even know was taking place.
Yeah. Or they saw Douglas Kurth and just misidentified it. I mean, it sounds ridiculous. I know.
I don't know if this is ridiculous too. I don't know if this is true. V says his call sign is sex. It can't be. Really? David Sex Fravor?
Yeah,
is it really?
It is.
That dude picked sex for his call sign. Look at him. I don't even want to think about that. That's gross.
Yeah, but look, let's picture this. Picture the scenario. Fravor and Alex are vectored to the Tic Tac area. They're told they're given a real world vector. It's a real world scenario. They've been taken off training, and as you've seen in all their testimonies, they were really concerned about it because they didn't have any weapons on their planes.
Yeah, so they couldn't. What if that? Yeah, and that says something about the operational readiness of the United States military, which is scary to me, because what if that was a Chinese fighter plane or bomber? They don't have any weapons to deal with a threat that's flying right towards the California coast?
Yeah, so they're on edge. They roll up. They don't know what to expect. They see something flying. It starts going around, doing some weird things around the disturbance on the water. Douglas Kurt's not meant to be there. They're not expecting Douglas Kurt to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just go, just a hypothesis here, a theory. Let's say they see Douglas Kurt down there. He's in an F-18. They say it was an F-18 size object. He circles around and he flies back up. It's at closing speed. It would have been more than supersonic. And he flashes by. They say they didn't get electronic. They say they got jammed. Well, what could jam another F-18? An F-18. An F-18 has EC on it. It's got radar jamming.
Radar jamming. Yeah, one of those pods underneath some of those F-18s are actually radar jamming. It's a pod filled with a device that will jam enemy radar, and they routinely will fly with that on.
That's right, and it's an automatic. I understand one of the systems is automated, like it'll automatically jam a radar lock. So you've got that. When you look at that story, it all fits. Every single bit of it fits. That it may have been Douglas Kurtz's jet, except the visual. They saw something. They say it looked like a Tic Tac. And obviously an F-18C is not a Tic Tac. So but they were far away from it. It would have been, what, 4,000 or 5,000 feet, or just above the water, they said. And they were at 24,000 feet. So that's quite a long way away. So
sure.
With a bit of haze, might have looked like maybe particular type of paint job. Who knows? Maybe it did look like a Tic Tac. But it is interesting. So all I'm saying is that it's a complex story. The details are really unclear. There's various types of reports. A lot of stuff was happening in the SoCal Range Complex. There was war games and exercises galore happening every single day. There was a sub firing missiles in that area, for goodness sake. You got Kurtz flying past this disturbance in the water and flying around it when he was not meant to be there. They didn't see him. He didn't see a Tic Tac. I mean, yeah. Other than that, that's all I know about the Tic Tac event. Is so make of all that as you will.
But again, I love this because tonight you talked about all of these things that get left out of the story. There's things that nobody talks about as far as like possible very terrestrial explanations. And listen, I'd like for people to realize that I'd like to be a believer, but when I'm just skeptical because of the amount, first of all, because of the amount of UFO fraudery and forgery and fakery that goes on. And secondly, when you really study some of these events, you see that the people pushing the stories, they leave out very important information that people deserve to know. Like I said, the other side of the story here is what we're hearing today.
Yeah. So there's that. Yeah. So I'm 99%, 95% sure the gimbal stuff is nothing special, but they saw drones basically. And that sphere in the balloon or square inside a sphere was probably one of those modern version of those radar reflector balloons that are funny enough deployed from an F-18. There's a pattern shows that sphere with a square, a cube in it, actually being deployed from an F-18. I mean, could it have been a modern version of that had some ECM instead? Probably. And
by ECM, just for the benefit of the audience, you mean electronic countermeasures?
Yeah. So they were doing a war game test of Nemesis on the East Coast. They ended in February. They saw the gimbal in January. It's the contract for Nemesis went to BAE and some other companies, Northrop Grumman, etc. Ryan Graves is talking about the gimbal story. It ends up Nemesis is produced by, I said, BAE and that, and Ryan Graves ends up with BAE working in the electronic warfare video. I mean, come on. Every time I see that guy, he's grinning and it's like almost trying not to laugh. So, and the go faster, I mean, who cares if the thing was going fast or not? The thing was flying along in a straight line, could have been anything. It's the biggest non-story ever of the go fast. So yeah, so I got pretty, it's pretty disillusioning when you look at all that. But there was a story that I looked at last that probably disillusioned me the most, and that was the Westall case in Australia.
I was just going to ask you about the Westall case in Australia, because you're an Australian. I have not done a deep dive into that case. What can you tell us, first of all, about the case and what you found?
Okay, so generally, if you don't know the story, there was in 1966, and fun fact, I grew up less than a mile from where this took place. This is why it was a hometown story for me. So yeah, 1966 in a place called Westall, which is the suburb next to where I grew up. There was two schools next to each other, a primary and a secondary, and tons of kids, tons of teachers. Middle of the day, or I think it was the morning, like 10 o'clock or something. A lot of kids on the oval doing PE, which is physical education, and they look up and they see something in the sky, and it's like a silvery thing. It goes around, and they're all excited. They run into the classrooms and they tell some of the teachers. One teacher, I think, comes out. Another one comes out a little later and just misses most of it. There was also one teacher already on the oval, and they see all this thing. Some of them say they saw a plane going around it that looked like a Cessna. They see this thing, maybe it makes some moves. Generally, it's just floating around, and then it flies over past the school to about a point half a K away, which is about 500 yards in your American talk. And it flies over these trees and seems to come down over these tall pine trees. And supposedly later it flies off. That's the core bit of the story, okay? If you watch the Westall 66 documentary, there's all this added stuff in there that makes it interesting story. There's one where a boy goes up, sees two UFOs land next to the school. There's a border fence on the school. He jumps the fence, and there's two UFOs there. And he and a number of kids are around this UFO. He's so close he could touch it, but he's about to touch it, but he decides not to because he can feel some heat off it. And there's other kids around the other one. There's tons of kids behind the fence. I imagine lots of them are overhanging, watching. Two things. There is no other students that corroborate that out of hundreds of students. And I know the director of that documentary interviewed and got testimonies from lots of kids. No other kid could verify it. The only thing he could verify was sort of like someone whose mother may have worked at the shop or something said that they think they did see that at a window of a business that was down the street. I asked him about what about all these other student witnesses that were there that this boy says were there, and he says no other witnesses came forward. No one can back him up, really. So I'm like, well, why did you put it in a documentary? So there's that one aspect. If you ever watch the documentary, you'll know it's the key bit in that documentary. There's another bit about, if you ever watch the documentary, you'll know this bit. There's a bit about this girl called Tanya who ran up to the UFO when it landed over the pine trees, her and some other girls. And before the two other girls could get there, this girl Tanya supposedly got there, and she came back running and screaming, and later she fainted at school and an ambulance had to take her away. And that story is told secondhand from one of the other witnesses. So I said, did Tanya ever get found? Did you ever talk to Tanya? And the producer of the documentary, whose name is Rosie, did find her and interviewed her. And Shane, who's in the documentary, he's the guy you see in the documentary, he said that Tanya remembered the event, but didn't remember some, or at least some of the things that some of the other witnesses said about what had occurred with her. So I'm like, so why did you put that bit in the documentary? So you get to another bit, and there's a girl that says who's a woman now, obviously, and she says that she got to there and didn't see it, but saw it up in the air as it took off. She got close and didn't get to where it landed. She presumed it landed, didn't see it land, but when she got close, she saw it way up in the sky, and then it took off. And then that's in the Westall 66 documentary, but in a recent TV network special, she's in there saying, "Oh yeah, I saw it land. I went right up to it, and I felt the heat off it, and it had these purple lights around it."
It's a changing story over time.
I'm like, what the?
Yeah,
So
and people add to the story. There's other kids that there's other kids that claim they saw aliens, and you know, but none of the. It's like there's not a lot of consistency or corroboration between the stories, and
No.
So
I was polite about it, and I said, "Look," I spoke to Shane. I said, "Look, she's changed her story," and it was like, "Oh, did she?" I'm like, in the back of my head, I'm like, "Come on, man, this is like a huge story change."
Yeah.
Between your documentary and what you just said last night on TV, and he's like, "Well, what can happen is that when they do an interview, they can cut it and make it seem like people say different things, and because she never saw it on the ground." I'm like, "Well, she specifically said she saw it on the ground for a minute before it took off. Well, maybe it was just hovering above the ground." Well, in your documentary,
he's got to make excuses. And I just want to take a moment to recognize here. Hold on, we have Tractor Basil with a kind and generous $5 super chat, first of the night, and we're an hour and 41 minutes in. So thank you very much. Says, buy a couple of tacos, praise the cash. We're always praising the cash here, Victor. Praise the cash, hallelujah. Every dollar helps us continue this work. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and support. Tractor Basil with a kind and generous donation. We read every single super chat here, so thank you for your kindness.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. And then in the recent film, The Phenomenon, that guy went back and re-interviewed all the children and claimed that they all stuck to their story 100%. So
yeah, right.
Really depends on.
Yeah. So basically, as I interviewed, so then I got stuck into it a bit more. Like, red flags are popping up all over the place. So then I started talking to the people that were witnesses, because you can do that.
Yeah, and Dark Sky Files is in the live chat.
Yeah,
and he says he literally just posted that documentary on his channel. So if you want to see the documentary that Victor is talking about on the Westall on this case, you can go over to Dark Sky Files. I encourage you to go subscribe. He's got a lot of old documentaries, old interviews of John Lear and stuff that's melting off the internet that you can't get anywhere else. It's a really good source for this kind of information, especially the older stuff that is getting increasingly more and more hard to find.
So yeah, then I started talking to some of the, just chatting to some of the witnesses. They're grown up now, obviously. This happened a very long time ago. And these are confirmed witnesses. And I noticed people were posting occasionally. There'd be a witness pop up saying, what are you guys talking about? It was a balloon. And
oh, you know what? I'm confusing it. Actually, the phenomenon was on the Ariel Zimbabwe case, not the Westall case. So I apologize.
Okay,
absolutely right.
Get confused.
Because they're very similar cases, because they both involve school children seeing UFOs and aliens. So I apologize. I conflated the two. Easy to do. Thanks for correcting me there, Jay Roach. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so I started talking to a couple of witnesses, and I started noticing some witnesses saying that they actually saw and thought it was a balloon. And then there was like a little war that would erupt between the other witnesses that were part of the Westall 66 doco, and these people saying it was a balloon. And it was like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. And, So I started talking to these people, and they were like, yeah, it's a balloon. And I said, did you know the guy that said he went up and almost touched it? And he goes, yeah, he lives around the corner from me. He's full of shit. I see him every second weekend at the pub. Guys, he's full of crap. I'm like, okay. No one at the time knew of anyone that went up to a saucer. And I started noticing that even the people that thought it might have been a UFO, they were also saying stuff like, who's this guy that says he saw it on the ground? I never heard that at the time. And everyone was saying, how come the story keeps growing from what it was? And all these comments from other witnesses. And so yeah, there's that. And then I started asking him some questions, and he told me that he went to a gathering where all the witnesses got together, and the media went around talking to all the witnesses, and they got to him, and he said, yes, it was a balloon. That's what I saw. I saw a balloon. And as soon as he said that, they walked off.
Yeah, they didn't want to hear anymore. Yeah, because that's not going to sell the story. The aliens are going to sell the story.
That told me right there and then how these alien stories come about. Because balloons don't sell, aliens do.
Yeah, well, we see that in these recent George Knapp drops too. Those things to me look clearly like balloons or nothing burgers. But hey, I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's probably aliens. You know, they dance around the alien issue, but they know they're pushing this alien narrative. And it's unfortunate because, you know, honestly, I'm not interested in balloons. I'm not interested in drones. I'm not interested in misidentified aircraft. I'm only interested in possible alien spacecraft visiting Earth. That's my interest. So all this other stuff is just noise in the signal that you have to separate, you know?
Yeah. So when you look at that Westall 66 documentary, the only thing that's really substantiated is they saw something in the sky, it flew around, maybe there was a plane, and then the object went half a mile away, or not quite that, and landed over some pine trees. And maybe they went there later. That's about it. There's, you know, once you take out, and that when you take out look at it that way, all the key things in that documentary are just unsubstantiated.
Yeah, and isn't it a little bit?
All the balloon, I'm just saying that all the fanciful stuff of people saying they saw it on the ground and it definitely was a flying saucer is bullshit.
Yes, and isn't it interesting? You know, like I swear there was a point in time where if I saw it in a documentary, I assumed that it was true and that the people making the documentary did adequate research and were, you know, sure that the things that they were presenting were true. But really, the documentary is a very loose term. You know, we've seen it in this Jeremy Corbell documentary, so-called documentary on Bob Lazar. That's not a documentary, because he left out more than half of the story. Anything that would indicate that Bob Lazar is a fraud, a liar, a convicted bankrupt pimp. Let's leave that out, because that doesn't sound good for his credibility, that he's a convicted bankrupt pimp, you know?
Well, if it's what's proclaimed to be an investigative piece, where's the interviews with Bob's fellow students at MIT?
We'll never find it.
With the professors? Where's the interviews with people he worked with prior to?
And it's interesting, Victor. I just have an old friend, you know, somebody that I've known for like 20 years, really old friend, and he just saw Bob Lazar on Joe Rogan, and he was convinced. So he contacts me and he's like, "Did you ever do a show on this?" And I'm like, "Don't get me started. I could send you 20 links on this case," you know. And then he's like, "Well, I watched this video and he sounds like a scientist and he's an engineer, you know." So he was totally convinced by Bob Lazar's like explanation. He watched the old video Bob made of how the flying saucers work, and he said, "No, only a scientist would be able to present this technical." And I'm like, "No, that doesn't prove anything." And we're back and forth, and he's like, "Well, he must be a scientist." I'm like, "His education's fake. This is fake. This is fake." But he still wants to believe the story, so he's still kind of arguing with me over it. And by the way, hey, Art. And Reemsey with a kind and generous super sticker donation for $5. Thank you, Reemsey, for your continued kindness, generosity, and support. And Patreon supporters should know that Reemsey played his amazing grand pianos on one of my songs, which will be on Patreon for all the Patreon supporters this month. Thank you, Reemsey, for your kindness. God bless you. We're a viewer-supported show. The best way to support our show is to throw money at me. That's the best way, okay? Because If people can get all this money for lying to people or leaving out half of the story, then somebody should be there to provide the other half. And I can't thank you enough, Victor, for helping me do this. I know that you dropped all this information that nobody's heard before tonight. So I have a feeling that this video is going to blow up because this is all stuff that nobody's heard. Most of this stuff nobody has heard about yet. And I want to thank you for dropping it here.
No worries.
And we want to go through all your unreleased interviews and air them here. That's what we should do. We'll give you, you know, you got to have a place to put them, right? You got your own place to put them, but they're welcome here as well.
Yeah. There's so much stuff. I mean, I must admit, after the Westall case, I was pretty disillusioned with it all. You know, like you, I want to believe that there's a true story out there. And I'm not a debunker. I look at these stories and I think, well, that's really interesting. I want to find out more.
Yeah, let's learn more. Yeah.
Yeah. So
and then you learn more, and the disappointment comes, right?
Yeah, that's it. That you got it. So it's always in that learn more phase that the red flags start popping up, and you just can't ignore them after a while.
Yeah, and I remember ages ago when I would hear somebody say things like, you know, I was a Navy SEAL, and I just went, oh, this guy was a Navy SEAL. And then he tells some story about aliens or the secret space program, and you would think, well, he was a Navy SEAL. It's crazy that a real Navy SEAL would be telling these stories. And then you find out he was never in the Navy. He certainly was never a Navy SEAL, and he's some kind of convicted criminal pretending to be these things. You know, there's this layer of illusion over many of these stories that we really need to peel back the layers of the onion and get to the root, really, before you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And V says, more Vic, more. She's your biggest fan. She was one of the people who said, you got to have that guy come and do a whole show. Everybody loved your panel appearance. So you were the most requested guest that I've ever had from a panel. Like, you know, I've had panels before, but nobody's ever like emailed me and sent me so many messages about a particular panel guest saying, forget those other guys that were on. We got to have this guy talk, and we want to hear what he has to say. It's great that you could do this.
No worries. It's more where that came from, so some other day.
Yeah, well, we would love to have you again, and I don't want to keep you too long, so I'm going to probably throw you out here and do a quick wrap up, maybe spend some time with the live chat, or if you want to stick around for a little while, maybe we could take some questions from the live chat.
Okay, I can take some questions. Yeah.
Okay, if anybody has questions in the live chat for Victor, please do put them in all caps. If anybody has any questions, otherwise we're going to let him bounce. We're going to let him bounce out of here. AJ says, I don't think we're finding out tonight. I don't know what that's about. V was saying more. Any questions, V, for Vic? Please let me know in the live chat. And while we're waiting for some questions to pop in, I just want to remind everybody that's listening in audio podcast land, Victor, we're now on every audio podcast network that you can be on. So you can get this podcast anywhere. But if you're listening on audio land, you're missing out on half the fun, which is coming to the live chat. You hear me reading these comments from our live chat. We take questions from our live chat. We take live call-ins. So if you're listening in audio podcast land, please go on YouTube and search for Truth Seekers. Look for the weird guy with the sunglasses and subscribe. And you too can come and be a part of our community here. We're building a community of Truth Seekers. It's not just me. We're all here looking for the truth behind some of these incredible stories. Come and join us. And first question here from Jay Roach. Vic, have you looked into what the science teacher had said regarding Westall?
Yes, I have. He was on a Channel 7 special. That same Channel 7 special has said one of the other witnesses changed the story. Mr. Greenwood, his name is. I think if that's who you mean. I'm not sure if Greenwood was a science teacher. Yeah, I think that's who you mean. And Mr. Greenwood was one of was the second teacher, I think, to see it, because there was a teacher on the Oval at the time teaching physical education. That was a lady. I'm not sure if you're referring to her or Mr. Greenwood, but Mr. Greenwood changed his, said some really weird things on the Channel 7 special as well. He said that the US president had a secret UFO program to look into UFOs, and that he sent a UFO researcher out to interview him in Australia. And then it got to this weird bit where, like, oh, I can't remember his name, and then the interviewer says, oh, was it McDonald? And he said, yeah, that's it, McDonald. I did a face palm.
He got interviewed by Ronald McDonald.
Yeah, McDonald's is I think that's his name, McDonald. It's that famous UFO researcher. What's his name? His last name is McDonald anyway. And he came out to Australia to do some work for the Navy, to do some talks or some atmospheric stuff based on his job. And in his own spare time, he went, and on his own dime, he went out and did some research on some Australian cases, because he was a famous US researcher and did a lot of UFO research in America. So when he came to Australia on his job to do whatever he's doing, he took it upon himself in his spare time to do some research for some Australian cases. And that's when he went out and spoke to Greenwood. He wasn't sent by the president because of some special US program. All that was just complete bullshit by Greenwood. There was another thing I raised with Shane, the Westall documentary maker. It was that point. And he was like, oh, yeah, I noticed that as well, but I don't know why he said that.
Yeah.
He also said, Greenwood also said that some people from the Air Force came and visited him 2 weeks later and threatened him that they'd say he was a drunkard and that he'd lose his job if he spoke about the Westall case.
Interesting.
In a McDonald interview, which was conducted like just a year after the incident, he never mentioned any of that to him. And I also talked to Shane, the documentary guy, about that as well, and he said, "Yeah, I thought that was weird as well." I'm like, it just gets ridiculous.
Absolutely. And another question here from V: has Victor ever had an experience himself?
No, I haven't had an experience.
Okay, and here we have Solar Warden asking, Victor, what did Glenn Campbell tell you? Did he mention Chuck Clark at all?
Chuck Clark? No Chuck Clark, I don't think. Not that I remember, anyway.
Do you want to talk a little bit about what that interview, what kind of, how did that go? What did he talk about in general?
Glenn said some explosive stuff about Bob. Particularly about Bob calling him and telling him that he had received some explicit photos of Glenn Campbell and just wanted to let him know, which was a veiled threat.
So it was like a threat? Stop talking shit about me and my UFO stories, or I'm going to release nude photos of you or something?
Yeah, Glenn said he didn't really understand what Bob was trying to tell him at the time, but then when he hung up, he realized, oh.
The bankrupt pimp is threatening people. The bankrupt pimp is threatening people like a gangster. What do you know, right? Yeah, and somebody mentioned it's James McDonald, most likely. Yeah.
Yeah, that is James McDonald. That's correct. It is James McDonald. James E.
Yeah,
McDonald.
and that guy's interesting. He died of a suicide by gunshot. He shot himself.
Sad story. Sad story.
Sad story, absolutely, yeah. But he was one of those early pioneers, a physicist that was interested in and investigating UFOs, mostly from his own curiosity, not for the U.S. government,
That's right. I don't think it's like a lot of people used to ridicule all the UFO researchers, and that I totally disagree with that. I think it is worth looking into. I think those people should be able to do it without being ridiculed. That's for sure.
Somebody's asking, kind of unrelated, what do you think of Phil Schneider's story and suicide? Are you familiar with Phil Schneider? He's the guy who came out with all these.
With Phil Schneider, no.
Yeah, well, I would tell you, Dustin Miles, Dio, that Phil Schneider, a lot of people don't know this, but Joe from the Carolinas did this excellent report on him and did a deep dive and found out that Phil Schneider had some kind of a strange psychological condition that caused him to mutilate himself. And Phil Schneider's part of his story was he was hold up his hand that was missing fingers and stuff and say that the aliens shot him with a ray gun. But it turns out that Yeah, it turns out Phil Schneider spent a lot of time in and out of mental wards, and I believe that his suicide was just that. He didn't have any truth about aliens. He was another grifter out there on the scene, according to a lot of good supportive evidence that he was a mental patient who mutilated himself. So there's not much credible. And he got caught lying in a lot of areas about his family history with the military and the government. You know?
Was he part of that Dolch story? Or
yeah, it was. No, it wasn't Dulcie, but he basically said that he worked for the government building these DUMBs, deep underground military bases, and that they were drilling, and all of a sudden there was aliens, and then the government had to send like Marines in there, and there was a firefight between the aliens, and it's just a crazy story. And then he ended up killing himself under somewhat mysterious circumstances, and people, of course, ran with that, like, well, they tried to cover him up because he was telling the truth about aliens. But it turns out he was not a credible person. He was literally a mental patient who started going on the UFO circuit telling stories about aliens and things like that, and deep underground military bases. People to this day still don't know that he had that weird condition, which caused him to mutilate himself. And VCMD Propulsionist here wanted to know what do you think about Mark McCandlish's suicide of the ARV fame? Are you familiar with him?
I've heard the name. I probably heard the story.
That's okay. He recently killed himself, and then people did the same thing they did with Phil Schneider. He's the
guy that did the illustrations of.
Yeah, they ran people recently, like totally not credible people like Kerry Cassidy and Jordan Sather and others ran with the story that he was murdered by the deep state. And I talked to the coroner, and all of those stories are largely horseshit.
Yeah. I see someone's asking about Valentish. That's another famous case in Australia. So I think, if I remember right, that's the one where the guy was flying a plane. And
oh yeah, here, I'm sorry, I missed that one. Sorry about that, AJ. Victor, what about our second most famous incident, M. Valentich?
Yeah, I think that's the one where a guy was flying a light plane and or a Cessna or something, and he was flying towards Tasmania or one of the islands between Victoria and Tasmania or something like that, and he reported in on radio seeing a light above him, he was reporting a UFO basically, and it got pretty hairy, and then he disappeared. And it is another famous case in Australia because some people say that a UFO abducted him and his whole plane, sort of thing, and no one ever knows whatever happened to him. So, yeah, I don't know much about it other than the story itself. It's a weird one, that's for sure. That area is a rough part of the world. Like, it gets pretty rough between Victoria and Tasmania. It's like a channel of water, and that water was really rough. I know firsthand because I've taken a ferry over Bass Strait, and it's rough as guts.
Interesting.
So it does get pretty windy and wavy. And yeah, he could have got caught in a storm. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, Chris Johansson said, plane disappears, the end. The truth is, we don't know what the F happened to him. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Sure. Well, listen, I want to thank you very much for giving us your time and some excellent research and dropping all of this information that most people have not heard before. I'm glad that we get the exclusive on it. And I hope that we can twist your arm and get you to come back again.
No worries.
If V has her way, you're going to be here 3 nights a week, just so you know.
Okay.
So I'm going to throw you out of here and do a quick wrap up. I appreciate your time, and I can't thank you enough for doing this. Thank you, Victor.
Okay, bye.
All right. Wow, friends, what a great conversation. And I got to tell you, this has been on my list of things to do for a while because I want to know some of these things that he's sharing that most people have not heard of. Yeah. I got to tell you, friends, I'm always happy when there's an audience. I want to definitely thank you for coming here tonight and being a part of mine. I'm always happy when there's an audience. And thanks to the Super Chat donators tonight. Thank you to the Patreon supporters. You make this show possible. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Cambion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Cambion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to Truth Seekers. Tonight we are going to continue our coverage. Some of you know that we have covered the Bob Lazar story for quite some time. Of course, from a skeptical perspective, because, there's so many problems with the story, and we've outlined many of them here. But I was happy to find another researcher and individual by the name of Louis Caetano, who runs the website Ufology is Corrupt. And it's an interesting, very, very interesting website, blog, and now he's begun to make videos breaking down some of his research efforts. And I have to say that I'm happy to see that somebody put so many. He's got a blog called Litany of Bob Lazar's Lies, and it breaks down all of this stuff that Bob Lazar has lied about, half-truths, and all of these different things. And it's to me, it's much more impactful when you see it all in black and white. It's one thing to hear, okay, Bob Lazar lied about this on an audio podcast or a video show, but to see it all in black and white, written out piece by piece, he makes a very compelling case for the fact that Bob Lazar shouldn't be trusted as a trustworthy witness to so-called flying saucers that the government is trying to back engineer. I've been following his blog for some time. We've wanted to get him on here. Tonight is the night we finally get to do that. So let's welcome him in here. Welcome, Mr. Caetano. Glad that you finally made it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I wanted to begin by the website, Ufology is Corrupt. Now, this is something that I've been thinking for a long time, that ufology is corrupt. I tended for a long time to focus on the dark side of this thing. What led you to pick that for a website address? And do you think that all of this is corrupt, or most of it, or some of these people, or?
I think most of it is sincere, actually, in terms of the believers, but I think that the people directing this thing, if that's the right word, there's a big corrupt element there, and there's also a lot of self-delusion and stuff like that. So that's, I guess, why I chose the title.
Yeah, that's something that we can both agree on. We were talking a little bit off air about how some of these people, right, to some of these people, this is sort of a religion to them, and they firmly believe a lot of this UFO mythology is what I call it. And you've detailed on your website how some of these, there's all of these stories. They can't all be true because most of them contradict each other, right?
Exactly. And a lot of stuff gets thrown in which is logistically or institutionally doesn't make sense. So, for example, in my latest video about Lazar, I talk about how Lazar actually credits the Cash Landrum incident. And that doesn't make any sense from an institutional point of view, because that happened in 1980, whereas his story is that he worked at S4 in 1988 to 89. And he's saying that there were, there's only like 22 people or something like that at S4. But then he says stuff that contradicts that story by implying that the government was flying a UFO in 1980.
Yeah,
so,
and it was plutonium powered, right?
Right?
This is what he said. It was powered by plutonium, but had the same kind of propulsion system as the craft that he tend to work on, which had nothing to do with earthly materials, according to him. He contradicts his own story.
Yep, on many counts as well, many other things.
Yeah, and so why the intense? I don't know. In my case, I grew up with the Bob Lazar story, and believe it or not, as a child, I ordered the VHS tape from the back of some science magazine. This Bob Lazar, excerpts from the government Bible, where he explained how the craft work and what, how he worked on them. And I also bought the model growing up, the tester's model. In my case, I grew up with the story, and I always wished that it were true. But the longer I looked into the story and the new, people always say his story never changes, but the truth is, if you're paying attention, it changes all the time. But why did you have such an intense interest in this specific case?
Well, I guess it's the usual thing. I also, I wouldn't say I grew up with the story, but in the 1990s, when I was a teenager, I first came across it in a magazine series called The X Factor, which I don't know if it was sold in the US, but it was a sort of paranormal UFO magazine with all those sorts of topics. Like you'd buy an issue every week. And
I remember magazines, yeah.
One of the issues had an article about Lazar, and that's the first time I think that I encountered him. And so like I found that compelling back then, but then I put it on the shelf and I didn't pay attention to it for a long time. And then it was actually a video by Mouthy Buddha, which had a video.
I remember that one, yeah.
Yeah, The Perplexing Story of Lazar, I think it was called. And one thing struck out to me, which was his invocation of the Zeta Reticuli, which, you know, he's saying that he read about that in briefing documents, but, you know, as he says for many other things, so that he can escape scrutiny. But the Zeta Reticuli thing sort of was a big red flag for me, because
the Barney and Betty Hill, right?
Right, because that's where it came from. Like that's where the reference in ufology came from, and it had already been discredited as a source for a possible source for the star map, because like the Hipparcos satellite sent by the European Space Agency had already done another survey of that cluster of the Milky Way, and so that disconfirmed that Zeta Reticuli could have been a match for the star map. But you know, Lazar picked it up again because it was popular.
It was accepted UFO mythology. That's where these gray aliens are coming from. They're coming from the Zeta Reticuli, which actually, you know, I'm a little bit into astronomy and things like cosmology. If you look into that system, it's very unlikely that there's intelligent life in that system, because it's a dual star system, and there's just a lot of things don't make sense. But apparently Betty and some researcher took what she did as called a star map and somehow decided that it matched up to Zeta Reticuli. But later we
that
get
was Marjorie Fish.
Marjorie Fish. But later, right, we find out that that doesn't match, that star map,
right?
Quote star map. It doesn't match Zeta Reticuli at all.
The Hipparcos satellite had done more accurate measurements of the star distances, so you can't get the same match because now the orientations are different. So that was, you know, thrown out as well.
But what we see with Bob Lazar, he does something that I see a lot of these guys do, and that is they take things from accepted, you know, okay, everybody already heard that the aliens came from Zeta Reticuli, so I'll say that's where the briefing said they came from. It's like they take some accepted truth in the UFO community already, and then they add to it or they weave it into their story.
He does that all the time. There's literally dozens of examples I provide on my page about Lazar.
Yeah, very thorough.
TV specials and documentaries from the 70s and 80s. And sometimes the plagiarism is very blatant. Like it's ridiculously blatant. But I guess
we've detailed, my favorite example of that is that we know from verified sources that Gene Huff and Bob Lazar got all of the Billy Meyer material, videos, tapes, copies of photos, Billy Meyer photos, you know, from John Lear less than a month before Bob Lazar came out with his story. And the sport model matches Billy Meyer's beam ship almost exactly. I find that like, 3 weeks before you came out with your story about working on flying saucers, you got all of this material from John Lear. And the spaceship that you say you worked on looks exactly like the spaceship in the photos that you just got from John Lear. I don't find that a coincidence, right?
Right. And also, perhaps especially because John Lear really had worked at the Nevada test site. He was apparently flying missions over the area to collect air samples because they were concerned about radioactive material, you know, being released from the underground tests. So he was part of that, but he could have given Lazar a bunch of logistical and operational details about the complex. Which
yeah, and there's also an on the record interview. I have a copy of it. Before George Knapp started interviewing Bob Lazar, he was interviewing John Lear on a Sunday morning sort of talk show about UFOs, in which John Lear laid out a lot of the Bob Lazar story, that there was hangars, there was 9 spacecraft that they have, and essentially it appears as if Bob Lazar just repeated John Lear's facts back to him that he had already spilled on George Knapp's show. That's a little bit.
The Knapp interview with Lear was from 1987, and it basically was already. It was basically the Lazar story before Lazar. And then in 1988, the TV special UFO Cover Up Live, which had a ton of stuff.
Yeah, I remember the strawberry aliens like strawberry ice cream. Yeah.
Right. But a bunch of other stuff as well, including the name Area 51 was mentioned. And what's his name? Richard Doty was posing as Falcon.
Yeah, with the voice disguiser and there's a whole thing about that. It was silly, yeah.
And then Lazar copied that when he came out as Dennis. I guess he figured that UFO whistleblowers have to appear in silhouette.
Well, usually with the voice disguiser too. Yeah, but eventually he dropped the masquerade, which may not have been a good idea, because then people could actually look into his real background. And recently So we know that his education is completely and totally made up nonsense. And, one of the things that bothers me about the true believers is they do all these mental gymnastics to explain why he can't prove that he has these master's degrees. The government erased his records, but Michael Schratt pointed out, correctly so, that in order for the government to do that, they'd have to crawl into every dusty attic, every garage, steal every single person's yearbook from both those schools, sanitize them and erase Bob Lazar or any mention of him, and then put them all back.
Right. Without anyone noticing.
It makes no sense. It's just his education is fake. That's just it. And more recently, we get the revelation now that he lied about ever being a scientist at Los Alamos. So those are 2 huge foundational parts of his story that have just fallen apart. And I don't know where George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell are on commenting on those things. After all, those guys have made the most money off this story. Shouldn't they have to, explain why now the story is falling apart after the big money grabs of the movie and the book?
Exactly. And can I just say hi to Amy Collins, who has
she sent me the same thing, and I didn't get to use it. I get sidetracked here. You did a breakdown of the badge being fake that he.
Yeah, and she gave me the information for that. And some background as well about the Nevada test site and the badges they were using, and also how William Cooper ties into the story.
Yeah, and I'm referencing here another website. This is Michael Schratt's side-by-side comparison of the beam ship of Billy Meyer and the Bob Lazar so-called sport model. I mean, it's almost exact, slightly different shape, but same windows, same undercarriage. And it's the same thing. So, and shout out to Amy Collins, who sent me some of that information as well, that pretty much proves that so we've got a fake education, a guy claiming to be a scientist when he was an electronics technician at Los Alamos, and the a lot of the stuff that he put forward as proof of his claims, like a badge, are completely and garbage and bunk. And his W-2,
really weird showboating behavior. Like, if you see some of the documentaries, and I provide links to this on my Lazar page, he was driving around in the 90s with MJ-12 license plates on his Corvette.
Yeah.
Even though, he was meant to be under threat by the government, he was afraid that they'd assassinate him or something.
He's somehow still putting MJ-12, right? That's way to keep a low profile, right? Yeah, I have seen those pictures of his Corvette. By the way, I have the same Corvette, just about.
Oh wow,
it's interesting. Yeah,
that's the real sport model, by the way. The Corvette.
Yeah, Yeah. Well, one of the things that is interesting about Lazar is that he's obviously is a very intelligent, self-taught science nerd. He's building hydrogen-powered cars and strapping rockets into cars and bicycles and things like that.
Mhm.
But, a self-taught science nerd that's just geeky and into science stuff is not the same thing as a real scientist. And it always drives me nuts when articles reference him and they say former government scientist, because there's no proof he ever worked for the government or ever worked for or was ever a scientist.
Well, the thing about his story, like really funny contradiction, is that he kind of makes that himself to be this maverick scientist, and he implies that that's why they got him for the reverse engineering job. But then in some of his interviews, he says that the technology should be in the hands of the scientific community instead of people like him who are just like, he just called himself a guy in one of those interviews.
Yeah, I'm just a guy. Why do I have all this information that's so important? And yeah, here we see some of your articles, the origins of Lazar's S4 security ID badge and the roles of John Lear and Bill Cooper. Yeah, this is interesting. And this is, again, from Amy Collins. You give such a great breakdown of all this stuff, too. And Amy Collins contributes where maybe Bob Lazar got some of the ideas for his fake Madge security badge. And by the way, I showed that badge to Bob Lazar's badge to 4 people that I can verify actually worked at Area 51. And all of them said, I've never seen anything like that. That has nothing to do. And 2 of them worked at this Area 51 at the time Bob Lazar claimed to, using this so-called security badge.
Mm-hmm.
So, and also, I don't know whether I trust him or not, but Richard Doty looked at his and also told me, no, that's not right. And then Richard Doty sent me his real Area 51 security badges. Like, he sent me a picture of a few of them that he had from over the years working there. This badge has nothing to do with Area 51. It's a complete and total fabrication, right?
Exactly. And also it says Madge on it, as if Majestic 12, would advertise its existence on security badges.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, but it sure fits the UFO mythology story, right?
Yeah, trying to kind of insinuate these stories into his own. And then it's like an emotional hook. He tells people, oh, this stuff is correct. You believed it right all the time. And also sort of stoking up the distrusting the government, which of course, like, we should distrust the government to a large extent. But the way he does it is to basically say that all the conspiracy theories are right, and that, encourages people to give themselves a pat on the back by believing nonsense.
Yeah, and again, it comes into, you know that Majestic 12 you heard about? I'm going to confirm for you that that's a real thing because it's on my security badge, and the briefings mentioned Majestic, and all of these other things that, like the Zeta Reticuli thing. Oh, you heard that aliens came from Zeta Reticuli, right? I'm going to confirm that for you with my story. It's a typical tactic that many of these people use. Like I said, they got to mix in accepted stuff and then add to it with their own bits, right?
Right. There's also, Lazar also recounts the basically the Dulce base story, the story about the altercation between the aliens and the security personnel, and he also regurgitates that. So he's also borrowing from the Benowitz mythos.
Yeah, so it seems like he mixed up, let's see, Billy Meyer, Betty and Barney Hill, Majestic 12 documents, some stuff from UFO Live, that show with Doty. Interesting that it's just a mix of already accepted stuff. I suppose the only thing he added is, hey, I worked at Area 51 and they have alien spacecraft and I worked on back engineering them, which is, again, something that people long believed was taking place, but we didn't have that much lend strength Field and a few others had done stuff on crash retrievals saying that they were back engineering, but it wasn't so. He brought it to the forefront, right? That this idea
right. There was actually a 1980 TV special, a part of a series called In Search Of. And one of the episodes in that year was about UFOs, and there was somebody in silhouette again calling himself Fritz, who he claims that it was taken out into the desert and that he'd worked at the Nevada test site, and he was in charge of he was compartmentalized to work on the propulsion system or the power system. And yeah, I think Lazar probably picked that up, or at least like it's so reminiscent of the Lazar story that maybe there's some sort of like archetypal thing which people just gravitate towards. You know, if people are not directly copying each other, there has to be some psychologically compelling element going on where the same story gets repeated again and again.
Yeah, we've seen it, and I've seen this pattern, like I said, of these people taking accepted things, adding to them, and people still continue to do it today. You know, how many stories have we heard about aliens in some Antarctic base? Because that's kind of accepted. Oh, there's aliens, right?
Yeah, Linda Moulton Howe's up to it again as well with the aliens in Antarctica. I don't know if you've read Alan Steinfeld's book called Making Contact.
No, I haven't yet, but I just got done reading The Greys Were Framed, which you mentioned in your blog. That's a great book. So tell us about this other book. I'm always looking for new stuff.
This one is absolutely hilarious. So I recommend you read it just for the entertainment value. But it's sort of the quantum woo, interdimensional, and it tries to link everything to consciousness as well. But there's a chapter contributed by Linda Moulton Howe in which she basically admits that she believes in Nazi flying saucers in Antarctica and Nordic aliens living underground in a sort of truce with the Ebens and the reptilians, and that they harvest human spiritual energy. Yeah, that chapter is absolutely insane.
Yeah, well, we've covered Linda, and I think, I think a lot of people like her, nice old lady, but I think she just believes anything that somebody tells her about aliens. Any story that somebody just tells her, this has got to be true, and she runs with it. We've kind of detailed how she used a fake Navy SEAL. Well, it was very popular for a while to put a Navy SEAL in your story after the Osama bin Laden SEAL Team 6 popularized these mythical SEALs, right? And yeah, she runs with just about anything. So I'm sure, she would believe that stuff. I thought we could get into a little bit about the element 115.
Yes.
Because people, I love how you did this here. People routinely credit Bob Lazar with predicting element 115. And the truth is, I have a chemistry book from 1976, I believe, which predicts element 115 will be discovered eventually. And that's from 1976, but you've got it even further. You have a prediction from 1973 mentioning element 115, one from 1974, 75, 76, 78, 79, 81, 89, a Scientific American article, which many people cite where he may got it. There's a paper from 1969 here about the island of stability. So the fact that he predicted that element 115 is shown as proof to some people that he's telling the truth. What do you think about these claims, given that we have multiple mentions and predictions of 115 before it, and also the fact that the 115 he described was sort of magical material, and this element 115 has a half-life of a couple milliseconds in a laboratory. It's nothing like he described, right?
Right. So the ones that have been synthesized, the isotopes that have actually been synthesized since 2003, they've all got very short half-lives. And, as I've mentioned, many people were predicting it already. I think just a few weeks before his interview with George Knapp, when he appeared as Dennis, the Scientific American article came out. And that mentioned element 115. It also mentioned element 114, which is, he also mentioned in a 1990 interview with Michael Lindemann in a book called UFOs and the Alien Presence. And he actually says in that interview that he can't vouch for the fact that he was dealing with 115 and that it might have been 114 instead.
Yeah. So how does he? And the other issue that I've always had is that he claims that they didn't know what this fuel source was when he got there, and he figured it out.
That's
and they did
ridiculous.
Yes,
Absolutely
ridiculous that any scientist before him wouldn't have put the material through the same tests he claimed to. And the other issue that I have is the defenders of Bob Lazar say, well, they're still working on developing element 115, and there may be a different isotopic ratio that will be the material that will create the material that Bob Lazar described. But Bob Lazar claimed that he put that material through every conceivable scientific test, including a mass spectrometer. And if that's truly the case, he would know the exact isotopic ratio of that material,
right,
and therefore be able to produce for us this magic element 115 that has basically it works like magic. It creates antimatter, and then there's a reaction that creates 100% energy and gravity at the same time.
Well, he actually says in the 1990 interview, you can see that in my latest video where I talk about this, that element 115 by itself on a table, if you fire a laser at it, it'll deflect the laser like from the gravity. So he's basically saying that just by itself, element 115 has got these incredible gravitational properties. And so like, how would they even manipulate that? And then he says that they machined it at Lanel. But then he also says that you can indent it with your fingernail because it's very soft. So why would you need to machine it?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. And the other thing that doesn't really make any sense about if it's that high on the periodic table, you wouldn't be able to bend it or break it with your finger. I would think it would be denser than lead, right?
Yeah, he says that if you pick it up, you can lift it and you can tell that it's much heavier than lead. But then he also says that it's got these incredible gravitational properties. So it's either one or the other.
Yeah, and the fact that it would somehow reflect a laser beam, that doesn't make any sense to me. But again, it's a mythical. I think that his element 115 is a mythical construct of science fiction stories. We've got to come up with a way that we can make this thing work, right? It's not running on petrol or gasoline, right? It's super advanced.
Yeah. It has to be something kind of just beyond the reach of current science. So element 115 had not yet been synthesized, but he was talking about how he actually mentioned element 108 and 109, which had been synthesized at that time. By the way, those are also mentioned in the Scientific American article.
Sure. Yeah. And I've saw Alien Scientist here, and Alien Scientist is a person that clued me into that Scientific American article in 1989, and he believes, just as we're discussing here, that Bob Lazar, being a science nerd, he might have read that, and that's where he gets this idea that I'm going to say that the craft were made of or powered by this mythical element that doesn't yet actually exist but soon will.
Yeah.
And also interesting is that if like I said, if he did all these scientific tests to the material, he should be able to reproduce it very easily, especially because he claims that he has a particle accelerator in his backyard or his bedroom or something, right?
Well,
he should be able to recreate it.
He says that the aliens probably did not create it themselves, and that they probably got it from a supernova remnant or from their own solar system. Even though we don't find any naturally occurring element 115 anywhere in our solar system. But he says that probably the aliens did not use particle accelerators to produce it. But he says that he also smuggled some out from S4 or from Lanol, or he sort of hints at that it was like passed around and then it was sent to him for further analysis. And George Knapp has sort of gotten in on that as well.
Yeah, there's a famous talk that George Knapp gave. I got to find it again and clip it out. But George Knapp said, I know where Bob Lazar buried some of that element 115, and maybe someday I'll dig it up. And the fact that this guy is saying that is so ridiculous because, this guy has been profiting from this story for 30 years. If he had absolute, incontrovertible proof of all of Bob Lazar's claims and that aliens had visited planet Earth somehow, and he knew where it was, what are the odds that he would just sit back for 30 years and not produce that? That would be the biggest story of humanity.
Exactly.
So I don't believe him. I don't believe him.
He's the one who said in the Lazar tape, which he sold with Gene Huff back in the day for $30, the one that you got as a kid. He said at the beginning of that very documentary that he believes that the technology should be in the hands of the scientific community. And yet he's holding back on all this stuff, all this knowledge, supposedly. So it's sort of very strange that these disclosure people often are celebrated for supposedly sitting on evidence.
Yeah, these are the guys that really want us to know the truth about the aliens. And even though they may have incontrovertible proof, they're not going to produce that. They're just going to keep going with, these stories and no evidence. Because despite what everybody thinks, the entire story rests on just Bob Lazar's story. There's no... Yeah. George Knapp likes to say, well, I talked to people that worked with him, but they're always anonymous sources, and just trust me, dude. That's the line of research. Just trust me. Right. I talked to people that corroborate parts of his story over the years. Well, why don't you let other researchers talk to them,
George Knapp also, he actually acknowledged that Lazar probably lied about his master's degrees from Caltech and MIT. So he acknowledges that Lazar is this kind of strange showboating guy. But, by doing that, he's basically shot himself in the foot because he's admitting that Lazar is the sort of person who would make up a story about working on flying saucers.
I mean, yeah, if you're going to see, the whole story begins with a lie to me, because his story starts, I was an MIT Caltech educated scientist, and I worked at Los Alamos as a scientist, and then I worked at Area 51. Well, the opening part of the whole story has been picked apart now to be completely and totally fake. So if he's willing to lie about those two things, why would he not be willing to lie about the rest of it?
Right.
And then your blog goes into the hand scanner, which I had a big problem with, because Jeremy Corbell comes out with this documentary and he claims there's going to be all kinds of new evidence proving that Bob Lazar's telling the truth. And, we're taking the mic back. You guys, you skeptics have had the mic for 30 years. And now we're going to prove Bob's telling the truth. And the only new information is apparently Bob Lazar claimed that there was a hand scanner at one of these locations he worked, and Jeremy Corbell found a similar thing. Can you tell us more about the hand scanner?
The hand scanner, it appeared in Close Encounters, and maybe that's where he saw it first. It also
yeah, and somebody made a funny video where Corbell actually says that Close Encounters is his favorite movie and he's watched it countless times. But somehow Jeremy Corbell didn't catch that hand scanner was in his favorite movie that he's watched countless times.
But the hand scanner was also in early 1970s electronics catalogs, such as the one I mentioned there. Lazar may have seen that at some point, even though he was just a kid at that point. But maybe he was already like an electronics enthusiast or was interested in electronics. Or actually, this does kind of tie into the Nevada test site complex a little bit, because apparently the hand scanners really were used at Tonopah Test Range in the 1980s. So he may have gotten that from Jim Tagliani, who was his friend, who was working at Tonopah at the time.
Yeah, yeah, and again, we see that he's compiling. To me, if you step back and have some perspective into the story, once you do adequate research, you start to see that he is cherry picking. And this is my opinion and speculation, but Bob is cherry picking parts of his story all around him, you know. And here we see this hand scanner. And another problem that I have is that Jeremy Corbell just shows him the picture. Like, is this the hand scanner? And he's like, yeah. Like, why didn't he show him 10 different hand scanners and make him pick the one that he worked at, or something, you know, other than just let's confirm something you already said because I found a picture of it, you know?
Yes, good point.
It is a strange and interesting technology, though, because apparently this hand scanner measures the bones in your hand down to microns or millimeters so that it can identify exactly what person is accessing a certain site by their hand. The bones in their hand.
They were not all that reliable, though, and they were eventually discontinued at Tonopah because they kept disallowing the workers who were working on the stealth fighters, you know, the skin, the stealth absorbent, the radar absorbent paint. They were, by the way, they were called Martians because it's some acronym, but they were the maintenance for the F-117, like the skin, and the machines kept on denying them entry, so like they eventually discontinued them.
Yeah, I would think that retinal scanners may be better technology that would replace this sort of 1970s, you know. And to me, this hand scanner thing being proof, it's not proof of anything. It's he's saying that they used a hand scanner. Oh, well, we found that they did use a hand scanner at some government locations. That's not proof to me. I don't know.
Right, and there's a, you know, in Jim Tagliani, there's a readily available source that he could have gotten it from. And Tagliani may also have hinted at a Site 4 at Tonopah, because some old maps of the facility, they show a Site 4. So he may also have furnished Lazar with some other operational or logistical details.
Yeah, and we see so many mentions of these hand scanners in old magazines, newspaper articles, that, you know, the fact that he knew about a hand scanner, again, to me, it's just kind of, and again, the Mr. Corbell saying we're going to have all this new evidence proving Bob Lazar is telling the truth. And I guess the only new evidence he had was we found a picture of a hand scanner that Bob Lazar once talked about, right? Yeah. So you detailed a lot more things on your site. We talked about the references to Zeta Reticuli, the explosion from cutting into the alien reactor story. I love that because that was copied from actual. You detailed this, and I found this as well. It was copied from actual incidents in 1945 and 1946, known as the Demon Core incidents. Can we talk about that for a bit?
Those were incidents where the technicians fumbled on something and it exposed them to radiation. And they did a reconstruction of that when they were reconstructing the incident to kind of come up with better safety protocols. And it looked, you know, very similar to Lazar's, the alien core, like, or the lid for it where you insert the element 115. But that was a well-known incident, the Demon Core, to anybody who's, you know, interested in nuclear physics or nuclear history.
Yeah,
or
and so
the Adamski source.
Yeah, this is another thing, and you know, Solar Marshall is here in the live chat, and alien scientist as well. They actually found where Adamski got the parts to make this from. It was actually from a gas lantern, you know, like an oil lamp. It was the top of an oil lamp that he then apparently glued extra bits onto, but they got it down to like side-by-side comparison. So Adamski comes up with this as his, you know, these aliens that look like people that come from Saturn, which is impossible. And they have these balls on the bottom, kind of like Bob Lazar's reactor, right?
Yeah. And in fact, there's an Adamski connection in another way as well, which is that Adamski probably inspired Billy Meyer, who also
Mhm.
constructed like fake, dinner plate and
Trash can lid.
boxes,
Yeah.
and Christmas decorations and stuff like that. And he also mentions like the Nordic aliens, like the Plagiarans.
Mhm.
And obviously Lazar copied the beam ship, the Type 1 beam ship, as his sport model. He
Yeah.
also actually copied a bunch of other stuff from Meyer. Like Meyer was talking about how the scout ships were sort of unstable at low speed because they were following the Earth's gravity.
Mhm.
And Lazar says a very similar thing, that like the gravity of the craft interacts with the gravity of the Earth, and that's why it sort of wobbles at low speed.
Yeah, and also I found a breakdown by Billy Meyer of how the craft, his beam ship craft, operate. And
Yeah.
again, it's an antimatter reactor. That's what Billy Meyer said, and that is what Bob Lazar said. And
Also, the electromagnetic aspect. Lazar says
Mhm.
that electromagnetism and gravity are basically the same thing, and Meyer also said that.
Yeah, and we talked earlier about how Bob Lazar supporters always say that his story never changes. But in 2019, we got a new huge part. I thought this was a huge new part of the story. Bob Lazar claimed suddenly, he used to say he didn't know where the craft came from. They didn't tell him. He didn't know if they were captured, recovered, or given to humans. That's what he used to say. Suddenly he's on the Joe Rogan show, and he says that the spacecraft came from archaeological digs. So can you tell us what you found about that?
So that's probably derived from ancient aliens lore. And I think there I mention, well, there's a bunch of stuff. Like it could have come from many places. Like there were movies in the 1960s about
Yeah, here
guys.
I can read some of this. I'm sorry, I don't want to put you on the spot. You've got perfect here. You say likely came from ancient astronaut ideas of Eric Van Donigen's thoroughly discredited 1968 book Chariots of the Gods, which was also made into a documentary, which was put forth the ancient astronauts hypothesis for extraterrestrial visitation during antiquity, and the work of Zecharia Sitchin, another ancient astronauts proponent. It could even be drawn from 1987 novel by Stephen King titled The Tommyknockers, or the well-known 1982 sci-fi film The Thing. But both these stories deal with alien intelligences that have been unearthed and reanimated by people stumbling upon them. The Thing even has a scene in which there's an alien flying saucer that was excavated from the ice and is reputed to have been buried for over 100,000 years. So there again, we have him sort of taking ideas perhaps from popular culture and weaving it into his story. And hey, this is a new part of the story. Before, I always said I didn't know where they got the craft. Now I'm going to tell you that they came from an archaeological dig. That's a big flip in the story, or change in his story.
There's also no evidence that anybody ever dug up a craft. Like there's none of the people who were doing the digging or any of the archaeologists have ever come forward, right, to talk about
and that's always a problem that I've had with some of these stories, in that somebody taking part in an event like that, what are the chances that every single person would keep their mouth shut about the greatest discovery in human history, right?
Zero.
Exactly. You know that old saying, there's only, if two people know a secret, there's only one way to keep it, and that's to kill one. You know, that it just doesn't make any sense to me. And another thing that never made any sense to me is that nobody, he said there was 22 people or something at Area S4. They're the only people that had the clearance to work on the spacecraft. So that means there's 21 people out there that for 30 years have kept 100% of the secrets. The only one to spill the beans was Bob Lazar. I don't find that to be credible. I would think that after he came out, other people would come out and say, yeah, I saw it too, if it was a true story.
Especially if he credits the Cash Landrum incident from 1980 as an actual government-operated UFO, that would take a huge industrial infrastructure to build something like that. And, you know, if you're already manipulating gravity, like, how does he think that was done if they didn't already know intricate details about the sport model or other UFOs that they'd captured, including the element that it was running from.
Yeah, and your blog also details this point that I always like to hammer, and that is Lazar's claim that Soviet scientists were invited to take part in the reverse engineering program. Now, there's a few reasons that I have a problem with this, and that is, first of all, if this is 1987 to 1989 or whatever in that time frame, this would be the absolute height of the Cold War. And at that same time, the United States was developing all of this stealth technology at Area 51. You know, I asked a bunch of people that I'm sure worked at Area 51, would they let Soviet scientists anywhere near Area 51? And they all laughed and said, no way on God's green earth would they let even somebody with ties to the Soviet Union or family in the Soviet. They were hyper paranoid about security and keeping whatever it is that they're working on at Area 51 completely and totally secret from their greatest adversary. So the fact that Bob just flippantly says, yeah, that we had these Soviet scientists here working with us, but then they got ejected somehow, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever, right?
It's also kind of insulting to the people who actually work there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand how people are expected to believe that it's the most top secret government facility in the United States, and we're going to let scientists from our greatest adversary work with us on a project involving the greatest technology we've ever discovered, right?
Right. But I guess Lazar is also simultaneously saying that the government didn't really care about this super advanced technology because they only assigned 22 people to it, which itself doesn't make any sense.
That makes no sense. There's more than 22 people working on like the tires on an aircraft that they're developing. Do you know what I mean? Like that's what that was described to me by an aerospace engineer who for sure worked on some secret projects there. And he told me there'd be more than 22 people working on just something stupid like the tires or the nuts and the bolts or the rivets of an aircraft we're developing. So the fact that this is supposed to be the greatest technology ever discovered by the United States, and we're going to back engineer it, but we're only going to put 22 people on it. That doesn't make any sense. Now, I heard you give some mention to this recent, we got in this big argument over this person that decided that they discovered S4. Because first, let's talk about there's been recent flyovers allowed of Papoose Lake that show there's absolutely nothing there.
Right.
But someone found a site that was supposedly labeled S4 research facility, not far from where Bob said it was, but nowhere near really. And to some people, like Third Phase of Moon and others, this is completely and totally, proof that Bob Lazar was telling the truth. There is an S4 there. But we did these experiments where we could label anything we want, even with a government pin. But those guys wouldn't accept that. They kept arguing with us.
Yeah.
What do you think of this person that claimed that? And by the way, that person was very problematic due to a criminal past and drug history and all kinds of, I would say, ethical and moral problems that indicate you shouldn't believe anything he says. He posted it a year before on a Reddit site. Then a year later, he makes a big video about it like it's this new big discovery. What did you think of this S4 fiasco that just happened?
Well, yeah, my understanding is that you can label basically anything on Google Maps, whatever you want. Like, and there's also some like S4s which are nowhere near Papoose Lake or Papoose Mountain. And what's the other one? Even if there is a facility, like it still has to match Lazar's description of S4 because he says that
it didn't map. It did not.
Right.
It didn't at all. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's possible that there were some facilities on the mountain because they were testing like the F-117 as it flew over towards Area 51 to like test how stealthy it was. So maybe they there are some like derelict radar installations or things like that. But just because something's on a mountain doesn't mean that that's what Lazar says it was.
Yeah, and here here we see this, and some of our people, I believe, it's still labeled third phase of moon MDL with a government pin. So these guys said you can't, it says government office right here, third phase of moon MDL. We relabeled that site third phase of moon MDL with a government pin, but for some reason, I don't remember the specifics, they're still claiming, no, you're wrong. The pin should be green, not gray, or it's, you know, some nonsense, but it's labeled with a government pin, third phase of moon MDL.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing that we found is that we could measure the distances, and this person said, here's where the hangar bay doors were, but they would be 12 or 10 feet wide, not 40 feet wide, as Bob Lazar mentioned. He also said he came out right onto the Papoose Lake bed. The Papoose Lake bed is pretty far from this location. We could see it's way down over here, you know.
But Lazar also said there were 9 flying saucers, so like it's 40 times 9. It should be.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Not 40 times, you know, not 9 times 10, you know. And this person, they did all these mental gymnastics to kind of try to explain why this was the S4. They drew on hangar bay doors that weren't there over here, I think. And then we did a measurement and said, no, that can't be, because then the doors would be 10 foot wide. How are you getting a 52-foot diameter? Oh, that's another thing. Another little minutia of Bob Lazar is that he originally said the hangar bay doors were 40 foot wide. And later on Larry King, he said the craft were 52 feet wide.
Yeah.
So you can't get a 52-foot anything out of a 40-foot hangar bay door. This is one of the little stupid mistakes that he's made along the way. But I think that this whole story of, hey, we found S4 is completely and totally garbage. And it didn't help. We had Richard Doty on as a surprise guest, and Richard Doty started saying, yeah, that's where they keep the aliens, in this underground facility. And I was like, oh, no. You know, Richard Doty just made the whole thing worse, because
that's what he does.
He said that's where they keep the aliens, right in here. It goes underground. And I don't know what these two things are supposed to be, but yeah, he said that they were keeping the aliens there when he worked there. So that just made the whole situation worse, because then third phase and other people said, see, Richard Doty says that's where they keep the aliens. Maybe Bob Lazar was right. And away we go.
Richard Doty's the greatest comedian, I think, ever.
You know, I think he's an interesting guy, though, in that you can verify that both his uncle and his father had some involvement with the United States government UFO programs before him. So that's a couple generations and 2 other people in his family that have been involved in it. And he is the source of so much UFO mythology. The Serpo story, the Paul Benowitz case. He's the one who first said that Cash Landrum was a nuclear powered. It was a recovered craft. They couldn't figure out how to power it, so they dropped a nuclear reactor in it because it needed massive power. And Bob Lazar may have taken from him, and MJ-12 is reputed to have come from him. So much of UFO mythology comes from him.
Yep. It could be like an artist sort of admiring his own work. He's doing it for the sake of seeing how far people will believe it.
Yeah, or he maybe he writes up the Serpo story and things like that, or the MJ-12 documents, and then he releases it and just sits back and kind of laughs at his creation and how many people believe this fiction that he wrote, which is, it's almost like fan fiction. But I will say, people credit him with the MJ-12 documents. If he was truly behind that, I think he would need a team working with him or something, because there's too many details in there, including, you know, like the word for plastic was different when these documents were supposedly generated, and that's right. And all these tiny details in those documents are historically right, which is weird. But yeah, he made it worse. But as far as this S4 location, it does not match anything that Bob Lazar said. Bob Lazar said he came right out into the test bed once the hangar bay doors opened to view a test. There's no Papoose Lake here. So I think that is just a case of clickbait.
Mm-hmm. I'm seeing the comment there. Richard Doty didn't have Google Earth back then, though. But I think the point is that he just opportunistically just uses anything new to retroactively validate his story about aliens.
Yeah,
So
yeah. And I don't know. Like I said, part of me thinks that Richard Doty likes to stir the pot, right? You know, like I didn't know what he was going to say, but he happened to be here, and I asked him because you know I wanted to see what he would say. He went right to aliens, man. Jan Aldrich is asking what relative of Doty worked for the government. Both his father and his uncle, and they both had some involvement in the UFO file. One in Blue Book and one somewhere else, as I recall. So we get further in. We talked about S4. I'm trying to cover. You cover so much on your blog, and it's so data rich that it's hard to pick and choose. Like, so we've talked about S4. First of all, I guess I should ask you too. Like, have you read the book that Bob Lazar wrote? And what did you think of that?
I'm gonna do that very soon.
Yeah, it's on my list as well. But we have John Lear came out and said that's not. He doesn't believe. John Lear doesn't believe it was written by Bob Lazar. He believes it was written by a ghostwriter, maybe because too many of the details were wrong. You know, which is interesting because John Lear was a witness to most of this stuff, right?
Yeah, he was right in the thick of it, although maybe naively. Probably John Lear was, you know, is sort of one of those people who has got a very active imagination and believes a lot of stuff without much evidence. And I think probably Lazar just kind of exploited that. I think it was Lazar doing the exploiting rather than Lear.
Yeah, maybe. It seems weird to me that also that the government would hire somebody that they knew was friends with somebody that's on a TV show every week talking about UFOs to come and work on flying saucer UFOs, right? Wouldn't that be? Wouldn't you think that the guy in charge of the security there would say that's a security risk? He's going to talk.
Well, George Napper's got a sort of convenient escape from that, which is to say that the government hired him and they knew that they could just discredit him if he ever spilled the beans, because then they could just point to his brothel involvement or whatever, other stuff from his past, and then make him look like a liar. So, I mean, you know, in science, that's called an unfalsifiable hypothesis.
Yeah, it can't be proven true or false, right?
Right.
Yeah, I like the concept of falsifiability. I kind of apply it to a lot of these UFO stories because to me, if a story can neither be proven true or false, then it has very little value for me. It's just a story, right?
Mm-hmm. If it's indistinguishable from, you know, complete horseshit, then it is.
I guess I wanted to get into, you know, Jeremy Corbell has claimed there's all this other Bob Lazar footage that didn't make it into his film. He's going to be releasing it. What do you think of the profiteers that have made money from this story for so long? And are they going to continue to make money from trying to make more money from this? We've had the movie cash out. Now we've got a book cash out. Reportedly a 6 or 7 figure profit for these people. That's what I hear. I mean, I don't know. Are they going to continue to try to push this story and keep profiting from it, or is the story done?
It's a story that keeps giving, because even if the government never admits to what they want them to admit to, they can just say that that's evidence for the conspiracy as well.
Yeah,
so, you know,
yeah, you're right.
Like, really, what the government does is irrelevant. Whether they give any hints that this stuff is true or not, they can always make that be consistent with their narrative. So,
yeah, and what do you think of? You know, I have a real problem with these two guys, George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, because they have profited most from the story. And when we get these huge bombshells, like Victor Colliero does an interview with a real life Area 51 security guard that worked there at the time, who says he heard the news reports. They went right away to look at the logs, the flight logs, to see if a Bob Lazar flew in or out of Area 51 ever, and found no, he didn't. Then the guy goes all around the base looking for this mythical S4, and he finds Papoose Lake is a desert wasteland. There's nothing there. So he calls George Knapp and says, you might want to fact check this guy and stop running with his story, because he never stepped foot on Area 51. George Knapp never comments on this new revelation. On the education, I guess Knapp commented, Corbell just makes excuses. And now we have these most recent revelations from Bob Lazar's supervisor at Los Alamos Labs saying, no, he was never a scientist. What do you make of them not commenting on any of this stuff? Like, I would think that they should have to do a show like mine and answer questions like, did you know about this? Because I don't think that Corbell or Knapp couldn't get to the same sources that this other researcher got to, the exact person that Bob Lazar worked for, who says, no, he wasn't a scientist. Why don't they ever comment on this stuff? Is it just not in their best interest financially?
I think maybe Knapp has sort of sunken his costs into the Lazar story. So he can't back out of it now, because then he'd admit that Lazar made a fool of him. I think Knapp really did believe the story back in the day, at least, but he's become so embroiled in it that he can't easily admit that he was fooled without, I don't know, calling his reputation or something like that into question. At least maybe that's what he feels.
And I have a little bit of a history with Knapp, because I investigated this FBI raid. I talked to the original investigators, the FBI people. I talked to the local sheriff in the town where Bob Lazar's business was in, and they all verified for me that all of the so-called facts and evidence that Knapp and Corbell put forth in that film, that's not what happened. And so I tried to get an interview with Knapp, and he basically told me I don't know what I'm doing as an investigator, and he was very upset, and he didn't do an interview. He just told me how wrong I was, and that he's investigated all these murders, and I don't know what I'm doing. And I mean, I have like quotes from all these people that were involved, a few of which were like shocked that they were used in a documentary like that to sell a story. Some of them had no idea. The sheriff and the FBI agents all verified for me. Most of us didn't even know about Bob Lazar's flying saucer stories. We just went there for a routine investigation, get some receipts of purchase of a dangerous chemical, and that was it. And there wasn't 40 agents, and they didn't search through every inch. They were there for an hour or less. There was, 8 of them, 10 of them. I don't know. You won't comment on that either.
I would also expect the Department of Energy, which has got its own counterintelligence and SWAT teams, to have been involved if it was actually element 115, as Lazar, tries to imply. If they're trying to recover this potentially super dangerous material, wouldn't they send like a paramilitary unit?
They would sense, because according to Bob Lazar, you could put this material into a particle accelerator and blow up half of Las Vegas. And he was going to do that, or he was threatening. There's some mention that he was, George Knapp said he was thinking about, putting that into a particle accelerator should the government come after him, and all this nonsense. And we see a repeat, actually. The story of the stolen element 115 getting stolen back, not only was that in the documentary, but originally that was in the Hollywood screenplay that George Knapp, that Gene Huff wrote. There was a whole part of the storyline that Bob Lazar, stole some of the element 115, and he was keeping it in his house. And then the Men in Black came into Bob Lazar's house and stole that material back. And this is essentially the same story that we get in the documentary 20 years after the Hollywood screenplay was written and never picked up.
Also, Knapp claims that he's got a videotape showing element 115.
Yeah, but he can't find it. Most important VHS tape in human history, and he just can't find it.
Although they did show like a little snippet of it, supposedly on Joe Rogan,
Yeah.
But that was just like, it looked like cocaine in a petri dish or something.
It looked like smoke and cocaine in a petri dish.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. Yeah, it could have been anything, right? I mean, it literally could have been anything. I don't understand Knapp saying that he knows where the element 115 is buried, losing the tape, right? He lost the tape that would prove Bob's telling the truth, right?
Yeah. And losing evidence or misplacing it or saying that you can't show it seems to be a recurring theme in ufology among these whistleblowers.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So what do you think the future of the Bob Lazar story is? Are we going to get more and more confirmation that he's a liar, or are we ever going to get more information from the profit motivated storytellers here? I don't know. I think that Bob did his cash out for his book. He bought a new house with that, and with a bunch of outbuildings, I guess. He can run his business there, live there. I don't see there to be much more to the story. But every time I think it's over, a little nugget of new information comes out, usually indicating Bob Lazar is lying, though.
Yeah. The thing about these stories, which have happened now for, decades ago, is that this kind of contaminates other people's memories. So they start to think that they saw things, which they can't provide evidence for. But sometimes you have people like saying that they remember something which confirms Lazar or aligns with his story. But, you have to distinguish that from just contaminated testimony. What we really need is hard evidence, like of the sort that he could provide if he actually had it, namely element 115 or some sort of scientific breakthrough. But, obviously he's not going to provide that. So all we're ever going to get are more of these little anecdotal stories.
Yeah, more maybes, possibilities. And isn't that interesting, right? I love the so-called evidence that people present that's not evidence. Like, well, it couldn't have been anything other than aliens, I mean, sometimes I think for all we know, Lazar was punked and they took him into this place and he did see something like a flying saucer and they punked him to create stories to scare the Russians or the Soviet Union at the time. You just don't know, But most of me thinks that he's a profiteering hoaxer. It just never quite worked out the way that he thought that they would get a Hollywood movie, him and Gene Huff, and they would really cash in. And it seems like it's never, to his credit, at least, Lazar never went after the UFO conference circuit. And I'm told that he could make huge money there if he would go give talks, but he never did that, I guess, going for the big bucks, and it never really worked out.
It's more of a slow burn type of story. Like if he was to, really go all out with a profiteering, that would expose him as a grifter.
Profiteer, yeah, grifter, yeah.
Right. But he's sort of been clever in that way by cultivating this image of this humble sort of,
Yes, and some supporters of his say he never tried to make any money. He even says it in the documentary. I don't make any money from this. He tried to cash in from the very first moment. He had this model deal with testers, and we talked to testers. He had gotten paid a huge upfront check, and then he got a royalty on every model sold, and I'm told that those models sold in the millions. So really? He got a couple, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, or it depends on who you ask. Michael Schratt asked somebody different at Testers who said, well, no, maybe $1 million. But still, 1 million models, and you get even if he gets $1 a model, that's $1 million. And then this cashing in, trying to sell this VHS tape that he and Gene Huff produced, right away. As soon as the story came out, they were selling that, VHS tape. So, and he has done a few appearances where he's gotten speaker fees, like at the 25th anniversary. I'm not sure if it's accurate, but somebody told me that he got $25,000 to be there for 2 hours. That's good payout. And then we have the book payout. He claims he didn't get any money from Jeremy Corbell's documentary. I don't know about that, but
he also says that he gives the money to, well, he simultaneously says he hasn't made any money, and then he also says that he gives the money to schools and science projects.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's selling products related to his UFO stories right on his website.
Including sketches of the sport model.
It's amazing to me. I don't make any money from this. Well, what does he do with all the money then? Yeah, I'm looking at his Area 51 collectibles here. I can share that on my screen here. 1 second. Just bear with me a moment here. Yeah, he doesn't make any money, but you can buy mugs, sport model schematic mug, Bob Lazar movie poster, $50. Wow. Bob Lazar movie sticker, Area 51 UFO poster. Yeah, and you know what? Here, this is where I have a big problem with him, because to me, right here, this is consumer fraud. Because in the description of this product he's selling, it says, in December of 1988 through the April of 1989, a young physicist named Bob Lazar worked at a government research facility. To me, he can't prove either of those statements, but he's selling this product based on that, sales pitch.
Yep.
So I guess he'll just keep cashing in while saying he doesn't make any money.
Well, and he'll be believed as well by most of his believers, most of his followers, who seem incredibly reluctant to use a search engine.
Yeah, I've often wondered, I've had a chance to talk to a few that are really fervent believers, and all these issues that we brought up tonight, if I bring them up with him, with these people that really, really believe the story, like I said, it's almost like a religion, and you're attacking them. They either get angry and don't want to answer questions, and I come at it respectfully with them. I say, I just don't understand how you could believe him because of X, Y, or Z. How do you explain these things? They do mental gymnastics, to cover for these things that don't make any sense, right?
Mm-hmm. Some of the believers are very actually I hate to say it, but they're very toxic, and they subscribe to a post-truth type of thinking where you can basically invent your own reality.
Yeah,
and
like a delusion.
Enough people affirm that delusion, then it becomes true by definition in their eyes.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that I wish more would try to because listen, I leave open the possibility I could be completely wrong, and maybe these are just inconsistencies. A lot of people say, well, who cares if he was a real scientist? Maybe he was just a science nerd and they wanted a different perspective, right? But here we have him selling all kinds of T-shirts, mugs, posters, and saying he doesn't make any money from this.
Yep.
I can't lie. I've bought stuff from Bob Lazar's company, but not his UFO stuff. Did you know that Bob Lazar is famous in the theater world for one thing: glow-in-the-dark paint? Bob Lazar sells the best the brightest, craziest, best glow-in-the-dark paint you'll ever find anywhere. And I don't know how he makes it, where he gets it, but it is like if you go to Home Depot and buy the glow-in-the-dark paint they have there, and then you paint one side of a board with it, and then you get Bob Lazar's glow-in-the-dark paint and paint the other side of the board with it. I'm not kidding you. Bob Lazar's glow-in-the-dark paint will be 10 times brighter glowing than the stuff at Home Depot.
It's from Zeta. It's from Zeta.
Yeah, maybe it's aliens showing. Maybe the aliens showed him how to make the best glow-in-the-dark paint. So for all of my criticism of Bob Lazar, a few things I will say is I'm a science nerd myself. He sells some fun, cool, weird stuff, But I just wish that he would do it without the UFO, connection there.
Right.
And I've often thought maybe the last move for him would be to come out and write a book about how he made this shit all up, because that would be another cash in, right?
Yeah,
And
but
it would
then
be,
he'd be open to consumer fraud charges.
oh yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, yeah.
But I guess maybe on his deathbed, when he's really old, he will everyone the middle finger.
Yeah, yeah, and it seems like more and more people are interested enough in the story, like you and this other recent researcher that we talked about, and Jeremy Rye's alien scientist and Solar Marshall have been on his ass forever. It seems like more and more people are interested in debunking this story as not credible, right?
Mm-hmm.
So besides Bob Lazar, can you talk briefly about some of the other stuff that you cover? I see you cover Billy Meyer as well.
Yeah, Billy Meyer and some stuff that's appeared on the Fugu website.
Yeah.
Figu, Figu, which is the Maya sect's website. And there were some claims last year that he was trying to connect, Michael Horn was trying to connect these photos, which were supposedly taken at Area 51 by Wendell Stevens. He was trying to connect.
He loves citing Wendell Stevens as a source. So a child molester had these pictures that died. So this is proof.
Yeah, exactly.
And what is it that you found? Because I haven't looked into these specific pictures. I just thought they were more hokey fakes, so I sort of skipped it.
So he was linking these photos to a supposed incident that had been talked about, I guess I think it was in the 1970s, where incident that had supposedly taken place in Switzerland, where some fighter jets were chasing the beam ships. And then now he's saying that, in fact, it was the Area 51 incident where Wendell Stevens was, he traveled through time with one of the Plagiarians to Area 51 to view the maiden flight of the F-117 stealth aircraft. And then I found a bunch of like operational details which contradict that narrative. So it couldn't have been.
Well, you cannot bother Mikey Horn with the facts. His mind is already made up. Those aren't garbage cans. Those are real spaceships in those pictures and stuff. Yeah. So you found some historical information that would totally blow his story to shit. You know, Mikey Horn's another interesting one. He loves saying things like, NASA scientist confirms Billy Meyer case is real. Then you try to get to the NASA scientist who said that, and you never do.
Exactly.
At the risk of pissing off the Billy Meyer cult again, they come after me every time we mention them. They don't like criticism very much. Have you gotten those 100 sock accounts of Mikey Horns pissed off at you yet?
They were commenting in the comment section for that very article.
Oh, we're gonna look at some of that. That's funny.
It's gonna load in a second. Yeah, I think it's loaded now.
It'll load in a second. Yeah, those guys are just like, and the venom from them is so, like I said, it's like attacking their religion, I suppose. It's the Billy Meyer cult is not just about UFOs. It also has an element of spirituality that Billy Meyer claims was imparted to him by these super advanced extraterrestrial aliens. And so it's truly like a religion for these people. And for you to say that, you know, this stuff is garbage,
yeah,
they do not like that.
Scroll down. I think it's already loaded further down.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And they're calling you a fool now. Oh, yeah. You do extreme mental gymnastics regarding the Meyer photos. Yeah. And the funny thing is that you have all these different commenters. It's probably all Mikey Horn. He has like 100 different fake sock accounts that he uses. You know? You do such extreme mental gymnastics regarding the Meyer photos and beam ship. He ignores everything that would disprove his allegations. His overthought write-up actually debunks himself. It's an exercise of skepticism without facts. And meanwhile, You've got 8 pages of facts here that they don't want to. They don't even want to. I doubt they even read what you wrote. They're just like, screw this guy. These unresearched and therefore unprofessional articles are only good for Calliope. Everyone else who gains knowledge through proper research and education sees through this because everything began in 1964. The picture on the top left of the blog clearly shows an unhappy person who is going against his own inner voice. Not sure what happened to him, but we can heal and have a life with less burden. So see, Lewis, you're the problem. You have something wrong with you.
Absolutely.
And unresearched and unprofessional article. And meanwhile, you have 10 pages of evidence here. How is this unresearched, Lewis? I don't get it. I don't understand.
Maybe the Plagiarians can tell us.
Yeah. Oh, and the fact that this story also involves Billy Meyer, or excuse me, Wendell Stevens. For those that don't know, Wendell Stevens was he was a child molester convicted of multiple different offenses with multiple different victims, all child-related sexual offenses. And Mikey Horn loves to cite Wendell Stevens as proof of his alien claims. First of all, because he's dead. And second of all, he doesn't want to talk about the fact that he keeps citing a child molester as a source. I think that's relevant, right? It goes to credibility, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. And a lot of these UFO people, a disturbing amount, seem to have these sorts of issues with, I don't want to say they're all pedophiles, but some of them are.
Criminality. Yeah, some of these witnesses.
Criminality of very dodgy behavior, or history of making stuff up.
Yeah, and we see this. You're the one with the blog called "Ufology is Corrupt." But one thing that
I've seen that one. Yeah.
One of the things that I will say is that in my study of these stories, I have found that many of these witnesses or so-called whistleblowers are very problematic from a criminal standpoint. They either have criminal backgrounds, sexual offenses with children, rape convictions, something that leads me to believe that less than scrupulous people who like to sell alien stories love using people like that because they'll say anything, Murderers even. Kerry Cassidy uses murderers. Captain Mark Richards is supposed to be in a secret space program. He teleports out of his prison cell and he goes on Buck Rogers space adventures, If this thing really is corrupt.
He doesn't teleport himself out of the prison cell, though. Like to just live outside on Earth.
No, he goes to save Earth. He's on secret space missions, according to Kerry Cassidy. And I was in the live chat, and one show host was brave enough to put my question up, and she lost her goddamn mind, started yelling and screaming when I said, you use rapists and child molesters, child molesters and murderers as sources. She lost her mind, start yelling and screaming, I suppose Mikey Horn, too. I mean, what he said is, who cares if he was a child molester? We're talking about the information, not his past. Or I'm like, okay, So what I'm sorry, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Michael Horn was defending the space gun, right?
Mm-hmm.
The toy gun. And he was saying something like that it shot a hole through a tree, like the laser beam fired through the tree.
Yeah, and the child molester saw it, so it must be a true story.
Yeah.
He saw the hole in the tree.
Yeah, it has to be true because, Billy Meyer, who's only got one arm because he lost one in an accident, he couldn't possibly have gotten help from anyone else in making up this story.
Yeah.
Is basically what Michael Horn is saying, that it's impossible for a one-armed man to make up a story and that we have to go immediately to aliens did it.
Yeah. And interestingly, there's a person that recreated many of the Billy Meyer films and photos on YouTube, and he did it with one arm, just to prove that it could be done. And Mikey Horn hates that guy because that blows his story to shit. Like, that's a big. How's he building these models with one arm? Slowly. I don't know. How's he hanging lines with one arm? This guy showed that you could do it. So, what do you think? What's next for your blog? What stories are you looking into? I don't want to keep you for too much longer, but I
I'm
am
looking into the ATIP story, and the whole
Ooh.
Skinwalker story as well, and the connection between the two. Because I know that there's many people who are connected and have over the decades been involved in like psychic research and this sort of stuff, and some grifts on the side, like Hal Pothoff, who's been involved in this for a long, long time.
Hal Puthoff wasted millions of dollars studying Uri Geller and other psychics, and he declared Uri Geller real and that his powers were supernatural. And years later, Uri Geller would admit that he used magic tricks to fool everyone, like literal magic tricks. I think says everything that you need to know about Hal Puthoff, but somehow he's totally respected, like some kind of really serious scientific researcher, right?
Yeah, but so is Jacques Vallée, who also credits Uri Geller as a psychic, even though he acknowledges the financial aspect, that Geller is out there for the money. He also seems to think that Geller really did exhibit extraordinary abilities
Or good magic tricks.
Yeah, but no, he says actually that he does think that Geller was using psychic powers, and more recently, Jacques Vallée has actually credited the crash narrative with his Trinity story with Paola Harris. So that's a story that or a narrative that he was really steering clear from for decades, saying that
he must need the money, need a new book, right?
There must be something. Maybe it's just, I don't know. It could be that something to do with death, because he's getting on now, and I don't know. It still seems weird that Jacques Vallée would go in so heavily for the crash.
For the woo. Yeah, and that was pretty woo of a story, the whole thing. And the fact that Paula Harris is involved with him, because she's another one like Linda Moulton Howe. And I have nothing against her, but she believes every story that she's told. She thinks Billy Meyer's real, Adamski's real, Howard Menger's real, all of those contacts and the aliens are real.
Yeah.
She's a little gullible. Will be interesting to see what you dig up on ATIP and Skinwalker and the connection there.
I don't know if you want to show this, but I did actually have on the blog some, if you go to the article, Mapping the UFO Scene.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Let me get to that. 1 second.
So I'm constantly updating those graphs to sort of provide like a visual oversight of the whole situation.
Yeah, and just so everybody is aware, we did put Lewis's links for both his website and his YouTube into the description of the video. 1 second.
If you go back to blog on top. Oh, no, sorry, that's the article. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Go to blog.
1 second.
Anyway.
Yeah, I thought that was the article. We go back to blog, and you have more leads on ATIP, TTSA. I thought that was the one you wanted.
But just go a bit further down. There's a few more of these sorts of graphs, including Benowitz.
Yeah, and this article I thought was pretty interesting. You did this one called UFOs are almost certainly not extraterrestrial, interdimensional, or supernatural. And you give a pretty convincing report of that. Yeah, here, mapping the UFO scene using association charts. That's interesting, how all these people are connected, right?
Yeah, because I really wanted to, I kept noticing people cropping up again and again, and I just wanted to give a kind of visual overview of that to make it easier, because it can get pretty complicated.
Yeah, a lot of these people definitely are connected. They work together, they grift together, I love it when one confirms another story.
Mm-hmm.
Like somehow two people with no evidence means the story is true, but one person with no evidence is, it just doesn't. Yeah, so you have this organizational chart,
And it includes Greg Bishop, Mark Pilkington, Bill Cooper, Paul Benowitz, Greg Gowerty, Richard Doty, Paul Benowitz, Jerry Miller. Everybody's connected here. And then there's the NICAP Intelligence Community Saga.
That's from Jack Brewer's book, mostly. I got the information from his one of his books.
You know, Lou Elizondo, Tom DeLonge, ATIP TTSA Saga. We have a whole organizational chart for that. That's interesting. Interesting stuff. And tedious work, right? You must like tedious work, though, from what I've seen, because you're very thorough and detail-oriented, more than I can be.
Can be very, very soul-crushing, though.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you have some interest in these subjects, so do I, but it to me, it just gets to be like one disappointment after another disappointment after another disappointment. And I almost missed the times before I really dug deep into some of these speakers and other stories when I just thought, yeah, maybe this is true. And you didn't dig too deep, right? Maybe we both just we both dug too deep down this rabbit hole. Is that what happened?
I guess I already wanted to explore the sociological aspect because I already stopped believing in the alien story. So I knew that it was a sociological thing going on. So I wanted to explore that aspect. So I guess I can't be disappointed.
Yeah, you seem to focus a lot on the psychological aspects of this, which is interesting. You sort of zone in on why people believe this, that there's this need that they have, or they're missing something in their own lives. Yeah. It's an interesting perspective to think about it from a psychology perspective. Why are so many people so intensely interested into this? Like I said, it becomes a religion for some people.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a nice article on Havana syndrome as well. Oh, corruption and venality in the UFO paranormal scene. Structural, not incidental. Yeah. So UFOs are corrupt. Ufology is corrupt.com. And of course, you have a slot there for videos, which will take them to your YouTube channel. And I noticed you don't have many subscribers, so everybody should go and subscribe because Lewis is doing great work. It's very detailed. If you like, I'm a data person, so I love what he does, and it's all laid out. Oh, you mentioned John Ventry in this. Corruption in ufology. And what do you say to the people that argue against that there's not corruption in ufology?
I can't argue against such people because they're impervious to reality.
I think you may be right, you know.
I think many people who are into UFOs and they believe in the alien hypothesis or other extraordinary hypotheses for them, they acknowledge that there is a grift going on, and they're trying to sort of, separate the real stuff from the fake stuff. Whereas I think that there's nothing really real under the surface. It's just psychology and sociology that explains it. But I think no reasonable person would deny that there's a lot of corruption in ufology or in, the paranormal scene more generally.
Yeah, I sometimes I think that I'm a little too harsh because I focus on the darker side. I will say in the defense of this thing that there are some really good people that really are just interested and they're searching for the truth behind these stories. But more often than not, I see a lot of profiteers and a lot of people that don't care if the story is true or not, just need something to sell. The race to create more content for these people to consume because there's such a hunger for this information. I think that may be why all the hoaxers are so successful. Because there's this rabid fan base just waiting for the next news story, right?
Mm-hmm. And there is a religious thing going on, definitely, where the UFOs and aliens sort of take the place of God or traditional spirituality. And the disclosure narrative has got a lot of parallels to some aspects of Christian eschatology, So the coming day, like the coming of Christ, is replaced with the big government reveal and stuff like that. So there's a lot of sort of underlying, maybe even unconscious religious impulses going on.
Yeah, and you know, one of the other things is that I think that a lot of these people that are so rabidly believers haven't been here long enough. Because once you're here long enough, the whole disclosures coming any day narrative sort of falls apart. It's every couple of years there's some new thing that's gonna be the tipping point, but we never get there, never.
Mm-hmm.
And then the proponents, you know, they sort of remember how much everybody hyped this 180-day report. This is going to be it, and then they all slithered away when it was a nothing burger. You know. On to the next story. Well, I want to thank you for coming here. I want to remind everybody it's ufologyiscorrupt.com is the best place to find Lewis and his work. And what I'm happy to say, we'll be continuing work on this subject. Reminded me a little bit of Robert Schaefer's, what is it, Bad UFO blog, you know, or UFO Watchdog. I'm glad to see somebody else taking up the mantle and doing this good work. I know it's a thankless job, so I'll be the first to thank you for doing this, because I love seeing it in black and white, written out. Here's all the evidence, and people can read through it and make up their own mind, right?
Yep.
I hope that you'll come back again once you get another couple of articles. Maybe we could talk about your newer work, right?
Sure. I'd be happy to. Thank you.
Doors always open. You're most welcome here. So I'm going to throw you out, and we're going to take a musical break, and then I'm going to come back and read the super chats. I didn't want to interrupt our talk.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for doing this, Lewis. So there we have it. ufologyiscorrupt.com. There's actually a website, ufologyiscorrupt.com. And I believe that if you're interested in this, especially if you're just not blindly believing, if you really want to know the truth behind some of the characters and stories in this thing, ufologyiscorrupt.com is an excellent resource. Now, if you're just a true believer and you don't care to really know about people's backgrounds that are telling this story, you know, criminal histories and things like that, if you're not interested in the fact that ufology may be corrupt, maybe you don't want to hear it. But if you really want the truth behind these things, I think it's important to read all perspectives, especially as a more skeptical one. So here's what we're going to do, folks. I did notice a few super chats. I want to thank everybody for their kindness, their generosity, and their support of the show. After all, we are a viewer-supported show here, and it's a good time for me to remind you there's a few ways that you can support us. The first is on Patreon. For as little as $1 a month, we'll be doing some extra Patreon-only streams. We do a monthly show journal. I post all of my music videos, other production videos, all get posted there before they become public. So you get sort of a backstage view and a preview of work to come here that will be released on the channel. Also, you can make a PayPal donation. The instructions to do that are in the bottom description of this video. We take Cash App now. It's Truth Seeker Show at Cash App, or you can use that money button down there, the super chats. That's a great way to support the show, or buy a super sticker, show your support of the show so that we can continue in this work. We're going to take a short musical break with my friends Bong, the band Bong, not the Bong over there. No, the band. There's a band named Bong. And they had me at their band name being Bong, but they make a lot of excellent music that is somewhat related to conspiracy land and aliens and things like that. So tonight we'll be using them as a musical guest and playing their song, Destroy All Humans. When we return, I will read every single super chat. We read every single PayPal donation. And if you have comments or questions for me, we'll have a short discussion. Just put your question for me in all capital letters. We'll be right back, friends. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome. We are broadcasting live from the Apocalypse Cabin. And I apologize for the video quality, but it would appear that I brought a pretty crappy webcam with me this week. But we'll have to deal with that and move right along. Live show, we roll with the punches. We do want to thank I just start the show and realize that already people are being very kind and generous. Collie Armstrong with a kind and generous $2. And we have also a super sticker from Collie for 99 pence, right? Is that pence? I think so. And we want to thank Charles Rowland, who just became a new member. Congratulations. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. You can enjoy some new member benefits in the members only section here, some extra goodies, and you get that channel member badge so people know that you're a supporter. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And Charles Rowland, who just became a member, super generous $20 super chat as well. So thank you for both becoming a member and the super chat. Praise the cash, friends. And yes, I thought about it, and we're not going to let the bitter, angry, nasty people stop us from using whatever we decide to use, including the cash clown. So praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Yes, so we are here today. I have been at the cabin since Wednesday night, and unfortunately not getting very much finished. That I plan to do everything this week, right? Tomorrow, or today, I was supposed to go to the new land, but it snowed 4 or 5 inches last night, and then today it was like 45, so it's a big sloppy mess out there. I didn't want to go trying to set up a tent or trudge around in the woods in a muddy mess, so we skipped that for today. I'm going to try again tomorrow, but we are still here, and it's still the week, which means work. So I finished some other work while I was here, and today I am showing up here to do our due diligence. Recently, John from the Black Vault, who I want to thank because he always gets... it takes, for those unaware, it takes a tremendous amount of time, energy, and dedication to do all these FOIA requests that he does. So some time ago, there was, I guess, John had heard that there was some FBI involvement in Bob Lazar and his business. Now, this is separate from the supposed raid on Bob Lazar's business depicted in that shit documentary that was completely and totally fake to sell that story. That raid had nothing to do with Element 115. It had nothing to do with Bob Lazar's stupid flying saucer stories. That was a murder investigation, and we here talked to the local sheriff, we talked to the FBI agents, we talked to virtually everybody who was in on that raid, all of which were shocked that they were depicted that way in a documentary to sell. That was to sell that film, right? So essentially, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp and Bob Lazar misrepresented what was actually taking place, try to make it, oh, the FBI are coming to try to find that Element 115. Bullshit. Had nothing to do with any of that. And I talked to the people that were there. They went in, they got some sales records, which were related to a murder investigation. Bob Lazar sells many dangerous chemicals. He's careful to point out that nothing he sells is illegal, but still doesn't make selling those chemicals any less dangerous. So there was a murder investigation. They went into Bob's business, got sales records, and left. They didn't go through every inch of his business as depicted. There wasn't 40 people there as depicted. That was all lies from Jeremy Corbell, lies from George Knapp to sell that shit documentary, which was nothing more than a pro-Bob Lazar fluff piece. They left out all of the good information, like Bob Lazar being a convicted pimp, Bob Lazar being bankrupt right before he came out with his story. They left out the fact that John Lear essentially told his story before Bob Lazar did in 1987, talking about a secret base on Area 51 where they were back engineering flying saucers, and it just magically Bob Lazar meets John Lear, and suddenly he's working at Area 51 on those same flying saucers that John Lear described the year before, right? The whole story falls apart under scrutiny. But we are here today to talk about these new FBI files that were just released. And before anybody gets excited, they're not about Bob Lazar's flying saucer stories. In fact, they're not about anything really. There's the information in this is about an investigation. And apparently, oh, and by the way, I will go over to the YouTube chat and we will put these documents I will be sharing, courtesy of John from the Black Vault. And again, we want to thank him for all the work that he does to get new information released through these FOIA requests. So I'm going to put in the description, of the video, the link to the documents from John from the Black Vault site that I will be sharing. I'm a terrible show host, so please bear with me. Didn't do that. And we want to make sure that others can get to those documents as well and follow along with us if you so choose to. I'm going to go over to the live chat and put those in there as well. Nick D says, it was a movie telling you Bob is true, not showing you he's truthful. Yeah, well, I guess we'll agree to disagree. People are free to believe in fairy tales if they choose to. But Bob Lazar is not now, nor has he ever been, an actual scientist. So even the depiction of him as a former government scientist is a lie. He's not a scientist. He never has been a scientist. Oh, 1 second here. Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen here and we'll get into these documents. So essentially, I read through all of these documents last night. And apparently what happened was that someone who these documents refer to as unsub, and you'll know from, if you've watched Criminal Minds enough, that's a term for unknown subject. So essentially, someone contacted Bob Lazar and they tried to purchase the precursor chemicals that can be used to manufacture nerve gas, like sarin gas and other things. So included in these documents is some descriptions of Bob Lazar. Apparently, he contacted local law enforcement about this suspicious individual who was trying to purchase chemicals from him. So this special agent, and there's a lot of redactions here, requested assistance in the analysis of information obtained during the investigation. And here they put background information on Bob Lazar's business, the fact that he sells chemicals, his main gate where this person approached him. And in these documents is also the statement from Bob Lazar that they don't sell anything illegal. But interestingly, some people are not aware that Bob Lazar is a huge supplier of chemistry glassware that some have suggested ends up in all of the meth labs in the United States. Or some have suggested that Bob Lazar's business is actually the biggest supplier of glassware. You know, those glass beakers and things you need to do chemistry work. Yes, so the Sheriff's Department and office conducted a composite sketch of an unidentified person of interest in the above listed case. And then redacted, but we can assume it's Bob Lazar of United Nuclear Scientific Supply provided the information for the sketch. So essentially, somebody comes to Bob Lazar, calls him, and tries to purchase the chemicals required to create nerve gas, like sarin gas, which is deadly, very, very deadly nerve gas. Provided the following statement to detective: heard his doorbell ring on the property and looked at the security system monitor and viewed the unidentified subject standing at the gate to his property, which, and some of these redactions are obvious that they're talking about Bob Lazar, which Bob Lazar stated was unusual. He left his house and walked to the edge of his property near the gate and approached the unidentified subject, was about 3 to 4 feet away with the fence in between them, spoke to unidentified subject for about 15 or 20 minutes. The conversation was about Bob's business and the President of the United States. So apparently this person had all kinds of red flags. He was very anti-government and anti-President of the United States. He goes to Bob Lazar to buy essentially chemicals to create chemical weapons. The unidentified subject expressed extreme displeasure with the government and the President of the U.S. The main portion of the discussion involved United Nuclear Scientific Supply and the unidentified subject's request for a tour of the business, which was not provided. So after calling on the phone, this individual just essentially showed up at his business and wanted those chemicals. And here is a report. Expressed extreme displeasure with the government and the president, mainly talked about the business, wanted a tour of the business. And here we see Bob Lazar was interviewed about this person, interviewed at his place of business located in East Mountain area near Albuquerque, New Mexico, and shown 2 photo spread folders. So the FBI and the local police, I'm assuming, came up with some suspects. They tried to get Bob Lazar to identify from a photo spread. He was unable to do that. Oh, no, he did. 2 photo spread folders, each with 6 photographs. Number 5 on one of the folders contained a photograph of Redacted, the suspected person of interest, whose appearance matched that of a composite sketch of an unidentified individual inquiring about precursor chemicals. And apparently Bob Lazar was not able to identify the individual he spoke with on August 13, 2006 from the photographs provided in the photo spreadsheet. So he was unable to identify it from the list of subjects that they had. They say that Bob's business is an internet-based chemical supply company that was telephonically called by a block telephone on July 17, 2006. An unidentified caller inquired about a partial list of precursor chemicals which could be used in the production of sarin nerve gas. And then they were going to have a grand jury to, I guess, arrest and indict this person. In early September 2006, conducting surveillance of Bob, I think that's Bob Lazar's business, and spoke with a neighbor of Bob Lazar's. This neighbor provided general information about Bob Lazar, including his physical description. Day or two of this interview still had this description matched a driver's license photo from New Mexico. Or actually, I think they're talking to one of Bob's neighbors about this unknown individual who was trying to purchase the chemicals. No other investigation was conducted at this time due to that person not matching the subject description, unsubscribed as redacted, and Bob's business information indicating ordered a product from him. At this time, it does not appear that redacted meets the complete physical description of the unidentified subject. The driver's license photo shows a full head of hair and glasses. This may be readdressed at a later date if no other suspect is identified. So here in these files, we see the FBI trying to identify the person who contacted Bob Lazar multiple times, trying to purchase these very dangerous chemicals to create chemical weapons with, or they're assuming that he's going to use these very dangerous chemicals to create chemical weapons. So this person became the Albuquerque and WMD coordinator. As such, it is requested that the above case be transferred to them. So they bounced this case back and forth. Photograph matched composite sketch of the unidentified subject in this investigation. After meeting redacted in person, did not have observable that would match the composite sketch. So here they're still trying to identify this person. This person stated he did not harbor any animosity towards the U.S. government and had no violent intentions towards the President of the United States. So what we have here in these files is a description of a very off-the-rocker sort of individual who was anti-government, perhaps part of some militia or organized crime group, and he was essentially very unhappy with the United States government and the president while he was trying to purchase the chemicals to make chemical weapons. So of course the FBI is going to try to identify him before, this could be a future terrorist attack. Here they're requesting analytical assistance from somebody else within the FBI organization. And here we see UNSUB was unable to purchase the requisite chemicals from United Nuclear Scientific Supply. Writers suggest FIG examine all logical sources for information indicating what other entities in New Mexico sell precursor chemicals useful for the production of nerve agents. UNSUB attempted to purchase several chemicals, and here they give a list of chemicals. I don't even want to repeat them because we don't want to give any crazy people chemical formulas for chemical weapons. This information could be useful in a tactical sense in order to determine the identity of the UNSUB should he have attempted to another purchase in New Mexico. So essentially, they were unable to identify the subject. They made a huge list of everybody in the state of New Mexico that could sell those chemicals, and they start contacting those other companies trying to identify this individual. Numerous state agencies were contacted to determine if a pre-existing list of chemical wholesalers was available. If they're contacting individuals from the state of New Mexico's Department of Homeland Security, Department of Public Safety, Hazardous Waste Bureau, and Environment Department, it was determined that no such list is in existence. So essentially, since there wasn't a list of available companies, they had to make one, and they make this huge list of all of these companies and start contacting them, trying to identify this mysterious individual. And just to be clear, too, it was Bob Lazar who originally reported this to the police. He found this person suspicious. And here it says, Bob's business was recently received several calls by an unidentified individual requesting to speak to, I assume that redaction is Bob Lazar, for the purpose of purchasing, quote, special chemicals. On each of these several occasions, was on travel and not at Bob's business. The caller did not leave a message nor a phone number. When later returned from his travel, he was informed by office personnel that the individual had called. Redacted, I'm assuming that's Bob, explained that this is the same pattern that started back in 2006 regarding an individual who eventually visited United Nuclear Scientific Supply. Redacted, I'm assuming that's Bob Lazar, is confident that he could recognize that person's voice should he call again. UNSS is equipped with an answering machine and a caller ID service. The caller looking for special chemicals has not yet left a message on the answering machine. UNSS keeps all messages until the caller has been contacted. The caller ID maintains the incoming phone calls for up to a week before it is overwritten should this individual call again. Redacted, I'm assuming that's Bob, will attempt to capture the caller ID should this individual leave a phone message. Redacted, I'm assuming Bob Lazar, will preserve it and the caller ID record. So they're still trying to get this guy back on the line and get him. And here they're briefing the locals, was briefed on the particulars of caption investigation. Sergeant Redacted will show the composite drawing to his assigned patrol personnel, but will not brief them on the investigation. Should the unsub be seen, they will attempt to identify him. Sergeant Redacted will brief only his lieutenant on the specifics of the investigation. Sergeant Redacted offered whatever help his department can give. So they're really trying to locate this person. The FBI is enlisting the help of the local law enforcement people. Yeah. Ryder met with Sergeant Redacted of the Sheriff's Department, East Mountain Patrol. Sergeant was briefed on the particulars of captioned individual. Sergeant will show the composite drawings. So they're still trying to identify this individual. And it gets some of these records get pretty interesting, because it would appear that they were then able to identify a phone number and then track this individual down who was selling a motorcycle in a online group. So they were able to identify him. And wouldn't you know, remember we heard about Bob Lazar's wife having an affiliation with Hell's Angels. Apparently this individual as well, this person who tried to purchase chemicals, was affiliated with the Hell's Angels in his home state. The address from the business is not listed publicly. So this person just showed up at Bob's business, and he never listed his actual street address, just a P.O. box. So they don't know how he found Bob Lazar's business. He showed up outside the fence and confronted, identified himself as the caller from a few weeks earlier, inquiring about a number of specific chemicals, immediately remembered the previous conversation and engaged in conversation. At this point, I'm assuming that's Bob, still did not, or no, the unknown subject, the suspect here in this case, still did not further identify himself. Redacted asked about the chemicals he inquired about a few weeks earlier and responded by stating he didn't maintain that the chemicals on hand and had not inquired into the availability of the chemicals. So Bob didn't have the chemicals that he wanted, but he could purchase them for resale. He did believe that the unknown subject was serious about placing an order, was supposed to read contact, but did not, then declined to give contact telephone number or name during a series of calls made in July 2006. However, Redacted stated that he would now inquire and requested a contact telephone number. The unknown subject said he did not have a contact telephone number and was hard to get a hold of, replied that he needed some way to contact him in order to place an order. The unknown subject would call back to check the availability of the chemicals at a later date. Redacted walked Redacted vehicle, which appeared to be parked an unnecessary distance from UNSS, possibly to avoid being identified. Redacted identified the vehicle as an older model in color, with rust and without front and rear license plates. So boy, what a shady individual. He's driving around in a car with no license plates trying to buy chemicals to make chemical weapons. The chemicals asked about were, and they give the list of the chemicals. These chemicals are used in the production of either sarin or V-gas, and two of them fall under restrictions of the Chemical Warfare Convention. So Bob was approached by this person on 7/26 or 7/27 at the Sandia Park post office. So then this person shows up, follows Bob to the post office, gets out and starts asking him about the chemicals again. He had inquired about still wanted to get the chemicals that he inquired about earlier, said that Bob said that he could get them, said that he would contact the unknown subject mid-month to get the chemicals, as he had to go out of town and would be back then. So, yeah, so this whole case is about this potential terrorist that was contacting Bob Lazar to buy chemicals to make essentially chemical weapons. He used the terms they and them when discussing the purchase. Also remembers making comments complaining about the president of the United States, but does not recall threats against the president. So I'm assuming that the FBI are very concerned that this person is making threats against the president of the United States while simultaneously trying to buy chemicals that are used in the production of chemical weapons or nerve gas. Wow. So Bob was concerned that they would be used to make chemical weapons. Bob agreed to order the chemicals and then promptly contacted law enforcement. So Bob Lazar goes to buy the chemicals from his chemical supplier. The chemicals would be delivered by UPS or FedEx. normally the chemicals to the end user. When asked how someone can order a chemical that has a chemical warfare convention restriction, Bob explained that it is quite easy to merely order the precursors for that chemical. If a person has a reasonable background in chemistry, it is possible to actually process the needed chemicals from precursors or the raw materials found in nature. Redacted explained that he would empty the packages that contained the chemicals once to replace them with other chemicals that appear genuine but are harmless. So Bob's helping in this chemical weapon investigation. Other than isopropyl alcohol, a chemist could research for 6 months and not find a use for the chemicals other than destruction or weapons use. There are no safe or reasonable uses for these chemicals, explained Redacted. I don't understand all these redactions because, John requested these files about Bob Lazar and they redact his name through most of it, but it can be used for nerve gas production. Additionally, Redacted noted that some of the chemicals are actually redundant in that they achieve the same results through different chemical processes. Bob was raided by law enforcement arm of the Consumer Protection Agency approximately 4 years ago and described a SWAT-type raid on their business at home. Both were handcuffed and placed in the front yard while their property was searched. The raid was a result of, Redacted, Bob selling one kit with instructions on how to produce pyrotechnics. Before ordering those kits for sale, he had checked with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Both agencies told Bob that they were not aware of any restrictions on the sale of these items. Bob was surprised that the Consumer Protection Agency conducted a raid rather than call him on the telephone, the way the Nuclear Regulatory Commission handled an issue. Bob had sold some radioactive sources and was called by the NRC and informed that he needed specific license to sell those sources. Bob went down to the NRC offices and handled the matter discreetly. So, Bob was raided by the Consumer Protection Agency, I think it was in 2002, for selling chemicals to make pyrotechnics or bombs with. Great. And here, they're searching still for the unknown subject. They found the person, a minor traffic accident in 2005. The second and third listed the victim of separate larcenies in 2006. This sergeant verified no arrests, investigations. So now this goes to Rhode Island, where this unknown subject lives, and here we go, is not a current member of any outlaw motorcycle gang in the state of Rhode Island. The Hells Angels consider, okay, so I was wrong. He is not a member of any motorcycle gang in the state of Rhode Island. The Hells Angels consider Rhode Island their territory. There are currently 13 chapters in the Providence chapter. The chapter has 4 prospects and several associates. The detective checked intelligence records and state police records for unknown subject with negative results. Has had no contact with the state police. So they wanted a discreet inquiry of local law enforcement concerning that suspect in Rhode Island. They said he is not a member of any outlaw motorcycle gang or terrorist group in Rhode Island. Boston considers this lead covered. So again, if you're just joining us, we are going over these once secret FBI files about an individual who tried to purchase chemicals to make chemical weapons from Bob Lazar. And a lot of this gets repeated as they're sending these investigatory reports back and forth to different agencies. So here they have another suspect. It might be the person in the sketch, graduated in 1976, is unsure since he dropped out. This is a tip saying, hey, I saw that picture. I believe it's this individual. And they continue to try this through all of these to try to identify this. Okay, so now they have the individual. This individual described himself as, did not provide a name. He further inquired about a list of chemicals he wanted more information concerning. And then Bob was, then he showed up at Bob's business, first called Bob and showed up at Bob's business. Then he followed Bob to the post office one day and asked him. So multiple attempts to get these chemicals from Bob Lazar. And here we see, one second, more of the FBI file. So this investigation covered multiple states, Rhode Island, New York, New Mexico, and more. Synopsis: to provide results of an investigation conducted by New York to cover lead as set reference serial. We contacted this individual identifying himself as redacted, who wanted to purchase chemicals that could be used to produce a chemical agent similar in effect to sarin gas. Was subsequently approached by an individual referring to himself as redacted, inquiring again about the same list of chemicals. So interestingly, Bob Lazar is the one who reported this guy, and he's cooperating with the local authorities and the FBI as they try to so this is school officials were unable to provide detectives with any information on unknown subject or redacted. New York has taken all reasonable investigative actions in attempting to acquire additional identifying information. So still all over the map trying to identify this person. And they have multiple leads for who this person could be. Again, these are over and over. Lots of pages are the same. Yeah, and so this agent here is in the process. Go ahead and close the first one. The second one were checks against AFIS negative for the print located. If so, just note that in the closing. So then the case is essentially closed. I don't think that they got a resolution. Requested various chemicals. Unsub asked about phosgene gas and how to acquire. Telephone toll records checks provided no lead information. A composite sketch prepared and showed the neighborhood to local law enforcement. No further lead potential at this time. Unsub stopped the reporting party at local post office. This is where he follows Bob Lazar to the local post office and asked if he could still purchase chemicals as they still wanted them. Unsub claimed to have a mutual friend of the reporting party Bob Lazar went to high school with, reporting party. Phone records examined, interview of Bob Lazar conducted, and review of high school yearbooks, and reporting party conducted. No suspect identified. Reporting party has since moved to Michigan. Info passed to local resident agency. LNU has not contacted reporting party since 8 of 2007. No further leads. Request case closure. So they were unable to find this person and arrest or indict them, which is a little scary. How could they have the full force of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and not be able to find this guy who apparently contacted Bob Lazar 4 or 5 times, several times on the phone and several times in person. But very, very interesting that Bob Lazar is selling chemicals that you can use to manufacture chemical weapons. So we're going to call this one a short one. These are the files that have so far been released. I want to be very clear, however, in saying that this event is completely separate from the raids on Bob Lazar's business with the FBI. And by the way, the reason that the FBI was involved in that raid at all is because it was interstate murder case. If you order poison from one state and kill your wife in another state, it becomes the jurisdiction of federal law enforcement. So this case is completely and totally separate from those other events in which Bob Lazar's business was raided. We have covered those events previously. The one raid was essentially over him selling bomb making or pyrotechnic supplies without license to do so. And this latest raid on his business, which was depicted in the documentary as being related to Bob Lazar's Element 115 and flying saucer fuel, and that's just not accurate. Now go talk to the police that were actually there. They all laughed at Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, using them to help sell that movie, right? Using them to create drama, right? And it's very convenient that they did that. We want to thank Charles Rowland, who just became a YouTube member. I'm going to check up. Sorry, busy reading here. We're going to check in with the live chat. Did we get them all? Oh, yeah, we got that one. We got Kali. Thank you, Kali. I'm just going to go through the whole thing again. Thank you, Kali, again. We'll try to catch up here to the live chat. I know that I missed several. And Charles became a member. Thank you, Charles. Charles Rowland with a kind and generous $20 super chat and becoming a member. Very kind and generous of you, Mr. Rowland. Thank you very much. We have Travis Taylor. Just became a member as well. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. We love it. And we have Keith Gardeck says, Spaceman Steve, be it resolved that henceforth we pronounce Bob's last name as Lazar, out of pure and undivided larpidity. Well, thank you, Keith Gardeck, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. Very generous of you, throwing a 20 spot down. We love it. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And yeah, it's funny when I was talking to law enforcement about that. That's what they called him. They called him Bob Lazar, the Bob Lazar guy. And thank you, Kali Armstrong, for your kind and generous $1.49 super sticker. Very, very kind and generous of you. We are still catching up here with the remainder. Okay, yeah, we got them all. So we want to thank all of you for your kindness, your generosity, and support. We also want to thank you, Twitch subscribers, you Patreon supporters, and you YouTube channel members. Thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support.
Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the gas. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the gas.
Thank you all for helping us to praise the cash. So, like I said, this is going to be a real short one tonight. We still want to do our due diligence and check in and do a show, but I'm up to my eyeballs in bathroom stuff. I have to nail up about 25 more boards onto the ceiling, and I don't know if you've ever nailed boards in a ceiling before. I have here in the living room or in the kitchen, and it was a nightmare, and it's equally a nightmare in that bathroom. And I think the problem is that all the measurements are a little different, so it's not like you could just cut all the boards and carry them up the ladder and nail a bunch in at once. It's up the ladder, measure, down the ladder, cut the board, back up the ladder, nail up the board, and rinse and repeat 30 times. This is very time consuming, right? Yeah, and I've heard that argument that Bob Lazar built a jet car, right? A hydrogen-powered car. Prove it. Prove it. He lied through his teeth about that, about how he was, essentially making his own elements to make that system work in a particle accelerator he had. He never had a particle accelerator, at least not one capable of transmuting elements. And as far as the jet car, he had a neighbor who sold jet engines in the back of science magazines and plans for them. And right now, Bob Lazar is probably illegally selling that man's plans on his website. He doesn't have the right to sell that man's plans, to the best of my knowledge and recollection, but I think that person died, so Bob just figured, well, I could sell his plans now. He's dead. And building cool science projects doesn't make you a scientist. A degree does. And Bob does not have any degrees, right? DJ D says, Cambian Cabin Chronicles. Yeah, I'm feeling a little disappointed, DJ D's, because I got here on Wednesday and I had these grand plans of all these things that I was going to accomplish this week while I'm here. But I suppose part of the problem is I'm still working, and I'm supposed to be doing the cabin stuff at the same time. Something's got to give. I may take the rest of the weekend off and just focus on what I'm doing here, because I really got to get this bathroom finished and move on to building a new studio. But I learned a while ago that like you can't have multiple major projects going at once, or you don't get anything done. You don't make any progress. So I'm here trying to finish off. I don't want to have, exposed rafters and insulation hanging and ceilings not finished or parts of this building not done. I'm going to finish that bathroom, and then we're going to slap a front porch on this. Porch is going to be huge, 36 feet long and 12 feet wide. And then this whole cabin project will be finished. Now, there is still one thing I may do, and there's an addition on this side and an addition on this side. There's no an addition out the back. So there's still one more place where I could build one more room onto the cabin. I may do that, but not for quite some time. Yeah, so what, Anon? That means he worked on UFOs. Yeah, building cool science projects doesn't mean you worked on alien flying saucers. It means that you're a science nerd, and so was I growing up. I mean, I built robots. I built, and as far I played with chemistry and chemicals. I've got a chemical hydrogen generator at home that I made. I got myself in a lot of trouble as a child with the chemicals. My dad would get really upset of what the hell I was doing in the basement, and he thought I was going to blow the house up. And thankfully, I never did. I was also into model rockets, and speaking of chemicals, there's something called rocket candy. You can make rockets, rocket engines out of stump remover and sugar, and I did a lot of that. I used to make my dad real nervous, and he finally just gave, told me to get all this stuff out of the house so I could keep it in the garage, which was not attached to our house, but I wasn't allowed to keep all the chemicals in the house, making him very, very nervous down there mixing up all kinds of chemicals. But my point is, a lot of people are into cool, weird science project kind of stuff. It doesn't make you a scientist, it doesn't make you a physicist, it just makes you a science nerd. So there is no verifiable evidence or proof that Bob Lazar has ever been a scientist. There is no verifiable proof that Bob Lazar ever worked for the government. In fact, it would seem that most of the evidence that you are able to fact check and uncover about Bob Lazar, most of the evidence points to him being a grifter, a swindler who made up his story to make money right at a time that he was literally bankrupt and broke. He was dead broke at the time that he made up his story. And at the time he owed everyone, including his parents, money. So he had several failed businesses. And by the way, that's another thing. If you were a senior staff level physicist, you would not open businesses like a 1-hour photo mat. At least I don't think so. I think that if you were a serious scientist that is that well educated that you would become a senior staff level physicist, then you would focus on that. You're not starting a photo mat, right? And how are you working full time at a photo mat while you're also a scientist? You're not. And I challenge everyone or anyone to find me another scientist in the United States who ran a whorehouse. Find me another real scientist who opened a whorehouse. Scientists just don't do things like that. They worry about their reputations and their legitimacy to the field of science. You think Eric Weinstein or is opening a whorehouse? No. Do you really think? I just don't see a scientist opening a whorehouse. So if you believe Bob Lazar, you have to believe that he is an incredibly educated scientist who one day just said, I'm going to open a whorehouse. And forget this science stuff. That's boring. I'm going to run a whorehouse. I just don't find it plausible. Did I work on UFOs? No. And neither did Bob Lazar. And nobody can prove that he worked on anything other than a scam to make money. And by the way, he got a huge payout for his book deal. All you people who love to say he never made any money at this and he doesn't do this for money. He didn't try to cash in. He tried to cash in this entire time. This entire time, Bob Lazar has been trying to cash in on this story he made up with his friends. It just didn't really work out very well for him, right? Tyson is here holding down the Twitch chat, says, have a good stream, Stephen. Hope all is well. Yeah. So questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. I'm sorry if anybody's disappointed that these secret FBI files were not about something like aliens at Area 51 or, Bob Lazar's Element 115. Kind of boring, actually. Just sort of a routine investigation into a potential terrorist. I would hope that guy never did find somebody to sell him that crap, Go, Steven. Can you tell the aliens to heal my broke knee? Yeah, I'm going to tell them to heal my broke wallet, too, right? How did Art Bell handle Lazar? He interviewed him several times, and those were very popular interviews. But, again, I think there was just a few interviews with Art Bell of Bob Lazar. I remember those being big events when Bob was going to go on Art Bell. Everybody was talking about it, and of course, everybody tuned in. Yeah, Lazar is a criminal, and all his lies make sense now. Yes. I believe that he is. He made money from the beginning with that horrible supposed scientific explanation. VHS he sold mail order. Yeah, and I bought that. My dad, Valcor, got all the science magazines. He got Popular Science, Popular Mechanics, and Omni, and a few other science magazines. And I don't remember what magazine it was in, but they used to advertise that in the back of science magazines. And I sent I had to get my dad to give me a check, and I sent it off, and I ordered that on VHS, ages and ages, probably 92, maybe, or 93. So he was selling that tape for years and years, right? Nick B, did you ever hear an interview did in the late 90s with a real physicist and a radio host? No, but I would like to. Send us the link. I think Bob Lazar avoids real scientists like the plague because he can't smoke, you can't fool a real scientist with, smoke and mirrors and LARPing being a physicist. They're going to know, right? Broke knee comes with broke wallet. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, he did. Knapp once claimed he knew where Bob's Element 115 was hidden. More nonsense, obviously. Yeah, he claimed that he knew where it was hidden and that someday he was going to dig it up. That's what he said, and he's never shown it. So, and this is really, more than anything, clowns around, this tells you that the story is fake. Because if you really had 100% verifiable proof and evidence of alien visitation to Earth, wouldn't you just throw it down on the table? Go, there's the proof, bitches. No, it's always this cat and mouse game. Buy our new documentary. We're going to have all this new information in it. No, they didn't have shit. They had something about a hand scanner that was in Close Encounters. That's the only new information from Bob Lazar in 30 years, right? DJ D says, so in helping the government, Bob gets examined and gets charged for not having a certain license. No, that was previous. He was in trouble for that. I think he genuinely was concerned that this individual was going to create chemical weapons. So he contacts the FBI. And what he said is, although some chemicals may be on a restricted list, you can get the precursor chemicals to those chemicals and make those chemicals. Any decent chemist can do that. And this is often how like the meth industry works. If they can't get a certain chemical, they go with an alternate and make it in a different way. And isn't it interesting that Bob Lazar's business is the largest supplier of glassware? The largest supplier of glassware in the United States. So if you ever want to start a meth lab, just call Bob Lazar and get your glassware from him. That's where everybody else apparently gets it from. He is the United States' largest supplier of glassware to possibly manufacture methamphetamines with, right? I would love, alien scientist Jeremy Rise is here, I would love for proof to come out tomorrow exposing and declassifying all of this. That would be my dream come true. Well, you know, Jeremy, people think that I'm all negative, and I think that would make the world a much more interesting place if we got confirmation of, let's say, alien crash retrievals that they tried to back engineer, or whatever. Hiding element 115 inside butt plugs at the whorehouse. Yeah, that's where the element 115. It's inside the butt plugs at Bob Lazar's whorehouse. Absolutely, positively ridiculous. And I want to do the good thing here and remind everybody that we're a viewer-supported show. 1 second, I will put my banner up, because when I play these bumpers, everybody jumps out of here like the show's over, like the plague just happened. They're quick bumpers, just enough to remind people that we are a viewer-supported show. Yeah, so the show is not over. We'll be right back after this short message. I'd just like to, once per show, remind everybody that we're a viewer-supported show. We read each and every single super chat and thank everybody for their support. We'll be right back.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back for another round of Truth Seekers. We are back on track and ready to attack. Once again, covering some of the strangest and most mysterious stories out there on the interwebs. So, I've been away for a few days, and thanks to those who've noticed, what can I say? My children had off, actually, on Monday and Friday, and then one got ill. With new restrictions, your child could sneeze or cough or have a sniffle in school and be home for 5 days or whatever. Two negative COVID tests, several days. It's a bit unclear, but I believe that situation is resolving and I'll be able to return to work once again here. So tonight we're going to be talking about one of my favorite UFO hucksters, and that is Bob Lazar, who for 30 years have been swearing that he's a scientist and worked on top secret government projects on a subset of Area 51 called S4. Problem is, there's nothing there. The other problem is his education is completely and totally fake. That has been covered many, many times here as well as many other places. Even the originator of the story, George Knapp, agrees that he can't verify his educational claims. There's no master's degree in either physics or electronics at either prestigious university he claims that he attended. Interesting to note that Stan Friedman, as well as Michael Schratt and others, have verified that while he was claiming that he was going to MIT, he was actually attending Pierce Junior College. Quite the commute. Now, we have covered various reasons why Bob Lazar is a fraud and a liar and never actually worked at Area 51, including a story that we had the near exclusive on, brought to us by our friend Victor. Victor interviewed a real-life, verifiable Area 51 security guard who worked there during Bob's apparent flying saucer work days, and verified that, first of all, there's nothing at all where Bob Lazar claimed the S4 subbase on Area 51 is. There's no hangar bay doors. There's no guard shack. There's no road even where he said it was. And more. Previously, some time ago, I reported that I had a source that worked at Los Alamos National Labs for decades, including during the time that Bob Lazar claimed to be a physicist. Now, that source told me that Bob Lazar was never a scientist at Los Alamos. He was never a physicist, let alone a senior staff level physicist, as he once claimed. There are other indicators that Bob Lazar was lying when he said that he was a scientist at Los Alamos National Labs. One of the most telling, I believe, is that during a talk with Jeremy Corbell, a photo of a satellite dish outside of Los Alamos was shown, and Bob Lazar said, "Oh yeah, I remember installing that." Friends, I'm no expert, but I've been told that physicists at Los Alamos National Labs, especially senior staff level physicists, do not install satellite dishes. They have far more important things to do. Now, there have been other indicators over the years that Bob Lazar is full of shit, including one time on an appearance on Larry King, where he said that the spacecraft he worked on were 52 feet in diameter. We pulled out some of Bob Lazar's original drawings of this mythical flying saucer research facility he claimed to work at, where he first claimed that the hangar bay doors were 40 foot wide. It doesn't take a senior staff level physicist, friends, to realize that You cannot get a 52-foot diameter spacecraft in and out of a 40-foot hangar bay door. So he lied about his education. He just doesn't mention, and neither does anybody promoting his story, mention that Bob Lazar is a convicted pimp. That's right, he ran a whorehouse, because every senior staff level physicist at Los Alamos National Labs who is at the top of their game, it should be explained, if you're a staff level physicist at Los Alamos National Labs, that is the coolest job you'll ever get. That's where all physicists want to work, at a place doing super advanced theoretical physics and science, at a place like that. It makes no sense that he would simply quit his job as a physicist to go start a whorehouse. That's not the way scientists think or work, at least not a reputable scientist. After all, what scientist doing any level of research just one day says, you know what? I'm tired of all this sciencey stuff and all this advanced math and physics. I'm just going to go run a whorehouse, right? And there have been various stories about the whorehouse. If you listen to one talk George Knapp gave, well, he didn't run the whorehouse. He just installed some computers and helped the whores out. In another talk that George Knapp gave, George Knapp says that Bob Lazar became a full partner with the madam of that whorehouse. If you read the court documents from the criminal case, it's very clear that Bob Lazar had a lot more involvement than just installing computer systems and helping those whores out. Maybe he's just a nice scientist that likes to help whores out in his spare time, but I don't think that this story helps his credibility one bit. And there have been people like Jeremy Corbell who have profited tremendously from this story. And we have previously reported that myself, Jeremy Rise, alien scientist, Solar Marshall, and many other researchers gave Jeremy Corbell all kinds of information before he made his documentary that is proof positive that Bob Lazar is not who he claims to be, that he lies a lot. None of that made it into the film. Because you see, there's no profit from a documentary if you just say, here's all the reasons that this guy's a liar. And, you know, one of the things that's a pet peeve of mine, and I've mentioned this many, many times, is that there are numerous articles all over print media and other places where they say, former government scientist, whistleblower. First of all, there's no proof that he was ever a scientist. None. Zero. You will not find a single paper written by this so-called scientist in any publication. Not one. In fact, remember, he said he had 2 master's degrees. You won't find his master's thesis anywhere in those colleges because they don't exist. Now, people have made excuses for why his education was fake, right? Oh, no, the men in black. Yeah, they try to erase his educational credentials. Later, Bob Lazar even told Joe Rogan a huge lie. He said that he was working on special secret projects at MIT, and that's why they hid his records. That's a new part of the story. But remember, supporters of Bob Lazar always say the story never changes. No, the story changes a lot if you pay attention. Most people, however, simply don't pay attention to what Bob Lazar calls the minutia. But the minutia matters. Bob Lazar also told Linda Moulton Howe that he never went to MIT. He just hung out there. Like, he would sneak into lectures. And I got to say, I can't blame him for that. Because in my own case, about the time that all my friends were going to college, I had no road to college, no way to do it. And I was very interested in things like philosophy and science. And a bunch of my friends went to Temple University. So I'd go there and hang out with my friends. Then I suddenly realized that I could get an ID. Wait a minute. Is this long enough ago? Yeah, it's plenty long enough ago. I can't get in any trouble now, I don't think. So I actually got a Temple University ID. Just went down to the student center and played dumb, and some girl gave me one, took my picture and everything. And that enabled me to walk all over the campus. I started going to philosophy lectures by professors I thought were interesting. I spent every day there for months because I didn't have a job. So I can't blame Bob Lazar if he was interested in science for sneaking into some lectures about science at MIT. I did the same kind of thing. But to lie to the world and claim that you're a physicist when you're not. Oh, one of my other favorite lies of his is that he once claimed that he had a particle accelerator in his bedroom. Go ask any physicist how big a particle accelerator is. You're not fitting one in a bedroom. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. But see, this is the problem with Bob Lazar, is that it's the little details that reveal to us that he's not a scientist, like the fact that he ran a whorehouse. But let's get back to Los Alamos, which is the purpose for our broadcast tonight, because I had a source. In fact, I had two sources that worked at Los Alamos. One was a newer employee who just told me she asked around, and there were people that worked there that remember Bob Lazar, and they all said they couldn't believe when they saw this newspaper article of him with the jet car claiming he was a physicist, because they all knew that he was an electronics tech. He did things like run wires and install satellite dishes, and he worked on the radiation health monitoring equipment. And now it appears that so did his one-time wife as a contractor. A low-level electronics technician is what Bob did. Now, the other source I had worked at Los Alamos for decades. However, the problem with both of my sources is that they would not allow me to use their names, and they would not give me an on-the-record interview. They wouldn't come on camera or even audio and allow me to record their stories. But I knew that they were both credible. I verified their employment. I knew exactly where they worked and how long they worked. In the case of the employee that worked there for decades, he was a real scientist. He told me a lot of things about Bob Lazar, but things that a lot of which I couldn't repeat because I don't like just saying, trust me, dude, because that's how half of this ufology thing works. Sources, just trust me. Now, I realize, however, though, that anonymous sources can sometimes be valuable because these people pointed me in the right direction, and they gave me information that corroborated other information that is out there. Let's not forget that John Lear himself said that Bob worked on radiation health monitors, alpha monitors, and he used to go with them and help them do those things. So the sources that I have corroborated things that John Lear and others have said. Later, despite what you may think of him, Dr. Eric Davis also chimed in and said that Bob Lazar worked on radiation health monitors. That's 3 sources now I have. 4, if you count my 2 that don't want to be named that work at Los Alamos and still do, by the way. That means we have 4 sources that say he was a low-level technician, not a scientist, that worked while he worked at Los Alamos. He was an electronics technician, not a scientist. He was never a scientist, friends, at Los Alamos or anywhere else. But recently, I was so happy because our friend here, Jack Frost, you may remember him as Victor, previous guest on our show when we did another story covering Bob Lazar, his interview with the Area 51 security guard, put me in touch with another researcher who has been doing deep dives and really trying to get to the truth about Bob Lazar. Interestingly, that researcher found information which corroborated my original 2 sources that wouldn't go on the record. But I'm pleased to say that in that researcher's case, he got their names, their titles, and the ability to name them. So now we've got more sources that say Bob Lazar lied. He was never a physicist at Los Alamos. Never. He was exactly what my sources said he was, a low-level electronics technician, not a scientist. So we're going to get into that, and I apologize. I have not put this article from Medium, which this researcher published just earlier today. It has been published today, February 22nd. And we are the first show that I am aware of that will be bringing this information to the public. Another exclusive story. And by the way, I spoke with this researcher today. I have his full permission to share his article and talk about it tonight. And we're also arranging an interview because this, my friends, I'm happy to say this, this is the first in a series of articles that I believe will completely and totally destroy this house of cards of Bob Lazar's fake flying saucer stories. This researcher has done incredible work and should be commended for that, because they succeeded in many places where I failed, including getting on the record sources at Los Alamos, which is very, very important, right? So we are going to delve into some of the things that this researcher, Signals Intelligence on Medium.com, has uncovered. And this is just more confirmation that the people that are profiting from this story and selling this story are lying to you. I've been saying that for years. People like Jeremy Rise, alien scientists, have been saying that for years. There's BobLazarDebunked.com you can go to and see the full breakdown of all of Bob Lazar's half-truths and lies over the years that he's been caught in. And tonight, I'm going to ask a very simple question. Now we've got complete and total confirmation of three things. Number one, Bob Lazar lied about his education. Prove me wrong. You can't. There are multiple researchers that have confirmed, both with MIT and Caltech, Bob Lazar's claimed educational credentials are completely and totally fake and made up. Number two, we have on the record source a verified Area 51 security guard. We reported that here, thanks to our friend Victor. And that Area 51 security guard said two things. First of all, there is no S4 where Bob claimed it to be. There is no flying saucer research facility. There's no hangar bay doors, nothing. There's nothing there. And he was there in 1988, 89, when Bob Lazar claimed to be working on those flying saucers. And anybody can verify that man's identity. In fact, his identity is revealed in court papers because he's one of the people that sued Area 51 and the government for health problems he suffered as a result of the burn pits that they created at Area 51, where they were burning toxic materials. That's a great source. You can verify that man worked where he said he worked, unlike Bob Lazar. So there's two. We have his education can be completely and totally ripped apart to be completely and totally fake. Number two, we have an on-the-record Area 51 security guard that anybody can verify that man's credentials, who said two things. There's no S4 there, and Bob Lazar never stepped foot on Area 51 because he would had to have been in the logs. He checked the logs as soon as the story broke, and he and his friends had a big laugh. They even called George Knapp. That Area 51 security guard called George Knapp and said, you might want to retract your story or not run with this story because this guy's full of shit. He never stepped foot in Area 51. Now, I get it. Everybody comes attacking me. Well, he didn't say he worked at S4. No, but he did say that he flew in to Area 51 on the Janet Airlines, and then he was transported on a bus to the subset of the base. So he still would have had to be in the logs for having come. Anybody that comes onto Area 51 base, for whatever reason, is logged by their legal name, coming in the base and leaving the base. Every single person that comes in or out of Area 51 is logged. This security guard checked. He was curious, seeing these news reports. Bob Lazar is not in any of the logs, and he got to them right away. No chance for the men in black to erase Bob Lazar from existence there. That's two major talking points that Jeremy Corbell used, that Bob Lazar used, that George Knapp used, all of which fall apart under scrutiny. And we have on the record sourcing, and that can prove that those two things are completely and totally a lie. Now, what is this third talking point that they all use? Well, Bob Lazar was a scientist at Los Alamos National Labs, so he must be a real scientist. The only proof that that happened was a newspaper article. The only proof that people have that they can point to that Bob Lazar was a physicist at Los Alamos is a newspaper article written about a jet car that he built or was building. By the way, there's some dispute about whether he actually built that or not. See Jeremy Rye's work on that. Bob Lazar grew up next to a guy that built jet engines and strapped them on all kinds of stuff, or had some association with him. Anyway, back to Los Alamos. So there was a newspaper article written about him, and in the newspaper article, Bob Lazar claimed he was a physicist. Now, Jeremy Corbell later claimed that he talked to the guy who wrote that article, and he checked, right? And he vetted that claim. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He never vetted that claim. The person that wrote that article never vetted that claim. That means Jeremy Corbell lied through his teeth to all of us. And we've got the proof tonight. Bob Lazar was never a physicist. Not at Los Alamos National Lab. Not anywhere. But especially not at Los Alamos National Lab. And we have all the receipts and the proof and the on-the-record sourcing to prove it now, thanks to the research of this Signals Intelligence, who we'll be working with to bring you more of the Bob Lazar story. So that means we've got 3 major lies with on-the-record sourcing that prove that these 3 major talking points that all these Bob Lazar profiteers use to try to claim the story still may be true are lies. 3 major lies that on the record, good research and good source material, good witnesses, impeccable witnesses, all refute these 3 talking points that they all use to try to continue to profit from this story. And I don't know about you, but I think all 3 of these guys, Bob Lazar, Jeremy Corbell, and George Knapp, have all made enough money pushing this horse shit, right? George Knapp famously said he knows where that element 115 is buried, and someday he's going to dig it up. Bullshit. Bullshit, George Knapp. Dig it up. Show it to us. If he really knows where absolute 100% proof of alien visitations to Earth is buried, do you think that he would just sit on it for 30 years, not dig it up, not bring that proof forward? No, it's not in George Knapp's best interest to actually provide any evidence. It's better to just let people wonder. Let people believe. Just it may be true. So what if he lied about his education? So what if he lied about actually being a scientist and he was just some self-taught nerd? And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm a self-taught nerd, right? But I'm not running around telling people I worked at Area 51 on flying saucers, alien flying saucers. Anyway, that means as of tonight, there are 3 huge lies that Jeremy Corbell, Bob Lazar, and George Knapp have been pushing at the UFO community for years now. And it's about time that they answer for these lies. Maybe they should give all the money back that they made, unless they can provide proof of Bob Lazar's claims. He was never a scientist. He ran a whorehouse, okay? Scientists, by and large, maybe somebody will prove me wrong and find me a scientist that runs a whorehouse, but I've never heard of a scientist that quit his job to go run a whorehouse. Oh, and speaking of quitting a job, tonight we're going to find out maybe a little bit more about what happened there at Los Alamos National Labs. Because like I mentioned, anybody getting a job there isn't quitting their job. That's a dream job for a science nerd or a physicist. But things didn't end well, apparently, during Bob Lazar's temporary employment at Los Alamos National Labs. And more on that we can bring you. So let's get into this article. I have not yet done it. Sorry. We are rushing to go to broadcast tonight. I will link the article, and it will be in the About section of our video here so that you can follow along. But I am going to do this. I am going to put this in the live chat right now. Please bear with me one moment, friends, while we do that. And again, this is Signals Intelligence on medium.com. I'm just going to put link to article. So all the proof we're talking about is in this article, and you can freely follow along. Me, I love good research and good materials to share with my friends, and I'm glad. Thank you to our new friend, Signals Intelligence, and also thanks to Victor for kind of connecting us. I heard about him doing this for quite some time, but we never spoke. And just as luck would have it, I talked to him today, and he said, I'm publishing this today. And I said, can I share this? Can we talk about it? He said, sure. And we're arranging an interview because he's got so much more than this, friends. There's so much more than this coming. And I, for one, am excited about this because, you know, it's a thankless job to try to smack people out of their UFO delusions. And listen, I get it. I love this story growing up. If I could pick one story from the whole land of UFO mythology to be true, it would probably be the Bob Lazar story. I even bought the model growing up and the VHS tape. So I think Bob Lazar owes me $50 because I bought those because I was a kid and naive and stupid, and I believed him. Years later, I would find out that he lied so many times. There's no way I should have given him $1, let alone a bunch of dollars. But this is where I find myself years later, still following the story and enjoying hearing new information. So here we go to the article, Signals Intelligence. Bob Lazar, there's more to the story. And remember, he does say that here. This is the first in a series of articles resulting of over 50 interviews conducted with people who either know or knew Bob Lazar, have had a role in his story or claims, or would have had knowledge relevant to Bob's story or claims if they are true. All the interviews in this article are transcribed from recorded audio. They have been edited for readability, and they were conversational in nature. The answers are verbatim. So we begin with Bob Lazar's work at Los Alamos National Laboratory. Bob has long claimed that he was hired as a physicist at Los Alamos in May of 1982. And this is from one of his appearances. They asked him, he says, I worked at Los Alamos National Lab. Knapp says, as a physicist. Lazar says, yes, as a physicist. And there's a link to the actual interview there. Signals goes on to say, as evidence from his employment as a physicist, Bob Lazar, George Knapp, and the others who have credited his story have pointed to a Los Alamos Monitor article published on June 30th. This is the article we mentioned previously, where they talked about his rocket car. The author of the article, Terry England, wrote the following. To Lazar, a physicist at the Los Alamos Mason Physics Facility, the important thing is the jet engine. It's something he's been working on for years. Whether or not England made any efforts to verify that Lazar was, in fact, a physicist at Los Alamos has been debated ever since. In July 2020, during Joe Rogan's podcast with Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, Corbell said he had spoken with Terry England and asked him the question directly. This is from Joe Rogan's podcast. Corbell says, I finally got an interview with the guy that wrote the article 2 weeks ago. So the guy, Terry English, right? Finally, after all this time, he called me back 3 years late, you know, put him in the movie. And I said, look, here's the point. You said Bob Lazar was a physicist at Los Alamos. So how did you base that on? You're writing a paper. And he goes, yeah. And it got picked up by the AP News. Corbell then says that this Terry English said this, quote, if I had misrepresented that he was a physicist at Los Alamos, I would have been blackballed by everybody at Los Alamos. They take that very seriously. He was a physicist. I reported it. AP News picked it up. They repeated it. Not a word from anybody saying he wasn't a physicist at Los Alamos. And that's from the Joe Rogan Experience, number 1510. So Signals, the writer of this article, writes, I spoke with Terry England in August of 2021 to confirm the account that Jeremy Corbell gave of their conversation. England did not recall making the statements attributed to him by Corbell. Author, did you ever follow up to actually verify his claim that he was a physicist, or did you just take that at face value? Terry England, the author of the original article, said, I kind of took it at face value. I talked to a lot of guys up there at Los Alamos who were nuclear physicists, and I pretty much accepted what they said. Author, did you speak to some people and ask if he was a physicist? England, no. Maybe I should have, but I had no reason to doubt him at the time. Author, in Jeremy Corbell's recent documentary, he said he talked to you and you told him that you had confirmed he was a physicist. England, I don't remember saying that. It's possible, but I don't remember saying that because I don't remember doing it. Author, he said that you told him if you hadn't looked into it, you would have been blackballed in the community. England, he said I said that? Author, yeah. England, I don't think so. So here we have proof positive that Jeremy Corbell's just making shit up, putting words in people's mouth that they never said or don't recall saying. This isn't the first time that Jeremy Corbell has been caught putting words in people's mouth. That's my opinion based on my observation of Mr. Corbell, and I'm entitled to it. Okay, the article goes on to state, in addition to England's recollection that he did not try to verify Bob Lazar's role at Los Alamos, Lazar himself gave an interview on the radio show The Billy Goodman Happening on December 20th, 1989, where he gives more detail about the timeline and nature of his role at Los Alamos. This is Bob Lazar speaking in an old interview, says, I have 2 master's degrees. One's in physics, one's in electronics. I wrote my thesis on MHD, which is magnetohydrodynamics. I worked at Los Alamos for a few years as a technician and then as a physicist in the polarized proton section, dealing with the accelerator there. So the article goes on to state, in this interview, a month after Knapp's first report identifying him, Bob claims that he was hired as a technician and then remained in the role for a few years before becoming a physicist. However, Bob confirms in the Los Alamos Monitor article that he had just moved to Los Alamos the month before. Separately, Los Alamos has verified that he began work at the lab on May 18, 1982. If he had only begun to work at the lab with little more than a month before his interview with Terry England for the Monitor article and was a technician at the lab for a few years, he could not have been a physicist at the time the Los Alamos article was published. So here's the thing about a lie. You know, Bob Lazar thinks that, you know, things just disappear and the things that he said in 1989 aren't still relevant. But some people, like this researcher, dug up what he said. So Bob says, yeah, I worked as a technician for a few years and then they hired me as a physicist. That never happened because a month after he was hired, he was speaking to this reporter about his jet car claiming to be a physicist. So either he lied to the person writing the newspaper article or he lied to the interviewer on that show. Or it's all a lie. Your choice. Okay, next. The article goes on to state, I am not aware of any lab employees who have made public statements regarding Bob's work at Los Alamos. George Knapp has claimed that he has spoken with former employees who worked with Bob and verified he was a physicist. Yeah, and I would call on George Knapp. Give us their names. You said that you spoke with people at Los Alamos that verified he was a physicist. Let us check your work. Or is that not accurate, Mr. Knapp? However, these claims were made informally and off the record. Very convenient. Knapp has said that those employees were friends of Lazar's and is only specifically named Joe Vianetti as being the one who confirmed it. However, Vianetti has never said anything publicly regarding Lazar's role at the lab. There is substantial evidence that Vianetti had a significant interest in UFOs and was involved in UFO research with Bob before and after Bob claims to have worked at S4. And isn't that interesting? Because Bob claims that he had no interest in UFOs. Meanwhile, he's hanging out with John Lear, getting all of the Billy Meyer material with his friend Gene Huff, and he's hanging out with his friend Vianetti, who has an interest in UFOs. Okay, for example, Bob Lazar and Joe Vianetti had visited the vicinity of Groom Lake, Area 51, in the months before Bob claimed to have worked at the site. Vianetti later attended media interviews with Bob and even plays a minor role in Bob's story, wherein he accompanies Bob to a Las Vegas casino for a clandestine meeting with Bob's former supervisor at S4, Dennis Mariani. The following are the first published interviews with former Los Alamos National Laboratory employees who knew or worked with Bob at the lab. So here's where we get to the good stuff, because there's a physicist that this researcher identified. The physicist, I was able to identify 2 former lab employees who worked directly with Bob and were able to speak to what he did at Los Alamos and the circumstances of his departure. His first former lab employee is the physicist who ran the lab Bob claimed he worked in as a physicist, the polarized proton section. This physicist's name is John Jarmer. And here we go. On the record source that's going to dispute all the lies that Jeremy Corbell, Bob Lazar, and George Knapp have been repeating for years. Jarmer worked at the lab for over 2 decades in the polarized proton section. John Jarmer, Bob Lazar, and Joe Vianetti's lab directory entries. And it's important to note that when we get to Bob Lazar, Robert Lazar, you see the KM next to his name? That stands for Kirk Meyer. Kirk Meyer did not hire physicists. They only hired electronics technicians, right? That's who they hired. Isn't that interesting? And it appears that Mr. Vianetti was under a different subcontractor, not Kirk Meyer. So Bob's friend and colleague, Joe Vianetti, who worked at the lab as a technician with him, is listed as an author on multiple original research papers alongside John Jarmer. And this researcher found some of those research papers. The researcher goes on to state, I have confirmed with multiple former lab employees and lab documentation that Jarmer worked in the polarized proton section as Bob's direct supervisor. Isn't that interesting? So now we have the actual guy. This is who Bob Lazar worked for in the lab that he worked. And what is this guy going to have to say about what Bob did there? Was he indeed a real scientist, a physicist like Bob Lazar claimed? Author, does the name Bob Lazar ring a bell? John Jarmer, yes, it does. Author, I was just trying to verify that he actually was a physicist working on that polarized proton project. John Jarmer, no, not a physicist, to the best of my knowledge. Author, could you tell me what role you remember him having? John, well, when I was at Los Alamos at the lab working, he did some electrical technician work that I'm aware of. There was no reference to him ever having a background in physics. If he does, he should be able to put forth his degree credentials wherever they're from. Yeah, and we know what happens when you try to verify Bob Lazar's fake degree credentials, right? They're fake. They don't exist. So this author, this guy, John Jarmer, who was his boss at the lab he worked at, says he did some electrical technician work that I'm aware of. Author, could you tell me a little bit about what kind of work he would have done? John Jarmer, his boss, says possibly some electronics associated with the project that he was working in support of. I mean, it could be. I'm not saying this is anything related to what he's claiming or what he may have done, but it is an example of what a support electrical tech would do if you were setting up an experiment and he needed to have an interface module to go between the detectors that were being used, interfacing them to the computer and putting that system together and the cabling. That would be an example. Not what he may have done, but what a support tech would do. Author, was the lab closed to the public? Would you have had to go through security to get there? John Jarmer says, yes, you would have to have a clearance and a badge to be able to get into the site where I worked. Author, so he would have had a clearance. John, I don't know the status of any of the clearance he would have had, but you did have to show your ID badge in order to have access to the site. Author, did you have any experience with him? What was your read on him? John Jarmer says, he was there for a limited period of time, and he didn't overly impress me as being the sharpest knife in the drawer or anything like that. That's what I'll leave it at. Author, you were there for the whole time that he was there? John Jarmer says, I retired in 2006, so that span I was there would have covered the time he was there. Author, I have heard the reason Bob lost his job is that he was using government property to work on personal projects. John Jarmer goes on to say, I don't have a comment relative to that. A brief follow-up was conducted in January of 2022. John says, when he worked for my section, I can't even remember the length of time, but it wasn't too long. But I can't make any comment on what happened after he wasn't working with us. When I say us, I mean myself and the technicians that were working with me. Author, but he worked as an electrical technician in the capacity in your lab. John, yes, that's correct. Author, would you have any reason to believe that he moved into a higher role? John Jarmer, no. As I said, when he stopped working with us, he was, I'll use the term, a temporary guy that was working with us. After he stopped working with us, I didn't follow him in any way, form, or fashion. I got on with that detailed work that our section was involved in and moved on from that point. If he worked at the lab after he worked for us in the polarized targets section, then he would be able to give the name of the group or individuals that he worked with. Author, did you happen to remember the name of the other technician that worked with Bob? I believe Joe Vianetti was one of them, but my understanding was there were 3. John Jarmer says Joe Vianetti was one for sure. I would have to think about that for a while before I could say who the other technicians are. So here we have the actual person who was Bob Lazar's boss at this lab, who says he wasn't a physicist, he didn't move up near as he could tell, and that if he was a physicist, hey, he should be able to show your credentials. But of course, he can't show his credentials, Bob Lazar, because his credentials are fake. So what we get is the sound of Bob Lazar's lies are coming crashing down here. Like I said, now we've got 3 strikes. Education, fake. Being a scientist, fake. Claiming he was a physicist at a very prestigious lab, fake. All right, next, the researcher gets into an administrator. The second former lab employee he identified who worked with Bob had multiple roles at the lab, but engaged with Bob in an administrative role. I am not able to mention what role specifically, as he did not want to be identified. I will refer to him as Fred, but this is a corroborating witness that this person verified the employment of and believes is a very good source. We talked about this today. Author, does the name Bob Lazar ring any bells? Fred, yeah. Author, it does. Fred, it does. Author, I spoke to John Jarmer. He did remember Bob and was able to tell me a little bit about his recollection. But I was hoping you might be able to tell me a little bit more. Fred, I am really reluctant to get into that. Describes role in relation to John's laboratory. So yes, I know the person in question, but I really don't want to get involved in anything having to do with him. Author, I'm really trying to get a sense for who Bob was and the kind of role that he had there. And even if you were to tell me that completely off the record, I would be very curious to hear about that. And I do understand the hesitance. Fred, okay, the really short part of the answer is that Bob is very smart, but a crooked, bent person. I don't believe he had. I don't even know that he finished high school. He certainly had no college education, and he never worked for Los Alamos Laboratory, okay? He was employed by Butler. Fred later clarified he meant Kirk Meyer, who supplied contract technicians to the laboratory. And beyond that, you know, I've heard that he had some stuff that's been published, and most of it is fantasy. He worked at the laboratory for a short time, got crosswise with the management because he was missing the laboratory telephones. And so they let him go, which was easy because he didn't work for the lab. Back in the late 70s, early 80s, there was a U.S. government-supported thing called the WATS, Wide Area Telephone Service. And if you had an access number, you would get on and call pretty much anywhere in the country without any charge. And so he was running some kind of business using the telephone system. Author, just to be clear, he was not a physicist at the lab. Fred, no. Author, do you know how long he worked there for? Fred, a matter of a few months. And then again, it's been 40 years. It was less than a year. Author, Bob's wife also worked at the lab. Her name was Carol Lazar. Fred, yep, again, as a contract technician. So here we have a new revelation that Bob's first wife, the one who committed suicide, also worked at the lab as a contract technician, according to this source. Author, I was told she had the contract to help fix alpha probes. Do you have an awareness of that? Fred says, to fix what? Author, I guess they had a contract to fix alpha radiation probes. Fred, yes, the detectors. They basically had a thin foil window, which was easily damaged, and they had set up to replace those bruised windows. Author, do you have any recollection of anything that happened after he left the lab? Fred, Well, he did run a 1-hour photo processing business. At some point, he shut that down and left. When asked who else worked with Bob and would be worth speaking to, Fred referred me to Joe Vianetti, as he was one of the other 2 technicians in Jarmer's lab at the time Bob worked there. I identified and interviewed one more former lab employee who worked in a scientific role in the Mason physics facility and knew of Bob Lazar, though only because he had worked closely with John Jarmer and he had heard about Bob through him and other colleagues in a water cooler setting. He did not want to be identified due to the nature of the conversation. We'll refer to him as Henry. The following excerpts of the interview conducted January of 2022. Author, do you recognize the name Bob Lazar? Henry, is he possibly the guy that was out at Las Vegas? That's right. That would be the one. Henry, I've heard of the name, heard a few things about him. Author, I've talked to a couple of people at the lab who do remember him. I was wondering if you have any recollection of the time he was there or what he might have done. Henry, you know, I was there from 72 to, I guess, 2008. Well, but most of the time I was always out at the linear accelerator and mostly to do in an engineering department. I heard his name, you know, bandied about a few times, but I really don't know anything about him there. Author, do you remember anything you heard about him while he was working at the lab? Henry, well, unfortunately, one guy I know that worked with him for a while was Joe King. He got killed in a motorcycle wreck. Was Joe King a technician? Yes. Author, I know there were 3 technicians, Joe Vianetti, Bob, and one more. Yeah, I knew, Henry says, yeah, I knew Vianetti. Another tech that worked there for a long time was Joe King, but Joe got killed in a motorcycle wreck. God, I don't know, 20 years ago, I guess, or more, up here somewhere. The author tells Henry about the conversation with John Jarmer and asked him if John had ever shared anything about Bob. Henry says, yeah, I had John mention it because I worked with John for a long, long time. I know John didn't seem to have a high opinion of Bob, says the author. Henry says, yes, I think I would probably say that. I believe that would be John's opinion. Author, did he tell you anything specific or just Bob's general work? Henry, no. Just the only thing he ever said mostly was the work ethic, which apparently he didn't think was very high, and John believed in. John was out there many hours every day. He believed in working. Author, Bob wrote a book a couple of years and talked about pulling, I guess, pranks to the lab, which would be, I think, would be frowned upon. Henry says, yeah, there was a lot of stuff out there that didn't go over real well with those. There were some fairly serious people and, you know, doing some fairly serious work. So that sort of thing was frowned upon pretty highly. Author, from what I understand, he worked there for less than a year. Henry, yeah, it was very short, pretty short span. I'd heard a few things, but that was, you know, old lab grapevine. Author, would you be able to share with me anything you heard, even things that were water cooler talk? Henry, the only thing I can remember ever really hearing was, you know, the guy he didn't do anything while he was there, apparently. And I know that was what John thought, and that he was a complete waste of time. Author, I spoke with another man who had worked around Bob, and he told me was that at some point Bob had been making long-distance calls on the laboratory phones to run a side business. And from what his other gentleman said, Bob had been going after using the phone system for his side business had come to light, or he had been let go after using the phone system for his side business had come to light or come to management attention. Henry, I remember at the lab there was a number of people that left under similar circumstances. They thought that would be okay. There were people that seemed to think that because the government was paying for it, that it was okay. Author, you know, it's funny. The lab directory specifically talks about making personal long-distance calls. It does seem that they had maybe run into that problem before. Henry, they definitely did. There were, I remember places out there where, you know, you would be in the phones in buildings that had experiments in them before, and as long as the system was still operable, there would be horrendous bills run up, you know, everywhere in the world. And I know that kind of thing went on. Something I heard from many scientists and staff who had worked at Los Alamos during the time Bob was there, that Bob had been a physicist working in the polarized proton section. They would have known him. The very fact that they do not know him was near proof, they told me, that Bob was not a physicist there. Los Alamos physicist Earl Hoffman had this to say when asked about his memory of Bob Lazar. Here's another on-the-record source. Now, we have another physicist that worked at Los Alamos that will contradict Bob Lazar and his fake stories of being a real scientist. So Earl Hoffman goes on to say, my recollection was he was a technician, which would not be a physicist. I'm sure he wasn't a physicist, because if he was, I would have known him well, because I was a physicist. And let me back that up just a little bit. He was at unintelligible, we called it. That was the accelerator when I knew about him. And he was off in an adjacent building, which is a little bit separated from the others. I knew he was over there because of his weird name. Because when he fired that car up, you could hear it all over town. And that's miles. And I think I never met him. I would put quite a bit of money on whether he was a physicist or not. And I would say no. I think he was a technician of some sort, but I couldn't even tell you what kind of technician. There we go. Another physicist that says he was not a physicist, or I would have known him. Another physicist who had specially important reason to know Bob is Richard Evans Mishk. Mishk worked as in management in the Mason Physics Facility. During the time period, Bob worked at the lab, and he was in charge of the hiring process for the physicists. Here we go, friends. Now we've got the guy that actually hires the physicists that work on the lab, and he's going to tell you that Bob Lazar lied. He was never a physicist. Mish holds a PhD in physics from Princeton University and began his work at Los Alamos National Laboratory in 1971. The following is an excerpt of an interview conducted with Mishk in July of 2021. Mishk: what year was he supposedly working at Los Alamos? Author: it would have been in 1982 to 1985 at the most. John Jarmer told me that he would have been there for no more than a couple of months, but less than a year. And there was a phone directory that has his name on it. He was a contractor for Kirk Meyer. Mishk: oh, so he wasn't actually a lab employee then. See, this is an important part. Bob Lazar doesn't say, I worked as a subcontractor for Los Alamos National Lab. He always says he worked at Los Alamos National Lab. That's not true. He worked as a subcontractor through Kirk Meyer, who only hired electronics technicians. But here we go. Author: he claims he started as a technician and became a physicist. The only documentation says he was a contractor for Kirk Meyer. That aligns with what I was told by John. Mishk: okay, so yeah, that I can say definitely. I served in management during that period, and if he had been a physicist, I would have hired him. So that is, I could say, definitely not credible. Wow, friends. So we've got the lab technician that was his boss saying he wasn't a physicist. We've got other sources that were verified but wanted to remain off the record, verifying no, he wasn't a physicist, he was a technician. Now we've got the guy who actually would have been responsible for hiring him if he was a real physicist saying, no, I never hired him. So that is, I could say, definitely not credible. Now on to this Dr. Robert Krangle, who Jeremy Corbell claimed was sure that Bob Lazar was a real physicist and a real scientist. Dr. Krangle is an MIT-educated scientist who has consulted for Los Alamos National Laboratory at various times since 1980. In the interview, Corbell and Krangle have the following exchange. Corbell: what was your first interaction with Lazar? Krangle: well, it wasn't much of an interaction. It was one of those things like security meetings. You have to go to that once a week, every couple of weeks, and they give you the usual briefing about don't talk about what you're doing, don't talk about what you see. So Lazar, if you've seen him, he kind of stands out. Frankly, I think he looks like Hawkins. He has the same British Norman facial structure. Krangle goes on to say, we didn't work together, but cafeteria kind of things. You'd pass him in some of the commander's call meetings. You'd pass him. We didn't work together. Corbell: was it your impression that he was a concession stand salesman or a janitor? Krangle: he was dressed wrong to be a janitor. Corbell: so how did you know Bob, and in what capacity? Was he there working from your knowledge? What was he? Krangle: well, he was a physicist, which I'm a physicist. We kind of recognize each other. You know, it's a classic pocket condom and all that proper from colored pens. He fit that mold. If nobody would have told me he's a physicist, one look, he's a physicist. He's properly dressed in geekdom. So apparently, Mr. Krangle's only proof that Bob Lazar was a physicist is that he had pens and a pocket protector. But Corbell ran with this like this was the holy grail, proving all of Bob Lazar's lies true. Corbell: did people tell you he was a physicist? Was that ever explained to you? Krangle: in some conversation, somebody would be talking about what somebody was doing, and they'd point over, oh yeah, that's him over there. Corbell: what was your impression of what Bob was doing at Los Alamos in the 80s? Krangle: At the time I was there, I really didn't know what specifically Bob was doing. We didn't work together. We simply crossed paths in glancing view. I didn't know what he was up to any more than he knew what I was up to. Corbell, but you did know that he was a physicist. Kringle, yes. Corbell, and that was very clear to you that he was a physicist at Los Alamos and not like the janitor. Kringle, right. So, Jeremy Corbell runs with this so-called smoking gun proof that Bob Lazar's telling the truth. And it's very suspect because Kringle doesn't know what he did. He doesn't know who he worked for, what lab he worked in. And we've got the on-the-record sources that do know what lab he worked in and exactly what he did. Kringle didn't know. He worked as a consultant there, not an everyday employee. So the author goes on to state, after speaking with Bob's former colleagues and other employees at Los Alamos National Laboratory, I contacted Dr. Kringle to clarify his statements to Corbell regarding Bob. The following are some excerpts from that conversation. Kringle, there was a certain pecking order to appearance. Technicians were usually more of a blue-collar guys and actually looked that way. The engineers were the typical, particularly here in New Mexico. Engineers, you can pick them out, and you can pick them out in New York second. White shirt, pocket condom with a half a dozen pen colors and a bolo tie. And it was pretty much the same thing between Los Alamos and Sandia Labs. You can always pick out the engineers. You could pick out the technicians, and it was certainly who the janitor was. Author, I'm just curious, given that there are so many people who have said, I would have known if he was a physicist there. In fact, I've, mentioned a lot of times to these people, they recognize the names. Is there anyone in particular that gives you that level of confidence to say, I would bet my money on him being a physicist? Kringle says no. Kringle then says, no, I couldn't say anything unequivocally. Oh, absolutely, he was a physicist. No. Author, as far as you would say that he was a physicist is just seeing him there and what he was wearing? Kringle, yeah. Like I said, there was a kind of dress pecking order and that white shirt and pocket condom with multiple pens. Yeah, that's not the janitor. So apparently, Mr. Kringle's only indication that Bob Lazar was a scientist is that Bob wore a white shirt, a pocket condom, and had a bunch of pens like all the, physicist nerds. Doesn't prove anything. And Corbell ran with this. And now Corbell's going to have to explain this. Author, I did not have you on my list to give you a call because you were certain that Bob was a physicist. Kringle, no, I was certain that Bob was up there. One of the comments I certainly made to him, Corbell, was, yes, I certainly saw him there, that he definitely wasn't the janitor. When asked specifically about the statements he had made to Jeremy Corbell, Dr. Kringle said that he didn't recall making statements that he was certain Lazar was a physicist. Kringle, I don't remember saying that. I do certainly remember saying he certainly wasn't the janitor. If I said unequivocally that he was a physicist, then I think that would have been wrong. So is this another case of Jeremy Corbell putting words in people's mouth that they don't recall saying? We've got two here. In the course of conducting interviews, I spoke with dozens of former Los Alamos employees and asked whether it was the case that there was a pecking order or a typical way that physicists or technicians would dress. Not a single former lab employee confirmed that. On the contrary, I was told by every lab employee I spoke with that the suggestion was completely unfounded and that employees in those roles would dress however they wanted. And it was not possible to differentiate between a technician or a physicist by the way they dressed. And I would agree with that. I worked someplace and there was a lot of super science guys and big brain scientists. And some of them dressed with a suit and tie every day. And some of them dressed in flip-flops and hippie clothes and, dirty jeans. I couldn't tell who was a scientist or not where I was, but that's just my experience. It appears that Mr. Kringle's only determination for how he decided Bob Lazar was a scientist was he had the right shirt on and a pocket protector like the other science guys. I don't know. So the author here goes on to state, I have not been able to locate any work product or original research papers from Los Alamos National Lab listing Bob Lazar as an author, nor any documentation of LAMP group meeting or workshop attendance by Bob Lazar. I was able to find this kind of documentation for every other physicist I interviewed. So isn't that nice? There's a paper trail. And this author was able to prove that every other physicist he interviewed from Los Alamos, you could find paperwork that showed they were in meetings or workshop attendance. There was no paperwork for Bob Lazar. More proof he was never a scientist, not at Los Alamos, nowhere. He was an electronics technician. Next, the author goes on to state, I reached out to investigative reporter George Knapp to share these interviews with Bob's former colleagues at Los Alamos and asked for his comment. Knapp answered the phone. This is very telling. So George Knapp answered the phone, though when I told him that I had spoken to multiple former colleagues of Bob's at Los Alamos, including his direct superior, he said he had no interest in it, refused to speak about it, and hung up the phone. Isn't that nice? The guy who's been profiting from this story for 30 years doesn't even want to hear the evidence that Bob Lazar lied about being a scientist at Los Alamos. Does this sound familiar? How would you not want to even hear the evidence? Or maybe, and this is my speculation and I'm entitled to it, maybe, just maybe, George Knapp already knew. Maybe he already talked to those people and they told him the same thing they told this researcher, and that is Bob Lazar was a low-level electronics technician. He was never a scientist. He was never a physicist. The author finally here states, I want to go on to give special credit and thanks to Reddit user Jack Frost71, who you guys may remember as Victor, our one-time guest here, also a very great researcher looking into Bob Lazar. They were integral in providing key guidance and knowledge that allowed me to develop leads and find many of the sources I interviewed for this article and the articles that will follow. This reporting would have not been possible without their help. And of course, this is from Signals Intelligence, who we're going to be having as a guest here shortly.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month, you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Cambion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. You are all most welcome here. I'm not even quite sure where to begin tonight, but I'm going to give it a try here. There's a famous poster. I put it up tonight. I want to believe, and I do. I still want to believe, but finding so many con artists, fakers, hoaxers, fake stories, or even just people carefully crafting their stories and purposefully leaving out evidence that the story may in fact be fake is just too much for me to take anymore. Most roads in this UFO thing lead nowhere. You'll chase your shadows for years and never come to the truth. But along the way, you will find lies heaped upon lies and fake stories galore. Or like a dog chasing his tail, you'll just never get anywhere. And that is where I have found myself lately, and why I want to cover other topics and get away from this UFO insanity. The truth is, I suppose, this journey and the revelation that many or most of these stories are indeed fake has taken its toll. It's taken its toll on my belief, or my wanting to continue to believe. On this journey, I have become a hero to some, and in truth, a villain to others. And here, my friends, is the strange place where I find myself. All I wanted to do was share my journey, and I have been sharing it with the world for years. So tonight, we'll once again be talking about Bob Lazar, a story I've been following heavily since 1989. Bob Lazar told an incredible story of being a scientist and working on alien spacecraft at Area 51. And wow, what an extraordinary story it is. But is the story really true? I used to think so. I loved this story growing up. But the more you dig into the story and dig into Bob Lazar, the more evidence you find that Lazar is a complete and total fraud. And by the way, it is 100% verifiable that Bob Lazar is a convicted pimp. I'm going to tell you something that you should already know, folks. You can't trust anything a pimp says. Pimps lie and manipulate people. That's what pimps do. And friends, high-level scientists don't just wake up one day and think, you know what? I'm going to start a whorehouse. Scientists don't do that, friends. But maybe, just maybe, people like Bob Lazar who lie and manipulate people do. The lies? Well, the lies start right at the start of the story. The lies begin with his education. Bob Lazar was not a scientist. His educational claims have been found to be completely fake. From his fake undergraduate degree from Pacifica University, which is a degree mill, where you buy fake degrees, to hang on your wall and fool your stupid friends with. Friends, prestigious schools like Caltech and MIT don't let people into master's programs if all they have is taking a few electronics classes at their local community college, and they have a fake bachelor's degree that they bought online. I verified this with both MIT and Caltech admissions people. Both stated there's no way Bob would get into any master's program at either school with a fake degree, a fake bachelor's degree from a degree mill. Further, Caltech never even had a master's degree program in electronics technology, as Lazar claimed at the time he claimed to go there. If you get a master's degree, also, you have to write a master's thesis. No one can find either of Bob's master's thesis. And I've challenged Jeremy Corbell and Bob Lazar to post copies of his master's thesis. They haven't yet, and they won't. Because those master's theses, my friends, don't exist. He never wrote them because he was never in a master's degree program. And just to be clear, friends, no one writes a master's thesis and can't produce a copy. It's incredibly hard work, and some people spend years on their master's thesis. The fact that he doesn't have copies of or cannot produce copies, to me, is 100% proof his educational claims are all fabrications. And that's besides just calling the schools and checking and finding out he never went to any of them. But wait, the government wiped his background and education to discredit him, some say. Well, there was also no mention of Lazar in any Caltech or MIT yearbook. So for us to believe, like Michael Schrack correctly pointed out, that the men in black, they would have had to crawl into every dusty attic, every garage, every storage locker of every single person who went to those schools at the time Lazar claimed to. They'd have to steal out the yearbooks mentioning Lazar and replace them with fakes, deleting every mention of him. Folks, that's not just improbable. Doing that, I believe, would be impossible. Well, wait. Maybe he just lied about his education to get a good job. Fair point. But it still means that the entire story of his starts with a lie. The whole story starts with him being a scientist. Friends, he is not now, nor has he ever been a scientist. Though he is a convicted pimp. Being a scientist requires at least one real degree. Lazar does not have any college degrees, unless you count the fake bachelor's degree he bought from a degree mill. No, Bob was never a scientist, but there is ample and convincing evidence that Bob Lazar was just an electronics technician who worked on radiation health monitoring equipment. But wait, Bob worked as a scientist at Los Alamos. His name was in the phone book, after all. Yes, it was, and next to his name were the initials KM, which stands for Kirk Meyer. At the time, Kirk Meyer provided subcontractors to that lab, but they only ever supplied low-level technicians, like electronics technicians, and things like that. Kirk Meyer never provided physicists or scientists to Los Alamos. Not when Bob claimed to work there, and never at any other time either. They only supplied low-level technicians to these labs, not scientists. Bob also recounted installing a satellite dish at Los Alamos in one interview. Folks, senior staff-level physicists would not waste their time installing satellite dishes. Who does that? Electronics technicians do. And that's what Bob was, a low-level electronics technician. John Lear also talked about Bob Lazar having a contract to work on alpha monitors, radiation health monitoring equipment. Folks, physicists do not generally do electronics technician work. They're doing much more important things. Electronics technicians do that. So that is more evidence Bob was not a scientist, but an electronics technician. But what about S4? Folks, there is ample and convincing evidence, including recent flyovers with pictures that prove that there is literally nothing there. Bob claimed that he rode a bus there from Area 51 proper, but friends, you'll hear tonight with the evidence that we present that there is barely a road there, and no bus could ever make it through the sand, the rocks, and that dirt road that lead to the area he claimed the ultra-secret base housing the flying saucers was at. So tonight, friends, we're going to be sharing an incredibly important interview. I think this is the most important interview I've heard on this case in a decade. This interview was conducted by Victor Kierro, who you may remember we've had as a guest here previously. One of the most popular guests I've ever had because the research he presented as a guest here was incredible. And tonight he is letting me share this interview with all of you. Victor conducted this incredible interview with former Area 51 security guard Fred Dunham. And I want to thank Victor for allowing us to share it and talk about it, because I truly think this is the most important interview about the Bob Lazar case ever. I feel it conclusively proves that Bob Lazar was never in Area 51, and his stories about S4 were just that, fabricated fantasies with no basis in reality. And you see, unlike Bob Lazar, the claims made by Fred Dunham can be verified. He was indeed employed as a security guard at Area 51 during the 1980s and early 1990s. We can find evidence of this in the form of records he could provide, but also in court documents. Because you see, sadly, Mr. Dunham was one of those Area 51 employees that sued the government over health problems caused by the now infamous Area 51 burn pits. As an Area 51 security guard, Mr. Dunham had access to and had been to all areas of the base. This man is a real and credible source, and tonight we will hear some amazing evidence from this man that Bob Lazar not only didn't work at Area 51, but that he never, ever even stepped foot on the base. Further, we will hear that the location Bob Lazar claimed to be the ultra-secret S4 base, well, friends, there is nothing there. And there was nothing there at the time Bob Lazar claimed to have worked there on alien flying saucers. So I'm going to put my fair use banner up, even though we do have permission to share this incredible interview tonight. But I do want to mention that I'm going to play the interview, and unlike usually when we play, something from someone, we stop it every so often, and quite honestly, I find myself just stopping the video for the purposes of fair use and the algorithm. But in this case, Victor Kierro has given us total permission to air this interview, do commentary on it, talk about it. So I'm really going to try to not video. And by the way, I'm a terrible show host. I forgot to put a link to the interview in the description. I will do that as soon as I possibly can after we get the interview, the taped interview started sharing here. So I'm going to try to not interrupt very much. It's an hour interview, but really the first 40 minutes is what is important to Bob Lazar. The last 20 minutes or so of the interview, and I encourage you to listen to the whole thing, are about Mr. Dunham's problems, health problems, and fight with the government over these burn pits at Area 51. So let's see, friends. We are going to share my screen, make sure I share my audio. 1 second. Okay. And thanks once again to Victor Kierro. This really is an incredibly important interview. Let's get into it, friends. This is the evidence that Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, and Bob Lazar don't want you to hear. A real Area 51 security guard who worked there all through the time that Bob claimed to have worked there for a very short time. This man worked there for 10 years. This interview is incredible, friends. Let's get into it.
Hello?
Fred, can you hear me?
Yeah, gotcha.
Ah, cool. Yeah, my name's Victor. I'm doing a little of a independent documentary, if you like, about Area 51, Bob Lazar, things like that, Papoose.
Yeah.
So I've heard. Yep, go on.
I'm aware. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I heard that you worked out in Area 51, and
yeah, I worked there for about 10 years.
10 years. Mm-hmm. What time period did you work out there?
Excuse me now?
Oh, what years did you work out there?
From 1981 to 92.
Oh, fair while. And what were you? You were a security guard, I think. I think I read that right.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. Had the company that had the contract out there ended up getting a security contract.
Uh-huh. And I think I saw somewhere where you had a license to kill.
Well, that's all a bunch of hype, I think. However, that was the rumor.
Yeah.
That's all. 98% of everything that you've heard about this place is if 1% of it, I don't know, if 5, realistically, if 5% of it was real, it would be amazing. So I mean, it's so much has been made out of this place.
Yeah.
That it's overhyped beyond belief, and of course that's a product of the way that everything is nowadays. Everything is either full pedal to the metal or it's nothing. You know, I mean, and this has turned into something that, I mean, it's ridiculous. I met with George. I met with George Knapp.
Yep.
And this is after I ceased working out there, but I met with George Knapp in, I don't know, 1994 or something like this, you know, right when the thick of this Bob Lazar crap was happening. And I says, we met for breakfast at the Pepper Mill on the strip, and he dropped in and we sat down and I'm talking to him and he says, well, I got to know who you are, you know, if you're really real. I showed him all these credentials that I had. And he says, well, he says, I believe you now. He says, and I told him, I says, look, I says, because this George Knapp guy is a character that has been in Las Vegas news forever.
Yeah.
I mean, when he first started, he started at that station, a CBS affiliate, and he's like, you grew up with this cat, you know. So I'm sitting down with him, I'm talking to him man to man, and I told him, George, I says, you got to protect your reputation here. I says, you're going off the line with this stuff about UFOs and spacecraft, and I says, and you are so off base. I says, we have the biggest belly laugh about you every day of the week that we have to put up with the hoopla that you know. And I says, we have. I says, you are a joke. and I says, I told him, I says, for your own benefit, I says, you need to stop this because this is going to turn around and bite you in the butt. You know.
Yeah. What did he say to that?
Well, he says, well, you know, I believe Bob and blah blah blah, you know, and he says, do you know this other guy's name? And I says, yeah, I know this guy's name, you know, and he says, well, well, what do you think of that guy? I says, well, I says, I know one thing. I says he's involved in selling bootleg cable boxes. Because he's an electronic engineer, you know, and at the time, you know, that was happening. A lot of those guys who were in the know, and they had a lot of little things they did on the side for direct access to satellite dishes, direct access to the cable, beating the cable encryption, you know, all kinds of, you know. So yeah, the guy that George Knapp said, do you know this guy? I said, yeah, I know him. You know, he's a technician and he runs a black market cable business, you know. so, and he looked at me and, anyway, so I told him, I says, you're so off base. I says, yeah,
Yeah, thanks for the save. I do this all the time. Friends, I'm having nasal issues, and I've been coughing and hacking a lot, so I mute it to be able to cough. I really need a physical cough button, but thank you very much. So what I was saying, all you missed is that I said, here we see more evidence that Bob Lazar was an electronics technician, because what senior staff level physicist do you know with 2 master's degrees that would spend his time making hot cable boxes? For those that don't know, at least in Philadelphia, they were called hot boxes. Instead of paying the cable company for all those premium channels, you bought a hot box, and it would let you watch all the channels. This, my friends, is more proof that Bob Lazar was an electronics technician and not a scientist. Let's continue.
if you have a reputation you're going to protect, I says, you need to get off of this one,
Why was Knapp asking about him anyway?
What's that now?
Why was George Knapp asking?
Oh, yeah. I guess Lazar and this guy ran together, or, they were, Lazar had used this guy's name as a reference. Now, here's the interesting thing about Lazar.
Yeah.
I'm up at work.
Yeah.
All right. Now, the way the situation was, we had a group of civilian contractors. We had a component of the military.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had the GS supervision. And then we had United States Air Force supervision. All right. That's how everything was layered. I mean, it was amazing the complicated things they did on the simplest of things. I mean, so we wake up in we're sitting there after dinner. We came from the mess hall, and we're sitting around in this game room, this hooch that we're sitting at, and we're watching the news. And George Knapp comes on, and he's this thing he's talking about Lazar.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you ever saw the one there. I guess they're in a vehicle or something, and they're talking, and you can't see Lazar's face.
Oh, he's in silhouette, and he's calling himself Dennis. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's the one that was on the TV, and so me and the GS supervisor looked at one another, and I said, I won't use this guy's name because I think he's still alive. But anyway, I says, hey, I says, why don't we go over? I says, you got the key to the badge office. I says, why don't we go in there, get the EAL out, the entry authorization list, because we were all looking at each other and we says, do you know anyone named Lazar? No one knew anyone named Lazar. So, and that was our business, aside from, I can't get into the details of, but we knew everything about everybody. So anyway, so we went over to the badge office, got the EAL. Now, these were in secured building inside of a secured vault. We get this list out, open it up, go through the list, alphabetical. There's no listing for a Lazar. All right. Now that was the weekly EAL, because it varied by the week. So then you go get the historical EAL, which is everything from the last week to the beginning of time. Real thick printout. We went in there, looked in the historical, because we said we want to get to the historical EAL before anyone can come in and dip it, and redact something.
Yeah.
We want to see. We were curious, because we knew if this guy became a hot item, they would just go in and probably take his name out of the EAL.
Yeah.
So we didn't want to see anyone
Okay, Lee.
corrupting our information. It was like 45 minutes later, we were looking at the list. No historical record of an individual named Lazar.
Yeah.
So we looked at each other and says he's a complete fake. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because our EAL.
Did the EAL have real names, or was it?
Oh yeah, it's all real names.
Yeah.
So, friends, it's a top secret base. Everyone who steps foot on the base or off the base is logged, entering and exiting. Guess who's not in any of the logs? According to a real Area 51 security guard who we can verify worked there during these years. Bob Lazar is not in any of the logs coming in or out of the base, friends. The story falls apart right there, because maybe Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp and Bob Lazar could tell me how he worked on alien spacecraft in Area 51 if he never stepped foot on the base. Now, there are those that will argue, oh, well, he didn't work in Area 51. He worked at the sub-base S4, and we'll hear more about that. But Bob Lazar claimed to fly in on the Janet Airlines to Area 51, and then he was bused to S4, so he would still have been logged in to Area 51 as entering the base by his real name, and he wasn't. There we have it, friends. Smoking gun evidence that Bob Lazar never stepped foot on the Area 51 base.
Each individual, a good paragraph on each one of them. So,
oh, okay.
Very detailed. Anyway, so. So at that time, and another thing, our EAL was the master. It had staffing for Site 4 on there. All right, so so anyone who had access to Site 4, not necessarily had access to our location, but we had access to Site 4, but they didn't have access to our location. Our location was more of a priority than Site 4. So and so we had the data on all the individuals Site 4. He didn't show up on Site 4. All right, so.
Okay.
Anyway.
So Site 4, that was a radar installation in Tonopah Test Range.
Sorry, friends, I did it again. So the S4 he's talking about is not Bob Lazar's fantasy S4. It's the real S4, and it's not what Bob Lazar claims it to be, and we'll hear more about that now.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's all it is. Foreign technology.
And I used to have Russians radar and all that sort of stuff to test the signatures of the planes that used to fly.
Yeah, that just I think that's pretty much what has been published about the place, and that's probably the truth.
Could be.
Without, I got to be very careful, and I don't want to be. I'm going to be truthful. I don't want to be quoted directly on any of this stuff because it's possible it still might be sensitive.
So Site 4, there was no Site 4 at Papoose Lake.
At the what?
So you, in terms of sites, Bob Lazar claimed that there was a Site 4 at Papoose Lake.
Oh, he claimed that Site 4 was a place that existed on the opposite side of the hill at Papoose Lake.
Yeah.
Well, I'm here to tell you that the only thing at Papoose Lake is a dry lake.
Did you ever go to Papoose Lake?
The Papoose?
Yeah, did you ever go?
Oh, there wasn't a piece of real estate, a building that I didn't go into or have access to.
Okay.
I was cleared above, well, anyway.
Yes.
there was, I will tell you this, there was an installation. It was used rarely. People would come.
Yes, Matthew.
People would come, and we would activate.
Yes, it's in court documents.
Device, and we would test things.
So there was some kind of device at Papoose Lake that you would activate sometimes.
So, anyways, without getting into specifics, this place had a very, very limited authorization. The letter, okay, I saw the letter because I used to carry the letter and on the letter was the list of names.
Yeah.
The list of names was like 60 names. These are the people in entirety whose names was on, who had access to this program, who could be in this particular building.
Oh, okay. Can you speak about what the building's purpose was in roundabout ways or general ways?
Well, it had to do with just call it electronic warfare. That's all.
Okay.
It had nothing to do with Moon Man or anything like that. And I'm sure that stuff.
Yeah. So Bob basically said that there was a UFO base built into the side of the hill there on the east side of Papoose Lake.
Yeah.
Did you ever go into that area where he claimed there was that installation?
Absolutely, yes.
And there was
just on the if you have an aerial map of the place, if you look to the range of mountains that is just it would be just east of the P1 lake bed.
Thanks, Gunner.
All right.
P1 is what you call Papoose, wasn't it?
Yeah. P1. Yeah. So the P1 lake bed. If you see the mountain range, you can see this little dirt road that comes around the lower south side of that mountain range and then intersects about in the middle of P1 lake bed.
Okay.
That's where we had a little
no idea, Solar.
Shoot don't shoot house built there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it had all walls and rooms and stuff where you could walk through it, and we did live fire in that facility too.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, that's where we had that set up right in there. So that's the only thing that happened in P1 Lake Bed. And it was,
no hidden base in the side of the hill there.
No, and the actual boundary between the two different areas, or whatever you want to just arbitrary line in the sand, if you will, ran right through the middle of P1 Lake Bed. So, more just a little bit to the west of the middle of the P1 Lake Bed was the actual boundary line that separated. So that was like no man's land between, because they wanted to have complete isolation between the programs that were over there versus the programs that were on our side. So
was Papoose? Did they have any radiation issues? I noticed that on the west side, over the range on the west side, was one of the main nuclear testing sites. So was there any radiation issues at Papoose?
So first we hear from this verified real Area 51 security guard who spent time at the base, 10 years in fact, and had been all over the base, including this Papoose Lake area, that there was nothing there. Just like the recent flyovers have shown, that the place where Bob Lazar claims that there's a top secret base with hangars built into the mountain, there's nothing there, friends. But besides there being absolutely nothing there, there's a good reason there's nothing there, and that is because of the radioactivity levels. The radioactivity levels are so high that people could not spend long periods of time there without suffering major health risk. And we're going to hear more about that now.
know, I'm going to have to say, I don't think that there was other than no, you know, it's different. You know, it's, when you talk about that place, you got to understand there was over 100 airburst detonations of nuclear devices.
Yep.
That's where they tested nuclear devices, friends. It would not be a wise thing to put a base right where they once tested nuclear devices, friends. Oh, and look at that. Here, Matthew Wright with a kind and generous super chat for $4.99. Just so everybody knows, we read every single super chat. We acknowledge and thank every single super chat. So get them in, friends. Thank you, Matthew, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It really does help. You are helping us to do this important work, to continue this important work. And, friends, you are helping us to praise the cash. So thank you, Matthew Riot, for your kind generosity and donation of $4.99. Praise the cash, friends.
You're watching Truth Seekers. Praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Much appreciated.
That
Very
were
generous.
just to the east of that location, or to the west of that location. All right. Now, when you say, was there any radiation there? Absolutely. Now,
Two irradiates
was
of
it
work.
of the type that would be immediately harmful to you? Probably not. If you were there like we were all the time, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So, you know, then, and there were some areas that were hot spots, and they had little fences around them. So, and we had one of them right in the middle of our valley, right in between. Well, it's just north of the dry lake, out in that flat right there. There was a fenced-in area.
So, friends, the area where Bob Lazar claims that the ultra-secret base where they kept the alien spacecraft couldn't have been there based on the radiation levels alone. You can't have people working out there every day for prolonged periods of time, or they would suffer serious health risks. And thanks very much to Ellen Fox for a kind and generous purchase of a super sticker of $4.99. We appreciate your kindness, your generosity, and your support. And Ellen Fox, longtime show supporter, always helping us to praise the cash, friends.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you for your kindness and your generosity and your continued support, Ellen. Much appreciated. Very generous of you.
And it was an area where they had done a couple of safety experiments.
Okay.
And they
Praise the
suspended
cash, Matthew.
a couple of one of them was a plutonium device and one of them was a uranium device. Suspended them on 500 feet or so off of the ground, and they were all encased in C4. And they wanted to simulate what would happen if a rocket, a ground-to-air rocket, impacted an airplane that had a live nuclear device in it, fully armed. Would it go nuclear? You know, would it go nuclear, or would it just blow up?
Yeah.
Well, they did two tests with two different types of devices. One of plutonium, one of uranium, and they blew them into dust, and they didn't go nuclear, but they spread all the components, all the uranium-235 and the plutonium core, vaporized that and spread it all over the desert there. So we used to drive through that area all the time. The one thing that you should know is out of the original contingent of contractors that worked there, we all started getting sick. I would say, well, number one, all of us are dead, and there's only like 3 or 4 of us that are still alive. Now, that being said, some of them died from natural causes, and some of them had the most weirdest diseases that you would think of, So, yeah, there definitely was a hazard to your health working up there.
Yeah, the sad tragedy is that this gentleman, Fred Dunham, as well as many other people, got sick from a combination of the radiation, some believe, and also the burn pits where they would burn all of this strange materials that they were developing for the stealth fighter and other black projects. He is indeed suing the government. We want to thank Lord Ludicrous Plaid. Love the avatar. Love that chat room user ID. Ed Fouché said S4 was a radar shack. TD Barnes too. I agree with you, Lord Ludicrous Plaid. Many people have said that S4 was indeed a radar shack at, I believe it was Tonopah, right? But it definitely had nothing to do with Bob Lazar's fake flying saucer, mechanic stories. So, this is the problem. Maybe Bob Lazar heard about a location called S4 and he used it in his story, but that doesn't mean that he actually worked there. And even if he did, it's a radar shack. There's no alien spacecraft at that radar shack. But thank you, Lord Ludicrous Plaid, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support as you are helping us continue this great work, and praise the cash. Praise the cash, friends.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Much appreciated, Lord Ludicrous Plaid.
I think I saw a paper once where it was talking. It was a paper about the cleanup of Papoose, where they took off some of the top
Oh, Lou
area
Johnson's here, old friend.
Yeah, it
How you doing, Lou?
wasn't Papoose. It was an area that was, like I say, it was just one area that they tried to clean up where they had blown those bombs off. It was just north and west of the lake bed.
Okay.
Good point, Pooslinger.
Groom Lake bed, so that's out in that flat there. That's the place that we drove through all the time.
Yeah.
And the dust from when we first got there, the dust from and the vehicles we had multitude of holes in,
I agree,
in the
Victor.
floorboards and stuff. It was amazing how we had vehicles, and that was in 1981. We had vehicles that were 1968 vehicles. They were rusted
Yes, it is,
out,
Matthew.
Garbage,
Yeah.
because they had to get workable vehicles out of the
I think so,
government
Anthony.
fleet that was basically condemned, because that place operated off of, in its infancy, it was operating off of like the waste products of the federal government. If there was vehicles that were condemned in one area that still might have 300,000 or 400,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 miles left on them, we would get them. They would bring them in and say, "Oh, here, use this," and use it until it falls apart, because then you just threw it in a pit, abandon it.
Okay.
Anything so you never got anything that was brand new. You know,
I agree, Matthew.
anything that you got was always used up or very nearly used up. Now that's like in the 80s, and it started to improve towards the start of the 90s. But
Whoa, Tractor
started getting
Basil.
some new vehicles and stuff like that. But
yeah.
you just come in and
How did I lose it?
cough, you just cough up mud out of your lungs from the dirt, you know.
Yeah.
And all you have to do
Whoa,
is
super generous.
inhale.
Super generous, Tractor Basil. Why would you trash Bob Lazar because he ran a brothel? Isn't that any man's dream? I don't know. Maybe for some, but for me, I would think about the victims. Talk to some sex workers and tell me if they enjoyed that experience, right? Get to know some strippers and tell me if they enjoy their jobs, right? And of course, I'm generalizing. But, I myself would never become involved in that trade based on the way that the women are usually exploited. But that's my personal belief. That's my personal ethics and morality. Some would say if they agree to do it for money, especially like the legal brothels in Las Vegas, then, so be it. But Tractor Basil, wow, how generous. Very, very generous of you. And to borrow a phrase from Rich from Goofon, mucho generoso. Absolutely. Wow, that is one of the biggest super chats we've ever got. I want to thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and support, and for helping us, of course, to praise the cash. Praise the cash, friends. I am blown away by your generosity, Tractor Basil. Thank you for supporting our show here.
Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the
cash! So thank you, Tractor Basil, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. And thank you from our little cash clown, who I'm sure is going to want a cut of that. He shook me down, Tractor Basil. He wants to know what percentage he gets, because he's the one doing the praising of the cash. Thank you very much for your kindness, your generosity, and support. Very much appreciate it. I appreciate it immensely. All right, let's get back to this interview, friends. We've got about 10 minutes left here.
A piece of plutonium that is smaller than, like, 100 times smaller than a piece of salt.
Yeah.
And you're dead, you know.
Yeah, not good.
Anyway.
I'll change the subject. I know it's probably a bit sensitive for you. Have you ever heard of a person called Jim Tagliani?
Tagliani, not to my knowledge. No.
Those are dancers, Tractor Basil.
I understand he used to let off fireworks over there.
What's that now?
I understand that you used to let off a bit of steam and shoot off a bit of fireworks over in Area 51 or Papoose or something. I think I read something like that.
Oh, I don't know.
Alien scientist is in the house.
Did you ever meet Bob Lazar?
No, never. Never seen him in my life.
Yeah, but you know of his story, though.
What's that now?
But you know his story.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah.
And I mean, this guy, he got arrested here. He's hooked up somehow with some kind of prostitution ring. He had installed the alarm system for some call girls or something. I don't know. He was,
Actually, the story about Bob Lazar's involvement in the whorehouse depends on who you ask. George Knapp has said that he was full partners in the whorehouse and that he was upset with him because that would ruin the credibility of the story. Bob, at various times, has claimed that he had very little involvement. He just helped them with the security system. But, according to George Knapp, he was a full partner with a madam in the whorehouse.
Yeah.
Lazar, he was just, he's I don't know, he's a phony guy, you know, that's all. Vegas is full of a lot of clowns like that.
Better late than never, Scott. Thanks for being here.
You ever see any weird craft? Not UFOs, I mean like
Thanks, Lou.
aircraft. So, yeah.
Good seeing you.
I guess it's a general question of what kind of aircraft did you see flying out there that you can disclose?
Anything that I saw out there's been disclosed up to a point, I think. Yeah, but nothing, you know, nothing any more weirder than what you see out there in the regular Air Force inventory, you know.
Yeah, SR-71 and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that I happened to have been the day that they took the last flight. They flew a SR from just off of the coast of LA to Washington. And then they gave that one to the Smithsonian. They happened to have before they retired that plane, they took off and refueled and came over and did a couple low flybys, a couple of passes for the guys that were up there, because that was, you know, one of the things that they worked on in the past. And anyway, they gave us a little air show with it. It was you know, 5-8 minutes. They came over a couple flybys and just an amazing aircraft. Just, you know, just they took it and came in over the runway and went vertical, and just enough power so the thing just stayed like a very slow rocket going straight up in the air, and it just kept going and going and going, just maintaining that really slow up in the air like that. And it just went up until it disappeared, and it flopped over on its back. You could see the silhouette, and it flopped over on its back, and it twisted over right side, and then just took off.
So here's a real Area 51 security guard. Did he see any alien spacecraft or anything really exotic? No. He saw the SR-71 once, but that was about as exotic as it got. So, gee, I guess no flying saucers being test flown at Area 51, as Jeremy Corbell, Bob Lazar, and George Knapp have claimed for years. And, you know, people will choose what they want to believe, I suppose, right? But this man actually worked there for 10 years. He'd been at all areas of the base. I think it's a credible witness.
Yeah, that's just amazing.
Did they conduct any nighttime tests? And
oh yeah.
Was there every night? Do you think that they were flying something out there, or?
Oh sure, you know, that was part of the thing of those items they were testing. They were, you know, all that thing about owning the night. You know, that's part of that whole game. You know, that invisibility from electronic surveillance, and at night you're invisible. You know, that's, you know, they want to cloak everything as best you can. So yeah, everything was at night.
I basically asked that because at one point Bob Lazar, believers have said that how did he know that there was going to be lights above that area at that particular night? So yes, I'm just wondering if there was lights there every night. So
yeah, that's because he took them out there when that particular aircraft was 737 coming in from Las Vegas at that night.
Another person who believes that the lights in the sky that Bob Lazar was showing everybody were simply the Janet Airlines flying employees in. Remember, they were some incredible distance from Area 51 when they were sitting there, and Bob Lazar was telling them, see, that's the alien flying saucers they're testing flying. And they believed him, friends. And I want to stop this for a moment. Victor Caliero, with an incredible, Police records say the police found the brothel lease agreement with Bob's name on it. So yeah, he didn't just install cameras, he was running that whorehouse. He had also interviewed the hookers and installed surveillance cams in the trick rooms. All was in the court documents. Wow, so he put cameras in the rooms. Yeah, you talk about conflict of interest, right? You catch people, some of those guys may be married, some of those guys may be city officials or politicians, and you've got tape of them engaging in illicit sex acts with prostitutes. Very problematic. Why would Bob Lazar do that? We can speculate, I suppose, right? And Victor also chimes in, the madam he was in business in also accused him of not paying her a substantial amount of money. Well, that kind of, is to be expected. After all, Bob Lazar declared bankruptcy shortly before coming out with his flying saucer, alien flying, working on flying saucer stories, and he never paid a bunch of his creditors. He owed everybody money, including past employees, and I believe his parents even. He even owed his parents money that was mentioned in the bankruptcy. Wow. Great guy. Some scientist.
Every night.
You mean the Janet flights?
It would come in from Vegas to there and pick up people and take them back home.
Yeah, you mean the Janet flights?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what that was. Jesus. And that thing made, as it came in, it was,
maybe Chris.
It would go due north from like Indian Springs. It would go due north, and then it would turn on its landing lights halfway during that approach from north to halfway up. Then it would turn and go due east, right, with its landing lights on. Then it would turn and then go due north again. So every time
Could
it
be,
did
Lord
that,
Ludicrous.
it looked like it was moving. Then it looked like it was, when it turned and went due east, it looked like
I
it
agree,
was
Jeff.
hovering. And then it would turn and go due north again, and then it looked like it was moving fast, so everyone would go, oh my, look at that, and all it's doing is, you see the bright landing light, and it's moving, then now it's turning and coming right at you. Now it looks like it's hovering,
And they used to come in every night, or
every night, I mean, yeah, sometimes twice.
So this right here, friends, destroys this argument that some people have, like, well, how did he know about the test flights? Friends, they saw a light in the sky. They were miles away from the base. They could have been seeing anything. Airplane lights, helicopter lights. They literally could have been seeing anything from that distance away. There's no proof that Bob Lazar knew about any flying saucer test flights. In fact, we now have proof that he never stepped foot on the base. So how would he know about test flights being conducted at the base if he never even stepped foot on the base?
Yeah. And there used to be aircraft tests as well, pretty much every night as well, you say?
Yeah, and the test articles, they didn't run any lights, so you would see those anyway.
What kind of clearances and security checks did you have to go through, and how long did that take?
Took about.
Keep connecting.
See, we started out right when the Reagan administration started, and our paperwork was in before Reagan actually took office. But when he took office, the priority came to clear all his staff, so that put us back. So it took about, I think it took us about 7-8 months.
Wow.
Here we have it, friends. Bob Lazar claimed to get his top secret clearance, allowing him to go on the world's most secret base in a few days, or was it a week? I can't quite recall. But here we have a real Area 51 employee, and I have other sources who told me a similar time frame. It takes at least 6 months to get all the clearances before you can ever even step foot on the base. But we're expected to believe a convicted pimp, well, he wasn't a convicted pimp at the time, But still, we're expected to believe this man with a questionable background, questionable educational credentials, that he got his top secret clearance in less than a week. Meanwhile, real Area 51 employees have all told me it takes 6 months or more for them to do all the background checks and the vetting and for you to get your clearance before you are allowed access to the base.
Yeah, we they basically pay us just to
I agree.
come down and sign a piece of paper. You know that we were
Dr.
still,
Greer cheats at checkers.
you
Wow.
know, from that January of '80,
yeah,
to like September.
Yeah,
I agree, Tractor Basil.
I was on full payroll, and all I would do is drive down there, sign my name, see if there was anything, and every day it was, we got nothing for you, go home, you know, and yeah, so I had paid like 8 months. Of course, all that time they're running the background
Good point,
check
Chris.
on, you know.
So 7 months just for 8 months just for a security check.
Yeah, and the clearance you got was a military grade clearance. It was a top secret clearance, and it had what they call an SBI, which is a security background investigation.
Okay.
And then once we got in that particular mode, when we got accepted and put in location, then they would read you in, they would give you an SCI, and then you had what they called a special project or special program access. And then because of the nature of what we did, some of us had crypto clearances, but just a handful of us. You know.
Well, what do you think of Bob Lazar's claim that he had this MAJ-12 super clearance?
That's just the biggest load of crap. You know, there are no, you know, now, I'm going to tell you straight out.
Yeah.
There's nothing up there that has to do with anything that has to do with extraterrestrial or anything like that.
Yeah.
Right. You know, the road to get back to that P1 lake bed is atrocious.
Gee, friends, so there's no such thing as majestic top secret. And this from an actual security guard at Area 51. And he believes that there's nothing extraterrestrial or alien at the base, and he's been to every inch of it in his 10 years of time working there. Now we're going to hear more substantial proof that Bob Lazar's story is completely and totally bunk. Because Bob Lazar claimed that they drove him in a bus from Area 51 proper 15 miles out to the Papoose ultra-secret S4 base. Now we're going to hear why that is impossible. First of all, he never stepped foot on the base, but even if he did, he couldn't have taken a bus here to S4, and we're going to hear why.
Okay.
You could no more get a bus of any type up that road. I mean, there's a couple spots in it that is tough, you know. There's no good maintained road that goes back in there. I mean,
it's an unsealed dirt road, is it?
Yeah, it's a very rough dirt road back in the K1 lake bed.
I agree.
I don't know. You know, I'm conflicted. You know, the thing is, I really have a big heartburn about this situation because many of us got real sick because of it getting exposed to those fumes from them burning that material that they've admitted that they did.
Yep.
You know, and
do you have some kind of class action going on against them, or?
well, no, the thing that is something is the actual individuals who are responsible for that particular installation up until 1992 uh, was the Department of Energy.
Yeah.
Okay, the entity that was there doing whatever they were doing.
Nice to see you, Rebecca.
Was merely a rentor. You follow what I'm saying? The physical installation and the property at that time, the real estate, belonged to the Department of Energy, and they were the individuals that were responsible for what occurred there.
Yes, friends. So the rest of this video, which really I think anybody interested in Area 51, you really should hear the whole thing. But our real focus tonight was on this incredible this incredible evidence that Bob Lazar never stepped foot on Area 51, that there's nothing alien or extraterrestrial there, that he couldn't have taken a bus to the area that he said he did because the road is so atrocious that no bus could make it 15 miles through this rocky, dirty, dirt road. And calling it a road is a stretch. You could see it in satellite maps. There's no way a bus is making it through there. So most of the relevant information of this very important interview concerning Bob Lazar we have listened to now. The rest of the interview majorly concerns this gentleman's fight against the U.S. government for his health problems. He is suing them for having health problems related to these burn pits. And that, my friends, may be a story for another time. Friends, let me do this, because I think this is the most important interview about Area 51 that I've heard in a decade. The most revealing, especially when it comes to the Bob Lazar case, and how ridiculous it is for anybody to believe that Bob Lazar worked there when he's never stepped foot on the base, according to real Area 51 security guard here who has checked all the logs. Friends, it's a top secret base. Everyone going in and out of there, I guarantee you, is logged. Bob Lazar's name does not appear in any of the records or the historical records. Period. He never stepped foot on Area 51. Here's what I'm going to do, because honestly I have to apologize to Mr. Kierro. I forgot to do this. Terrible show host. So we're going to stop this here. Just bear with me for a moment, friends, because I have to do this right now before friends, I forget to do it. Terrible show host. 1 second, friends. Anthony Purcell says, that's what I'm saying. Where is the super secret element he stole? And George Knapp famously said he knew where some of it was buried, and someday he's going to dig it up and prove the whole story is real. Sure he is. He's been sitting on that for 35 years. He has absolute proof Bob Lazar is telling the truth. He has absolute proof of extraterrestrial visitation to Earth, but he's not going to run with that story. He's just going to leave it buried? Sure. All right, friends, so please bear with me for just a moment. I am going to post the link here to Victor's original interview in the description box below. Let me do that. And all those who are interested, I highly encourage you to listen to the whole thing. I just thought that for purposes of time tonight, we would focus solely on the evidence relevant to Bob Lazar. I believe, friends, that this is definitive proof that Bob Lazar never ever stepped foot on Area 51. Now, you can see my previous videos here. We've done many different explorations into this case. And each time I do that, we tend to find more evidence that supports the argument that Bob Lazar was an opportunist, bankrupt fraud who created this story to make money. After all, it should also be noted that right before Bob Lazar came out with his story, he and Gene Huff did a real estate appraisal at John Lear's house. And what did Gene Huff get for that? He got traded all of John Lear's material on Billy Meyer. And friends, it's no coincidence, friends, that Bob Lazar's flying saucer he claimed to work on looks virtually identical to the flying saucers that Billy Meyer, his beam ship, right? And Bob Lazar and Gene Huff sat around watching all those Billy Meyer videos and going through all those Billy Meyer books and pictures, and suddenly Bob Lazar is working at Area 51, working on a spaceship that looks exactly like Billy Meyer's. And Billy Meyer is a complete and total proven hoaxer fraudster. So, I find that compelling evidence. Gee, right before he comes out with his story, Gene Huff and him get all the Billy Meyer material from John Lear. And John Lear has said a lot of stuff. One other point I just want to make sure that I make is that since the beginning of this, Bob Lazar and his supporters have claimed that he doesn't make any money from this. Friends, he sold a video for $29.95 called Excerpts from the Government Bible. It's here on our channel. You can watch it for free. But when I was a kid, I got robbed for, I think, $29.95 plus shipping and handling. I ordered the video. Came on VHS. It was in the back of, I'm not sure if it was Omni or Popular Science magazine in the classifieds. Learn the truth about the UFO cover-up. And so Bob Lazar owes me $29.95 because I don't believe that his story is true. And by the way, I want the interest too. It's been a long time. Bob Lazar, you owe me $29.95. Next, Bob Lazar cashed in with Testers Model Corporation, and he got a substantial upfront payment for allowing them to make a model of the alien flying saucer he claims he worked on, and he got a royalty for each unit sold. Various sources have told me they sold millions of that model. Next, very recently, for the 25th anniversary, George Knapp got Bob Lazar a huge payout, and he appeared at a conference and was paid a whopping $25,000 fee for one appearance. Now, to his credit, I suppose, Bob Lazar never did really work a lot of UFO conferences. I think that he was working a bigger angle, like the Hollywood screenplay that he and Gene Huff tried to sell to Hollywood, but that didn't work out. And most recently, friends, I'm told from several sources, and there's no way for me to verify this, but I'm just going to say it, and you can believe what you will, do your own research, but Tom DeLonge is the publisher of Bob Lazar's new book, right? But Tom DeLonge tried to hide that he was the publisher, at least I believe that he did, because a brand new publisher came out of nowhere to publish Bob Lazar's book. And myself and many other people checked on that website, and we found out that the register of the publisher's website for Bob Lazar's book was indeed Tom DeLonge's sister. Now, I'm told from several people, and there's lots of rumors floating around about how much money Bob Lazar got paid. But I've been told by many people and heard many rumors that it is seven figures, $1 million plus. He got paid for that book, the book deal. And, it's reasonable to assume that that may be true because shortly after Bob Lazar's book came out, he bought something like a $500,000 new home and property with multiple outbuildings, etc. Not a cheap new house, $500,000 is a lot of money for Bob Lazar to just suddenly come up with and buy a new home. Now, in his defense, maybe he just put a down payment down and he's got a big mortgage. I don't know. But Bob Lazar won't answer any questions about how much money he's made with these stories. George Knapp certainly won't answer any questions about how much money he's made with these stories. And Jeremy Corbell won't answer any questions about how much money he's made selling this story. So what we get, friends, is the supporters of Bob Lazar all making money, and they love to attack people who present evidence that Bob Lazar may be not telling the truth. And there's certainly a lie of omission thing going on. Like maybe George Knapp's not lying to you. He tells a compelling story. I've listened to almost every George Knapp giving a lecture or talking about this case or doing a story about this case for 35 years. He's very convincing. But one problem I always have with George Knapp is we've heard in this interview of an Area 51 security guard, an Area 51 security guard goes to George Knapp and says George Knapp, you may not want to get in with this guy. It'll damage your reputation. We checked the Area 51 logs of everybody going in and out, and Bob Lazar's not on the list, so he's fake. He's a fraud. He never, ever worked at Area 51, let alone ever. He never even stepped foot on the base. This guy tells George Knapp. Did George Knapp ever report that? Of course not. Because George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, and Bob Lazar never show people the evidence, the counter argument here. They're all pro-Lazar. He's telling the truth, and we believe him. He must be telling the truth for various weak evidence reasons why. No, friends, Bob Lazar cannot prove that he ever worked at Area 51. And in fact, there is substantial, definitive, supportive evidence that he never worked at Area 51. And we've heard just some of it tonight. And friends, it would take me 5 hours to go through all of the other evidence, but there is other videos here on my channel. Now there is something that I need to do. There's one final point. Some of you may have seen our previous video today. We did a video today which was all about another one of Jeremy Corbell's fake stories. I believe that Bob Lazar is a fake story. I'm entitled to my opinion, and my opinion is that Bob Lazar is a fake story. And the only people that are telling you that Bob Lazar is telling the truth are people with a direct financial motive to continue selling the story, who have been selling the story for years, as in the case of George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. They're making money selling this story, right? So they're telling you that the story is real, while at the same time leaving out all the evidence that the story may be fake. Why don't they be fair and present evidence like we did tonight? Why don't they be fair and talk about this kind of evidence? No, friends, if you're bold enough to ask these important questions to either George Knapp, good luck reaching Bob Lazar, nobody gets access, or Jeremy Corbell, you'll get blocked on social media. Actually, that's not accurate. I have a little more respect for George Knapp, because George Knapp will at least engage with you. He'll answer questions sometimes. He'll comment on something that you found or did, usually to tell you how wrong you are, but at least George Knapp is open to a conversation, and he does not block me or, you know, I've had several heated exchanges with George Knapp, most recently when we investigated the claim that the Bob Lazar's business was being raided so that they could find the element 115. No, friends, it was a murder investigation. It had nothing to do with Bob Lazar's flying saucer stories, and we talked to the sheriff, who disputed an incredible amount of things that both George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell said happened during that raid. None of that happened. It's a fantasy. And they used, you know, it was very, very opportunistic. Jeremy Corbell used a real FBI raid on Bob Lazar's business to help sell his film. Gee, they raided his business, and there was 40 agents going through every inch of the place. No, that didn't happen. There was 10 or 11 agents, right? And they didn't go through every inch. They went there. They got the sales records they were after. Bob Lazar was selling a rare radioactive element that may or may not have, let's just say, allegedly been involved in a murder case, right? So, you know, we've got the people here that are always selling the story. They won't give you the counter argument. They won't show you the other side of the coin. And I think it's about time that somebody did show you the other side of the coin. Now, Jeremy Corbell has also been involved in another story that I believe is a complete and total fantasy and fake. And that is the CIA deathbed confession. Him and Richard Dolan did that story. And it involves a man, Cooper, a source that the queen of fake sources, Linda Moulton Howe, milked for years, all throughout the 90s, doing all these interviews with him. Friends, most, you know, I'll be fair and say some of Linda Moulton Howe's sources are completely and totally made up. You know, her Spartan 1 and Spartan 2 or Spartan 8, I don't know how many Spartans she has now. It sounds like every time she needs a new story to sell, she invents a new Spartan guy. They were claimed to be Navy SEALs. Turns out that they were never in the Navy. So it's not a stretch to believe that Linda Moulton Howe's sources, many of which have fake military backgrounds, and this Cooper being one of her sources, is a fraud. Now, I have said, and I've asked Richard Dolan, I try to ask him directly through emails and tweets and other things. He's never answered my question. So you can see a previous video we did today. We got somebody else to ask him the questions that he will never answer from me. And he appeared on this Theories of Everything show. And I want to thank Kurt. He's a very courageous young man, asked him some very hard questions. And in that interview, now, it's important to remember that Richard Dolan says in this video that Corbell and him made, he was in the military. He is who he says he is. He worked for the CIA. So I say, where's the proof? Now, interestingly, earlier, I want to remind, just in case he's watching, Mr. Corbell, you blocked me some time ago because you didn't like the questions that I was asking about your Bob Lazar so-called documentary that I believe to be a pro-Lazar propaganda piece, solely designed. Corbell, you're not after the truth. You're after selling the story. If you were after the truth, you would have presented all the evidence that Bob Lazar's education is fake, and it's out there, and it's been out there for years. You would have presented all the evidence that he didn't work at Los Alamos as a scientist. He was an electronics technician. That evidence has been out there for years. Why didn't you include that in your documentary, right? It's a lie by omission, friends. It is a lie by omission. But there's this video that we made recently, and what we did is we went back and forth between Richard Dolan saying, this man was in the military, this man is who he says he is, to Dolan's recent interview where he was asked about this and confronted, and he said, Richard Dolan said, I never did a background check, I didn't vet him. No, somebody asked me to do the interview, and he blamed other people for what just may be one of the biggest fake stories in UFO land. So, and it was me who asked the questions. He was on another show. The other show host offered to ask some questions from me and did so. Richard Dolan also took, about 25 or 30 minutes to explain why the Wilson documents aren't fake. I'm sorry, but the person mentioned in those documents claims they are completely and totally fictitious, and he couldn't even have been in the state at the time that the meetings in the Wilson documents were supposed to take place. So anyway, I want to remind Jeremy Corbell, you can't tweet at me when you've blocked me. I won't see it. And I can't reply to you when you've blocked me. I won't be able to. You won't see it. But somebody else sent me this, and this is Jeremy Corbell's comment on our video, our previous video here. 1 second, friends. A little out of sorts. Let me get this and share it with you because it's important. So we did a video earlier today titled, Did Richard Dolan and Jeremy Corbell use a fake source to sell a fake story? And Jeremy Corbell replied, not to me, but to somebody else. But I guess he's including me, but since he blocked me, I can't see him tweeting me. And let's share what he said, friends. So in regard to the CIA deathbed confession video and our assertion that they cannot and will not prove that this man is who he says he is, and it's very important, I want the proof of everything that you stated in the video, Jeremy Corbell. You guys said he was in the military, he worked for the CIA, this man is who he said he is. So I'm not the one selling the story. Jeremy Corbell says, this is laughable, sad and desperate attention-seeking horse you-know-what. So the premise is that the witness wasn't in the military. No, my major premise is that this man is not who he says he is. You said that he was in the military. You said that he worked for the CIA, and so did Richard Dolan, and apparently your co-producer here, Ruben Langdon. Corbell goes on to say, and what proof do you base that nonsense on? I'm asking you the question now, as this is a teachable moment. Ruben Langdon and I vetted his DD-214. Great. I'm so glad, Jeremy Corbell, that you vetted him and his military experience is real. And that I'm wrong. I can't, or that I may be wrong. Since you vetted him in 2014, you vetted his DD-214. Well, actually, he didn't say when. He just says he vetted the DD-214. Great, Jeremy Corbell, post it. Post the DD-214. That, for those that don't know, that's somebody's detailed military records, and it'll even say where they were stationed, what work they did, all that kind of stuff. So, see, and Jeremy Corbell's wrong. My presence is not just that he wasn't in the military. My premise is that this man is not who he says he is. You, Jeremy Corbell, and you, Richard Dolan, say you have proof he was in the military? Great. Post it. I can't wait to read those documents and match up his DD-214 to some of his claims made in your video that you've been selling for years. And oh, do you have pay stubs from the CIA or proof he worked at the CIA, right? You have that proof since you're claiming this man is who he says he is. And the whole premise of your video is that he's a former CIA operative on his deathbed giving a confession about the aliens. You have the proof he worked for the CIA, right? Did you file FOIA requests with the government to verify his being employed by the CIA and other claims he's made? Can't wait to see those, Jeremy Corbell. Oh, and he claims to have flown into Area 51, right? So you've got copies of all the flight logs with his name on them, right? See, friends, every plane flying in or out of Area 51 and every person who's ever visited the base is logged, as we've heard tonight. And the flight logs would prove or disprove those claims. But we've never seen the flight logs from Jeremy Corbell and Richard Dolan. And if you ask me why we haven't seen them, it's because we never will. Because those flight logs, friends, with that man's name on them, flying into or out of Area 51, simply do not exist. Any records proving that he worked for the CIA simply do not exist. And I got to tell you, friends, if he truly worked for the CIA, you'd be able to find some corroboration, some documents, some proof that he actually worked there. He'd be able to provide them. I can't wait to see this proof. Richard Dolan stood in front of cameras and said, this man is who he said he was. So you, Richard Dolan, and you, Jeremy Corbell, you should be able to prove his military claims and claims that he worked for the CIA, right? Selling a story where you claim this man was in the military and worked for the CIA when you cannot indeed prove those claims is extremely problematic. And in my personal opinion, that could amount to consumer fraud. After all, you're saying the story is true and this man is who he says he is. You're claiming he worked for the CIA and the military. You made those claims. You claimed this was a true story. So I say, fine. Prove this man is who he said he was. You guys have already made all the money from that project. It's about time you offer the proof that that man is who he says he was, as you stated in your video. And with that, friends, we will take a very short break, and then we're going to, Super Chat. Did I miss one? Oh, there we go. Thank you very much, Lord Ludicrous Plaid. He says he hand-drawn sports. Yeah, he's right now. That's another cash-in. Bob Lazar never made any money from this. Friends, he's right now selling a hand-drawn sports model poster for $90, and he'll sign it for you. I almost want to buy it, but I don't want to give this person any more money. Yeah, I definitely don't want to give him any of my own money, right? And I want to thank Victor Caliero for being here and dropping lots of knowledge and fun facts. Yeah, and this is something that we talked about earlier. The court docs say Bob got his degrees from Pacifica University, a correspondence school. I found Pacifica University got shut down for selling degrees. Mike Wallace on 60 Minutes busted them. Yeah, it was a degree mill, Victor Caliero, and you can't get into MIT or Caltech with a fake degree that you bought online from a company that got busted for selling fake degrees. Just doesn't happen. I've talked to MIT and Caltech admissions officers who both laughed at the idea of anybody getting into a master's program with a degree from Pacifica University. So, friends, we're going to take a very, very short break here, and we're going to do a musical guest tonight to give us a short break, and then when I come back, I'm going to devote my full and complete and total attention to the live chat. I think that would be a good idea. So, let me see, friends. I'm trying to find one we haven't played in a while. Yeah, we're going to play my old friend Jason Paul Elder, who used to record at my studio. So we're going to play a musical guest. We'll be right back, friends.
Contemplation brewing past vanilla cream. That might be better off just keeping it a daydream. Why is this happening to me?
Okay, and we are back, friends. Thanks to my old friend Jason Paul Elder for lending me some of his songs and being a musical guest. Much appreciated, old friend Jason Paul Elder. Check out his music on YouTube. Just search by his name there. One of the really fun guys that used to record at my studio in Philadelphia. And that's the reason I had to take a break, friends. I'm still having some nasal and sinus issues and throat issues. I'm sure it's nothing serious. It's slowly going away, but it's taking forever. Go Kicks Rocks is here, and she's a music critic. Says, music is about to put me to sleep, Cambion. Well, sometimes we play more rock and stuff. Tonight, yeah, I just happened to grab that one. Sorry. Yeah, check out some of his other music. You might like it. So, friends, I will devote my full and total attention to the live chat. We could discuss tonight's show or anything. Anything. That's reminding me to take COVID. Take vitamin C. Yes, I'm taking vitamin C, zinc, vitamin D, grapefruit seed extract, and a bunch of other stuff. Just trying to knock it out of me, Matt. Mystic Moon asked me, do I still record? Yes, and in fact, if you sign up for my Patreon, we do a few songs a month that are just for the Patreon supporters. Go Kick Rocks, that's much nicer, says nice relaxing song. Yeah, he tends to be that way. His music is kind of relaxing. It's good for like light some candles, kick back and relax. Yeah. So any questions or comments for me? I want to publicly thank Victor Caliero, and I'm not sure if he's still in the live chat, but I want to thank him for allowing us to share this very, very important evidence. And friends, I want to ask you, why are George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell and others who profit from the Bob Lazar story, why aren't they bringing you this very important evidence, right? So Wharton says, Philadelphia, do you like the Flyers' moves? Do you still have the studio in Philly? No, Solar Warden, I miss it a lot. A few years ago, you know, when Philly started to get really bad with the crackheads and the dopers, they were going to put, Solar Warden, a safe injection site just about 1.5 miles from my home and studio. I had a home and next to it a separate building with a commercial recording studio for some time in Philadelphia. So when it started getting bad in that area, I decided to cash everything out. I sold my home, which was really my family's home before me. My father bought that home in 1984. And I moved in with my mother after his death to take care of the home. And because she was a career housewife, so I took care of her for some 20 years. Then she passed away, and there was really no reason to stay in that neighborhood. It was getting bad, so we cashed out. I sold both my home and the recording studio and moved to the suburbs. We are now in the suburbs of Philadelphia. Don't miss Philadelphia one bit, but I do sure miss the studio, and I may build a new one. Time will tell. But I record songs every month, and they get posted on Patreon until an album is done. So the Patreon people are getting the album before it's finished in various forms. And there's links in the About section and links in the descriptions if you want to, in the description of this video, if you want to sign up for a Patreon. It's as little as $1 a month. And we post a journal every month about things going on behind the scenes at the show. I've been posting these new characters, including an update. Now we have Jimmy Needs Church as a character and Linda Moulton Howdy Doody. And the people that are on our Patreon get to see those tests. It's sort of a backstage view before things go live in public here on our public stream. You guys on Patreon supporting me get to preview those things. So, yeah. Tractor Basil says, trash my boy David Adair, and I'll never... Well, now I'm going to have to keep my mouth shut about what I think about David Adair. But I do have a show coming up, right? Victor Caliero says, come to Australia. You can enjoy lockdowns every few weeks. Yeah, I saw all those videos. It's crazy over there, Victor. Have the people in Australia just like, we've had enough, we're not taking this anymore? Is that kind of where you guys are at, right? Okay. Guerin Chaffa says, Victor Colliero, you did a phenomenal job of getting that interview. I absolutely agree. And shout out to Dark Sky Files, an alien scientist is here, saying Rhode Island is bad in certain areas too. Jeremy, I want to move to the cabin. We're in the middle of the woods. You know, we've got neighbors, but it's a bunch of people that just decided to go live in the middle of the woods. It's very like-minded people. I got great neighbors, great community there of people, most of which are trying to escape from the real crap world that we live in and just have a place off in the woods, right? I want to live there, ideally, or someplace like that. And me and my wife are thinking about it. And, you know, time will tell. We're very happy here in the suburbs, but I'd like to be even more isolated. And even the cabin is not as isolated as I'd like to be. Jeremy, I would ideally, I want to live on 100 or 200 acres and put a little cabin right in the middle of those 100 or 200 acres with a dirt road leading up to it and a private gate, and just escape from this world, right? Tractor Basil says, I want to smoke a blunt with Big Baddie Daddy Bear, David Adair. You know, I'm not sure what to think about his story. It's a great story. I wish it's true. I want it to be true, kind of like the Bob Lazar story or the CIA deathbed confession story. I wish that was true as well, right? But, you know, you told me not to trash your buddy David Adair, so I won't. But maybe on a future show, we might get to doing that. I want to check in with the super chats just to make sure that we didn't miss any of them. I want everybody to know that we read, acknowledge, and thank every single person. And I'm going to reread them tonight, just to be sure that I got every one of you. It looks like I did, but I'm going to read them again and thank everyone once again. 1 second. Let me make sure there's nothing there that I don't want anybody to... Oh, no, it's okay. All right, 1 second. All right, so here is our kind and generous super chat donators tonight. We're going to start with the first one from Matthew Riot. Kind and generous $4.99 super chat. You sunk my Lazar battleship. Ellen Fox with a kind and generous $4.99 super chat. Lord Ludicrous Plaid saying Ed Fouché said S4 was a radar shack. TD Barnes too. Yeah, and check out Alien Scientist channel because he and Solar Marshall did amazing deep dives into Ed Fouché. I think Ed Fouché was the real deal. When people ask me who I trust, I tend to trust Edgar Fouché because his background and where he worked could actually be verified. He really was in the military. He really did work at these secret bases, and he really did have secret clearance. Tractor Basil, why would you trash Bob Lazar because he ran a brothel? Isn't that every man's dream? Well, maybe for some. And Lord Ludicrous Plaid with another kind of generous $1.99 super chat saying, he sells, Bob Lazar is selling a hand-drawn sports model poster right now for $99. Thank you all for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. It means a lot to me. It helps keep the lights on here and keep the show moving forward. Every dollar helps, friends. We buy supplies with it. We pay for software we need. I'm going to be purchasing some stock video collections so that we can sort of up our production game. That's coming out of the till here. It just gives me a little bit of money to work with. And so far, hey, tonight I'm doing great. Thanks to the kindness and generosity and support of everybody tonight, I'm making better than Taco Bell wages tonight, I think, right? We've been here for an hour and 48 minutes. Definitely better than Taco Bell wages, friends. What can I say? It's a good time for everybody, for me to thank everybody and say, praise the cash, friends. Thank you all for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. There's a money button down there. Get them in now. We're not going to be here much longer, friends. Praise the cash!
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash! You're watching Truth Seekers.
Yeah, that's how I feel tonight. People are just throwing money at me. I'm so thankful and I have an attitude of gratitude. Wow, look at that. When another show host is sending you money, what can you say? Jeremy, you didn't have to do that. You got a family, you know. But I truly appreciate it. Amazing work. Get some beers on me with a kind and generous $20 super chat. And now we got to go back to the super chats and say praise to Cash. Thank you, Jeremy. I truly appreciate it. For those that don't know, Jeremy is the smartest guy I know. Literally. Like, and I'm a computer science guy. I know some smart people. But Jeremy starts talking about protons and neutrons and spin, you know, and gravitational vortexes. He's been into the UFO phenomenon forever, but his emphasis is on the science behind the propulsion systems, and he's got this APEC conference, and they're really going after the secrets of anti-gravity. I hope he cracks the code. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Praise the Cash, Jeremy, alien scientist.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Okay, so we'll take some comments and questions from the live chat. Some Conscious Life Expo is coming up, and then another one right after that. Sure, they will be praising the Cash. Yeah, I don't work conferences, so, yeah. Wow. Tractor Basil, the kind and generous $1.29 super chat. Wow, that brings him up to a grand total of something like $51.29 tonight. Most kind and generous super chatter ever. So thank you very much, and praise the Cash, friends.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Okay, and I just want to remind people, you know, that we're doing God's work here. So when you donate, you are helping us to, number one, keep some of these UFO celebrities honest. And I got to tell you, friends, it's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it, right? And you know, there are other people doing this work, but we are really trying to push the ball forward here, and really, really trying to make it harder for people to sell fake stories, right? So, what can I say, friends? You know, we really think that throwing us a couple of bucks really does help us, right? And we appreciate your kindness, your generosity, and support. We're doing the work we need to do here, friends, and you guys are all helping us.
Here's what I want you to do. If the Lord is speaking to you, ushers, bring some baskets down. Just leave them there. I'm not finished. I got one more point to make. This is what I want you to do. Thank you, Miss Marguerite. I brought her because I want you to understand that the work must continue. This is not a plea for money. It's a plea for partnership so that we can be what we're supposed to be. I just need 497 people to say, I'll do 300.
And friends, of course I'm joking, but these bumpers came from me not quite knowing how to ask for money. And I thought, who asks for money better than everybody, right? Televangelists do. Lord Ludicrous Plaid with another kind and generous donation of $1.99. Ed Fouché had me at goggles. Yeah, he had me at the goggles too. I know exactly what you're talking about. Actually, he had me at him describing that the U.S. government had CPUs that were far in advance of consumer CPUs. They were like 3 times faster or something like that. Ed Fouché, I believe, was the real deal. His background could be verified. His military service could be verified. And hopefully someday we will do a deep dive here and we will cover Edgar Fouché. In the meantime, Lord Ludicrous Plaid, thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and support, and helping us to praise the Cash, friends.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you, Lord Ludicrous Plaid. Very generous of you. Very generous of everybody tonight. I'm quite certain that this was the most money we've ever collected in Super Chats in one show. And I got to tell you, I'm happy about that because I'm looking at some new equipment. And I mean, we'll talk about that on another show. Oh, Matthew Riot with a kind and generous donation of $4.99. Still gonna, but for a yeah, I got him on my list as well. Absolutely, Matthew Riot. You want to see us do a show on Dan Burrish? There's many people that worked on that case or researched that case that I know, and I could try to get some of them as guests. So thank you for your kindness, your generosity. Praise the cash, Matthew Riot. My poor son, right? Listen, you know, I'm surprised I didn't get any hate mail about me involving my son in this show and praising the cash. But it's important that I tell people that the truth is that my son is learning about earning money. And he likes, you know, he likes clowns and things like that. So we came up with this idea to teach him that you can't just keep asking for toys every week and getting new toys. You have to earn them. So I told him that if he worked on the show, we would get him some new toys, and we have. But I have a feeling there's some new toys in his future because people really like our little cash clown, right? UFO Watchdog is here. Shout out to UFO Watchdog. UFO Watchdog, are you a moderator? Please let me see here. If you're not a moderator, I'm going to make you one, and I want you to put your website in the live chat because UFO Watchdog is one of the people that turned me on to the fact that some of these people aren't telling the truth. And friends, believe it or not, I used to be a true believer, and when I heard somebody at a UFO conference stand up and say that they were in the Air Force or Navy or whatever, I believed that the conference organizer vetted them and they really were telling the truth. I had no idea how many stolen valor frauds were out there pretending to be military people. And there we find UFO Watchdog. I found his website detailing many of these UFO hucksters, fraudsters, fakers, and liars. And that's one of the things that turned me down the rabbit hole of like, oh my, how many, oh, so many of these people are lying. Why doesn't anybody fact check them? UFO Watchdog has been fact checking them long before me. And I just now made you a moderator, UFO Watchdog. So you can please do put your website address. Yeah, UFO Watchdog even got sued for exposing someone. Wasn't that, I forget who it was. Sean David Morton. Wasn't he the guy who sued you, or was it somebody else, UFO Watchdog? And terrible that somebody would do that. You know, God forbid you tell people the truth and screw up their wallet and their cons, right? It's terrible. Terrible. So actually, I'm going to share something from my Twitter, and this relates to this whole thing that just happened with me, Richard Dolan, and Jeremy Corbell. And I'm going to make no apologies for this. Always remember, friends, misdirection, deception, and subterfuge can be very useful weapons of war, and magicians are learned experts at these things and more. So sometimes, you know, things may not be what they actually appear to be, right? They may not be what they appear to be. But illusions, friends, magicians can see through deception and illusions more easily than most. And illusions can only last so long. Eventually, they fade, friends. One more thing I was going to share. 1 second, friends. Let me get this up. Okay. I mentioned the characters and the Patreon, and we've been testing several characters, doing screen tests, right? And here we are, friends. Linda Moulton Howdy Doody is a new guest host coming soon to Truth Seekers, right? It took me 3 tries to get this one. This is the 3rd attempt at making a Linda Moulton Howdy Doody character. Yeah. And actually, the name Linda Moulton Howdy Doody is not mine. I want to thank Rich from Goofon. Came from him. I said, wow, that's a great idea for a character. Can I use that name? He said, sure. Own it, bro. Go ahead. Good guy. And then besides Linda Moulton Howdy Doody screen tests on our Patreon, we're also sharing these Jimmy Needs Church character screen tests. And I'm hoping that these will be soon, right? One second. Did I miss one? Yeah, hold on, friends. I'm having a little bit of trouble with my live chat. Oh, there we go. Lord Ludicrous Plaid with another kind and generous donation of $4.99. So where do you stand now? What percentage of people see are military versus actual unknown? You know, I believe that of all the UFO reports, you know, it's been said by many people, including Blue Book, that 90% or more are explainable by weather phenomenon, misidentified aircraft, the planet Venus, or other astronomical sightings that are misconstrued as something otherworldly. I believe it's probably about 10% is truly unknown. And if you drill down on those, you'll probably get rid of another 5% of those, right? So thanks for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Lord Ludicrous Plaid, helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
And I apologize, friends. I'm going to have to get some other bumpers because I never anticipated having to play those Praise the Cash bumpers quite so much all in one show, right? But thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and support. Every little bit helps. And right now I'm going, you know, if there's something new for the show I want to buy, I can do that and not worry. So I appreciate that very much. UFO Watchdog. Yeah, so it was Sean David Morton, right, that sued you for libel. Then he ended up in federal prison for investment scams, right? And now he's a convicted felon. And UFO Watchdog, do you know, is he out? I thought he was out, but then I think that he went back into prison for some reason, right? Yeah, UFO Watchdog says he couldn't prove one of his claims in court. Yeah, but I'm sure it was still costly, right? John Trouts is here. That's my brother-in-law, actually. Pro wrestler at one time. My brother-in-law, John. He just spent the weekend with us at the cabin, and there's a funny picture of my son waking him up with a Jason mask on and a machete. So that's their Uncle Boo Boo, their favorite uncle, and Xavier loves to prank him. So he's always asking me to help him, and my wife to help prank him. He woke him up as Jason. A lot of fun, right? Alien scientist, that clown kid is uber creepy. Hey, that's my son. He's learning to earn money, right? You know better than me. Your boys are older than me, I think. They're older than mine, Jeremy. Those toys get expensive, so I'm trying to make him work for things so he'll calm down on asking for 8 million toys a week. I mentioned before, he's been watching what I call toy porn. He just watches these shows where they open toys, talk about toys, play with toys, and then he wants them, but he watches so many of them that we can't keep up. He's always finding new stuff, right? Yeah. All right, so, you know, friends, I think that yeah. Matthew Bryant says a UFO scammer involved in real estate scams. Never. UFO Watchdog says, please forgive my 8-byte website from the 90s. Yeah, it's a little outdated, but I'm glad it's there, especially for historical purposes. And like I said, it sure helped wake me up. So everybody has their place at the table. And by the way, while I'm on that subject, I wanted to mention, you know, that this is the time and place that we find ourselves together in. And it's a special place to me. But we're going to be wrapping things up here. I could spend all night here. You know, I love this place that I have found myself in. Mostly because I finally just took my place at the table. You see, along the way of this journey, and you guys have taken it with me, I learned a very important lesson, and that is not to bother to ask for your place at the table, right? Because all these UFO celebrities, you know, the powers that be at this table will always say no. They'll tell you you're not good enough or smart enough or rich enough or you haven't written enough books or done enough lectures. They will always make excuses for why you don't deserve a place at their table. And the truth is that they will do anything to stop you from taking a place at their table and having a voice there, especially if you've got information that they're selling fake stories, right? Especially if you're sharing information that can shatter their often fake stories. If you have proof their stories are fake, then they don't want you at their table. They won't accept you. Instead, they want to silence you and censor you. I will not be silenced or censored. And along this journey, my friends, I learned, no, don't even bother to ask for your place at the table. Just take it. And take it I did. And it's funny to me, after I finally just took my place at that table, and there was nothing left to stop me, funny that I'm now considering just walking away from this whole table of insanity forever. Like I said, you know, researching UFOs is like chasing shadows. You just never quite get to anything meaningful. Tantalizing evidence, this might have happened. Tantalizing evidence, this might have happened. But you never get to the goods. In the case of Bob Lazar, we never get to the element 115, friends. We never get those satellite images showing that alien flying saucer base, just as he describes right there on that mountain. No, it's sand and rocks. There's nothing there because Bob Lazar is a fraud and a fake and a convicted pimp and a liar. And anyone selling his story is certainly not without their own sins. And maybe, just maybe, they're selling the story for money. Sometimes I wonder if even they believe it. Or do they know that the story is fake? But it'll sell, so let's keep on selling it. No, friends. I'm not asking for my place at the table. I'm taking it. And if they still try to stop me, I'm going to build my own table. I will not be silenced. I will not be censored. I will not be stopped in my efforts. I will not be intimidated, threatened, or harassed like many people are when they start standing up to this fakery, fraudery that goes on in our so-called UFO community. Let me tell you something. There's no community. There's a bunch of guys at the top of this pyramid scheme of fakery making tons of money, hanging out with criminals, right? People they know are criminals, working for people they know are criminals, hawking fake stories, people with fake backgrounds and fake employment histories they can't prove. It's a cesspool. And I wonder, why am I even here? Like I said, friends, I want to believe. I guess that's why I'm still here. But lately I've been getting more and more burnout and sad that at every turn I find another fake story, another fraud, another profiteer selling a questionable story. Let's just say questionable story, right? No, friends. I don't know what will happen next as far as me. But I do know that I'm not going to ask for my place at the table because that would be foolish. They're never going to let me sit at that table. So I'm just taking my place. And like it or not, I'm here to stay. And some people are going to have to deal with me. You know, throughout this journey, I have become a hero to some. And for that, I'm thankful. But the real truth is that I have become a villain to others. People don't like, you know, these comforting fairy tales that they've believed in for years. People don't like those illusions being shattered right before their eyes. But everyone, my friends, everyone has their place at this table. And maybe, just maybe, that's my place. And if it is, then so be it. Let me do this work and do it well. Let me help inform people. Let me help people that are too quick to believe these things without any facts or evidence or fact checking. If no one else is going to stand up and say, this story is not true, or I believe this story is not true because here's all the evidence it's not true. Friends, the people selling these stories aren't going to share that evidence with you. I will. So I welcome old friends, and I want to welcome anyone new. Give us a chance. If you really want to get to the truth behind these things, you'll be glad that you did. And I want to remind anybody listening in audio podcast land, you're missing half the fun. Please go over to YouTube. Search for Truth Seekers, one word. Look for me, the guy with the strange sunglasses. Click subscribe. Click the notification bell. You'll know about our live shows, and you too can come here. You've heard all the audience interaction that we've had tonight. That's a huge part of what we do here. We welcome you into our live chat because unlike other intellectual weaklings and cowards who simply block people who ask good questions or who show them evidence that their stories may be fake, we don't block people here. We allow open and honest conversations. We want to have a conversation. And all these people that we talked about tonight, George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, Bob Lazar, Richard Dolan, you're all welcome to come here. And I will be respectful and I will be very nice to you. But it's certainly not my intention to, corner somebody into an interview they don't want to give. Many of these people make their decisions by how many subscribers. Oh, you don't have enough subscribers. I'm not going to sell any books, so they won't come here. Or at least that's the excuse that I hear from some of them. My point being that here we have honest, open discussions. We look at all the evidence, right? We discuss all the evidence. We don't leave out evidence if the story may not be true because we're selling the story. Friends, we're trying to get to the truth. I'm doing my very best here. And I have a lot of help. I want to thank immensely Victor Kierro because this wouldn't have been possible without his kindness. I was like, Victor, please, you got to let me share this and talk about it on my show. It's just so important, right? I think it's just that important. And tonight we got to share it. So very special thanks to him. I think excellent work. Victor can tell you in the live chat where you can find more. And I did put the whole original interview in the description box here of the video. It's important to me, friends, that we recognize those that are helping us actually get to the truth. Victor's not making a dime, right? He's just personally interested and he wants to get to the truth. And I got to tell you, a lot like me, that makes Victor a very dangerous man. Because neither he or I, we don't have, and some of us out here researching these topics, don't have a financial motive to lie to you. And I reason, friends, we saw people sending me some super chats tonight. We have some financial support here, which is great. Because I reason that if these UFO hucksters and celebrities can make all this money selling you lies, maybe some of us can make some money trying to obliterate those lies. Trying to help you see through those lies. And I'm glad that I could do this. I've been receiving so many really nice comments lately. I want to thank everybody for their support and their encouragement. It really means a lot to me because I've been out here in the woods for a long time. A voice in the wind that almost no one was hearing. But lately, friends, things are changing. And if you haven't noticed, as evidenced by our video we posted earlier today of Richard Dolan, it's going to become increasingly more and more difficult for these UFO celebrities to ignore me, my evidence, and my questions. All I want is a conversation. Why won't they have a conversation? Are they cowards? Are they intellectual weaklings whose stories are so weak they cannot withstand debate? or conversation about the evidence in those stories? Kind of makes you wonder, doesn't it, friends? Friends, I'm always happy when there's an audience, and I got to tell you, we had our biggest audience, live audience that we've ever had on any show tonight, and boy, I can't tell you how happy I am when there's an audience. And tonight we had a great one. We listened to a great interview with help from a friend there, Victor Kierro. I think it's the most important interview on Area 51 that I've heard in a decade. Really is important work that he's doing, and so pleased that he would let us share it here on our show. Thank you again, Victor. So until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion, reminding you that sometimes the truth is ugly, but it's still always worth having. Good night, friends.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of Super Chat, Super Stickers, Super Thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Cambion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Cambion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.